Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. To add on top of that, if you're using the YouTube app on iPhone or other Apple product to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So if you super chat 200, they're going to take over 100 of that. So 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Streamlabs messages get priority over YouTube super chats. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. You can also mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne via Streamlabs. But if you're a real baller or real G, we have crypto options. You can pop a ball of Cristal for 1 Ethereum. You can do, and there it is, a $500 ball of champagne. You can do a 20-minute voice call-in for 2 Ethereum, 10,000 USD in Bitcoin to kick somebody off the show, a guest off the show. 1 Bitcoin and I'll shave my beard, and then 1 Bitcoin to buy Kiki or Ashley back there, one of the dolls you can pick.
Wait, how much is to kick someone?
10,000 USD in Bitcoin.
Damn.
Yeah.
So they could kick me off the show for 10 grand.
Well, you're a special guest. I said normal guest. Normal guest, they can kick somebody off. Now, if you want to just tip and have and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo or Cash App. So it's Whatever Pod on Venmo and Cash App. Link for that's in the description. I'll give you guys shout outs during the show. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We also have a Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. We're live there right now. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick for easy way to support the show every single month. And guys, it's been 19 hours since we last got a Prime sub, so I think it's bugged, boys. Can you guys check? Can you guys check and see if it's working? I think that probably. It's a resub, so it's not like a fresh Prime, so it's probably not working. Test out a little Twitch Prime in the chat. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something during the show, and we're selling our cups, by the way, they don't make these anymore. They ceased. They're out of production since 2022, the specific solo cups. Can't get. Walmart had the clear cups, like the clear jazz design, as it's called. But the standard solo design, don't make them anymore. We have the final reserve, so if you want to buy one, it's on our merch shop, shop.whatever.com. And if you buy something during the show, we'll show it via Streamlabs. You can follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any woman who want to be on the show, you can DM us here. Follow me on Instagram at Brian Atlas X. I just recently changed it. I changed it from something else. So check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Speaking of which, I don't know if you can see, I got the shirt, so let's see what else. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States, absolute tragedy. So support the cause. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel, links in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Can you pull up the Discord? We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. And if you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord. This is from, this is from, Andrew was on one of these previous ones. There's a bunch of behind the scenes featuring Andrew. He always, for some reason, Andrew Wilson here, my Caucasian, always gets into trouble whenever he's here in the studio. So I don't know, somebody's trying to always attack you. You always get attacked. It's weird. Nobody attack Andrew tonight, okay?
Please.
Please, preferably. But we post behind the scenes, so like all the crazy happenings.
I tell Brian if it happens again, I get hazard pay.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And let's see. Oh, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. By the way, we are down one person. Chad, I want your input on this. We had somebody running, not Andrew. Andrew gets a pass, but we had a girl running 30 minutes late, and she came all the way from LA, and I had to turn her away. Chad, do you think that's fair? You think that's fair? If you're going to be 30 minutes late to something, better luck next time. You know, you got to show up on time. If we give a little leeway if you're 5, 10, maybe even 15 minutes late, we'll accommodate it, but 30 minutes late, that's crazy. And she blew up. She got mad at me because she was 30 minutes late. Let me know what you think, if I should have accommodated, or it's just like, hey, you're going to be 30 minutes late to a production. It is what it is. Anyways, with that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Shannon. You can find me online at Shannon, SHANNON, Davy, DAVI, World, WORLD.
Thank you for the shameless plug. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay.
I live in Los Angeles, and I have 4 small businesses. I'm mainly a content creator, and I run a marketing agency, and dabble in a few other things, pet sitting, stuff like that.
Okay. Any education?
Yes, I am college educated. I have my bachelor's.
In what?
Comedy, writing, and performance.
What?
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time. Yeah, that's a thing at Columbia College, Chicago. That's where I went to school.
Like, is it the same branch of that school in New York, Columbia?
No, this one's in
It's like a separate
Chicago.
It's not associated or affiliated with Columbia University.
No,
separate.
separate.
The degree is comedy writing, is it?
And performance.
And performance. Okay. And it's a Bachelor of Art?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a minor or
Do
anything?
you think that was maybe a Bachelor of Science? Right.
They could offer. Maybe.
I was minoring in like
Fucking college is
communications
crazy
and
now.
That's true.
PR, but I didn't end up following through on that.
Wait, you used to work at NPR?
No. I was getting a minor in communications / PR.
Oh, PR. Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
I started there as a musical theater major, and then I switched to comedy writing and performance.
Okay. And it's a university in Chicago, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, what about you?
Hey y'all, I'm Guidance. I'm 37 years old. I'm from Louisiana originally, but moved to California to be a professional chef. So I have a soul food restaurant here in Santa Barbara. I do a little TV and content creating, stuff like that. I'm also a pastor, so I have a pretty forward-thinking church here locally. And I'm currently getting my degree in culinary arts and marine biology here in Santa Barbara.
All right. And, sorry, did you say your age? I might have missed that.
37.
37, got it. And so you're from where originally?
From Northeast Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Originally. That's
Okay.
right. That's right.
All right, nice. And do you already have a bachelor's degree, or you're working on it currently? Or
Working on it. Yeah,
working on it.
that
Okay,
degree.
got it. All right. And you said you're a chef?
That's right, yeah,
A chef?
food chef.
You should have brought some Cajun food.
My restaurant is right down the street. Shameless plug, Mama Soul
right.
Food.
And you said you're a pastor?
That's right.
Okay, we'll come back to that after the introductions. We'll explore that. What about you?
Hi, I'm Natalie Stavola. I'm 37 from Los Angeles, and I am a career and dating coach for men.
Okay, and age. Oh, sorry, you said 37. I meant to say education.
Sure. Florida State University, bachelor's in psychology with a minor in propaganda and media.
Minor in propaganda and media, and it's a BA, right?
I actually
Is it
did.
BS?
It was it's a BS, but when I graduated right before, they offered me the BA because I did take a lot of just random
Sorry.
philosophy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. No. So they offered and they said, do you want a BA or a BS because you have enough credits to have the BA? And I told them, I was like, I can't say I have a BS degree from FSU. Just put BA.
Okay, got it.
So both.
And so you're from Florida originally, or?
Originally from Connecticut, lived in Florida for a long time, and then moved out to LA about 11 years ago.
Got it. And you said there was a minor in propaganda. So what
Media communications. I was double major criminology and psychology for a while, and then switched over to psychology and communications. I just focused more on PR propaganda. So that was my focus.
Got it.
Psychology.
Does propaganda have a negative connotation, though?
It does. That's why they rebranded to PR.
Okay.
Checks out.
Absolutely, right?
Checks out. All right. What about you?
Sure. My name's Joey, aka the Filipina Latina. I'm a cosplayer and a streamer. I also am an accountant during the day, so we wear many hats. I'm 38 years old.
38.
Yeah.
And where are you from?
Currently, I'm living in Vegas. I moved around a lot, Navy brat, so.
Navy brat. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. And any education, any degrees or anything like that?
I have a certificate, but I never got to fulfill my college career yet.
Got it. Okay. And you said you do cosplay.
Cosplay. What's cosplay?
Cosplay, I
It's
don't know.
costume play, so we call it cosplay. Yes.
And you don't have like OF or anything like that?
Not anymore.
Okay, you used to though.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And how long have you not been doing OF?
OF specifically, that platform, it's been, I don't know, probably over a year. I was doing some like exclusive content on a different site, but it was really more just like more risque pictures, nothing, it gave me an opportunity to talk to people on a more one-on-one level. So people that follow me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you deleted it, or is it still active?
It's probably, it's
still
not
there.
active. It's there, but it's not active.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. And Shannon, did you used to do OF too, or?
Yeah, I did OF for 2 years.
Got it. Okay, and you were like top percent
I was in,
or something?
yeah, I was at one point in the top 1%.
Top 1%. Okay.
Same.
But you stopped.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You're done though. You stopped.
Yeah, it's been like almost 2 years.
Okay. And have any other involvement in anything else like dancing, like stripping?
Oh, no.
No. That's the only sex
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
The OF stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Did you say same?
Yeah, I used to do burlesque. I did
Oh.
OF for a little while back in Arkansas. So yeah,
Arkansas.
Nice.
You were in the top 1% too?
yeah. Make a lot of cannabis content and adults.
Wait, you combined cannabis content with burlesque?
With
or-
burlesque,
or-
with my spirituality. Cannabis is a big part of me. So even my church is centered around cannabis.
What the hell is burlesque?
Burlesque?
It's like a fancy word for. It's like a fancier.
It's kind of vintage stripping.
Yeah.
Like Dita Von Teese.
Okay.
Vintage.
Who the hell is that?
stripping.
Oh, no. That's unfortunate.
I know. My degeneracy skills are not up to
Unmute.
snuff. Who is?
She's like
The
a
mute button
famous
on the
burlesque
keyboard.
dancer. Like the most at
I
this
feel like
moment,
this is
I
a
would
circle.
say.
I'm like, what is this dancing? And you're like, this chick is. Well, who's that? The chick who did that type of dancing.
yeah.
So it's like.
I will say burlesque dancers consider it more of an art form.
Oh,
They're
so
not
it's
just
definitely
twerking on stage.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a
maybe eventually it
performance.
gets there.
They're an
Eventually it
elevated
gets
It's
there, but
less.
it's more.
It's like it's a stage, right? Whereas I
Yeah.
guess like at a strip club, like the burlesque dancers, they don't do like
They're not doing
private
backstage
rooms.
stuff.
No, there's no
Yeah.
stripping. Usually, I mean, you can.
It's like a stage,
yeah,
like
it's more
at
of
a
an art,
theater. They do that
sensual
shit at a theater. Whereas a strip club, right? It's like
I'm offering a $500 reward for a comprehensive degeneracy cheat sheet. I'm not ever caught not knowing what these terms mean again.
okay.
We're off to a great start.
Yeah.
And so,
Someone's going to take that seriously, watch.
Yeah.
and then what was the nature of your OF? Were you doing solo content? Was it boy girl content?
Solo, girl, sometimes, mostly revolving around cannabis, honestly, yeah.
So you guys would be like making out and there's cannabis in the background?
No, we're
Or,
usually smoking a J.
Like, is there like a
hitting
bag of like cannabis on your head or something?
No, like
How do you
foot-long
incorporate that?
bongs and blunts and
Okay,
beautiful.
okay.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear that because I didn't think that they allowed smoking on there.
You have to be very creative with cannabis content in general, but especially when you have off like OF platforms,
Sure.
like you were saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, that would be just one step too far to let pot talk.
Right? How dare you?
Just that you're really crossing the threshold there. You
I
know.
like that. That's what I
Wild.
do. Cross thresholds.
What about you?
Hi, my name's Gabby. I'm 18. I'm from Michigan. I currently work as a hostess at a steakhouse, and I completed high school and did some college.
Okay. And You did some college? What were you studying? Or
I just did art education, so it was mainly art-focused classes like drawing, studio art. I had an English class as well in another class, but I forgot what class that was.
All right. What about you?
Hi, my name's Wen Yue. I'm from China. I'm 29 years old. I'm currently a visiting PhD student at the UCSB in linguistics.
All right. And how far, do you have your master's?
Yeah.
Okay.
From China.
Gotcha. And how close are you to getting your PhD? Have you done your dissertation or working on it?
Working on it.
Working on it. Okay. And you got another 1 year, 2 years?
Hopefully 1 or 2 years.
And but you said you started working on your dissertation? Does that have a title?
Not yet.
Not yet. And you said you're studying linguistics.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more? Is there a specific thing you're working on with that, or?
Yeah, I focus on like interactive forms such as interjections and discourse markers in Mandarin, like
Okay.
well or oh, like if I give English examples. Yeah, like
Got
little
it.
items like that.
Give us an example in Mandarin.
For example, would be like a filler. Yeah.
Oh,
like-
okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And where are you from specifically in China?
From Shandong province. It's like 5 hours drive from Beijing.
From Beijing. Got
Yeah,
it.
from
Okay.
the north.
Got it. Cool. What about you?
My name is Felicity. I'm 19 from Santa Barbara. I'm a full-time student majoring in business.
All right. Welcome. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I'm Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, engage in debates and conversations all over the world. I'm happy to be with all of you here tonight.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. So what's everybody's current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm in a relationship, and my longest relationship was around 2 years. I've been in this current relationship for a year and a month.
All right. 1 year, about 1 year. How did you guys meet?
We met on Bumble.
Oh, what was your opening message?
I don't remember. We were actually, I know our first conversation was talking about Easter and that he was with his family. And I was a little confused because on his profile, part of the reason I matched with him was because it said he was Jewish. So I was like, Easter? But I guess his family is half, so they celebrate both holidays, Passover and Easter. And so we chatted a little bit about that.
You were looking specifically for someone who's Jewish?
Yeah.
Is it because you're Jewish?
I'm Jewish,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And the 2 year relationship, who broke up with who?
It was kind of mutual, I would say.
Mutual. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. All right. What about you?
Oh boy. Recently engaged, like in the last week. Have a wonderful fiance. Before this, I was married to a man twice, so 2 different marriages, both to
The same guy.
different guys.
Oh, different guys. Okay.
Yep. Then I've been married to one other woman, and so I've got. I would consider myself a lesbian, but you know, at times I've been kind of bi. I'm also right now monogamous, but prior to this engagement, I've lived a polyamorous lifestyle. I preach that openly at my church. So, longest relationship would probably be to my ex-husband. We were together like 12 and a half years, something like that.
Let me just get a bit of clarification. So you were married twice, right? In terms of chronological timeline, you were married to a woman also, correct? So is that 3 marriages total?
Yes, that's right.
And then in terms of chronological timeline, can you just tell us, like, was it the man, the woman, or like what was the order, I guess?
Funny, yeah. So man, then woman, and now again, woman again. So
Wait, so you've been married?
3 times.
Oh,
2
but then
men.
you were in a relationship with another woman, and now you're currently engaged to a woman.
That's the
Is that-
same woman. So
Okay, I
3
see.
marriages, and then this 4th one to my current fiance.
And you're engaged, and she's a woman.
She's a woman.
Okay,
Yeah, last
gotcha.
time I checked.
Gotcha. And then also, you said you're polyamorous.
I'm more monogamous now. Recently,
Okay.
It's a struggle. I'll be honest. She knows I'm honest about it. Monogamy is a struggle for me. Even being very religious and being a pastor, I have different views than most on relationships and monogamy, but I'm doing it.
Couple further clarifying questions. The length of your marriages.
Yeah.
The first marriage, how long was your first marriage?
Like 3 years.
And was it monogamous or open?
Monogamous. That was,
Okay.
Yeah.
Your second marriage, how long did that one last?
That one was longer. We were both very deep into church. I was a deaconess. He was a deacon. We were in a traveling gospel band. That marriage and relationship was 12 years. It was mostly monogamous until right up at the end when we opened our marriage up because I came out. So.
Oh, okay. And you said towards the end, and it was 12 you were married. So
Yeah.
would you say was it year 10?
Probably
year 11?
Year 10.
Year 10,
and
year
I
11.
met my ex-wife right there at the end.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Man, there's a lot of lore here. Okay. So, and then how long was your third marriage?
That one, oh goodness, 7 years. Around
7 years.
Yeah.
And how old were you when you first got married?
Oh goodness, 1920. Yeah.
1920. Okay. And then the guy who you married, how long had you been dating him prior to the marriage at 1920?
3 years. We dated
Okay, so you
for
guys were like high school sweethearts then?
No,
Or-
he was 13 years older than me, or still is. So.
Wait, and you met when you were how old?
That one, I was 26, around 26 or so.
Wait.
Yeah.
I thought you met him when you were 19.
That was my first. There's
Oh.
a lot to take in here.
I know. I'm trying to
There's a
keep
lot
up.
of lore.
It's-
That's right. That's right.
So okay, wait. So the first one, your first marriage was at 19.
19, 2 or 3 years
Okay,
long.
but you had been dating him, how soon after meeting him did you get married?
Okay, so I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. I didn't really date or do any kind of interacting until I was 19. Met him online. This was back when Yahoo Messenger and AOL Messenger was still a thing.
Okay.
I think we chatted on that platform for about a month or two before he met me in person, and then we had a 3-year relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Youth.
Of not celebrating Christmas.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, he celebrates Christmas and birthday, so I'll give this a shot. I had never done that before until I was in my 20s. Never celebrated my birthday or anything. Yeah.
And so you've pretty much been, it sounds like, there weren't really long periods of being single.
No.
You were married pretty
There you
much.
go, that's right.
What was the longest break from, I guess, the age of 18 to now at 37, of actually being single, I guess? Or not married, I suppose.
A couple months. I mean,
Couple
so
months, wow.
little that I really couldn't even date when I was single. I couldn't tell you at what chronological point I was actually single. I've always been
Okay.
active.
Got it. And I'm trying to parse all this
I know.
information that's coming at me. It's a lot.
I should have went last.
So-
Sorry.
Nah,
No, it's good. It's good. And you said you were a Jehovah's Witness.
Right.
Are you still, what's your denomination? You're Christian, right?
Christian / a little Shinto, a little Buddhism. My church kind of incorporates spirituality from a lot of different religions, especially nature-based, a little bit of Christianity, but it's mostly love thy neighbor, love the earth, and love yourself.
So it's
Well-
a church of spiritualism.
Yeah, pretty much. It's called the Waters, so very, very nature-based.
We'll come back to that. I'm sure Andrew has a couple questions on that one, but we'll get everybody's relationship status. So, okay. And your longest relationship, you said, was 13
Yeah,
years?
I got
13, 12 years?
13,
Okay.
yeah.
Currently. And how long have you been seeing your current partner?
So we met on New Year's Day this year, got engaged on Valentine's Day this year. That's when I asked her to marry me, and then she turned around and asked me to marry her a week ago. So double engaged, I
Okay.
guess.
So you guys been together for about 5-6
Right at
months?
5-6 months, yeah.
All right. Engaged. And you proposed in
Quick.
6 weeks.
She was also, so with you with the Jewish thing, I really thought that was interesting because for me and her, she had also shared a Jehovah's Witness past for almost the same amount of time as me. And that was very connecting for us, for her to understand that part of my history and vice versa. So we connected really fast.
Okay. All right. And you said you were deaconess.
Yeah.
Was that is that under Jehovah's Witness?
No,
or-
that's Baptist. So that 12-year marriage.
So what's the transition from, you started as Jehovah's Witness, correct? And then you became Baptist? Mm-hmm. And then were you Presbyterian, or what was the transition to where you're at now currently?
I would honestly say atheism. I went from
Okay.
very strict religious, lifestyle for the majority of my life. You can't really leave being a Jehovah's Witness once you commit.
Like the shunning?
Yeah, so I got shunned or disfellowshipped, as they called it. Can't talk to my family or friends or anything.
Damn.
Mom, all that. So
Still?
went from that.
Like you're not in touch with your...
Not really, no. My
When's
mom
last-
passed, so.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
What about like other family that's still Jehovah's Witness? Have
No,
you?
no,
When's the last time you spoke to them?
Years.
damn.
I was raised by a white family for 10 years also.
Were you adopted or what?
She basically, she was also a Jehovah's Witness.
Okay.
My mom was going through a really hard mental time, and so she came in, changed my life. They really did. But she's also a witness, so can't really talk to her. So I left that, or got kicked out of that. Went into the Baptist religion when I met my ex-husband. He was already really deep in the church, so that just really took off.
You ever miss dating guys, or are you kind of over it?
Yes and no. We've only been together, me and my fiance, 6 months. So before that, I had dated a guy or two. You have to be really special to slip through that gate for me, so to speak.
Got it.
So I don't really miss it, but yeah.
And then final question here. You said you've had periods of polyamory.
Yeah.
So I guess when was that?
Very recently.
It's a more recent thing,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And then you were, what's the most amount of people you've dated at one time?
What do you consider dating? Just like
Hooking up with,
hookups?
sleeping.
Hooking up with all the way to like a relationship. Did you have poly partners where you're like, you have multiple boyfriends?
Yeah, there were definitely some polycules, some
There was
Rubik's Cubes and
multiple
all that.
polycules. Okay.
yeah.
What? Tell us about the polycules.
Oh goodness. Well, for me, I would probably say 4 it was like the max of me dating at the same time. Those 4 people.
Four
but
people,
then,
got it.
especially back in the South and being in the LGBTQIA community, there's not a lot of us. So like those same 4 probably dated the same 4 who dated. Yeah. So.
Okay. And what was the gender breakdown for the polycule? Was it?
Honestly, it was mostly girls and those girls' boyfriends. I'm not sure why those girls' boyfriends seem to have a thing.
But you were just dealing with it was a group of 4 girls, or was there one
Separate
guy?
girls.
Okay.
Like, it's 4 different girls, and
I see. Okay. Got it. Wait, and they had boyfriends?
most of them did.
But would you be like dealing with the boyfriends too?
Yep.
So you were the unicorn?
I guess so.
For the 4.
The what?
The unicorn.
It's
The magical creature.
It's like if a boyfriend and girlfriend are looking for a threesome, the third person, the third party is the unicorn.
Okay.
Are unicorns referenced in the Bible at all, or no?
No.
I think so. I haven't read that.
Because I don't know if they're like co-opting unicorn or something. Anyways, there's so much. We'll come back to some of that stuff.
It's great.
No need to apologize. I was just asking you some clarifying questions. But what about you? Go ahead.
Okay. What was the questions again?
Yeah. How do you follow that? Show's over.
But I'm having a field day as a dating coach, and my mind is like, okay. Yes.
Yeah. Can I have you just tilt your mic down
Yes.
slightly? Perfect.
There we go.
So it's what's your current relationship status? How long have you been single, if you're single?
Single for about a year. Longest relationship, 5 years.
Longest relationship, 5 years. Who broke up with who in the 5-year relationship?
I broke up with him on the 5-year.
And was the 5-year relationship the one that ended a year ago?
No, that one was like 3 years.
3 years. Who broke up with who in that one?
I think he broke up with me. That one was kind of mutual.
Broke up with you. Got it. Okay.
yeah.
Or mutual, sure.
I'm sure he broke up with me on that one. I can't remember.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
Longest relationship, I was married for 13 years. I'm currently single, and the last time I dated someone was probably 6 months ago.
6 months ago. All right. The marriage, who broke up with who?
I ended that.
You ended it, so you filed for divorce?
Yes, I did.
Only marriage?
Only marriage.
Only marriage.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
I don't want to go into too much detail, but there was
But these terms, what's only marriage?
Wait, what?
Only marriage.
Wait, what did I say?
Only
What-
marriage.
Oh, I meant if it was her only
Oh,
marriage.
her only marriage.
I
I was like, does that mean two OnlyFans people are married? Like, what does that mean?
He's learning a lot today.
only marriage.
No,
Only
just if
marriage.
it was if she had been married other
Okay.
times.
No, it was my only marriage. There was DV involved, so yeah.
Got it. Okay. And did that? And if you don't want to talk about it, that's
Yeah.
totally fine. Was that something that was always present in the relationship, or it manifested later on?
I think those are things that kind of happen. It's like a cycle on and off. So
sure.
it was always present. Not a lot in the beginning. Eventually, yeah.
Got worse. Got it. Okay. And you said you've been single for 6 months. Was that when the marriage ended, or is that
no.
a different
so,
relationship?
I've been divorced about 5 years now.
5 years. Got it. Okay.
The last person that I considered seriously dating was when we ended. It was about 6 months ago.
And how long were you seeing him?
I want to say maybe 8 or 9 months.
All right.
It was a long distance relationship, so it was different for me. Very different.
Who broke up with who?
I want to say it was mutual, but honestly, I'd say he did. Yeah.
All right. Got it. What about you?
My longest relationship was a year. I'm currently single. I've been single for like 2-3 months maybe. And then I had a relationship not too long ago. So, oh, sorry.
Got it. The 1-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with her because we were having issues from previous circumstances and things that happened.
Okay. And actually, I think it might be worthwhile to go around the table on this. What's your orientation? Are you
I'm
bisexual?
bisexual.
Bi? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you, your most recent relationship,
It was with a guy.
it was with a guy, but
Yeah.
the longest was with a woman, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. Got it. Okay. So bisexual.
I think, oh gosh, I don't know. I would consider myself straight. I've only dated men, but I've definitely experimented with women. So not dating specifically for a relationship. But
Got it. What about you?
Same, straight, experimentation, but straight.
Okay. Bi.
Lesbo.
Oh,
No,
lesbian.
I'm kidding. 99.9% of the time, yeah.
All right. What about you?
Bye.
Okay, bi. And then your relationship status?
I'm single.
Single?
I've been single for 2.5 years. My longest relationship was like 3.5 years. It was like with my high school classmate. And then I went to Germany as an exchange student. It was long distance relationship, and I felt like I broke up with him.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay. And the 3-year relationship, you said it was in high school?
from high school.
You knew him from high school, but it was when you were a bit older, or?
It was like from the 3rd year of high school and
Okay.
until the 3rd year of my bachelor.
So you were like 17, 18 when you met him? And then
I
you dated
knew
him until
him-
like 20, 21?
I started dating him when I was like 17, but I knew him from maybe earlier when I was even 13 or 14.
Okay, got it. And then you said, is that your only relationship you've had?
No,
You've had others?
Yeah,
How long were you in Germany for?
1 year at that time.
1 year.
But
Do you
later,
speak German?
I do.
Can we get a little demonstration of some German?
Guten Tag, ich heiße Wenyu. Wie geht's dir?
Oh, nice. There you go. Did you date in Germany at all?
Yeah.
Did you have a boyfriend? She said that like with a German accent. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. You dated? How long were you dating the guy in Germany?
Actually, I went to Germany twice, and I had different experiences. Like once in Cologne and once in Eastern Germany.
Mm-hmm.
But none of them was with German guys. So like
It was other like Chinese international students, or?
one time with a Chinese international student, one time with an Indian guy.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you date, like maybe even go on a singular date with a German guy though?
I think he was born in Brazil, but he
Okay.
immigrated
Sure.
to Germany like when he
And
was
have you,
30.
besides Germany, have you lived anywhere else for an extended period of time?
Not really.
So China, Germany for like the year, you said it was a year?
2 years
2
in
years.
total because I went twice.
You went twice. Okay. And then you've been in the US for how long?
I came here last September last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been here for what?
more than-
9 months?
More or less.
10 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you speak German or English better?
English better.
Yeah.
And you speak 3 languages or do you speak more?
I have learned more than 8 languages, but I'm only fluent in English, German, and Chinese.
Got it. Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. So you've been single for 2.5 years. Have you done any dating here in the United States?
Not yet.
Nothing.
No. And
No. Any dating apps or anything like that?
no, I actually don't know what to do. And also, like, rationally, yeah, I think I shouldn't date here because I need to go back to China next year. Like, I don't see the relationship going anywhere.
I see.
And I was heartbroken in my last relationship, and it took me, I think, more than 2 years to almost recover. So.
Got it. You said you've been single for 2.5 years. Was that what was the length of the relationship from 2.5 years ago?
It was actually less than 1 year, but it was
Less than 1 year. Okay.
devastating.
Devastating. And that was in China. That was in China.
In China, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Cool. Felicity, what about you?
I'm in a relationship. It's the longest relationship, going on 2 years.
All right. Andrew Wilson, what about you?
As possibly the only actual heterosexual here at the table. Been married.
What the fuck? The fuck, bro? How you gonna throw me under the bus like that, Andrew? Possibly the only heterosexual.
It's possible.
And as Andrew as possibly the only.
The only one who's never experimented with a member of the same sex.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I
saw your stream with Jake earlier. You guys got a little cozy. I'm just, you know.
Yeah.
You guys were a little-
It's never too late.
Broed up. Yeah, so I'm happily married and have been for a long, long time.
All right.
Amazing.
Rock and roll, rock and roll. And then, orientation, straight. Okay. And then Felicity, straight. Bi?
Straight.
Okay. Andrew, gay? Are you a gay man, Andrew? We have some chats here we got to get to, and then we'll get
Lesbian. I'm a lesbian.
Andrew's a lesbian.
Lesbian.
He's actually a black lesbian. So
Yeah.
if it doesn't work out with your, do you have a type, by the way?
Woman.
No,
No,
I mean
I actually-
like white girl. Do you like
Yeah.
white women?
I do
black?
prefer white women,
You prefer?
honestly,
Is your current fiance? She's
white.
a. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, Italian and Latina mixed.
Okay, there you
Wow,
go. There you go.
spicy.
Yeah, best of both.
All right, FYI. He bought something on our merch store. Pull up the shop.whatever.com. It doesn't tell us what it is, but I'm assuming, given the price, it was plus a donation there too. Thank you, man. I think he must have bought a hoodie. He probably bought a Big Labia Matter hoodie. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yes.
We have a lot of bisexual women here. I'm just curious. Do you guys have a preference? Like, do you prefer innies or outies, Andrews?
Do you want us to go in order to answer that?
Yeah, if you're
or-
bisexual, do you have a preference for innies or outies?
I prefer my partner. So, and he has.
That's a great answer. Okay. That's a man. He doesn't have anything.
Same, because I'm sure mine's watching, but that's also an honest answer. But I like my ladies thick, so
Oh, okay. You like.
I love that shirt. That you got on, that hoodie.
Okay, you like him
Identify with
thick.
your
All right.
hoodie, yes.
I have no preference.
She doesn't care. All right. Andrew, do you think this is appropriate to pull up?
I mean, I would still do it, but probably.
Probably yes, appropriate.
No, it's probably not.
Chef Dill Pickles, here's what we're going to do. We got to, it's probably, I want to be respectful to the panelists here. If you send in a $10, I'll treat it as like a TTS and we'll read it. You're going to have to send in something more appropriate. That's the Chef Dill Pickles. He's being slightly racist, so I can't pull it up. Can't pull it up, guys. And by the way, keep the discipline good in the YouTube chat as well. Moderators, keep the discipline. JJ Matt, I'm not pulling up your super chat. Keep the discipline good, guys. We're not going to pull up like anything race related or anything like that. So, yeah.
Appreciate the respect.
Really quick, Coastal Operator, it's below the threshold, but I want to respond to that. If you've got the hookup for the white jazz cups, do you have the 16 ounces? Because I need to get my hands on some, because I contacted the what's it called? The supplier? Not the supplier. The manufacturer directly. They said, yeah, we stopped making them 2022s. So Coastal Operator, can you just bump a DM on Instagram or wherever? Yeah, just bump a DM on Instagram at whatever, and I would appreciate the hookup. Guys, if you want to get a message in, $100 read, TTS is $200, and then you can also support us, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, and then let me see what else there is. Like the video if you're enjoying the stream so far. Thank you, guys. Okay. Let's see, where do we begin? Andrew, I think, would be interested in exploring the whole pastor thing with you. Although it sounds like you're not
Really?
Strictly Christian. No,
with your religion.
So you're just a spiritualist, right?
Very spiritual, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We
So this
incorporate many different religions into our practice.
Okay, so wouldn't it be?
Are you a universalist?
No, I wouldn't really say that because there are some things that really don't align with, I would say, my teachings or viewpoints, but we don't turn down any viewpoints. As long as the religion or spirituality is based in love and respect for the planet we live on and its people, we pretty much align.
Okay, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. Where do we begin? We're going to start with Shannon here with your notes. Shannon, you previously stated that you will not date somebody who makes less than 7 figures. Has that changed at all?
I said 7 figures.
Yeah, you said you only date 6 to 7 figure, or well,
Said
six or 7. Okay, fair. Figure earning men, and you'd love to discuss your experiences.
Sorry. So,
Oh, were you laughing?
like,
Oh, okay.
I think she sneezed.
Oh, it was a sneeze.
It was
Oh,
a
okay. I
sneeze.
thought it was like a.
It was a laugh.
It might have been a laugh.
All right,
I'm going with laugh.
we can talk about it.
Go ahead.
So yeah, we talked about that in
Yeah.
our previous show that I was on, that I did previously date men who made 6 or have 6 to 7 figures. However, my current relationship that I'm in, it's a little complicated in regards to that. However, I have negotiated for myself that sort of want in a partner because he brings so much else to the table.
Like what?
Well, we have a lot in common. We have a lot in common. Like I mentioned, we're both Jewish, so we have religion in common. I mean, we're both not super religious, but we do have where we grew up celebrating the same holidays and having similar traditions and
But
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
go to temple, any of that?
We used to go to more of like a reformed sort of temple, but we stopped going because it was outside. And it's just kind of gross it was like in a park. It was weird. Maybe we'll start going again if they like start doing services inside, but when it's too cold out or too hot, it's weird. We also are both into comedy, so he's into comedy writing and performance as well. And yeah, we just have very similar like wants for our future and stuff like that.
So what's he making?
So he does a few different things as well for income. I don't know his exacts of what he's making, but he has a lot of different investments. So
Do you make more than he does?
at the moment, I think I might actually. It depends on the month and what we're doing, but
Okay.
some months I probably do make more, but he, in the grand scheme of things, has more resources and things like that.
Gotcha. Okay. So you don't know how much your person you're dating makes?
Well, he doesn't have like a standard job. He's more like a gig economy type with
Okay.
his work. Like he does video editing and he'll do stuff in the arts for film and stuff like that. But he also just started his own business with my help because I run my own businesses, a few of them. So he's starting a photo booth company. So that's kind of new, but he did have some help from his family in starting that up. So that's where it's a little complicated.
Or what's the complication?
Well, like his specific like income, it's like he's maybe
Oh,
not
I
making
see.
money yet from the
Yeah.
actual business, but
Yeah.
he has like family income, resources, things like that.
So you definitely will date outside of a 6 or 7 figure bracket?
I mean, it depends on the person. I normally, before meeting him, would have probably not been that open to it just because of my previous experiences with men who've brought in that type of income, and just being kind of comfortable with like upper middle class life. But like I was saying, he has so much that he like brings to the table, and we really get along. And yeah, he's opened me up to doing that.
Is he older or younger?
He's older. He's about 10 years older.
Gotcha. Okay.
But before him, my past 2 relationships had more income coming in from like working and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Now, did you do a lot of content creation, right?
Yeah.
So did you meet this person because they were doing like clips for you or something like that?
No, we met on Bumble.
Oh.
We met on a dating app.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess I don't have the notes here. Hang on. That's, yeah.
All right.
Sorry, you happened to get up. I'm like, I just couldn't keep that going.
Yeah.
We're chatting.
I don't know where to take that.
Has anybody tried the water?
Yes, I took a sip.
Did it taste weird?
Yeah.
I don't know. I took one
I don't
sip.
really think
I don't know.
Did it taste weird?
Like tap. Is it tap?
It is tab,
Yeah, okay. Just like tap.
but
Should I be concerned?
Do you want to let us know why it would taste weird?
no, it's we just put in fresh water,
Oh, okay.
but it's running through like this filter, and I think it's probably not harmful, but like the filter or something is like giving it a weird taste or something. I don't know.
You think it smells?
I think it tastes fine, but it smells weird.
It tastes fine.
Oh, I can smell that.
Yeah,
It's
it
like
smells a little
fishy.
citrusy.
Oh, it smells like
Citrusy? We all smell in different things. Okay.
What is going on?
This is.
Yeah,
There you go.
What did I sign up for?
Like a fish tank. Did y'all put
But
fish
it,
tank?
does smell like
does the
fish
water taste? The water
The
tastes.
water tastes
Like
fine.
an aquarium.
I didn't notice
But it
anything.
smells.
Like an aquarium.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it smells fishy.
Does it taste
That's
like fish?
weird.
No.
No, but that's
smells like
interesting.
fish.
It does smell fishy. I don't even know how that's possible.
How is that possible?
Can someone Google that?
Probably
Wait,
the minerals
chat.
in
Okay,
the
here's
filter.
Yeah.
here's what I think it is. Chat, can you help any scientists in the chat help us out? So, this was like 1 or 2 months ago, we bought octopus from Costco.
Okay.
Well, hold on. And I kept it in the refrigerator for 1 day. And then we used it during the show, and then we tossed it. I think, this is my hypothesis, theory, I don't know, whatever. I think somehow, and mind you, the octopus was plastic wrapped. You know, like it's totally wrapped.
Yeah.
I think somehow the octopus is so powerful, it seeped into the air of my refrigerator, and somehow it's not been in there. It was in there for 1 day, and I've cleaned the refrigerator. Minuscule particles of octopus have somehow, I don't know. This might not make any sense, but I think we have
No,
like,
it sounds very scientific.
Yeah, this is.
I'm enjoying this.
but for what other reason
scientific.
would it smell like seafood?
Well, there's just a possibility that the filter's broken and whatever the chemical compound is smells somewhat close to
Oh,
fish.
that could actually explain it.
Is that possible?
That sounds a lot better than octopus particles from.
Well, when you open your refrigerator,
I'm
do
gonna
you
see
get
what chat
whiffs?
says.
Right?
No, I don't.
No
smell it.
whiffs.
I don't smell it at all. That was just my like really stupid low IQ hypothesis of okay, there was octopus in there for, like in a day, but it permeated somehow, and there's just octopus particles. And then they're getting into
I'm going with his.
the filter.
Did you rinse the octopus in
No,
the sink?
chances are pretty good that there's just like a bad filter and the compounds smell fishy.
You think it's a bad filter?
Oh, it didn't
Yeah,
start
probably a
till
bad
it?
filter. Yeah.
Does someone know if that's possible to have a filter that can smell like fish? Can like
I'm
who
looking
in
at
the
let me
chat?
see what the chat says.
Yeah, help please. This is about to turn into a crazy
It's
live.
tap water. Water filter contains charcoal.
Yes.
So
Octopus particles.
No.
Clean your fridge. I cleaned it. The girl from China knows something. What? It is zero water. Evildoer. It is zero water. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Guys, I can't be, I know you guys want us to talk about like dating and whatever, but I can't be having my guests drinking octopus water.
I drank the entire thing, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, Andrew,
No,
Andrew,
zero warning whatsoever.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Look, but also Andrew.
It tastes fine though. It's fine.
Andrew liked,
Yeah.
I don't
Andrew
care.
liked the octopus water, chat.
It's still better than well water.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Water side.
It's
Wait, isn't well water good?
It's good for you,
Yeah.
but it doesn't taste very good.
No, yeah.
No, and I ran all the glasses through the dishwasher with the soap last night.
Did you have an octopus in your dishwasher? Is that where it was?
Did he have an octopus in the dishwasher?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out.
No, the dishwasher's brand new too.
All right.
Like a brand new one got put in like 2 months ago.
But how did we get to the octopus in the dishwasher? Like, what's the line?
Because I figured he said it was in the refrigerator, and then but it doesn't smell there. So I'm like, well, maybe he washed the octopus in the dishwasher.
or the
I
sink,
was, yeah.
because the sink.
She's going with the sink.
You know what, Felicity? You should have just not said anything. You should have just allowed.
No,
the
I'm sure
octopus
someone
water.
would have.
People wash
figured it
their
out.
octopus in the dishwasher.
It's not too bad of a smell,
I
but
didn't put it
it's
in
there.
No.
Yeah.
This is
Well-
news
I'm sure
to
it's
me.
fine.
It's good.
Minerals.
We've been drinking it. Andrew's been drinking it for the past 3 days. So apparently, okay.
He's fine.
Well, good detection there, Felicity.
I have been drinking a lot of alcohol for 3 days too, so they could be canceling themselves out.
All right, we'll get back to the show if yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me check if there's any chats that came through. We have Dill Pickles. Did you want to revise your message? Let me see if you did. Scroll up. Don't show these, please. Just don't scroll up. I'll pull them up. All right. We have some people who bought some merch.
Hey.
Trevor, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Looks like you got a T-shirt. We have Brad who bought a hoodie. Looks like we have Dwight who also bought a hoodie. Thank you, Brad. #BLM. Guys, shop.whatever.com if you want to get this new merch. We got Big Labia Matter.
Mr.
Be sure to
Enigmatic
check,
immediately get an octopus in the dishwasher T-shirt.
Yeah, we need
it bad right away.
We're gonna do some new merch. Thank you for the T-shirt purchase there. All right, Dill Pickles, get your revised one in. Like I said, I can't pull it up, but if you want to revise one, just $10 so I can see it. All right. Oh my, there's a lot of chats to
T-shirt
get
will say
through. Okay.
wash your octopus.
So your current boyfriend, though, I don't know if you guys discussed this while I was investigating the octopus gate. How much does your current boyfriend make?
We were talking about that a little bit. It's complicated because he's part of like the gig economy, and he also has like some investments, like his property and things like that. And he just started a new business, and he's getting some help from family with starting that up. So that's why I say it's a little complicated, because he's got his hat in a few different things.
And you said that he got you a promise ring.
I'm wearing it right now, yes.
Nice.
Congrats.
So what is a promise ring? And
Basically, we've been together for a year, and it's kind of like his commitment to obviously being loyal and to having a future together, but it's not an engagement because we're just not really ready to be engaged. He knows that I have pretty like high standards when it comes to like the person I'm with and making a certain amount of income, so he wants to work for the next year to get me a better engagement ring.
okay. I think I haven't heard about promise rings since high school.
Yeah, it's old-fashioned for sure.
Okay. All right. And then you wanted to, these are your new notes. You'll be talking to your doctor about skin removal surgery.
Yeah.
Did you write? That's the most recent ones you sent us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
You're getting it? Okay.
last time I was on the show, I was down about 80 pounds, and I've maintained that weight loss. So I've basically been losing weight for like 2 years. The first year I lost the 80 pounds, and then this past year I've maintained that loss. And so now I'm trying to basically do it again, and by the time that I do another like 75 to 80 pounds, I'm planning to get skin removal surgery. So I'm talking to my doctor about that right now. And that's kind of like what I document of my own content, of kind of like my glow up weight loss journey. Yeah.
Okay. And
Your journey.
Yeah, we talked about that last time. It's a journey.
And okay, we're gonna move over to. Nope, she was gonna be here, but she was 30 minutes late, so no notes for her. We have
Like the notes Nazi,
Oh.
like the same as the soup Nazi. From
No
Seinfeld.
notes
No notes
for
for you.
yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
wait, I have something that I want to talk about with the skin removal.
Oh,
If we go back to that real quick.
is it dating related?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So the reason that I'm thinking about it now is because I'm trying to talk to my doctor about getting it through my insurance. However, my boyfriend has given me the money to get a tummy tuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And he said I can talk about it. Like we've discussed what I, can
Don't you
share on the
usually, when you do a
podcast.
tummy tuck, though, you do all the weight loss first and then do the tummy tuck, right?
Yeah. So we're trying to plan out when that tummy tuck's going to happen, but I already have the money to either do that, or if insurance can cover that, then I want to get like my arms and potentially my thighs done. So I have the money to do it. So I feel pretty motivated.
Amazing.
Okay. Here, I'll do Chef Dill Pickles really quick. The agent chef that taught me how to cook would always put the octopuses in the dish. Oh my God. It's standard culinary practice.
It's standard culinary
Don't be
practice.
ignorant, Andrew.
I love that that's a thing now. This is great.
And then, we have
Don't put your octopus in the dishwasher, ladies. It's never going to work out.
Wash your octopuses.
Crypto Hado bought, shop.whatever.com bought looks like a BLM hoodie. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Crypto Hado. All right, we're going to get to Gabriella. Gabriella there.
It's Gabrielle.
Oh, my bad. Okay, Gabrielle, let me fix that.
You just call me Gabby.
Okay. Are those reading glasses or?
Yeah. Well, they're like prescription. I have to have them on. I can't see.
Okay, that's fine. You said in your notes here, one time you hooked up, or a guy you hooked up with.
We didn't hook up. We didn't hook up.
Well, I'll read it as you wrote it, but one time a guy you hooked up with and dated lied to you about his age because he knew you wouldn't get with him if he told you his actual age.
Okay, I thought it was something else, but yeah, he lied about me. Lied about his age to me. He was 2 years younger than me.
Oh, how old were you?
I was
At the time?
17, turning 18, but I was very strict on how much younger I dated because I have a little sister. He's in the same age range as her, and that's just weird.
So 17 going 18, so he was 15?
He just turned 16.
Okay.
And you were 17?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, all right, he
I
lied
mean, it
about
just
it.
bothered
Okay.
me.
No, I don't think there's, is there an issue there with the 17 with the 16?
I mean,
I
not
don't see what.
not necessarily, but it's just more.
The issue was he
uncomfortable
lied.
yeah, and then it was just uncomfortable with me because it's just weird.
Okay. You said that you think traditional values that are pushed onto men and women in relationships. Wait, hold on. Was there more to that?
I don't remember. It's been a minute.
Okay, here, I'll pull it up directly. Wait. Oh, you had a guy try to tie you up with a bandana?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait. Okay. How did somebody get tied up with a bandana?
Bro,
Those
it
are, like,
was
really
a
small.
miscommunication. He took things the wrong way.
Oh,
We were watching a show.
as everyone
And
does.
I made a joke about something that was happening on TV, and then he was like, "Oh, you want me to tie you up with a bandana?" And then started to get up and grab it, and I was just like, "What are you talking about? No." It was just weird, odd.
Did he tie you up with the bandana?
No. No.
Was it because it was a bandana and not rope that, or?
Maybe.
Okay.
So going back to this though, so it was any dating topics or takes you want to speak on, if so what, to which you wrote, I think traditional values that are pushed onto men and women in relationships or otherwise. So are you against traditional values that are pushed onto men and women, or are you in favor of them?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think it's really up to what the people in the relationship wants. But when you're trying to push that agenda onto people who aren't practicing that, that's when it gets negative.
I see. Okay. What negative how, I guess?
I mean, it's just judging people for living their life the way you don't want to live it, I guess. Like, it gets, like, let's say a girl's out sleeping with multiple people, not in a relationship, and then someone who, like, is in a long term, they just start hating on that person. I think it's just mind your own business, because it's not your life, I guess. Things like that.
Do you think it should be that way just with strangers? What about people that are like in your family?
I mean, in
Somebody
your
that
family, you
don't
can
know?
advocate it, but it gets like, if you can advocate for having a better dating life, but if you're pushing it in a way that's shaming them for how they're doing things, then it's inherently negative, I guess.
Okay. So if somebody, I'm trying to think of an example here. If a guy didn't want to date a woman because of her body count, and he prescriptively was like, yeah, that's a bad thing, people shouldn't be promiscuous, would you object to?
No, because that's his preference. That's what he thinks.
Yeah, but he's trying to instill he's trying to put out to the world, like, don't do that.
Well, I mean, you can advocate for it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But if you're calling someone a slut because of it, then that's where it gets foggy.
Gets foggy, okay. And then I noticed in some of your Instagram photos you wear a cross. Are you Christian?
Not necessarily, no. I'm trying to get back into it. I was Baptist for most of my life. And I just fell out of the belief when I was in middle school. And recently, I've been wanting to get back into it.
Got it, okay. And then you also wrote, as far as disagreements with the show, you said you had a lot, but you can't pinpoint all of it.
I can't pinpoint it because I just have a really bad memory.
Oh my
Like, I can't remember.
Okay, so you said probably his opinions on body count. What are my opinions on body count?
Well, I can't remember, but I think it's just like the fact that it matters, I guess. I mean, it does, but it doesn't.
What's your body count?
2.
Okay. So I guess why does it not matter?
If you're looking for someone with a low body count, then look in that dating pool.
Let me ask something different too. If you count like BJs, fingerings, all that stuff, does your body count change?
Goes up by like 1.
Okay. So it does change.
I wouldn't add it.
Well,
I wouldn't
I mean,
include
I
that
don't-
in the body count.
Well, I'm just curious, like, is the criteria for body count just penetrative sex?
No, because I think that rules out a lot of
Yeah, because then
things.
then like homosexual women, that wouldn't
Right.
be a body count then, right?
This is a good
Well,
point.
I think you would have a separate category, but for the heterosexual body count, I think strictly would refer to intercourse.
So if a chick was like, Brian, I'm a virgin, but I sucked 100 dicks, that would be like,
You know she'd be really good at
so
it.
that could be judged.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't consider it a body count. It's still not good. It's still not great.
I think if you suck a dick, you got to add that to the body count.
Well,
dude.
you just reminded me with the 100 BJs.
Oh,
I do want to
I
add
just reminded
Bonnie
you of
Blue.
something, did I?
Yeah, I want to talk about Bonnie Blue at one point today.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure like half the things she does and says are just lies just for attention.
I've seen her Twitter. I don't
Clickbait.
know.
Yeah, I mean, she faked a pregnancy. Like both those, Bonnie Blue. Who's the other degen?
Lily.
Lily
Phillip.
Phillip.
Yeah, they're just. I think they do some degen stuff, but I think a lot of it is just like, oh, I'm gonna do the most like claim I did the most salacious thing, or you know, I don't think they actually do a lot of degenerate stuff. They claim they do.
I've seen some.
Yeah, I don't.
I
doubt,
haven't purchased
I don't,
anything.
Yeah, I don't
but
doubt
I've seen
that
it
they
on
do
Twitter.
But I think they sensationalize some of this stuff and they just make it up because they're like, oh, I don't have to actually do the thing. I can just say I did the thing and still
And then
receive
get
the
an audience,
benefit.
yeah.
Do you think
Yep.
that chick, Vonnie, is really in her 20s?
No.
I think
don't
she
know.
is, but some people just.
I don't think she is. I think
You think
it's-
she's in her 30s?
Yeah,
I mean, she
for
could be
sure.
lying about her age, but
for
I
sure
don't
that
think
chick
she's
is in her 30s.
I
Early
don't know.
30s, but I think she's in her 30s.
I think she's had some work done, which makes her in the face. I don't know. I don't know.
Just reminded me.
Oh.
The 100
But so wait,
Great.
where were we? The BJ, does that count towards body count? I mean, like, for example, Andrew, I wouldn't say a woman whose body count is 0, but she's given 100 BJs is nearly as desirable or the same as a woman who has a body count of 0 and is also given 0 BJs.
So, okay, so hang on.
But I
what
wouldn't.
if-
I
what if-
wouldn't categorize it as like as a body.
But what if she's only had one body, right? Given 0 BJs or anything, and the other one has 0 bodies, but it's given 100 BJs. Which one would you select for?
The one with one body.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
then,
So you're,
you see what
okay,
I'm saying? So it seems like
Yeah,
you
sure.
do categorize it as at least on par, or something close to on par with it. You would,
Yeah, but I mean, I would say like, okay, a woman who's had 3 bodies, but it was group sex,
Yeah.
could be arguably worse than a woman who has
3 individual
like
partners.
or even like 4 or
Yeah.
5 like individual bodies, but they were like long term.
Because of the nature of the act, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but I just think that like, if a dude, if he like finishes in a chick's mouth, like I'm just gonna count that as the same thing, dude. I just count it as the same thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, perhaps you could ask. It would be fair to ask a clarifying, like, okay, well, if your sex body count is this, what's your
Yeah, yeah,
job body
yeah.
count? I guess, but I wouldn't call it a. Fuck. Maybe we could throw it in there, but when I think of body
What would
count,
you
I've
give? The
always
blow
considered
count?
it-
What's the blow count?
What's the
Yeah.
blow count?
What's the blow count?
You know what? Maybe there's been a
a
lot
new
of
thing.
Yeah.
a lot of the girl claims
A lot of the
like,
virgins
virgins
who have
like
a
2 or
high blow
3,
count.
but the oral sex count very high.
Yeah.
Shit, I need to start.
Like it's a DUI thing, right? It's like did you blow 6? Did you blow 7? Right for the DUIs.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's a good. Well, you know what though? Here's the other thing that I had something on this, is so, and maybe the women on the panel could weigh in on this too. Is so there's the body count, right? You could have a girl who has a body count of 1 and a body count of 1, but if you look at the specific guy that each of those women was with, that could have an impact. Like even if it's she has 1, she has 1. If they dealt with just like a filthy dude, like just a scumbag, like I'd almost like a fucking grimy dude. That's just an amplifier. Like if it was, I don't know, like who's a fucking grimy dude? Like Lil Xan or Tekashi 6ix9ine or like NLE Choppa or the Island Boys. Wait, Mary, Google Island Boys.
Yeah.
Google images just so the girls here know what I'm talking about. If a girl's been with a grimy dude, that's like an amplifier. That's like 3x. You got to 3x the body.
I don't think it's just like who she slept with that one too. I think you're also
click on that
questioning
first one.
why she's with that person and if
Click it.
she's overcome her trauma and like if she's addicted to chaos.
These guys, can you like
Oh my
right click,
God.
open a new tab? Yeah.
Thank God I'm gay.
If a girl has had sex, if she's only had sex with one of the Island Boys, that's like 30 bodies. She might as well have a body count of 30. Yeah,
agree.
it's
No,
a
I agree.
30x amplifier. So that's another component of the body count discussion where if she fucked a grimy dude.
You got to count all of his.
Okay, so one more question.
Do we have the photo really quick?
One more question about this. What about times? So if it's like a girl slept with 2 guys,
man.
but only once each, but so
Oh,
slept
boy.
with one guy 100 times.
That's an interesting. Well, it could almost go both ways, couldn't it? Because on one hand, a one-night stand is kind of grimy.
Yeah, it's pretty grimy.
But then, whereas the other one, you would say, well, it was like a long-term committed monogamous relationship. But then, yeah, shit.
Was it
I
with
don't
the
know.
Island Boy?
I don't know. That's
Yeah, depends on.
I would frame. You know what? Here's how I would frame this, right?
Okay.
And there's probably variations based on like if you start going more, if there's like more. So it'd be something like this. If a girl has one body and she slept with a guy one time, versus she had a boyfriend and she slept with him 1,000 times. Honestly, I would prefer the girl who just slept with the guy one time.
Okay.
I know. Yeah. And then I'm number 2? Yeah.
Okay, but what if
Yeah.
it's 3
3.
one time,
Yeah, 3 one time.
and then a chick with one guy?
With one guy, but like
100
1,000 times.
Yeah.
Really, even if it was a long-term relationship,
In
she's
that
being
case-
monogamous and safe. You're just like, no thanks.
In that
I want
ca-
the one night.
No, I'm not
No, no,
saying.
no.
Hold on. I'm
No,
not saying I
he's not
wouldn't
saying
date.
that.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying I wouldn't date her. I'm just saying what would be more preferable.
Yeah.
So I'm not excluding the one in the long-term relationship in the 1v1 example he gave, but so you're saying 3 one-night stands versus 1. I'd pick the 1 in that situation.
Me too.
I'd pick the 1 in that situation.
Me too.
But if it's like equal for equal, but then if it starts getting, okay, how about this, Andrew, to you? 10 one-night stands or 10 long-term relationships where they had sex 100 times each. So
How do you know they
you
had
can't
sex
really
many
have.
times?
Can you have 10 long-term relationships?
That's what I was
say
gonna
she's
say.
like
How old is she?
35 and she's had, sure.
Nah, at that point, I would take the 10 one-night stands if I had
10
to choose
one-night
between
stands,
it.
interesting.
Because if you're in a long-term relationship that's failed 9 times, that's a problem, right? That's a bigger red flag than.
Then just have, that's interesting. I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, that would be,
Yeah.
but then, I mean, the other one's not great either.
No, it's not great either.
Neither.
Yeah. Well, you got to push the button, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is the body count trolley problem.
This is the, yeah.
The body
Do you
count
have
trolley
a photo?
problem.
Is it like, it's like low quality or whatever? Go ahead, you can pull it up super quick.
If you had to choose.
If you had to pick.
Oh, God.
Don't they have
Yeah, if a girl was a virgin but fucked one of these guys, I'm sorry, that's 30x amplifier.
Well, I think it's also because they're from Florida.
It could Florida man. But yeah,
Already, like.
I mean, chat. Do you agree? Like, if a girl has sex with a grimy dude, it's like a amplifier. It's like an X. It's a multiplier.
I feel like this
Definitely
should
a
apply to
multiplier.
guys too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you are sticking to something and something nasty, and you're like, that counts.
What would be the? I wonder who's like a grimy chick.
Oh, we got plenty.
Who's a grimy?
Name
girl?
one.
There's a lot, so right?
I don't know. Oh, I don't
Come
The
on.
ones that I think are bad though probably aren't.
Come on.
that bad.
Who?
Oh, I mean, we could use her example. Like, if you knew a guy had. Well, it's different though, because girls, like.
Kasumi.
Okay, do you guys know who Lily Phillips is?
Yes.
Bonnie Blue.
Yes.
Okay, they.
I keep up.
She does. Yeah.
I'm
I
trying
know.
to-
Sorry, I'm
who's
like getting back
like
to
a-
my seat.
That's pretty grimy. But that's over the top, though. It's like she's worse than the Island Boys would be the other way.
Brooke Candy is like an island boy, but as a woman.
Well, there you go.
I'm not sure who
I get
that
that
is.
picture in my head.
I'm not sure who that is. All right. Let's see here. But so going back to you, what were the disagreements? I guess
Like I said, I can't pinpoint them.
you say, but pinpoint. Go ahead, pinpoint. What do you mean pinpoint? Go ahead. Body count. So okay, of what you just heard, and we were talking about grimy, women sleeping with grimy dudes. No pushback there.
No.
No.
Because the Island Boys are disgusting. They're disgusting.
All right.
I'm pretty sure they did OnlyFans together too, or had something
Oh, yeah,
on
they did-
Twitter. They
they
did that.
did
That was
some-
disgusting.
Yeah.
I saw like a video. No. That was absolutely
Yeah,
disgusting.
but like if a girl tells me that she like slept with a famous rapper, I'm just like, that's a 30x multiplier on the body
But
count.
what if it's
depends
famous?
on the
What if
rapper,
it's
though.
famous rock star?
Oh.
Also bad.
Yeah, but which
Like
one's
Gene
worse? Which one's
Simmons?
worse to you, though?
Gene Simmons, rock stars actually have talent, so I'm gonna have to say, it's Although, is
So
that
you're
worse?
so you're going for
That's kinda like
so you're going for like Metallica fangirl over Diddy fangirl.
It would be like, who's like a, I don't know. Who's? Do you listen to rap music?
Yeah.
All right, who's like a big rap artist right now?
Kendrick.
Is
Kendrick
NLE?
Lamar.
Kendrick
But Kendrick
Kendrick.
Lamar's a sweet.
He's married.
Or like Drake or
And
something.
oh yeah,
Or
okay.
NLE Choppa
If a
or
girl
something.
fucked Drake, yikes. Yeah, because then she has at least good taste in music. Like if she fucked, like Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses or some shit. Like yeah, I'ma give her. Although man, he's been around since the '80s, so that's a rough one.
I have a question. Is it different for you if she actually like was in a relationship and dated a like famous musician and then they broke up? Like it wasn't just a one-time thing.
Well, the body is still grimy
Okay.
because they still slept with the dude. I don't know if it really changes that much.
Oh, but hang on. If
Oh
we
boy, all
get
right. Go.
if we get back to the B question here, right? If they blew one of the island boys, wouldn't you consider that the same thing in that case?
Yeah.
Nah, it's
No?
still bad. Don't get me wrong, it's still bad, but it's like, it's the it's like the progression of worseness. So like if they just like held hands, then kissed, then like second base, oral sex, full sex. It's the progression of disgust.
Oh.
The disgust progression.
I think that shit's just as gross, dude.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, I think it's just as bad. I'm putting them both in the same category.
Okay, no, but so when we were talking about like, is it a body? I wasn't even attributing necessarily to, is it as bad or not? There could be some dispute over whether oral sex is, in terms of the disgust response, is as bad as sexual intercourse. It's disputable, I guess. The girls are loving this conversation.
Go for it.
Here's the.
I mean, it's dating related.
Yeah.
Wait, Spyro did a algorithm here. I can't even parse this. Okay,
Body
Spyro.
count.
This.
Hey, where's
he's-
the
Oral times body
where's this
count
chick?
is
She can
greater than
probably
3.
parse it.
Oh,
Bro.
well, maybe.
She's that's linguistics. All right, one night stand.
Thank you, Spyro, for the updated math.
Right,
He
yeah,
did
man.
the updated.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spiral. I can't even parse that. I don't even.
Yeah.
Know. Wait, did he include it for the grimy? Was there a
Pull
grimy?
back up.
factor?
Just use your order of operations.
I lost
Brian.
it. It got. Let me see. It got unstarted. I
Cosine.
think.
Yeah, use your order of
Close.
operations. We'll figure this thing out.
So
Yeah.
look, ladies, me and Andrew here have just been talking about grimy dudes and body counts. Are you guys gonna push back at all on?
You guys seem to really love it. You seem
Are
very
you guys-
entertained by
I'm not
grimy
pushing
guys.
back because I think we're all kind of in agreement.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, how are you gonna know if somebody who's maybe not famous but still equally grimy? Like there are men out there who sleep around crazy and don't talk about body count. So like, I get you're having the discussion about it, but it's like I don't know how to like.
Well, women
interject or-
don't have the same intuitive disgust about it that men do. That's the interesting part.
You think?
Same
Well, I know
intuitive
so.
disgust?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is.
In what way?
Yeah. So, paternity tests. Those are pretty recent inventions, right?
Yeah.
How would men assure paternity before a paternity test?
The way that they looked when the baby came out.
How else? What would be the best way to assure that the child was yours?
Make sure that you're the only one having sex
Right, you're
with
the
her.
only one, right?
Right.
So, for the assurance of reproduction, for the purposes of survival, right? It makes sense why men have this kind of like revolt carriage to women with multiple men. They want to assure that that's their offspring. If they can't assure that it's the offspring, it also is detrimental to the mother because then they can just deny it, right? It's not mine. You slept with multiple men, so that's it. That's why that revolt or disgust is there for men. It's not
You don't
always
think that
there
that's
for women.
societal in there too?
What do you mean?
I don't know if there's.
This is just what you find socially when you
Yeah.
when you give different polls and different questions between the sexes.
Correct.
It's not that women don't care about it. I'm not saying that, right? And some women really care about it. just that they seem to care about it less than men care about it with them.
Or a different reason why. Like for women, it'd be protection or safety, because if you have someone that's
it's
sleeping
not
around a lot,
revulsion.
right? We might, So if you use that terminology with someone, a guy might go revolted. A woman, we might forgive more or something, or we might look at a different angle.
Well, that would tell me that it's just not as prominent of a deal breaker as it is for men.
Or if you just did how you ask, because I do think that there's women that are going to be like, I don't want a guy that's sleeping around too much because I don't want to catch something, or I don't want to.
Yeah, but
whatever.
let me I'll show you a big distinct difference that I think will maybe change your view on this. So, if you tell a guy, well, there's a woman and she's 28, 29 years old, right, and she's still a virgin, they think, well, that's a pretty good catch, right? 28, 29. But the flip side is that women will often reject men at 28, 29 who are virgins because they think, what the fuck is wrong with this guy that no woman wants him? So that happens often to men.
I don't know. I've seen it in coaching. It just depends on different societies. And then also, I have a lot of clients that are 30s and 40s who are virgins.
Mostly men, though, right?
Just
I coach women too.
Just one sec. We'll come right back to it.
Jungle.
Yo, Jungle. Guys, W's in the chat for Jungle.
Pop champagne. Yo, Brian. What up?
Where'd it go?
Pop that bottle. Andrew is gonna need it with all these lesbians.
Thank you, brother.
Mystery
Thank
and
you,
Bubba
Jungle.
Jake
What the
bringing
heck?
all the race jokes to life on the other side.
Who here
Hilarious
wants?
party.
Who here
Let's
wants champagne?
Go Crucible.
Champagne?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
No.
I'll take some.
Yes. Sorry,
I'm
you
not
can't have
driving.
any. Yes.
Yes.
So wait. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Wait, yes. Okay, so 5 total. Yo, Jungle, thank you so much for the champagne pop, man. You're a legend.
By the way, they better not be. And if they are, they should probably shut that stream off and be done with it. If they were to do something that stupid, they should probably not do that. Just saying.
Because it's on your channel.
Yeah,
right?
just saying.
Yeah.
Probably
Probably
shouldn't be doing that.
But Jungle, thank you so much for the champagne pop. You're a legend, sir. Thank you so much. All right, we'll get this pouring. Sorry, you guys can continue on with your conversation. So you were talking about your clientele and how they don't really care.
I think it just depends. As far as for being a virgin, if the guy's insecure about being a virgin, he'll naturally go towards and by accident date women who will say something like that, right? But the more he heals from that insecurity, the more that all of a sudden he's naturally around people that really don't care. But as far as societal, we've noticed that certain countries don't necessarily consider body count or care, like Spain. Spain, for instance, women are very much so more sexually dominant there. They even go half on the bill or pay the bill is usually that kind of. So some of it's societal, some of it's very primal, of course. Like you want to make sure that you're procreating, that your seed that's yours. So of course there's something to it on that one. So I think it's also how you phrase the question to someone.
All right, let's do a really
I don't know if it would be how you phrase it. What do you mean how you phrase the question?
If you ask a woman, hey, would you care if you were dating a guy and he was sleeping around with a whole bunch of women, while you guys were in a relationship? I'm sure she's going to have like a repulse factor in that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
But that's not really what you would ask, right? So what the question determines, like, if you're asking previous partners, right? So I think if you were to keep all things equal, right, and you were to say to any number of different women, there's a man here who has a 100 body count, right, versus there's a woman here to the same equal amount of men who has a 100 body count, that the men would be far more revolted by that than the women.
Sure, and I'm just saying with that one, sometimes we notice that has a little bit to do with society, like in Spain compared to here, for instance. But yes, you have that for sure.
I'm picking up on a lot of words. Like you said, primal. I think you said something about like when you're selecting a mate to procreate and everything. Like for me, body count and like putting value on anybody, male, female, whatever, based on who they've touched or not touched. Like we're making equations and trying to figure this shit out. But like, at the end of it, like we're not in BC era. We don't have to pick mates on how much they said.
Because
Well, you can go get pregnant by yourself as a woman without a man even being involved. So I just feel like we're at this
well,
point
no,
in
man,
our
you definitely
society.
can't get pregnant without a man being involved.
Well, you got to have some sperm somewhere.
Right.
I guess what I mean is without intercourse or without worrying about how many persons that man or woman have been with. I just think that putting value on a person because of body count is so not 2025 because like we don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, but it's still part of a survival mechanism. So
For who?
we
For
can't
men
get-
or heterosexual
I'll
men or
explain it.
everybody?
Well, I'll explain it.
Okay.
So
I'm ready.
human beings.
Really quick, before
Yep.
you take a sip, we
All
got to
right.
do a cheers and then.
Oh, cool. cool.
Cheers, salute to Jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Woo.
So human beings are pattern recognition machines. That's how we live our lives.
Patterns change. Just but keep going. Sorry to interrupt.
How do you know they change?
That's evolution, sir.
Right. So you know patterns change because they don't fit the pattern that you're used to.
Yep.
That's how, right?
Pretty
that
much,
would be
yeah.
the way. So if you're a pattern recognition machine and you notice a pattern between people who do this type of behavior, right? This is what I see with them. People who do this type of behavior, this is what I see with them. People, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The reason that's ingrained inside of you to make those risk calculations is so that you can survive and thrive long term. And every human being does this, like all of them.
In
We do
ways, I get
eventually.
it. Yeah. But, I just feel like as society advances, some of our mindset has to advance and change too. Because, like, we're not out here catching AIDS and STDs as much as we used to because
Yeah, we are.
have those.
STDs are at almost an all-time high, I believe. Like they're
Herpes,
increasing.
HPV.
They're increasing.
Yeah.
In fact, STDs we almost got rid of
Yeah.
are now back with a bang.
That's interesting. So that, to me, that says that more, I may be wrong. This is just like a personal opinion. Like maybe if STDs are kind of on a rise or not going down, it seems like promiscuity is in a way because people who have STDs are obviously still having sex and having sex and having sex. So some consider it a very important thing. But
there's reasons though, right? Like it may be there could be trends you could point to that promiscuity is going down actually, but what is going up is things like sex work and
Yes.
the amount of people who are involved in sex work.
Promiscuity
that
in
is
different
a place,
avenues,
that's a
for
place
sure.
where you would grab a lot of STDs and get them out to the general public, right? Your risk assessment for that is way, way, way higher. So if that's the case, you wouldn't actually need general societal promiscuity to go up, just a small portion of the society to engage in high-risk behavior and then move it out. That's what happened with HIV, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? Same thing. It was a small subset of the population, but they were heavily promiscuous. That moved out to the other subsets of the population.
in a way, yeah.
I think it's also because there's a lack of sexual education in schools now.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Well, where I'm from, I took a sex ed class 4th grade just because of puberty, and I had one semester of one in 7th grade, but my high school never taught it. This middle schools I used to go to, they don't teach it anymore. I don't know anyone who's younger than me who gets taught sex ed anymore.
My son is 17 and he had no idea what that was. He goes to a local high school and he's like, no one's
Yeah,
teaching them condoms and STDs.
That's part of the general curriculum for most
It
schools.
definitely should be. I think it's so.
They might
I
have
think it's
taken
the
away.
areas.
It's the areas.
But also, it's not like, I've never really bought this. There's not enough sexual education in schools. There was a huge primary campaign run on that throughout the 90s and in the early 2000s, and it didn't do anything. Nothing. And here's the thing, convincing me that the average 13 to 15-year-old doesn't know anything about sex
Oh, yeah,
and
they know
modernity is
things.
fucking insane.
Oh yeah, you're
Of
gonna
course they
learn.
do.
Things.
Of
You're
course
gonna
they
learn.
do.
You can Google things now. I with sex education and everything, it's like you're not gonna really understand a lot of it until you experience it or make the mistakes, and you won't even hear it anyway. A lot of it too, like trauma. Trauma has a lot to do with whether or not you're escaping in sex, and that's at any age. So you can tell someone all day long, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, but they're gonna.
I think trauma's a cope. I think that. Here's what I think. I think that a lot of women utilize the trauma excuse for their promiscuous past when they really just wanted to get dicked down by a stud. And what they do is they cope about it. And they're like, no, see, the reason that I went down and got dicked down by so many studs is because my trauma that happened when I was younger, this bad thing happened to me. And that's what made it so that all these handsome men just had to fuck me, right? And it's
Maybe the
like,
younger ones, the older ones are owning it.
Hang on. So I hear that and I think to myself, maybe not. Maybe it's not the fact that you were traumatized, but the fact that You just wanted to have sex with a lot of good-looking guys.
I mean that, absolutely.
So-
That can
of
be
course.
healing. That can
Yes.
be healing in ways.
Yeah.
I think so that, like, if a guy said, like, oh, I just had a really bad breakup and she really broke my heart, and, like, oh, I'm back on the streets, the boys will be like, yeah, get back on the streets, but, like, when women do that, like you said, it's kind of, were you really hurt? Like, is that really a trauma response, or are you just being wild?
Well, what
Coping.
it is, yeah, it's coping. What it is they're
Some of
going,
it's coping.
They're doing this. They're going, look, my dating chances drastically go down because I've slept with and now the numbers are fucking astronomical, like 50, 60, 70 guys, right? I've slept with that many guys.
You have?
When people,
Wait.
when
You
people
slept with
realize that.
60 to 70 chicks. I mean, dudes.
Boy, you got me, Brian. So
Clip it and ship it.
that's what
once.
that's what they'll say, right?
Yeah.
And so if they do, right, their chances for having like the kind of more high status man, especially in their 30s, is going to greatly decrease in comparison to women who haven't. So if that's the case, like, they have every reason to make an excuse to cope about it, to be like, no, it's not my fault. It was some trauma that I had that got treated, this type of thing.
Yes and no. It's if you're still engaging in that behavior. So if there's a quality man who's healed and he's ready for marriage and he's dating a woman who obviously you can tell if someone still like doesn't love themselves and they're acting out and they're seeking love and validation from other men, then sure. But
I
if
don't
someone's
think men
healed,
get healed. I think they get. I think they get
no,
tired.
you can do it.
Yeah, I think they get tired.
I do. We do
So I
NLP
don't
and
think-
hypnotherapy with my
Yeah,
guys.
hypnotherapy's bullshit.
You
by
don't
the
think
way.
sex
There's a
heals?
little bit. All it is
Total
hypnotherapy.
bullshit.
All it is that you go in and you can rewire, reframe some memories so that you're not as freaking loaded by
It's the
them.
least scientific form
Sure.
of especially any sort of hypnosis.
But it's kind of fun.
Total nonsense. But the thing is interesting about this is like it's not that men are coping or get healed. They're not healed. They just get tired of it. So playing the field for men who can, right? It's fun for a little bit, and they just get sick of it. And it's not that they're healed from shit. They weren't traumatized, right? They're like, what are they traumatized from? Oh, I had sex with a bunch of beautiful women. Oh my God, the trauma. Oh, the trauma.
No, well, that's not
It's like,
where trauma comes from.
Of course they're not traumatized.
That's not trauma.
Right? They're not traumatized by it at all. They're sick of it, right? And the same thing with women. They do get, in some ways, traumatized by women, but mostly it's just they're sick of women's bullshit, right?
Well, sure, but that's not trauma.
Well, what is trauma for them?
Trauma is when you're like, if you're getting actually abused, beaten, hurt. Like I've had clients that were like, for men, actually dated narcissistic women, which is surprising. Not surprising for me, but a lot of people don't realize that men can be in abusive relationships.
Of course.
Right? They're
Yeah,
psychologically
sure.
abused, physically abused.
Yeah, and they can hold those scars over. They can go through terrible divorces.
But no, dating
and
a
have
bunch
those
of women
scars
and all
too.
that. Yeah, but I'm talking, when I talk trauma stuff, I mean that. I don't mean the superficial coping shit. I mean actual,
Yeah,
like.
but the amount of women who express that they've been traumatized, and then you find out what they've been traumatized by is just the same regular
agreed.
rigmarole shit that most every human being has to go through. I'm like, that's not trauma.
Yeah.
That's cope.
Oh yeah, because right now you see like influencers right now. I have such a grip with this one. They take the word trauma, or they take the word narcissist, or they take the word and they overuse it to the point where when you are actually having that or having trauma or having abuse, it's like it's gotten so blown out of proportion that the people who actually do need help or do actually have
Well,
it.
actual narcissists are rare, and so what's happened is
There's a scale.
Every woman on planet Earth thinks she's a psychologist. I have no idea why, but they read something online about narcissistic tendencies and traits, and don't realize how common the miscalculation between confidence and narcissism is.
Yep.
Oh, that was a confident man who was assertive and aggressive in his boundaries. I don't like that, so he's a fucking narcissist. It's like, no, that's not a narcissist.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's a very common female cope.
Yeah, I think that'll change when we have more females talking to other females about that one. Like, no, you can't say that,
understand.
Becky.
How would that be the case when like the whole field of psychology is completely inundated with women? It's like saturated with them, and they mostly treat women. Men
they
don't
get more
usually
men
seek
to-
psychological help because
No,
they
you'll
have the
go in-
boys.
yeah.
They go out with the boys. They
Or you'll
grab
get
the drinks,
coaches.
right? They do that stuff.
Yeah.
They're not grabbing many female coaches either. They're grabbing their buddies. They're grabbing their pals. They're grabbing their groups.
Maybe they might not tell you.
No, most men are not.
I've
I
never
mean,
heard
most
of
men
it.
by
Oh
the
yeah,
numbers.
there's a lot.
Just like most men
I've
by
do
the numbers.
boot camps all over the world.
Sure,
and
with
that's it.
men.
with men.
Right? But what I'm saying is that they're not going to female psychologists. They're not even really going to
No,
male
but that's why I'm saying
psychologists.
I'm not a psychologist. They have that like nice little, I'm a coach. So for me, if they're coming to me, it feels a little bit less like, oh, I'm not going to someone because I'm messed up. I'm not going to a psychologist. Although I do encourage it. I think talk therapy doesn't help with certain things, but it's great to talk things out. But there's different modalities of like CBT or EMDR or, whatever it is. So yeah.
I think most women seek out psychological assistance from psychologists so that they can learn various forms of manipulation in order to manipulate whoever it is they're trying to manipulate, and they want the assistance from somebody who's a professional at it.
Yeah, weaponizing. So it's weaponizing therapy talk. Right. We have men that do that. But anyone who's traumatized, who's not really, or an a-hole or whatever, who's not willing to take a hard look at themselves.
But
they're
again,
going to go in there, they're
if I
going to
look
use
at
that.
the numbers, though, and I look at the numbers of women who seek psychologists versus men, it's overwhelmingly women, and it's overwhelmingly women in the field. So can you always make the case, the other sex also engages in that? It's like, yeah, but to the degree of it, it's not even close.
Well, yeah, unless they Google it. You can Google all day long and not have to go to someone and spend money and $300 a pop to go to a psychologist to learn the jargon. You could just Google it online. It's
true.
It's everywhere on Instagram, it.
Well, psychology is a study of the mind, right? I've never even I don't consider it even scientific. I never have. It has scientific elements for data gathering and things like this, but it's not itself a science. That's why it's considered a soft science.
Soft science, yeah.
I would just consider it not science.
They learn more and more. It's nice that it grows. I mean, I remember back in the day when I was in psychology courses, and we thought back then that you only use 10% of your brain, and I mean that's what we learned back then. They didn't know, and there's so much more. It's just a growing
that's because
thing.
What happens is a sociological study will come out that has no reputations to it, has not been replicated, but because it's the most modern study, everyone will reference it as though it's gospel. Within 2 years, the reputation comes out, but what? Everybody inside their mind, they already have this bad information, right?
Right, yeah.
They already have
exactly.
the bad information.
I mean,
I still hear people say we only use 10% of our brain.
Oh, you
I
do?
still hear people say that left-handed people are more creative. I still hear people say that people with blue eyes are generally taller. I see people say all sorts. I see
With
people,
blue eyes.
I see people say all kinds of crazy shit, right? That has been refuted, repudiated, completely decimated for years and years and years. But because it's allowed to permeate within the decade of reason that these people are in, they hear it, it sticks. They're not looking for reputations years later. That's the problem with psychology. It's a complete building block of lies.
Psychology, but that's the thing, is that psychology isn't that building block of lies. It's the fact that you can take a zoom out and look at the fact that that's a pattern. We talked about patterns earlier. Patterns I do agree, patterns actually repeat. It's what human behavior doesn't necessarily change. Our circumstances might, or the way things look might change, but there's a pattern to that. So over the years, every decade has some sort of bad information that gets, caught up with.
Yeah, but it's way worse in sociology and psychology. You're talking 60-70% of the studies suffer from the replication crisis. All science suffers from the replication crisis.
Right.
But the hard sciences, very low. When you go back
like
to
chemistry.
when you go back to replicate a chemistry experiment, really easy. You take this chemical, this chemical, this chemical, you put in the same conditions, right?
Yeah.
The human element is very confounding, especially when you're not studying the direct biological.
Yeah.
So they go out to replicate the sociological studies like 70%. In Canada, it's worse. Canada was worse. It was like 80% plus. They couldn't replicate the studies if they got the same participants, the same scientists, and the same control conditions.
Yeah.
So it's like, why the fuck would I ever trust any science that's 80% wrong or 70% wrong or 60% wrong?
I don't know. I do that too because I remember people were talking about Freud for a long time, and that guy was fucking nuts. I hated it.
Yeah, but wait a second. He made psychotherapy, and he did a lot of hypnotherapy.
He did. We took a lot of that, and hopefully you grow. Hopefully you learn. The one thing that I like about it is like hopefully you can take a mistake and learn from it and grow from it and do better. But I mean, there's some cool elements. Take what you like, discard the rest. And that's about it.
I think it goes back to control, because like what we were talking about with the body count thing, and even this, like, it's unpredictable. You can't quantify it. You can't hypnotize it. Like, we keep trying to put these calculable elements on dating and love, and like my mindset on it all is it's not. Like, it doesn't matter how many people you've had sex with. It doesn't matter. I won't say your trauma, but like we're trying to calculate the human experience, especially relationship wise, and it's incalculable. Like you don't wake up and you say, I'm gonna eat eggs and I'm gonna eat eggs every day for the rest of my life, and I'm gonna have a pizza and I'm gonna be bad if I have pizza. Like your genitals are not one-time use, because if that was the case, the first person you linked it with or had sex with, you would only be able to orgasm with them. You would only be able to procreate with them. Like, we have multi-use organs, but we try to make them single-use or monogamous, and that's cool if you find that, but I just feel like biologically speaking, we're not even biologically set up for monogamy.
But if you can do a thing, it doesn't mean you should do a thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's very
and not only that,
circumstantial.
like I think that you would even agree that not really, like, there's a lot of calculable risks that you intuitively know. Like, you've heard this advice from your parents, for instance, right? Don't date someone who treats you bad. Something simple, right?
Yeah.
Well, you'd be looking for patterns for bad treatment, right? So there's like no way around pattern recognition, especially when it comes to dating and things like this, so that
Especially
you
for
can
women.
mitigate risk.
Yeah,
You
'cause
go,
we're told,
oh,
don't
you're
date the
treating
guy
me
who
bad. Don't be
broke.
with a person who treats you
Don't
bad,
date
right?
the
Yeah, right?
That's calculating risk.
And it's incalculable.
Quick thing here. We have 2 champagne pops.
Jeez.
From Jungle.
I'm actually sober.
Jungle
recognize this?
donated
$1,000.
Okay.
Pop champagne.
'Cause sometimes I
Get another one, Brian.
He's
And
good.
Andrew was just a light jokey joke. They all good.
No, he's
Bubba
good.
Jake is keeping it classic for the crew.
Jungle,
Yo, Jungle, thank you so
okay,
much,
it is okay. So Brian moderately questioned your integrity briefly, but I did explain to him that your integrity is not to be questioned.
Well, if we get like crazy, first off, if it's legit, and I'm assuming it's legit,
It's legit.
Then this guy's a fucking legend. Thank you,
Legend.
Jungle. We gotta be careful. Somebody's like, they could just like try to screw us over and just be like, do a credit card dispute or something. But
Okay, except that guy sent like $20,000 to the Crucible, never
Oh,
disputed a single
shit.
thing ever.
yeah,
So
sweet.
so like a little faith in my boy Jungle.
No, yeah, I just want to clear that
That's
up. That's why I was
wonderful.
asking. But yo, Jungle, you're fucking legend, and we're about to pop. I had to have my girl because we're actually out of champagne. You tapped us, Jungle, but so she had to go down. She had to go get some more champagne. And by the way, so you did too. You're a legend, sir.
Jungle donated $1,000.
What a legend.
Pop champagne.
Thank you, man.
Wow.
Keep 'em coming, Brian. Bubba Jake is keeping it light and classic. We good in the hood.
Oh
Good.
no.
Pop, pop.
Oh, it's one of these
Digins
weird.
Can't win. Not one step back.
And one SB.
Oh no, it's one of these weird ones.
This is a good time for me to get a smoke.
All right, yo, Jungle, you're a legend. You're a
Yep.
legend. All right, thank you, Jungle. Appreciate it, man.
I'm in the crosshairs.
By the way, Jungle, if you want to do some fucking top G Giga Chad shit. By the way, join our Discord. When you do Champagne Pop, you get a free legendary roll on the whatever Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. We have crypto options. I don't know if you're a crypto guy. We have Ethereum. We have Crystal, which is, let's see if I can show it here. Oh, is it not on the, oh, here it is. This is a empty ball of Crystal. And you can, for one Ethereum, we'll pop a ball of Crystal, which is, it's like a $500 bottle. So very nice bottle of champagne. So we have those. All right. While I'm getting this popped, I'm trying to, oh shit, don't want to get this stuff. While I'm getting this popped, Felicity, go ahead, take over.
All right.
You got this, Felicity. We believe in you.
Oh my god.
Oh, is this just,
Ooh, that makes me nervous.
Oh, God, right?
wait. Hold on. I gotta do this off camera.
Oh, God. How old are you, Felicity? Sorry.
I'm 19.
19.
Oh, my God. Okay.
How
You're,
old did you think I was?
I mean, in your 20s at least, you know, you look very mature. You're closer to my son's age than mine.
I get like mixed opinions. Like some people think I look really young. Some people think I'm like 24. I'm like, I'm not 24. I just turned 19 like not even a month ago. So
Happy birthday.
thanks.
So does body count still matter for like your age group? Because I'm old, so man.
I know, right? But then again, as we get older, we don't care. Even the guy, I gotta say this: the guys that I coach, honestly, once they start healing and stuff, they literally don't give a. They don't care. There's some people that will, I'm sure, of course, and there's some people that will, but there's sometimes it's just you care about more about the person.
Yeah.
I've honestly
Yeah.
never encountered someone who was like, oh, I have an issue
No.
with body count. Now, I don't
Yeah.
date very often.
I
but
do.
even Still.
I have not.
I would prefer someone to have like the same body count as me if I'm gonna date them seriously.
Well, you're younger too. I can't imagine a 19-year-old being like, "I've had 500 women." You're like, "Yeah, in what time?
Right? Or
In
being
what
like-
time? Are you going to school?" school?
Yeah.
Do you have hobbies?
If you're dating like an older person who had like 3 times your body count, I could see how that would
Like
be
that, I would
awkward.
understand more. Like if I was dating someone that was a few years older than me, I'd understand if they had a little
Right.
more.
Yeah.
But
Perspective. Yeah.
I'll have a glass. I'm like,
Thank
I
you
still
for
have
that
some.
answer, though. That's, yeah.
You'll have some.
I'll have some.
So what are the age demographics for like most of your clients? Because I have 2 boys, and once I get married, we'll have 8 boys in between the 2 of us. So just like as a future husband, mom, like what are the age groups of clients that
For
you,
me,
Yeah,
I coach anywhere from 18 to I have a client in his 80s, mid 80s.
Wow.
I have a few clients in their mid 80s.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, like I've never heard of a coach that handles that kind of thing.
Honestly, I didn't either. I didn't really know about it. I knew about Tony Robbins,
And then
but
have
I
you
didn't
forward
know
for
that this kind of thing existed. I knew about
Yeah.
pickup artists a little bit, but no, I got sober 8 years ago today. Actually, today's my 8th year sobriety date.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just took a cake for 8 years and then came here.
What was your poison?
Alcohol and cocaine, and then pretty much whatever anyone had in their hand. It really wasn't. I was like that, whatever, put it in me. But then I was doing odd jobs. I had a great resume, but I had to heal so much. And then eventually, I was debating on going back to getting my master's and PhD, but I didn't like the idea of being in school for that long. And so I just waited. And then I had a friend of mine call, and she was like, "Hey, we've got a friend. She's a dating coach for men. I think you guys would be a great fit." Because I was always helping people. I was always helping men. I was always guiding. I was always giving advice, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, this is a thing. And then honestly, when I started coaching is when I started really taking a better look at myself and taking massive accountability. I learned so much by coaching men. I was like, whoa, we're a lot more similar than I thought. And then I wound up continuing my education and doing like NLP and all that. Yeah.
You're a
Can
lot more
I tell you that
similar.
I'm always, I'll just be honest with you, I'm always skeptical of dating coaches.
Me too.
So
Are you
I-
kidding?
So I've been, so
They suck. A
I've
lot
been
of
on
them.
the opposite- so-
Sorry, there's a lot of great ones.
So if I was, let's say I woke up tomorrow, right, meteorite hit my house and went through the wife, she's dead, right?
Yeah.
I'm single with my kids tomorrow. I wouldn't have a fucking clue about the modern dating market, and I wouldn't give a shit. I would literally
Right.
just give
Wow.
up. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Live the rest of my life in isolation on a mountaintop somewhere and just enjoy the shit out of it. I'm fine with that.
Honestly,
right?
sounds great.
But here's the thing: is like when I talk to the dating coaches, it
Yeah.
seems very scammy to me.
Yes.
It seems very much like they fluff their resume for how many success stories they've really had. It seems like they kind of fluff their experiences. And here's what I mean by this. My dad gave me a great piece of advice when I was 14 years old. He said, never take financial advice from someone who's broke.
Right.
So if you're talking about dating coaches, should people take advice from single dating coaches?
Yeah, it's dating. I'm dating. I'm in the pool. But I
Yeah,
also
no,
have
know.
amazing relationships.
I get that, but like, doesn't that follow the same logic of like, don't take financial advice from people
Sure.
who aren't rich?
But
right?
you answered it. Would you take dating advice from someone who's dating? Who's in it, who sees it, but who's also had good.
Well, I would
but
take-
also, you're someone that discerns. Like, you're someone that, like, for you personally,
Yeah.
you might not need it because you're reading people. You are an analyst.
Yeah, but
you're not going to be as.
But the marriage aspect shows that you were successful in the dating, right?
Oh yeah, I do. I mean, yeah, a lot
That
of my clients
shows
get
like
married.
I was just like the $1 million shows that you were successful in the
Yes.
financial market.
Yeah.
So it's like when you say, "Well, I'm in the dating market. I'm successful at dating." It's like,
Yeah.
what's the prize of dating, though? Isn't it marriage? Isn't that
Some of
supposed to
them
generally be the prize?
Well, what happens with a lot of them is, and I get this a lot. So I'll have a program that's called From Like Toxic to Triumph, and I do career as well too. Like I do have multiple careers, and I have success in there, so I do get to pass that on. But the main thing is also like, what I help a lot with is stop dating the toxic ones, the ones that you actually don't like. So
like all of them.
yeah, right. So a lot of them stay single for a while. No.
Like a financial advisor,
No.
but for love and relationships.
Yeah, and we do career as well too. We do. I get to unblock in there.
Like, so I read, and again, this is my studies, right? So you take it with a grain of salt, as well you should. But some data is better than others, that you can judge better than others. Like if it comes from a dating website, it's usually fairly good. It's not great, but it's usually fairly good. There's less bias, things like this. But one thing is like there used to be dating placement agencies. So what they would do, and they still exist.
They still,
right?
yeah, they still exist.
Yeah, is that they would just like link people up for dates, right? And then, let the chips fall where they may. When it came to the track record of those agencies versus straight dating coaches, those agencies had a way better track record because what they were doing is putting people with people, with people, with people.
Yes.
And it's like, it's the natural course that if you run into more people, your chances for success increase versus decrease, right?
So they come to me when they go to those pools, but they keep picking the ones that don't work out. Then we find out why you're picking, this person over here versus if you actually want a quality woman who you're aligned with, who you would get married to, but yet you keep dating the ones that are, having good times with the island boys. Like, why do you keep getting around those? So we identify why are you around those women that are in those parties versus if you want a quality woman, where would you go? And then I could point him back to like, well, go to this dating pool or go to this one or do this one or tweak your bio this way, you know?
Do you think men or women are better at dating coaching for men?
I think both, honestly. I think as long as you know what you're doing and you care, because
Do you think men or women would be better dating coaches for women?
Again, I mean, all right, look, for me personally, if it's a guy and he's wanting advice on a woman, we read women a little bit faster. But for me, like, there are a couple of my girlfriends that I'll go to because they speak dude, and I'll go to them. They give it to me straight. There's no fluff. But if I'm dating someone or if I have questions about it, because I have my own blind sides, right? I have my own like things that'll come up. I'm gonna go to a guy because guys, you guys do read men a lot faster. You think it, you are in it. So I typically I do like that, but I'll go to both and hear like what they both have to say. But
So I mean, it stands to reason to you that men know men better, women know women better.
Yeah, I can't say that like as a complete thing because you can read women and there's women that can read men.
There's an interesting phenomenon here that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
This is why I ask.
Yeah. What are you setting me up for?
Well, I'm not even setting you up. It's just this is a trend that I see a lot. If I ask a female dating coach, and they answer both ways. Right. Usually, female dating coaches will actually say women are just better to go to. Period. When it comes to dating coaching, because the advice for women it's better, and then the advice you get from men they don't. It's not as good. Right. They'll just kind of phrase it this way.
Yeah.
Now, there's some who, like you, will say, well, you should go to men.
Yeah.
Right, if you're a woman, because they're going to read men better.
Absolutely.
Or you should go to a woman. If you're a man, because they're going to read women better, right? But here's the problem that comes up, is that women are way worse at holding elongated relationships with each other than men are with each other.
With friendships?
Friendships.
So what does that have to do with relationships?
Well, that's what's interesting, right? Is like everything, all of these aspects are interpersonal. So it just means interpersonal dynamics, right?
Correct. Yeah,
so
I love that.
A friendship is still it's an interpersonal dynamic.
Yeah.
And friendships actually take, in some cases, more work than a relationship.
My longest right now, I just messaged with her over 20 years.
Right. But what I'm saying is like men.
But I agree with that. I think that you should look at what are your relationships.
But if men do generally better in interpersonal relationships than women do, shouldn't men and women both go to men for relationship advice?
I think it just depends on the person.
They're better interpersonal relationships with women and men for friendships.
I mean, we're not going to go down on the street and just grab any man and be like, help me with my dating advice. Like, I think it just depends on, if the guy's good, he's good. If the girl's good, she's good.
Yeah.
But again, you're going to be able to read them and just read them, and hopefully they're not full of crap.
I go to my girlfriends, my friends who are female, for more emotional, like social advice. Not that we are not intellectual, because we are. But if I was having a relationship issue, especially since I date girls mostly, then I would maybe go to like guy friends or something like that for more like analytical advice. Like I feel like y'all see it from that. More, you said primal earlier. I'm going to use that phrase, but because it kind of fits, but not really. But I feel like men see the world and women and relationships for more of that like primal thing, like how do I mate, how do I provide those things, and then women see it more from like that emotional, like how do I make sure I have a loving partner, how do I find a supporting partner, things like that. So I think, again, we just go, for me, it goes back to love and dating is uncalculable.
So I think that.
What are you looking for?
One of the best pieces of advice is in modernity for men, right?
Yep.
And you can love this or hate this, is that generally speaking, taking advice from women about anything is a terrible idea. basically always a terrible idea, and it's almost,
What women are you around?
almost-
Who hurt you?
See what I mean? Like that. Like the feminist comes out right away, right? So who hurt you? The idea of who hurt you comes down to your blanket idea, your psychological training of trauma, right? You assume that there must be some trauma. There's not trauma. It's just pattern recognition.
What, No,
Right.
but it'd be your pattern recognition.
Yeah, my
Everyone's got a different
Yeah, but here's the
pattern.
thing, right?
Because you
There's
do have a lot of
also-
guys that, like, if they grew up with a lot of women, then
Yeah.
they actually do tend to go towards more women. And if they had like if they
grew
had
up with women.
bad but if they had a bad relationship, like I have a lot of guys that if they had abuse from men or
No, see what I
bullying
mean?
from men, they actually don't
you go
trust the
immediately
men.
to a trauma analysis rather than a logical analysis.
That would be logical.
go. There's
That would
No,
be
that's-
logic.
no,
Logic.
it-
1 + 1
no.
= 2. If my friend group of men is mean and I go to them and they give me bad advice, then I'm not going to go to them. That's logic. That's 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah. Well, hang on. There's a distinction when you use a trauma analysis, meaning the very first thing you said to me is, "Who hurt you?"
Well, it's not the first thing. I think we were
Right?
an hour in.
The second I
but-
said something, you disagree with, it was who hurt. Now you'll find this trend with women, right? The second you make a claim that they think is effective, women as a category, instant trauma response must be trauma. Who hurt you?
There's that
What happened to you?
Emotional.
What is this thing that triggered this? Right? And it's like.
Yeah.
Actually, there doesn't always have to be a thing. In fact, there most often isn't. You can just use logic and reason to assess the situations around you based around the social relationships people have and determine that women usually give really fucking bad advice, especially to each other. But men, generally speaking, especially older men, tend to give really good advice, and they usually tend to solicit it, right, only when you're asked them for it, and it's usually pretty good. Women often will give advice nobody fucking asked for, right? Nobody asked for it, they don't care about it, but they can't wait to give it to you. So it's like, what I see with the pattern is that generally speaking, women give terrible advice to women and men tend to give, especially if they're older men, fairly good advice to the people who ask them for advice. That's just what I see as a trend. So if I see that as a trend, of course, my logical brain says most men and women probably shouldn't go towards women for advice. They probably just shouldn't do that. It's probably not a good idea.
I'm going to let you guys respond.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys respond, but we have another champagne pop.
Oh, shit.
And we still need to do a cheers.
Jungleff donated $1,000. Pop champagne. Brian, IDM you on it.
I let the air
Nothing
out.
to worry about, bro.
The air got
Out
let
of
out. It
booze,
didn't do a pop.
order
Can someone make a
pizza,
popping
No
noise?
pineapples.
So that
and
wasn't
get
a
yourself a
champagne
burrito. Have a
It
drink
was
or
a
die.
champagne.
It was a champagne gust.
It was a gust.
It was a champagne gust, yes.
There's multiple. So we need to do 3 cheers, I think, right? Like,
to start to eat
we need to do 3. All right. I'm going to double
wait,
fist
to
this.
the ladies on the panel here. How's your guys' singing voices?
Singing?
I'm a good singer.
Okay.
You're a good singer? You're a good singer?
Gospel,
Good singer?
things like- yeah.
Decent-ish?
It's decent.
I'm a fun singer.
Fun singer, okay. Good singer.
What are we singing?
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
what are we singing?
Can you, since Jungle sent in like $4,000,
Yeah.
can you guys all sing "He's a Jolly Good Fellow"?
Oh,
Could you do it?
Singing
All right,
with
all right.
us?
on
Yeah,
three.
with us, right?
I'll sing with
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Ready?
Oh, boy.
1, 2, 3, go.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow that nobody can deny.
Everyone fucks up the end every single time. Thank you, Jungle.
Yeah.
It's very kind of you.
Which nobody can deny? Yeah, who?
Is that what
Yes,
it
which
is?
nobody
cheers.
can.
Yeah, what prepositional phrase is it?
Okay.
Salut.
Double fisting over here. Brian's crazy.
Yeah.
Is that propositional? Is that a-
Prepositional?
Is that a propositional phrase?
That, in, which, on, about.
So she said that, so that would be
Right?
propositional phrase. Yeah.
Nobody can. I think it's
Which nobody. Yeah.
Which
okay.
nobody can. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right.
Well, next time we'll get it.
To Jungle. Welcome
Thank
to
you,
the
Jungle.
jungle. Thank you. I'll fill up if they need some later. Okay. Did you guys want to continue on the? You're talking about dating.
Yeah. Well, I was just,
yeah.
I was pretty much done there. I just said that's the pattern that I've noticed is that women generally.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, I don't just see that. I don't see this in one occupation. I see this across occupational boards. Like, for instance, women are often in HR departments, and they usually make things 200,000 times worse for everybody because they're in HR departments, and it's just awful. They're just awful in HR departments.
But why are women in HR departments? Because normally, like, I think that kind of goes back to like the systemic change.
I'll
like,
tell you.
we're
Well,
in HR
hang on, I'll
because that's
explain-
all we can do.
Yeah, hang on.
Right?
I'll explain why. I'll explain why in HR departments they're problematic, especially when it comes to men. So, HR. I'm going to tell you. This is true. When you go to a human resources department, they have psychological training courses that they often go through. And during the psychological training courses, they're taught to use a specific tone, which is designed around the feminine, just like in school. In schools, men are disadvantaged. Boys are disadvantaged because it's usually a feminine curriculum. And that's why women excel in school, men don't. They have a feminine curriculum. This idea of like, sit at the table, have your hands folded, listen quietly while the teacher's teaching. Men don't do that shit. They want to throw stuff at each other.
As a boy mom,
and be
I agree.
obnoxious.
Run around the
They want to throw stuff at
Well,
each other.
I know. I'll push back on that though. There's plenty of men who do great in school though. We used to see that a lot more.
Women excel in comparison because of the rules which are there, right? So, for instance, when I was younger, you got into a fist fight. It was maybe suspendable. It was not a police arrest you and you go to jail. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
If I came home with a black eye and bloody nose, I lost.
Yeah.
That's all that meant.
Or unless he had more bruises or something,
Yeah,
then
well,
you could have won on that one.
But the point is like nobody gave a shit. It wasn't like, oh my God, these kids, they started knocking each other around. Oh my, call the cops.
Well, I
right?
think once there was more shootings and
No, it wasn't. There was a massive amount of gang violence inside schools before any of that like mass stuff started happening, right?
Yeah.
But still, men, especially young men, learn differently than women. But because they're inside of like a very feminine zone, they actually can't excel the same way they do in like all boys schools and things like this, where they excel much better. What's interesting is in HR departments, since they're always inundated with women, right? It's always from the feminine perspective too. So men, let me tell you some things that men hate. Can we have a little conversation? Every man who hears that does this. Oh God, can you just come down and Zeus lightning bolt me through the fucking chest? Please do that so I don't have to go in to this room.
I think women have that too. The moment we hear any of
with
that,
this fucking insufferable
can we have a talk?
woman.
Oh,
As a more masculine presenting person,
how about this one? How
as
about
a
this
woman,
one?
I agree.
So
we hate that
So
shit.
what we're gonna do here is a little bit of coaching. We're gonna do a little bit of coaching.
I don't talk like that.
Or how about we're gonna, I'm just here to assist you with some of the problems that we've been seeing you having. And they have their little like fucking stupid Post-it notes and shit. Every guy on planet Earth, right? Even the most like cringe dude thinks the second they hear that, all they can think of in their head is this, and this is what's on repeat. Right now, you can believe me or not believe me, but this is what's on repeat. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Please shut up, bitch. Please shut up. That's all they're thinking on repeat. Now, me saying that out loud to a group of women, you think even right now, man, that's harsh. That's actually kind of harsh, but it's like, that's actually how we think about it. We're just like, please, can this end? How quickly can this end?
But do you think that that's why that tone is being made? Because a confrontation, because I feel like men can only hold it in before they go.
They lose it.
And so it's like they have to take a softer tone. Almost like, I don't want to say like speaking to a child, but just being softer to create this open space.
No. See, I think that misses the whole point.
Okay.
And that's the feminine prism too, right? They don't actually give a shit. What they really want to say to you is like, everything that you're about to tell me, I don't give a fuck about any of it. I don't care. It means nothing to me. I'm only trying to get through this meeting as far as I can to keep this job. But everything coming out of your mouth, I literally don't give a fuck about.
I think women have
That's
that
what
too.
they actually are thinking in their brains.
I think women in that circumstance are also thinking the same thing.
Hold on. Going to you, you are not enjoying what Andrew's saying.
Yeah.
True.
Oh my God.
What are your thoughts?
The reason why she doesn't date in America.
Oh, I was thinking why you could make such conclusions like without giving any examples. Like you need to like support your own opinions.
But even his examples would be his.
So if you're asking for like data for these examples, right now this is an anecdotal conversation.
Yeah.
So I preface this conversation by saying this is based on the pattern recognition experiences that I've seen.
Yeah.
Not preferencing it on like, oh, I have a massive data packet here that's sociological in nature and probably will never be replicated in order to show my findings that this is what men think. But based on all the conversations that I've had with men, and I've had thousands of them all across the world, same thing with women, this is what they think.
Sure, but there will be something called confirmation bias in this as well, too.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is like, I think pattern recognition assists with eliminating confirmation bias. That's what it's there for.
Not
the confirmation
really,
bias is
because
better.
you wouldn't be able to assess your own like patterns and your own confirmation bias in it or awareness of it. If you understand what I'm saying with that one.
So
but sorry,
here's what
I don't want to take the conversation.
Well, you're good, but let's just talk about it from the ideological. You can hold ideologies which are false based on confirmation bias like you're talking about. Many people do.
Yeah.
Until they are moved into a position where their ideology is tested and doesn't fit with the pattern, then they enter cognitive dissonance. Because their confirmation bias shatters based on new pattern recognition.
You hope, but it actually doesn't happen unless they're like forced to recognize it and forced to face the information.
That would be new patterns.
Now, what we see in dating is confirmation bias is huge.
Yeah, of course.
If you have a belief system that all women, all men are shit or nothing, or all women are toxic, I'm sorry, but if you put someone in a room full of quality people or nice people, they'll make it up in their head. You will make it up in your head.
Yeah,
you will actually physically hear it differently, and you will repeat it back differently. You can ask someone with confirmation bias.
I would never say that the idea of like all women are shit.
No, I was giving an example of that.
Right?
I know you didn't say that.
Like in these monolithic tones.
No.
But I do think.
But we generalize.
Yeah, of course we generalize, but that's part of pattern recognition. Is generalization.
And that's a good one to recognize. I'm generalizing, so my pattern is that I'm generalizing and I'm seeing these people and I'm putting them.
Well,
into
no, I'm
this.
generalizing based on patterns. So I would just say, like, for instance, I don't get in very many car accidents, so I think driving's pretty safe for me. That would be a pattern that I would recognize, right?
But if you were to see the data.
But if I were to, well, how about just I were to be moved to a large city where there was massive traffic congestion, and now suddenly I'm driving a lot more and I'm getting into more accidents, I might enter into like, oh shit, my pre-assumption about driving being safe is actually driving's only safe under these circumstances.
If that happened, but you could also go to that big city and suddenly only drive 2 p.m. when there's no traffic. Sure. So you could absolutely still hold that belief system.
But that makes my point for me.
It's safe to do.
Right, but that makes my point for me that the ideology, unless presented with new patterns, is going to hold still based on pattern recognition.
Yes, based on pattern. But that's why it's on the individual as well too. So.
You said like women are like less like not available but reliable for like advice and stuff. Like for me it's much different. Like growing up in the South, like my mom and my grandmother and my aunties, like those powerful women were the ones leading the family, like giving advice, cooking all the meals, and like I couldn't really name maybe like one or two males that really had a dramatic impact on my life where I would say like, oh yeah, like
well, I need you to remember this though.
Yeah.
That I didn't actually say who was more available for advice.
No, that was a bad.
What I said was
who was better if you
the
asked.
ones I would actually go to for advice.
See, for me, it wouldn't be a man because
I actually said women are more available, more available for
but
advice,
the good
and
advice.
more likely to
It
give it
depends on
to
the
you.
subject. I think it depends on what you're asking them advice on.
Right.
Because women would be experts on makeup, for example, like stereotypically.
Or raising kids.
Well, here's the thing. Why the fuck would a guy go to a girl for advice on makeup?
We can answer that. We're in LA.
Just give me an example. Like women are excelling
I mean, let's
in certain
actually dive into like the examples, right?
Okay.
Sure.
So the example of like makeup.
Well,
guys aren't going to go to fucking women for advice on makeup.
I'm
So
just
don't
saying,
wear it.
like when women go to other women for advice, it's on their expertise.
What would men be going to women for advice for?
On how to get women.
That's about it, right?
How to keep it.
When you think about it, like let's break it down.
A woman who
There's
makes a lot
not
of money.
actually that much
Yeah.
for men to go to women for advice on. So if they wanted to talk to very wealthy people, plenty of men who are very wealthy, usually more wealthy than women. If it was going to come down to an occupational like skills, There's no way women are going to get better advice on electrical, roofing, concrete
It
mixing.
depends. Just
no,
like
it
I
doesn't
said,
depend.
makeup was
it
one of them.
It doesn't depend. What woman are you going to go to
women
for advice
excel-
on mixing concrete? Come on.
Well, some women would be
Come
better at
on.
sales specifically.
Sales.
It
Yeah,
depends.
yeah. But here's the thing. Even then, right? Wouldn't you, if you were a man, go, okay, well, there's some disadvantages I have immediately, like I don't have boobs, and I'm not cute, and I don't have this, and I don't
Right.
have that. You're going to go to who
Gonna
for
go
the
for-
best advice on how to sell shit as a man? Men.
I think you're gonna go with someone that looks like you. That way you're like, how do you do what you
Right.
do? And with
think
that
you
part,
could
I agree
go
with.
to
But
advice for
of
women
course.
on if they're the person you're trying to sell to. You could get advice on
That
being better at
market.
sales through that.
that would
Yeah,
be market
except-
research.
Yeah.
Except the most successful marketers on planet Earth were men.
But they probably asked
and they
women.
got the entire planet to smoke. And they got the entire planet to do all of these other things, which are...
This isn't the greatest argument right now.
Well, actually, it is.
No, I'm kidding.
It is.
I got you.
Imagine you can get
imagine all the bad, but you
can
said
get-
good advice.
Well, imagine that you can actually get through crafted propaganda, the whole population to smoke. That was men who were able to at least craft that propaganda. It worked
Sure.
for men and women.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, and
Well,
they
men
weren't like,
were the ones
and by
who
the
were
way, that was
first
like the
able
most
to get into those
misogynistic
roles.
society ever. They weren't.
I
What's
think
that?
what she said was that men were the first ones who could get in that role, and I think that.
So they have, they're a step ahead of women.
That's
in regards
what's
to certain
changing.
roles.
Like
No,
now,
no.
I'm an executive chef. When you wouldn't really see executive
Yeah.
chefs in a female role. Like now, my fiance is a pilot. Like
Women are
it's changing.
terrible at marketing.
Oh,
Let me give you
actually,
some advice.
well, how many women
let
are
me give you
in
a
that
massive example.
marketing field?
Do you remember
Most
Bud Light? Bud Light had a
influencers are
massive
women.
controversy where they put Mulvaney on a Bud Light beer can, right? And then lost
go
the
well for
entire
them.
market share of Bud Light, spearheaded by a woman. Right, spearheaded by a woman
When
trying to
was
sell
that?
this beer, not because
So you
she
consider
understood.
Dylan a woman?
What's that?
Well, that depends on, because I know a little bit about your background that I'm assuming you don't see Dylan Mulvaney as a
Yeah, I
woman.
see the woman in charge of the marketing campaign as
Okay.
a woman.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I'm
the
just trying
woman
to
in charge
see
of the
who
marketing
you're
campaign who
saying
had
the
a
woman
vagina is
in
definitely a
charge.
woman.
Yeah.
By any criteria I can think of.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah.
know if you were talking about Dylan specifically or if your opinions had
No,
changed.
the person who put Dylan on the can.
Okay.
That was a female in charge of that. Completely fucked it all up, right? There's multiple marketing campaigns actually I can point to that women spearheaded that they fucked up because they don't take in the male element. They take in the female element. That was a campaign.
I think that's something to learn
Yeah,
for
that
sure.
was a campaign
I'm sure we
led
can
by
point to
empathy.
men failures as well too, but
marketing
like
and other-
you know what I
yeah.
mean on marketing. But
Yeah.
there was a study that did come out, and I can't remember the guy's name, so I haven't gotten to say it. But he just there's studies that have come out. And we can debate it or whatever, but apparently women make excellent CEOs and better CEOs.
No, they don't.
That's not. That's on. There's data on that one.
No, but
But
here's the
it's
thing.
changing.
You can look
Is-
on that one.
Hang on,
Someone
hang
else
on.
can
There's
Google
also
that.
data. There's also data on this. There's also data that says that if you have corporations that do diversity hires, they actually do better than corporations that don't. That was a study that came out that I was just debating the other day. Till I came into the debate with all of the modern refutations to the study based on, of course, the new evidence which emerged when they went back to replicate that study. Turns out those companies were already doing great. They just had so much money they were able to start
Talking
playing
about like
with DEI.
Costco.
There was tons. There was
Yeah.
a bunch of Fortune 500 S&Ps.
Right.
They just had so much money that they were able to start playing around with this model.
Right.
That's not a
It wasn't
diversity
that
hire.
model made them rich. They were already
No, so
fucking
that's-
rich. They just had enough money that they could start playing with the model.
What's the term for that? That's damn, I'm blanking on
DEI.
it. No. You know when like something looks like it's coming from
correlation.
this. There we go.
Yeah,
Correlation.
It was a correlation, not a causation.
Exactly.
Correct. Exactly.
So
And
just,
they,
yeah.
They actually said like
This
they
could
took
have
a
been.
correlate. They took a correlate
Exactly.
and then asked, pretended it
Yeah.
was a causation when it wasn't to affirm a bias.
Yeah.
So the thing is like, anytime I look at this stuff, right, I realize that whenever it's led by empathy first, which women usually lead their morality by empathy first, it's usually a massive failure. It's usually a massive failure.
I hope that they mix both. I think that we can learn from both men and women. I agree, because I think that if a woman's just coming in and she's only looking at the empathy, then yeah, absolutely, you're losing it. But if a guy's coming in and he's only looking at one thing as well too, I think that, if you open yourself up and think about different things and new ways of
Yeah, but I
attacking
wouldn't
it.
dispute that. I wouldn't dispute the idea
No.
that there's going to be some. So I wouldn't monolith anything. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
anything's always an all of anything. But if we look at general trends, what we
Sure.
can see is that women lead with empathy first, right? Men tend to lead with reason first.
Yeah, when I coach differently, like if I coach women, I have to get them to like stop with feeling stuff. It's I just need you forward motion. But with men, I need them stop forward motion because you're making mistakes and not assessing. So I need you intuitive. So men can listen to your gut. You've done it, and you've said it. You right now could look at someone or look at someone's profile and intuitively kind of know, based on logic, based on things, based on whatever. But you could know who that person is, what they're about to do or say, or whatnot, or if they're a good person, decent person, or full of shit.
I've had a significant,
you can have intuition as a
but
man.
I've had significant advantages of having tons and tons of interpersonal conversations with thousands of different people all over the place, right?
So it helps your intuition.
I have significant advantages that the general public would not have when it came to understanding what people are saying, why they're saying it, what type of worldview they're leading from.
Yeah.
Most people don't have that.
No.
And because they don't, right, it's easy enough for me to just say, look, generally women do lead with empathy.
Yes.
And generally men do lead with reason.
Yes.
If that's the case, right, who the fuck would you want in charge of every situation?
Both.
Probably the sex.
I want the
that led
person.
with
I
reason.
want either one that's unlocked both. So for a man, if he's got
Why?
intuition,
What advantage does empathy give you over reason?
Because
no,
you're
it's
human.
intuition. Think about it
Because
as
you're human.
intuition.
No, not intuition. That's not my
so
question.
marketing.
What advantage?
Oh, yeah,
does-
Wait,
emotions
hold up.
lead
If a
to-
man, has
Women do
empathy,
Mm-hmm.
if a man is able to do forward motion plus empathy, I feel like he's lethal.
What?
That's it.
How? What does the empathy give him?
In the marriage
Ability
market,
to care about other things.
like if you're in the dating pool, a woman's gonna look for a man who has empathy as well as strength.
EQ.
But if you have reason, couldn't she just fake the empathy?
Who's faking it?
Who's gonna get married to someone who's been faking for that
Yeah.
long? And you
can
usually
only
can
fake
spot
for
red
so long.
flags.
So, like the idea, I'll give you this great example of this, right? And almost probably every man will do this, where his woman comes to him with some stupid fucking problem he doesn't give a shit about, but she does, right? She cares about it for whatever reason, and it's literally fucking meaningless. Totally meaningless, means nothing,
Sure.
totally irrelevant, totally nonsensical. Nobody on planet Earth gives a shit. He's like this. He goes, "It's okay, honey." Right? Now, in his mind, I'm going to tell you what he's thinking. What he's thinking in his head is, God, this is fucking stupid, and I hope that you just stop with this fucking shit in the next 20 minutes. That would be great. I got other shit to do. I can't even believe that you're hysterical about this. They're faking empathy.
well, if you
They're
care, if you
faking
care about
empathy, okay? They're
wait, hold up.
faking empathy.
We have to do that too.
do that too.
Yeah, we know. It's called a relationship.
Yeah, there you go.
But-
No, I'm kidding.
genuinely
I'm
care
kidding
about
on that
your
one.
partner-
Don't
I don't
jump down my throat on that.
Are you actually that way with your wife?
Sometimes.
Okay,
There's
but-
been times where my wife, for instance, right, just like every woman on planet Earth, she's been on her period, she's completely irrational, right, says some stupid ass fucking shit, and I've told her things like, go to your room. Literally go to your room and take a fucking nap.
And she came
until you
back
can
out that
act
room and
take
talk
an
to
act
you
like
after?
a fucking human being. Go to your room and take a fucking nap.
I hope she speaks.
And you know what she
I was
does?
saying,
She
you
goes
still
to her
married.
room and she takes a
Is she
fucking nap, and the next thing I
stronger,
know,
though, too?
she acts like a rational human being
Does she
again.
speak to you that way too, though? And I mean that in a good way. But is she? Do you guys get to communicate like?
Let us pretend.
You know what I mean?
Let us pretend for a moment.
Because I'm Italian, so we
Okay,
talk like that as
hang on.
women too
I'll
in our
respond to that.
families.
Yeah, I'll respond to
So
this.
I'm just saying that it's a good thing.
I'll respond to this. Let us pretend for a moment that for a week out of every month, I completely lost my fucking mind due to hormones and started like, I don't know, ripping doors off of hinges. I'm sure she probably wouldn't be very pleasant about that.
Yes, exactly.
But guess what? But guess what?
She'd be like, go take a nap.
because I don't have what is called hormonal lunacy once a month. You don't have to worry about that. Men lead with reason. So no, of
You
course
would think-
my wife's not going to talk to me like that.
maybe you might have some reason, but you suppress emotions and you emotionally explode in
You're
anger.
supposed to suppress emotions.
Yes,
As a man,
absolutely.
you're
Go
supposed
for it.
to.
Suppress. Men out there, suppress. And
Yes,
then hire men.
suppress. You don't want to see what happens. when
Push
you
it
have
down.
emotional rage.
You only allow
Balance,
horniness
balance.
and anger.
Really quick before I move this on, you've been grimacing the entire
I know, and then we got, and she had such a great point.
Yeah,
You've not been happy.
Come back to us.
What do you think about this terrible misogynist?
Poor when
What a misogynist. Can't believe what I've just heard.
Terrible, yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's exactly why I don't turn to men for help or emotional support. What did he actually say? Like he doesn't care about what the girl is talking about, like her feelings, saying like lunacy, hysterical, all these words. Like even hysteria, the word etymologically is like anti-women. Like it's made up by men to saying women are crazy. So I don't know.
Let me ask you a question. Do men get periods?
No. So
Okay,
what?
so
No, they do change hormonally.
But no,
We've
they don't.
noticed.
Not
Yeah.
like that. No,
You
they
do
don't.
have hormonal frequencies.
Do
But like
women?
the-
Hang on. Do women one time per month have massive hormonal changes which affect literally how they think?
Yeah.
Not
Yes,
every
not
woman.
everybody.
Not every woman. You can
Everybody
actually
has,
not everybody.
You can actually have smaller.
Like,
No,
why
not
do
everybody.
I turn to
4 weeks
women
of
for
the
help?
month.
It's because, like, when I feel really sad, I need to have emotional support.
Yeah,
first
you want them
so
to lie to
that
you.
I
Yeah,
can-
you want them to lie to
I
you.
can calm down, and then, like, I can reason myself. I can think it
Yeah.
through, and also
So we don't want them to be lying to us. We want them to have genuine empathy,
Oh,
which
come
they
on.
don't
They
really
lie. Women
have
lie
as
to
Oh, we
each
all
other
lie.
all
That's fine.
day.
No, we all
It's
do
not
lie,
that.
of course.
I don't even care
We'll
about
come
that.
right back to this. I need this chat. I'm very sorry I missed it, or a TTS came in 25 minutes ago. I apologize. Normally we're on top of these, but I missed
Rule
it.
21 donated $200.
Thank you, man. I
Women
apologize
with a
for
high
the
body
delay.
count,
6 is high.
6+, have a greater likelihood of cheating, relationship dissatisfaction, can't pair bond, depression. And it's just disgusting. Why would any guy want that?
Actually, the last part of what that chatter said is the most important part. And it's just disgusting. That's all that needs to be. If it is the case from the man's prism that it's revolting and preferences are fine to have, then that's enough.
Sure, absolutely.
You don't need any
Your
more of that.
preference.
Your preference.
Your
I just-
preference.
But that
Yeah,
preference
it's a
is
very
changing.
uneven where men feel like it's okay for them, where with if a woman has a higher body count, it's a no. I think that's where there's a disconnect, and it just doesn't seem.
Well,
it
here's-
doesn't seem like fair.
well, here's the
I don't
thing.
have a
Well,
better
let me
word.
ask you a question.
Yeah.
You go on first dates, yeah?
Of course, I go on first.
When's the
dates.
last time you've been on a first date?
It's been a while.
How many first dates have you been on?
In my ripe age, I'm not really sure. I'll say maybe in the last year I've gone on, I don't know, eight
Okay,
first dates.
who paid for the dates?
The men have. Yeah.
Did you offer?
One time, yes, and I actually paid, and the guy decided
1 in
not to get
7.
anything.
Yeah. And then, but you
One
said.
out of 8.
Oh, wait, and he didn't pay for anything.
He didn't ask for anything when I offered to pay.
Right.
So I was like, all right,
Well,
fine,
that's a
getting
bit-
my own thing.
So, I mean, we can discuss about what's fair, what's unfair, or
Right.
double standards, or benefits that men receive, benefits that women receive, male privilege, female privilege. You seem to have a double standard as it relates to who pays on the first date. So, what's the actual problem?
I don't think it's a double standard. I think
How-
that ooh,
Do you pay for dates?
I have.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he didn't order anything, I was very willing to.
But
pay for it
okay,
myself.
so 7 of the 8 dates that you went on just this year,
Mm-hmm.
the man paid for all of them.
Yes, because
so
he asked me out on a date, and I was like, sure.
Do you
that'd
ask
be
men
great.
out on dates?
No.
Oh, okay. So conveniently, it's just very convenient. This whole men should pay on dates. Whoever asks should be the one who pays on dates. But women conveniently never ask men on dates. So your argument as to if your argument is whoever asks should pay would make sense to me if men and women asked each other out at equivalent rates, but they clearly don't. So
Okay.
you're kind of going around the bush as to beating around the bush, or not beating
I'm
around the bush.
actually interested in
but-
how this correlates to my
Well,
thing
you're-
about body count. Why is it
you're-
okay for
sure,
a man
Sure,
to,
So
okay.
here's the example. So you were saying, well, it's kind of okay for men to have a high body count, but when women have a high body count, there's an issue with it. So you claim there's a double standard that exists, right?
Yes.
Right, and you might say, for example, as follows. If a guy himself has a high body count, it would be unfair or unreasonable or hypocritical or a double standard for, as a man with high body count, to desire a woman who has a low body count.
Oh,
But-
so definitely he can desire someone,
Yeah.
but I
No.
just don't think it should be shamed. Like, oh, it's disgusting.
I don't think we're talking about, well,
That was your
To
point.
use that term
That was-
disgusting to
yeah.
describe a
To-
person
that's what I'm
because of
saying.
their
It's
human
like, why is it
experience.
disgusting for the women
no,
to have
well,
it? Okay.
I'll explain it. So, for example, body count sort of moves it far away from what a sexual encounter actually is. So, for example, and there could be differentials here. You'll probably respond like, oh, well, a woman could have a high body count, but she's been celibate for 3 years. But I'd point to it like this. For example, here's how it's disgusting. If a woman slept with a different guy the night before and she goes on a date with me and I sleep with her, that's disgusting.
To you.
To most men, that's going to be disgusting if a woman recently slept with another man, especially if she fucked him without a condom, especially if she let him come inside her.
Can I
I'm
say why?
sorry.
Can I just ask why?
I'm sorry.
Why do you know that?
Well, I mean, why is it
what
disgusting? Biologically, socially, or emotionally? What is disgusting?
All
yeah.
of the above.
Well, what is-
Okay,
what
can we
is-
break those down
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
individually?
Let's
I would
start.
love that.
Sure, actually, let's just start with.
I just want
let's
to say
start with the
really quick,
biological.
personally, I actually wouldn't disagree with you. Now, although I have gone on dates and things like that, I would not disagree with you. I just mean in general, I just want to know why it's okay. I know she wants to discuss it, but I don't disagree. If she was with somebody, went raw, he came in her, whatever, and then goes on another date, and then that's going to happen the very next day with a new person, I'm not in disagreement with you.
The main point I was going to say here is that when it comes to the unfairness, I think you're pointing towards the double standard or the potential hypocrisy. Now, the thing is, my view is, when it comes to both men and women, we are allowed to desire things in a partner, traits in a partner that we ourselves don't possess. So, for example, I wouldn't find it a double standard necessarily or hypocritical if a woman who was poor was attracted to and dated or wanted to date really rich men. I don't think that would be hypocritical or double standard. So a guy who has a high body count, for example, I don't think it would be hypocritical or double standard if, despite him having high body count, he has a preference for women with a low body count.
I think it's different because I think it's...
How would it be different? Go ahead.
I think because it's morally. Like, if you're loose with yourself with other people, then, maybe it's the person that doesn't have as much money, that, like, your example was of a poor girl. Okay.
No, go ahead. I have a response, though. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, like, if your example is like, okay, there's this poor girl or somebody who's maybe just like a server, she doesn't make a ton of money, she wants to date someone who makes six figures, who knows, whatever, a multimillionaire. I don't think that that's the same morally. Maybe she hasn't had the same opportunities to somebody who, a guy that sleeps around.
Okay, so I'll respond to that. So are you stating that when it comes to preferences, people are only entitled to having preferences as it relates to morals? Because women have, one last thing, and I'll let you respond. Women have plenty of preferences for men that have nothing to do with morals. And they also have preferences that do relate to morals.
Relationally, even to just attraction, right?
It sounds like we went off topic from shaming someone, though.
Not really. Like, we're still on...
I think it's still somewhat on topic.
Yeah.
It's kind of flow.
But go ahead.
I'm going to let this come in, but then you can
Christopher
respond.
Murphy donated $200.
Thank you, Christopher Murphy. Sorry for the
Andrew,
delay.
you can't reason with these women. They're driven by emotion and are therefore unreasonable. Reason and logic push society, ladies, not your feelings.
That sounds like an emotional response.
But when you go home, right? Because when you go home,
Thank
you
you,
want that
Christopher.
woman with
Appreciate it.
feelings. You don't want a woman that sits there and is analytical. You don't come home to a pair of boobs that are hard as rocks. You come home
some
to
men
a
do,
soft.
and
Some do, and
I
I mean,
but-
like I think there's a balance. There's just that balance that we have to.
You make a fine point. I would just give the quick reputation before Brian and the gal get back into it. The only thing I would say is this. It is the case, you are right, that men are perfectly happy to have women who lead with emotion in their life if they submit to them.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm more masked in my relationship, and my current partner and fiance, she's more feminine, and she definitely, like,
She submits?
She submits to me because, like, I mean, she makes more money than me as a pilot and me as, like, a chef and doing, like, more gig work and stuff like that.
That has nothing to do with what submission is ultimately. But,
Well, no, I definitely know that. But I just mean, like,
yeah, if you-
the
Did you
best
want
of both
to
worlds.
continue?
If you don't mind just repeating, I kind of lost track of the...
You guys were focused on whether or not it was hypocrisy, Brian.
Oh, because
if
of,
there was
like,
a
the
focus
more-
on the higher body count
I think
for
that
men
if
versus women.
I mean, I think that if long term you're looking for somebody, like, obviously you're going to want to connect on moral things, on compatibility is a factor in a long term relationship. So yeah, I think that if you're going to be not asking but looking for the preference of somebody who has a lower body count, you yourself should not have been like a hoe as a man.
Well, let me see if I can make a response to this by just asking you a simple question.
Sure.
Would it be a deal breaker for you if you met a man and he had all the right criteria? He was a millionaire, perhaps. He met the attractiveness scale that you wanted. If he had slept with 150 women, but he wanted to settle down with you.
I think if he was ready to settle down, then that's fine as long as he's clean. And now it's just him and I were.
So that wouldn't be a deal breaker, right?
Right.
Okay, but for men, that's a deal breaker.
But for a majority of men, I want to know why.
Yeah,
Well, it
okay.
doesn't-
So here,
maybe
but-
logically, it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
make sense.
Well, actually, it should logically make sense. Hypocrisy, people use this word the wrong way. Hypocrisy doesn't mean I'm guilty of the thing in which I'm telling you not to do. That's not hypocrisy. Hypocrisy has a experience of pretending. So let me give you an example. I smoke, but I tell my children not to smoke. Does that make me a hypocrite? Should I tell my 10-year-old they can smoke?
Well, I mean, 10 years old, there's a lot of things you shouldn't do at 10. As a parent,
Yeah,
you're gonna
but
say,
why-
"Hey," I do think that it's confusing for the child.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
the
telling
pretending,
me not to smoke,
that's why it's not hypocrisy. Pretending is what's the hypocrisy. So if I were to say it's wrong for anybody on planet Earth to smoke and then smoked, I'd be a hypocrite. But if I'm like a fat person, let's say I'm really fat, right, and I'm around another fat person and say, hey, you should lose some weight, right? That's not hypocrisy. That person actually maybe should lose some weight. You actually being fat doesn't have anything to do with whether or not that person should lose weight or not. It would only be if you said, right, I myself, right, as a not fat person, am telling you not to lose weight. That would then make you a hypocrite, right? Hypocrisy has an, you have to have some type of pretending associated, or it's not hypocrisy. People confuse this with just you are guilty of the same thing you're telling the other person not to do. And a great example of this. I was a former drug addict, let's say.
okay.
And I'm telling people not to be drug addicts. Am I a hypocrite?
No, because you've changed your ways and you're trying to. I would think that as a man, you're trying to lead by example.
Right.
That's what a traditional man does.
But if I said, okay, I'm a former drug addict, you should stop being a drug addict, and secretly did drugs, would I be a hypocrite then?
Yeah.
Right. That's what actual hypocrisy is. So if
I
a
need
man,
to see the definition. No, I'm just
so
kidding.
if a man has a preference and he says, I don't want a woman who has a high body count, right? But he's fine with his own high body count. That's not hypocrisy.
Okay.
It's sad
I
for
mean,
him,
to
but-
me, I'm still not convinced. It still seems like an unfair. Like, I mean, obviously, people can have their preferences.
Well, you could say it's not fair.
Yeah, I just
but
don't
you can't say it's
understand-
hypocrisy.
I don't know.
What's
I-
hypocritical about it? Being guilty of that which you're accusing the other person, that's not hypocrisy.
Depending on the why.
But so when you say it's unfair, right?
I can't think of a better word to use.
That's fine, but
why.
let's go ahead and grant
Double
that-
standard, maybe?
Yeah.
That might be better.
Let's go ahead
Why
and
is there a
grant.
double standard? Yeah.
No,
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Let's go ahead and grant that it's unfair. So,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand where the logic is behind it. If you guys,
what do you mean?
know, well, you
the
guys,
logic of what?
the logic of why it's okay for you, I'm not going to say you, men typically always they are known for sleeping around. If they can get it, they're going to take it because maybe women. I'm sorry.
Well, can you clarify when you say it's okay, what specifically? Because I don't think I'm making the claim that it's okay for men to be promiscuous, but I am saying it's okay for a man who has a high body count
To want a woman who doesn't.
Date a woman who has a low body count or who's a virgin.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think it's the shame and you're disgusting and you're calling, it's
Yeah.
revolting,
Can I-
and yet they're sleeping around doing the same.
I'm actually fine with that too. I'm fine with that too.
Andrew,
So-
But are you saying it's revolting for both to be doing it?
Or just
like both to
women?
be
Well,
promiscuous
so
or just women?
my viewpoint always follows from Christian ethics. So promiscuity in men is, from my view, right, is a no-no, just like it is with women. But while that's prescriptively true, meaning this is a prescription I give men and women, I'm also going to give a descriptive truth. The descriptive truth is that it's less of a big deal for women than it is for men. And because that is the case, that women perceive it that way versus men, the societal damage is always going to be lesser if men do it than if women do.
Sure. Yeah,
That's
that makes
it.
sense.
Simple.
Honestly, yeah.
There's my
Until that
prescription.
changes.
My prescription
Yeah.
is that neither of you should do this. But descriptively, if this behavior is found in one sex versus the other, it's more damaging. That's why we have virtues. That's what femininity and masculinity is. It's a tie to virtue from the sex, right? So if women engage in one type of virtue and it does way more damage if they abandon it versus men, it's feminine. It's masculine. If men refuse the virtue and does way more damage to society, that's a masculine virtue.
So you're saying societally because men typically do it. Hold on, let me take this back.
No. The
Because
ramifications on society
Yes.
are, it's not as bad, right? The outcomes are not as bad.
Because
if
women are
men-
generally more accepting of a high body.
No, not just that, because of reproduction. Like there's a reproductive element which goes into it, which would make it worse for especially for the outcome for children, if it is the case that women are promiscuous versus men. Like, for instance, you could have 300 promiscuous men all screwing the same woman, right? For like the purpose of reproduction or whatever. That would be less bad than if you had 300 women get pregnant and be single moms, right? Like ultimately that would be worse, right?
Wait, worse for what?
Just for society in general. If there was 300 single moms
Unless you needed more
versus one single mom, right?
Yeah.
That would still be worse. You would agree, right?
I don't know. Are you trying to make kids? I don't. Yeah.
It's not a matter
I
of
get what
making
you're saying
kids.
with that.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to give you a scale.
Yeah.
That's it. Just like a sliding scale.
Yeah.
I'm not saying any of it's good. Just which
Right.
would be more optimal, which would be
Which
better.
makes sense.
Personally, my boyfriend and my ex right before him both had very low body counts. I don't know the exacts, but I know it's pretty low, and I actually appreciated that in him.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not even saying that there's a matter of appreciation. We're just saying that ultimately, here's what I see, that women, generally speaking, have a lesser interest in the male body count than the men do with the female body count.
Sure.
And I also see the outcomes of if you have promiscuous women, because they can reproduce and men can't, seems to actually be worse if women are promiscuous than men. Because men can be promiscuous with a small pool of women, right? But if women become promiscuous with a large pool of men, there's going to be reproduction.
Is there a component here too to the, I guess, the unfairness and the double standard is that, and I agree with Andrew insofar as I don't think either men or women should be promiscuous. Right. I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women. But I do know that there is some cohort of men who, for example, if a woman sleeps with a bunch of men, she's a slut. If a guy sleeps with a bunch of women, he's a stud. Like it's, and not all, trust me, there's men who frown on the guy who's promiscuous too, like I just said.
Right.
Like
but,
me.
But
I call them fucking degenerates.
They're all degenerates.
I like that we've gotten here though. This is great.
Yeah.
But there is some men who will be impressed by a man who's sexually successful with a lot of women. So is that a component of your argument?
Yeah, I mean that's a huge part of
Sure.
it. So
And-
I mean I'm understanding where Andrew came from with the whole,
Right. I mean, I would, again, just to be clear, not in favor of male promiscuity.
Right.
But I guess my response to that would be when it comes to the impressiveness factor or men who sleep with a lot of women, they're like, oh, you're such a stud. You're so cool. The reality is any single woman, if she wanted to, could be a slut.
Oh, yeah.
Any single woman could be a slut. Very, very few men can be a slut. Like most men, average man, he can't sleep with a new girl every single day. Every single girl at this table, if you wanted to, you could sleep with a new guy every single day of the week. You could probably fuck 3 guys in a day. You could probably fuck 10 guys.
Hang on. I see you shaking your head. I will prove this to you. I will put a bet on the table right now for $500 that if you and I go out to the street right now with a cardboard sign, you hold it up and say, I'll sleep with any man who wants, and I hold it up and say, I'll sleep with any woman who wants, which one of us getting picked up first?
Okay.
Which one of us getting picked up first?
Probably me.
Yeah, huh?
But
Why do you disagree, I guess?
It's easier for women to go out and sleep around, but for some women that's not the case. And for some men, it's easy to go sleep around. So it's like,
Sure,
you can't even say it's easier for one gender over the other because it's up to looks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's attractive men who can sleep around, and there's attractive women who can sleep around.
Okay. So look, just to be clear, I'm not saying that there's 0 men who are sluts. That's not even my argument.
Yeah,
There absolutely are men who can sleep with a bunch of women. This is not what I'm disputing. And then I think men, either if they're really good looking, they can do this. If they have like exceptional top tier charisma or personality, they can do it. If they're like, if they're super wealthy, but they're a dork, it's probably still gonna be a little hard, but like if they're super rich,
They just
might
throw
help.
money.
Yeah,
And then
pay
if
for it.
status,
Yeah.
like she said, status, celebrity, so like a professional athlete, a musician, an actor, these men, even if they're not really that good looking or they don't have great personalities or whatever, although sometimes status tends to give the aura or the halo of charisma, even if there's not actually any there. But yeah, so those are the scenarios in which men can be sluts, so to speak. But I don't think most men fall into those categories. Most men don't fall into those categories. So the reality is, you can take a woman who's average looking, who's got a terrible personality, terrible personality. She has zero status. She has no fame. She has no money. She doesn't have any of these things. She could hop on Tinder and sleep with 3 guys a day if she wanted to. Most women don't want to do that, but if she could, is what I'm trying to get at. Whereas like most men just can't do that.
You mean physically? I'm sorry.
What do you mean physically?
Do you mean they can't do that physically?
No, what I'm saying is they
like on the
wouldn't.
apps, they're not
Right,
getting enough
why
matches.
can't they do it?
Even with like, so there's a degree of effort too, right? Like a guy who's really good looking, but he stays inside all the time and doesn't communicate with women, but otherwise could get laid, isn't going to get laid. So there is a degree of effort that's involved. But I would argue like an average looking guy, even if he's like putting in like a really good faith effort, like he spends 3 hours a day on dating apps, he spends another hour or 2 messaging back and forth with different women, he's not going to get laid every single day. Whereas a woman, I think you could you could spend about an hour on a dating app, do some messaging. You could fuck three dudes in a day.
And I think that us women see it completely, for me anyway, I see it completely opposite. I was on like every app there was, and I got a lot of play, especially as like a masculine presenting person. But
Yeah.
I think it was because I was a more masculine presenting person that I got so much play. So for me, I would definitely say that if I was biologically male, it would be so much easier for me to swipe right and link up than it would be because then, like he said, like women
try
have
it.
periods. Women have.
You should try that.
I mean, we just.
You should try that.
I have, and it was great.
Going to you though, have you been on dating apps at all?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How many guys do you swipe no on the dating apps?
I don't know. I haven't been on recently, but quite a few.
Like what percentage of
I
men?
don't
If
know,
there's
maybe
100
like
guys, how many do you say no to?
Probably like 60-40.
60-40. Okay, but how many of those guys do you meet up with?
2.
You've only met up with 2.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Of all the men that you've wanted to sleep with, did you sleep with them?
No.
Okay. What's the rejection rate? So just to be clear, so you offered essentially I'm not necessarily suggesting super directly, but you offered to the guy basically, here's some pussy. You gave it to him on a silver platter and he's like, no.
That's not always been the case, but it's been more or less like, I don't know, in my experience, I've been willing to, but then it's just like the personality is just, I don't know how to explain it.
The guy's personality?
Yes, it's like,
Yeah.
it's,
Wait, that's making Brian's point.
it's not good, and then it just makes me like,
Wait, you were willing to have sex in general, but that specific guy, well, I mean, I think we're all willing in general to have sex with people. But yeah, of course. So you're saying, well, that's just a rejection then.
I mean,
Some
yeah,
of
but
us
I mean,
anyway, I guess.
But so, okay. But you were saying that, wait, I'm just confused. So, okay, of the men that you've offered sex to, were you turned down?
one time, yeah.
But just to be clear, I'm not saying like you had a boyfriend and one time he was sick and he didn't want to have sex that one time. I'm just saying.
No, I've been turned down before, yeah.
You've been rejected.
Yes,
okay.
I've been
How many guys have you turned down for sex?
For sex? I don't really have.
Well, I have a way to maybe demonstrate this that everybody will agree with. I call it the flasher hypothetical. It works like this. Hang on. It works like this. We'll take a 25-year-old random man, 25-year-old random woman. They have an overcoat on and nothing underneath, and they're flashing people in a random Walmart parking lot. And what they do is they open up the overcoat and they say, hey, you want to go have sex?
What the fuck?
Tell me which one, man or woman, is going to have sex almost immediately versus the other one, man or woman?
Who I would have sex with?
No. Who
Or
any
who
normal
person
person
in general
normally would.
Probably a woman.
Okay, next.
I definitely say a woman.
Next.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Next.
Woman.
Next.
wait. I'm kind of confused on the question.
Woman.
done.
Okay, that's the end of that then.
Right? Done.
That's the end of that.
Women are more desirable.
Done.
To bring it back to this, though, the whole thing is like, okay, why is there this double standard where men are kind of exalted for their promiscuity, not by all people, but by, some group of men, whereas women are almost kind of universally looked down upon if they're promiscuous. It really just comes down to the impressiveness of the achievement.
That makes sense.
I think to some degree it's incredibly easy for women to get laid, whereas for men, there's some degree of skill and complexity in order to achieve that.
So for
Like,
men,
as a woman, you don't need skill to get laid.
By the way, as demonstrated by our hypothetical.
Yeah.
Okay. As demonstrated by our hypothetical.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty grimy, not that. I don't even know how to explain it. Just some grimy
Sure.
guys been able to get laid easily.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
there's a guy who actually spread STDs around a school in my
Sure.
town because he was just sleeping around.
Well, was he grimy because
And there's
going
going to be lots of other men who are around him who are like, how did you do that? But if a woman's doing that, there's no women around who are like, how did you do that? They all know how she did that.
Right.
She just offered it up, and men were like, sure.
Yeah.
Simple.
So it kind of comes down to like a skill thing. Like, oh, you didn't even have to work for it, so it's
Yeah.
not.
So men are they angrier then? Or some men angrier?
wouldn't be angry.
No. Or just that they're like, damn, I want to be able to have sex more, but women get to do it easily.
Let me, I guess,
No, it wouldn't be either of those things.
I pose this question to you, I guess going around the table. Of the men that you've had sex with, of the men that you wanted to have sex with, and let's be reasonable here, like you probably wanted to have sex with some like really attractive celebrity, but he's not in your orbit really. I'm talking about men you have like in-person
What the
contact.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? What is this? What is this?
What happened?
Yeah, well, you said like celebrity, and then I look over, she's beet red and giggling. She's beet red. Okay, so spill the beans.
I'm in filmmaking too.
Oh, okay.
Why are they repeating your line?
Was it
Was that my laugh?
Jared Leto?
Yeah.
No, but I have friends that know him.
Did you say ooh?
No. Oh.
She said
Did
ew.
she? Oh.
Did you,
I mean, I get it.
was there a Leto connection?
No, not from. I know people that
Jake
know him and
Gyllenhaal?
that are on him. No,
Who?
that would be great.
Spill the beans.
I'm on. I see some of people.
Spill the beans.
We're on the red
Spill
carpet.
the beans.
So.
Your face was bright red.
It was bright red.
Okay. Spill the beans.
No, he didn't get to finish his sentence.
That's obfuscation. Don't let her obfuscate. She got to spill the beans. bro.
He was. You were in the middle of saying something.
Here, why don't we do this? Was it an athlete, musician, or actor?
Actor.
Actor. A-list?
Yes.
Ooh.
Leo? Nah.
I used to be. Leo's great. No, not Leo and I. But I've met Leo a couple times. No, Leo's great. I met him a couple times. I really liked him.
Please don't take this offensively, or don't take offense to this. You're probably too old for Leo.
I think so. I think that's what happened. No, I think that's what happened.
By
I think that's
possibly a
he
couple
met
of
me and he was
decades.
like, "Ooh,
He
so
only
close."
dates like under 25
Yeah.
or whatever. So
And that's okay. I'm okay with being too old for that.
we're gonna read a couple chats, but we can come back to the convo in a bit. We got 4. It looks like Lucas. Yes, there are double standards. It just is. Trust me, there are double standards that go the other way. When I turned 18, this is Lucas, by the way, I signed up with Selective, I'm pretty sure. Selective service, you didn't. When the Titanic goes, and he's going to continue here, thank you, Lucas, appreciate it. 2. Titanic goes down, you get whisked away to the lifeboat. I hang out and listen to the chamber orchestra. If we each go to the new trendy club, and for those who don't know the reference, when the Titanic was going down, the symphony orchestra
Women and
was
children,
playing.
right.
They're women. They've all seen the Titanic.
I don't know.
I had it when it was like double VHS.
If we each go to the new trendy club, you get in right away without paying cover. I wait in line like a schmuck for hours, only get in if I'm lucky, and still pay the $100 cover. When the beaches of Normandy needed storming, a bunch of 18-year-old boys were sent off to do the storming. While you stayed back and played Rosie the Riveter, double standards are simply part and parcel of the complementary yet contrasting reproductive strategies.
I don't think they're complementary. Ultimately, I think that that there's one's dominant and the other's not dominant. I don't even think it's complementary. I won't even give it complementarian status. I'm just unwilling to do that. I have better arguments for why it's not complementary.
Dude, I know who it was.
Who?
Carrot Top.
Oh my God, no. What?
You definitely did Carrot Top.
You know what? Listen, no, but yeah.
Would you do Carrot Top?
Who's Carrot Top?
You don't know Carrot?
Are the lights on?
He's not as like.
She's like 18 or 19.
She would
Yeah.
Carrot Top, dude.
I don't. Is he still?
Sorry,
is he
that's
still
some
out
boomer
and
shit.
relevant,
That's some
or
boomer
I don't know if
shit.
he's done any comedy things lately.
He
Not
draws
sure.
his fucking eyebrows in. I mean, come on.
Oh, we have a message here from Andrew's wife. This is Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife. The hormonal roller coaster is real. Andrew is right. Sometimes I just need a nap and I'm being hysterical. Women need to understand this so they don't blow up their lives because of mood swings. You've got a big face on this. What do you think about the comment from Andrew's wife? What do you think there?
Well, she can accept it. That's why she is his wife. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, you could just like kind of lie and pretend that that doesn't happen with women, but it fucking happens with women.
Yeah.
And if you talk to every man who's been in a relationship with a woman, they all have seen this time and time and time again, where it's like, how come my normally rational and pretty reasonable significant other has just lost her fucking mind? And by the way, they actually, and this is something a lot of men won't tell you, a lot of men take preparation. They have preparations for this event. They actually, like a survival kit, like a fucking survival kit in their home, like a first aid kit, like a flare kit. For if you're stuck on the side of the road, they have a preparation strategy where they're like, here's what happens when this thing happens. I'm ready for it. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
They have it all in place. You think I'm crazy? There's going to be men in the chat right now who are telling you. I'm telling you, they're going to be like, Yep. I'm ready.
I kind of love this just because it's like all we're asking for is some understanding. I'm not saying I'm being rational on that 1 month. Sometimes I'm extra sleepy. It's like I'm in a coma, or it could be the opposite. So I'm not saying I need you to lie to me. Just understand that if I'm losing my mind in this moment.
Not acceptable.
How do you differentiate between when a woman's being hysterical to you and when she actually genuinely does need you?
Here's the thing that's really interesting about delusion. The thing, and it is, well, hang on, it is a form of delusion. I'll explain. If you have a rush of hormones you would not normally have, right, it can make you crazy. You could do this with any human being on planet Earth. You could perhaps take a man, right, and rush him with all sorts of like positive male hormones, and they go fucking berserko, right, and possibly rip doors off handles, do crazy shit like that. The thing about delusion, which is so interesting, is that the person who's deluded doesn't know they're deluded. So you can't actually rationally, reasonably...
But how do you as her husband know when she's being delusional versus when she's like genuinely needing
just
you?
like I've been with her for years and years and years.
But what about someone who's in a new marriage, let's say, or a new relationship?
Well, it's not hard to detect, usually for most men, that like, wow, this person was really cool 24 hours ago, and now they've lost their fucking mind.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Okay.
And they continue, and then wait, 4 days later, they seem like they haven't lost their fucking mind anymore. That's really odd.
But I think like as the woman who's going through something that you might consider delusional, and maybe she in the back of her mind does know realistically this is not something to blow up about. It's about having like a partner who understands.
They
that,
do
like,
blow up about it though.
Who?
That's the problem with the delusion, right? It's like if you're
But
in the
eventually
delusion, you don't
cool
know how
off.
bad you are.
No, I know, but eventually you cool off. It's like having a partner who has the empathy to like ride with you through that roller coaster of emotion. Because what you're saying is,
How is that empathetic? The empathy
because
towards,
it's something you said hormonal that you can't
Where's
even
the empathy
change.
the other direction? The empathy the other direction should be like, look, I'm literally Jekyll and Hyde, and when I turn into fucking Hyde, I want you to be empathetic. It's like, what the fuck is that? No, when you turn into Hyde, when you become the monster, right? From Dr. Jekyll, it's like the
But
best
it's not
empathy.
like-
The best
it's not
empathy
just
they
taking
have.
a pill on purpose to make it happen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why you
it's just
turn into
natural.
Hyde. It doesn't matter why you turn into Hyde. It just matters that you do.
Well,
So, like,
sometimes it does matter. Like if your wife, for
What do you mean?
example, is drinking heavily and she turns into Jekyll because of her drinking, that's a choice.
Yeah,
But to have a
that's a choice.
period,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not a woman's choice to have.
Yeah, but what would a man do in both situations? Same thing. Be like, well, you got to stop drinking so you don't turn into Hyde, right? That
You can't stop having a period.
right. But here's the thing that's interesting about that, right? You can't stop that. But it's actually maximum empathy for a man to be like, look, you don't get to treat me like shit, even if you can't help
I
it.
agree.
I get
Not
that.
That's fucking
I get
bullshit.
that.
I
Not
agree with
shouldn't
that.
treat anyone
Yeah.
like shit.
Not
Okay,
disagreeing
that's
at
fucking
all.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Not
correct.
disagreeing.
There's boundaries, there's levels to it, but if the woman's not name calling, she's not, throwing things, she's not being extremely hysterical.
No, that's
there's-
not it. That's not it.
there's a
Listen,
spectrum to
no,
it.
No. That's not just it. It also is like you might not be making rational decisions, even if you're being nice to me, that you normally would make. You know what I mean? Things
you have a
like
partner that has
It's
your
not
back.
just a matter of like you need to still be nice to me even when you turn into Hyde.
Yeah.
It's also you're not allowed to make like big financial decisions, big decisions about this. You're not allowed to like I don't know, embarrass me at a fucking party or something like you're not allowed to do
I get
any of
having
those
boundaries
things.
around those
Yeah.
things. I just would hope that, since you're married to a woman who can't help but have those things happen to her each month, that you would have some empathy for her situation, that she's not choosing to turn into the Jekyll.
But don't you understand, like, the biggest amount of empathy is exactly the idea of, like, I'm still going to listen to you because I know, right? Somewhere in me, I know that this is not, even though I can't quite detect it, like most women can't, they don't know when they're in it, that they're in it, right? Even though they kind of do,
Yeah.
right? They kind of do. They can't
the moment,
really,
it's hard
right?
to
Exactly.
admit.
It's
Yeah.
hard to admit, and it's even hard to like deal with, right? So, isn't the best thing to do from the empathetic level to deal with a rational person, guiding you through that, to be like, look, you're out of control, stop, and you actually listen. Like,
Yeah.
imagine that.
Yeah, no.
I think it works both ways too.
Yeah.
Having a good partner that has your back like that.
Got to
Absolutely.
move it on just a little bit here. I did want to come back just for a moment before we have to do a couple chats here. Just going around the table, when I was talking about, well, it's with the double standard, well, it's easier for women to get laid, harder for men to get laid. Do you guys agree with that?
I think it's easier for women to get laid for sure, especially with the apps.
Got it.
Agree.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Agree.
Any disagree? Agreed?
I'm iffy on it.
You disagree?
I agree that I understand why it's considered a achievement for men to like have more body count, but it doesn't explain why like it's despised that women have more body count. Like it's like a different thing.
Yeah, well,
it's not only-
we kind of talked about it, but I think Andrew got into it with. Did you bring up paternity certainty or
they find it
uncertainty?
It's a matter of revulsion. So men find it more revolting than women.
Wait, she was asking why.
Literally find it more revolting. So, at its root, you're asking a fine question. So you're saying, okay, I get it that there's a higher achievement, right? A higher achievement level. That's why men would honor that over a woman who has a no achievement level because she can just open her legs and 100 men will run it, right? But what about the revulsion level? If one sex is less revolted by an activity than another sex, right? How do you reconcile that? Like, what do you do about that?
Revolting meaning disgusting?
Yeah. They just find it more disgusting than the other sex does.
You mean men find that more revolting?
They find it more disgusting when women have a higher body count than women find it disgusting when men do.
Why is this so? I hear.
I think it's rooted.
It's more of like a cultural thing.
But I don't think
too,
it's
right?
cultural.
I actually have something really good on this. Would you agree that women will find physical weakness in men as less attractive than men finding physical weakness in women? Does that make sense?
No.
So okay, when it comes,
he asked it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, the trait of physical weakness.
Yeah.
Men are going to be very forgiving of physical weakness
In women.
However,
Maybe prefer it.
Sometimes.
sure. Whereas I think physical, like demonstrable physical, like imagine a 5-pound weight and the guy's like struggling to lift a 5-pound weight or something like that. I know that's an extreme example, but women are going to find physical weakness, I think, much more unattractive.
Than men.
Does that make?
It depends on
does
the
that make-
person,
does
because
that
I
make
know
sense?
women who
not
love a
asking you-
lanky boy.
listen.
You know?
There's no example you could ever give about anything on planet Earth where we couldn't say it depends on the person.
Yeah.
We could talk about
Sure,
murder.
exactly.
We could talk about murder. We could talk about theft. We could talk about the most immoral. We could talk about incest. It depends on the person. Doesn't actually help us with this, right?
Yeah.
If we're looking at it from a social scale, we would have to look at it at the social scale of how these sexes generally seem to respond to this. Is it the case that, generally speaking, at least in all of your experiences, you would definitely prefer to have a man who is at least stronger than you,
I mean, that depends. We're in 2025, so you're not building me a house. You're not building me a hut. You're not fighting off saber-toothed tigers.
Yeah, but all of
you
that-
are.
But
going,
all of those same reasons, like the building the hut and the fighting off the saber-tooth tiger and this and that, would be rudimentarily why it was that women were attracted to that to begin with.
Yeah.
It's built
Back
in
in the day.
biologically. Well, no, it's
Well,
just
kind of back in the day.
always.
You still had tribes where there was women that were the
Yeah.
warriors too. So I know you can do the
Not
this,
really.
that.
Not really, but even
Beliefs,
then,
yeah, you
no,
had the
there really
warrior.
wasn't.
so even with
Yeah, there were
periods
tribes that had the
and-
warriors that were women. But that's,
and weakness
Not really.
and all of these things.
There really wasn't that many tribes where there was women.
We still
warriors.
I didn't say there was that
women.
many. I just said that there was.
I don't think so.
It's dubious.
It is very the anthropological evidence is very
Jungle
back
donated
again. This guy's
They
a
have pizza?
legend.
Pop champagne.
No pineapples.
Brian, Andrew needs some pizza, bro.
Is this a pizza pop?
Yeah.
Wait, Jungle, is this a pizza pop
It's a pizza
instead
pop.
of a champagne pop?
It's a pizza pop.
It's a pizza pop?
Why do
Pizza pop.
The
Okay,
girls
I'll
want to
order
eat
us-
too.
I'll-
Why are the guys only?
I'll order pizza for the table. We'll do a little pizza
Am I the
break.
only one that likes pineapple on pizza? I
That-
mentioned it, and she was
Don't
like,
even say that around.
Oh yeah,
He will-
no pineapple.
He will just
It
lose
maybe
his
it's
mind.
the Asian Pacific Island.
My
Let
wife
me eat the
loves it too,
pineapple.
but that's how I know that Satan is involved somewhere.
But,
So there's a little bit of Satan in there somewhere.
Somewhere.
does that make sense at all, or no? Like
So
with the
you're
dis-
talking about biology. Like if she's a virgin, you're sure that's your kid. Are you talking about
Well,
that?
yeah, in that case, but he gave a different example. If it is the case that women are generally attracted to men who are strong,
Yeah, so this is like biology or
Yeah, sure.
like evolution, right? Like if we're talking about evolution.
well, in this case, we're just talking about even if you didn't know anything about evolution, you knew nothing about it. Let's
Yeah.
just pretend you knew nothing; it didn't
Yeah.
even exist. You would still at least observe that men or women were attracted to men who were strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can at least observe that. You don't even need an evolutionary explanation. You can at least observe it. And that men generally aren't attracted to women who are stronger than them, right?
So you mean it's natural?
Well, just observable. You would at least observe that that is the case, right?
So, but like you give this example.
Yeah, I need you to answer the question. I see that you're kind of like not answering the question. Is that observable or not?
Observable that women prefer strong men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can observe that that is the case. Okay, got it. And then you can observe the counter that men don't seem to prefer particularly strong women. It's not a preference they have. So when they're looking for women, they're not like, oh, the fact that she can really lift up heavy shit is a big deal for them, right? You can observe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So what Brian's point was is like, if that's the case, we're talking about the distinction and observation in the intersexual dynamic and in the interpersonal dynamic. What were you moving it into? From the attraction portion?
It's already slipped my mind.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I just went through that whole fucking thing. You're not into the point?
He's on pizza.
Moving
The
on.
pizza thing came in. Well, no, we were
anyone's
when it came
gluten-free?
to the disgust thing, right?
Oh yeah, the disgust thing. It would be the same thing. It would just be like, if it is the idea that if like really masculine women, meaning they were stronger than the men, disgusted men, or really weak men disgusted women, is that like a double standard?
I maybe have something. Are there anything when it comes to, for a guy you're thinking about dating, are there any behaviors or traits that you might find disgusting?
Being not clean.
Okay, well, I think that could go both ways, but that's fair, certainly. But are there anything maybe specifically related to this guy, Jungle? Okay, hold on.
What?
This guy. Again, this guy. Pizza
Popping
Pop,
them, bro.
and he's getting me a
donated
burrito.
$1,000. Pop champagne.
This guy's a giga chat, dude. Holy shit.
And you can get
You're
a
welcome,
lot
Brian.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Fucking welcome,
Question there,
Brian.
ladies.
Jungle.
If the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow
He's a
for
bow.
him,
He's a
would
bow
you?
fan. He's a bow fan and a bow enjoyer. Really quick. Wait.
It's bow.
If the,
Bowing.
this is a great
Normal
question. If the
bowing.
man of your
Yeah.
dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, would you? We have to play the bow video. I'm gonna get on the here. Let me write down
is there- this is
pizza.
something different.
Hold on. Wait. Jungle, you're a legend, sir. Pizza. He's getting.
If you
so
get
this is a
fucking
burrito
pineapple
pop.
pizza, you're going
No,
right off
I'm
that
not.
balcony, dude.
What do you want? You want pineapple?
You want pineapple?
pepperoni?
Yes.
Pepperoni.
Right off the balcony.
You want pepperoni? And he did a burrito pop too. So we'll pull up the bow video in just a sec, then we'll ask them the question. I really quick just wanted to finish up on this. Anything like gender specific when it comes to disgust?
I'm only thinking about pizza and burrito.
Like, how about this maybe? Like, would you date, are you typically attracted to men who are like shorter than you?
No.
No. Okay, so that would be a bit of an example. It's kind of related to the ick. You guys all get the ick when it comes to guy stuff. You explained the paternity uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, last thing on
Well, I
the...
mean, it just comes down to ick.
It
Yeah.
comes down to the ick.
It just comes down to preference and ick.
Yeah.
I don't know why that made
Christopher,
more sense.
thank you for the 20 gifted membership.
Comes down to the ick. They get the ick.
I have a quick
Well,
test.
you guys get the ick.
Yeah, guys get the ick.
I have a really quick test before we get into the bow video on the whole easier to get sex thing, because you had some disputes about it. It sounded like you maybe had some disputes. I don't know. So here, we can test this out really easy. Let's do this. How do we? You gave the example of the coat.
Yeah.
Flasher guy.
Yeah, I call it the flasher hypothetical.
The flasher hypothetical.
The flasher hypothetical.
Here, we're gonna do it like. How do I want to do this?
Are you pulling up?
Oh no, we'll do a really easy test. We'll go. Oh, what the fuck? Here, Gabrielle. After the show tonight, would you like to have sex with me?
No.
I'm sorry, I forgot your
I'm not-
name.
it's okay, I'm not gonna
Nameless
answer.
woman. I
Joey.
forgot this is the best way to proposition a woman for sex, by the way, not knowing her name.
That's a no.
Miss,
Thank you.
excuse me, lady. Would you like to have sex after the show tonight?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Would you've been celibate for like 3 years or something. Would you like to have sex after the show tonight?
No.
Oh, see, you've just been offered sex on a silver platter. You turn it down.
But
You know,
wait,
look,
we're
I
also
gotta say,
hold on.
more to it.
We're also on a public forum. What if one
Oh,
of
so
these
you're
ladies
saying-
wants to, but doesn't want everybody to know?
That's fair.
So wait a second. So you guys are lying. Wait, hang on.
I'm devil's advocate because I've been in situations.
So you
where I'm
guys
like,
are lying, and you do want to have sex with Brian.
maybe I don't want 1,000.
I knew it. I knew it. I still have.
But even if that's
got a
the
chance.
case, wouldn't that make
boys.
his point that like if any of you said yes, he looks like a fucking king, right? But if after
not if he doesn't.
the fact you're
Yeah,
like, actually,
yeah.
Brian, you know what? I actually do kind of want to do this thing with you, right? After the fact, isn't it because you feel like you're devalued if right now you said yes?
Well, no, what if you're just a private person?
Yeah, a private person. Why? Like, if you were going to get some, like, esteem boost from that or, like, some crowns for that, wouldn't you be like, yeah, sure?
Yeah.
Not if we knew that as a heterosexual, which I'm not, like, for these ladies sitting here, if they said yes to that question to
Pasty.
one of you guys,
You should.
maybe they and maybe they want to, but then when they leave here, the other guys who may think like y'all will then devalue them because their body count.
But that's the whole point.
Yeah, I think
Like,
we all
you
agreed
literally
on that
hit the
one,
nail
though.
on the head, right? So the whole point
Yeah.
would be he gets the crowns if they say yes, they get the shame if they say yes. So it's like, what if after the show we could make some like little arrangement or something like this, right?
But how-
in this case, you don't get the shame portion, right? Isn't that the
And
point?
whoever does have sex with me after the show, that's your last body. Like, we're getting married. So you don't have to worry.
Wait,
And that is kinda cool,
I
though,
thought
that
you're
he's like
someone
that.
who doesn't really believe in marriage. Am I wrong?
I'm just first
Who's
off,
taking one for the team,
question.
ladies? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Just to be clear,
Someone
just to be
husband
clear,
that man
okay,
up.
Just to be
I
clear,
feel
I
like
gotta
I've
see this
heard
now.
that.
You're all fucking, all of you
Whoa.
fucking degenerates.
Yeah.
All of you fuckers are degenerates. Every one of you fucking degens.
just to be clear, I wasn't genuinely propositioning you guys here. This was for the
Right,
the
right.
sake-
So where's my
What?
feeling?
Wait, now they're upset.
Now they're mad. What the fuck?
They're like, what the? Now they
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What
now
is
they
this?
kind of
How
want
dare you say no?
You're
How
putting
dare you
pizza
say no,
here.
Brian?
Pizza,
now turning
burritos,
them down. They're like, shit. Maybe I should have said
Maybe you
that.
should have said yes. Yeah.
supply and demand. Now he's like,
Shit. Damn, it's crazy. Okay, I need to get on this pizza.
And she started it. She was like, well, but Brian, what if after the show it's the case?
No,
Just saying. Just saying.
Just yeah. But yeah, just don't feel uncomfortable for the rest of the show being like, did that guy just trying to fuck me? No, it's just for the sake of the, you know, the what would that be, a rhetorical solicitation of sex?
Fucking degen.
No, it was a rhetorical solicitation of sex.
This is great.
Rhetorical.
All right, we have
I was rhetorically asking for sex for the purpose of demonstrating.
Like a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate an argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To make a point.
Yeah.
Because, like,
next time you should make it more extreme. You should be like, hey, will you give me a blowjob after the show? You should just like take it one step like to the next. You know what I mean? Just to make
more
it
than sex.
Oh, just like, she won't have sex, but maybe.
Maybe a blowjob.
Ryan thinks that's less than. He doesn't count
But that's
that
what
as
I
a
mean. It's
body.
like
Exactly.
he could just keep
Go
going
lower.
through them, right?
Yeah.
He could be like,
Do you wanna make out?
Maybe he should go back.
Well, how about how about a make-out session then?
Oh no.
All right, well, I'll just take a blowjob. You don't want to kiss me, but
The
you're like,
real
blowjob?
rhetorical win here would be if they offered. Now they were like, well, Brian, would you like some pussy after the show?
Yeah.
But hang on, but Brian, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Would you believe him?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Well, I
same.
mean,
No.
if it.
Well,
So it can't really. Is it really a rhetorical win then?
would you take it?
Wait, now I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
Now I'm just confused.
He not confused. Women are
I'm so
awesome.
confused. Wait,
All right, pizza.
gotta do a couple super chats.
Pizza.
Christopher Murphy. Thank you for the gifted 20, and you sent it in twice. Thank you for the 40, man.
I feel like he keeps.
You're a legend.
gifting.
But what
I've
about
seen his
60?
name a few times. Yeah.
The grift.
Oh, what about 60?
What about the grift, Christopher?
Pasty George, yeah, send in an ice cream pop. Only Brian and Andrew can eat.
Oh my
here's
God,
the
this
thing.
is great.
Here's the thing. No. Is anybody who does a pop, I'm going to make this new rule. If you can actually specify in your pop, in your messages, whether it's champagne, pizza, I guess it's too late now for some of you, did it previously. If you want to single out somebody to not get champagne, like if you're doing a champagne pop and you're like, chair two's annoying me, they don't get champagne, you can specify. So, Pasty George, if you want to preclude someone from having ice cream, you can do so. But this is the second super chat you sent about an ice cream pop, so you better what?
You better pop that fucking ice cream, George.
What's the word though for saddle up? Is saddle
Fuck,
up?
dude.
Yeah.
You don't say saddle up, dude.
Saddle up.
You don't say saddle up now.
He could do it. You could bring it back.
Coco.
You can't bring it back.
He could do it.
Thank you for the 5.
Look at him.
Kokomo,
He
appreciate
got it.
We have Chef Dylan, chair 2. That's for you. What are the 5 mother sauces?
Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure
I've
what that
had at
means.
least 5 things of champagne right now, so I'm not quite sure.
No, you haven't had that much.
Oh,
No
what?
way.
For me, yeah. No idea right now.
What is mother sauce? Is that like a?
Yeah, well, there's like 5 sauces for
Christopher.
cooking that are like the staples.
Christopher.
that
Thank
are
you.
on that.
That's
Thank you,
another
Christopher.
20.
All right.
W's in
There's
the
some
chat.
chats from Lucas.
Is
Lucas.
Worcestershire sauce one of those sauces?
It is not.
Correctly.
Not a
Appreciate
not a
you.
fan.
Yeah.
Worcestershire.
Yeah. What's this here sauce? What's this here sauce?
Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate it. All right, we have a bunch of chats from Lucas here that I'm going to get through. We have Lucas. Can we please? Oh, remind me the bow video for our good friend Jungle. Can we please, for once and for all, stick a fork in this blank slate? Social constructionist theory. Men have been since time immemorial and will continue to be viscerally and subconsciously revolted by promiscuity in women. This has been settled science for decades.
And it was also settled even before the scientific method was even introduced as a method.
Right.
This was something which was a matter of law prescribed by almost all societies globally because he's exactly right. It is a social constructionist theory, this idea that this doesn't exist, blank slate theory, that we have no preferences that are ingrained in us for the purposes of being revolted. He's totally right.
Yeah. No, a lot of us have said it is primal. Like, that's a thing. It's just, I think some of us were asking why. We were trying to get deeper on why. Like,
I
when
think
she was
every
asking
time
earlier.
I've ever asked someone, why is it revolting?
Yes,
Why is it
we keep
disgusting?
going
It's
back
just
that
like,
it
because it
is.
is. Oh, she's a hoe. That's the default.
Yeah, but I feel like I gave you actually
Oh,
pretty...
no, you
Yeah.
I'm understanding. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
that's why.
And
that
by the
that
way,
discussion happened.
Lucas is totally
we
right.
already know. We already agreed
And
to a lot of
Lucas
that.
is mostly, by the way, totally right, except for me. I'm totally right more than you, Lucas. But other than me, Lucas, you're the most
Battle.
right.
Lucas has some continuations. Jungle, I'll get to it once I get through all of Lucas's continuations. Jungle's, who is this guy? Jungle F.
Where's jungle?
Hey,
What does the F stand for?
Brian?
What?
Fever.
He's
I'm
trying.
pretty sure.
You know, the Crucible likes to support the
No,
channels
I'm-
that support the Crucible, Brian.
No, I'm grateful.
Yeah, that's
I'm
all.
just when I say who is this guy, I'm like, this guy's a fucking legend.
He is a fucking legend.
Here, let me
Yeah.
play this thing for him. He's a
brave and a decent man.
Oh my God.
he's a brave and a. What does the F stand for?
Fever. Jungle fever.
Fever.
It has to be fever.
It's gotta be jungle
What
fever.
if it's
Jungle, fuck you.
What if it's jungle fallopian tube?
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
I
it.
think I could be. I
It's
don't know.
fu- it's
I
fun.
think you're right.
It's possible.
Lucas, 2. This isn't the hill to die on. You're not changing fully entrenched preference. Likewise, don't hearken to evolution as to why this primordial aversion to promiscuity should no longer apply, since we are now enlightened beyond
Yeah,
our primitive
that's so
impulses. Continued. 3.
Oh.
It's an incontrovertible fact that almost all animals, including humans, have not changed, i.e., evolved. In the last 200,000 years beyond a de minimis. Oh my God, this guy is on fire. Lucas, you're on fire with the words. The thesaurus has been brought out. Minimal local adaptations.
He's like, what?
He's Googling.
Yeah.
Oh my God, de minimis. That's a legal term, by the way. Well done, Lucas. He's an attorney, a very powerful attorney. Chat, if you need an attorney in New York City, he's your guy. Okay, minimal local adaptation.
Why are we doing the voice?
I don't
still?
know.
I know.
You gotta stop it.
I kind of like it. Yeah. It's
In
making this better.
evolution, literally takes millions of years. Chair 3, as a male dating coach, I recommend against trying to convince men, at least conservative men, they should look past body count. Otherwise,
No one
you're
said
looking at an incredibly short foray. As a men's dating coach, of course, if you're advising simp liberal soy boys, then disregard and Godspeed to you.
Well, he makes 2 really good points. Let me respond to both of them real quick. The first great point he makes is right at the end of it. Actually, progressives utilize feminism and utilize female promiscuity as a mating strategy. They actually do. They are the ones you'll see at the forefront promoting OF and promoting all of the female promiscuity they possibly
And
can.
so which men are you saying are promoting
Progressive
this?
liberal men.
Progressive liberal.
As a
Yeah.
you know, instead of like conservative traditional men,
Yeah,
progressive
we
men
see
tend
that.
to do this because it's a much better mating strategy for them because they're pussies. Literally, it's because they're pussies. So
God, there's some men that actually really love a woman
I'll
with a
take
high
this
count.
Pepsi challenge any day of the
Yeah.
week. Progressive
I mean,
men,
sure, with that one, yeah, but I've definitely noticed that, yeah.
they're pussies.
I
But-
just think if it's your preference, it's your preference. Whatever.
But the other point that he says is like he's right. So the
Yeah.
modern incarnation of humanity is only what 200 to 400,000 years old.
Yeah.
From an evolutionary standpoint, that's like meaningless.
Yeah.
That's like a drop in the bucket. Evolution takes millions of years for even gradual changes. So even if it were the case that this is the incarnation of humanity that's 400,000 years old, we have not gotten past this idea of like we're revolted by this for reason
Yeah,
A.
but it's interesting because a lot of us have already agreed that we already all came to it that we're like, oh yeah, we know men have this revolting thing against women with high body counts. Yeah, got it. Move on. The next topic was why, and then we're like, why?
Not really.
Why are
Like,
we?
There was a lot of different questions.
we
around
There
the
were,
table.
but we
pushed it because we're trying to get a full fleshed
Yeah,
out
we wanted to know
understanding.
Yeah.
At least that's where
Now
I'm
the
coming
only
from.
thing that I do is I've
Maybe
said
not
that
everyone
there are
agrees.
people that like, I mean, women too. Women can have a revolting thing against that too. You can absolutely have women that are like, I am revolted against a high body count, men or women.
We're just looking at the idea of like I would never dispute that.
Yeah.
I've known women who are
Right.
like absolutely not like playboys, things like that, disgust them viscerally.
Yes.
But generally speaking, if you're talking to a woman and you ask her the question I asked her, would you accept a man who has like 100 body count if he fits all the other criteria?
Yeah.
She said, yeah. But
Yeah.
you ask a
Settle
man,
down and
but
it's
you
just
ask the
him
man
not-
the same
yeah.
question.
Right.
Would you accept a woman who meets all the criteria but she has like 100 body count? They say no.
Is
Right.
it really important to ask? That's another question I have. What if I just don't want to know?
I don't
just
think it
wanna-
used to be as important, but I think it sure is important now because of trends.
You think that the answer is really going to change that much depending on if the man's more conservative or more liberal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that
Yes.
kind
I
of
agree
shows
to a
that
certain extent.
Yes.
different men have different.
Listen. 100%. I've had men who are sitting right across from me who literally say, "I prefer that my woman is certified pre-fucked." Okay, they've said it
I've
out
heard that
loud.
too. No, I've heard that.
Okay, yeah,
I've heard
they've
it
said
too.
it out loud, and the reason is because they're like, you think I'm an ally, right? You like me now, right? I'm an ally for women's rights, right? And it's all a strategy to
But
try
those
to get
men
it
are
laid.
getting more women these days.
Yeah, fucking right.
sometimes
They get
than
no
some
more-
of the
no,
traditional
they're not.
guys.
Shoot, if that's their tactic and that's what they want to do, more power to them. Let them live their best life.
I think that they're going
here's the thing.
undercover sometimes. Like, you're not outright saying, I'm a Trump supporter.
The men who showed up to like the women's march and wore pussy hats on their head, let me tell you something. Those are not guys who are getting a lot of pussy. I'm just
They
going to
might
say they're
be.
not the guys.
I think it depends on their looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that.
sure, but
'Cause remember,
do you
women
think
don't
the
care
kind of
as
guy
much.
who has good looks is the kind of guy who's going to show up and wear a pussy on his head?
If the girl he's really into wants him to,
Oh,
maybe.
no way.
I think like we've acknowledged that these preferences and stuff exist. I
Yes.
think for me, and just watching the younger side. Oh, this dude is definitely donating.
Jungle
Okay, so we need
$1,000. Pop champagne.
Was there a spell?
Ice cream pop.
Oh, a
no
little bit.
pizza or ice cream for chair one.
That's okay.
I'm definitely not a hypocrite even though I'm having pizza and ice cream right now.
Fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so we're gonna do pizza, ice cream, and I have to get a burrito for me because he insisted on the burrito.
Is there any way of doing gluten free? That's so bad.
Oh
I keep
my
him saying
God.
that. I know. I was waiting so
God.
long to say it. I am. It's bad. I'll take the cheese.
It's not bad.
Nah, you just
It's
gotta.
a preference.
Gluten is kind of poison, so
Is it?
I don't blame you.
Yeah, it's not on purpose.
Wheat in general is such a bad gut irritant.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Have you tried it overseas or like in a different country?
Anyways,
though?
we have a message here from Rachel Wilson. Liberal beta men are the only ones who see high body count in women as good because it signifies a willingness on her part to do anything with anyone, which is the only way they're getting
Exactly.
any. That's Andrew's
Totally
wife
agree.
there. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Oh, bow video. Okay, bow video. Then I'm
Yes.
going to get all the food situated. Mary, pull up the bow video. Or should we wait? We got to wait until she's back from the bathroom. Okay. Here, while we're doing that, I'll read some of the pre-show notes. We got some stuff to get through.
What the fuck was your what's that Priscilla voice, bro? Why are you Priscilla? Why are you Priscilla modding?
I don't know.
Brian's drunk.
I don't know. I think it's
Bruh.
the champagne. It's the champagne.
I liked it.
Priscilla
I
modding.
will do the next 10 minutes of the show
Priscilla.
in a Priscilla voice.
Oh, that would be great.
If we do a crystal pop, one Ethereum, I'll do the Priscilla voice.
You can do that for 10 minutes?
I can do it.
He could do it.
Oh,
You know how he'll do
sweetie.
it? But here's the
Oh,
thing.
sweetie.
I'll hold him to the fire.
Yeah.
Right? You just got to shotgun questions at him so that he can't like divert it to run the time out. That's how we
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah,
That's how we do
that's
it.
fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I
You
like
guys can
this.
ask me anything.
This is fun.
Yeah, you'll ask me anything. All right. Once she's back, we'll do the bow video, but we do have some other notes we're going to get into. Gabrielle, just curious. You got 2 lip piercings, right? Everybody's getting with the. Do anybody want a? What is it called? Oh my God! Sorry,
Water?
champagne. God damn, bro. God damn.
I kind of like this.
Okay, hold on. Let me gather my thoughts here through the alcohol. Hold on. An appetizer of we have popsicles. Anybody?
What kind are they?
Fruit popsicles.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? I mean,
All right, hook it up.
Who wants one?
I'll take one.
the
I'm
one
not
you were eating
allowed
All right,
to
but
have
don't like.
Do you want one?
They told me I'm not allowed.
If there's,
Oh my God, you did.
They told me I'm not
Wait,
allowed.
we got to do one at a. Let's do one at a time, so there's not like a amalgamation of like popsicle sucking sounds into the mic. So do one at a time. Did you want a popsicle? Okay, get her a popsicle. Then when she finishes, it's got to be one by one. I just can't have all of you doing the popsicle.
or like 2 at a time.
What's that?
It's the misophonia.
The what?
It's a thing. People, they get bothered by noises. And
I don't mind. It's just it picks it up in the microphone, and they're gonna murder me if they're like, this
Yeah.
is disgusting.
Or if people are like, this is
shit.
ASMR. Yeah.
Wait, so you have the 2 lip piercings.
Yes.
Do you have any other piercings?
I have a eyebrow piercing and I have chest piercings.
Chest. Okay, got it.
They're politically
Nipple
correct.
piercings.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you get the lip piercings?
I got them on my 16th birthday, so it's about to be 3 years, I think.
All right. What did your parents think of the?
My parents
Were they on board or?
Yeah, my mom's the one who took me to get them.
Your mom?
Yeah.
She took you
To get my lip piercings?
Yeah. Did she have piercings?
She used to have like a nose piercing. My dad had a nose piercing.
Okay.
They're not really. They don't care that much. It's their whole thing is like it's you, what you do. It's whatever.
Okay.
How it affects
All right.
you is how it gonna affect you.
Let's see. And then if there's anything else in your notes here, disagreements, but we'll get to those later. Let's see. Victoria. Who's Victoria?
Was that the 30-minute late girl?
Victoria? Oh, she, yeah, that's a no-go. That was another no-show.
Oh.
Joey? Oh, but you're up at the table. Okay. Natalie, going to you. You're a dating coach, a hypnotherapist, an author, and a producer. You didn't say you were a hypnotherapist in your intro.
I didn't. I have a lot of things. I'm sorry. I did say it eventually.
All right, can you hypnotize us all right now?
No.
Come on, do it. Or we should wait until Andrew's back.
You're right. Well, no, he knows. It's not like that. It's like what I do is I teach people how to like do a meditation where it's more somatic, where you can go back into a memory and reframe that memory so you're not as triggered by that memory anymore. That's really it. It's not to make it as like anticlimactic, but I don't do as much as the woo-woo stuff.
All right, we have a chat here. Name taken. Men are as disgusted by women with a high body count as women are disgusted by men with a huge Pokemon card collection.
That's a lie.
All right.
Some girls
All
like
right.
that.
I
Listen.
Pokemon. I forgot how to have a
Right,
Pokemon card
right.
collection. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Does the popsicle count as ice cream? Am I being a goblin here?
I think that might be.
I
what
gotta
he
wait
meant.
until everybody's back at the table before I get into the. Wait, here, just hang at the table unless because I think Andrew's in the bathroom right now. So here, let's do the bow video while we have everybody at the table. This is going back to Jungle's question. So keep this in mind while you're watching this following video. The question is, if the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, would you? Go ahead and play the video. Or no audio video is fine. Go ahead. This is my ex-girlfriend, by the way. Boom. Huge bow. Did you see that shit?
And
Took
she
me a
got
lot.
rewarded.
Huge bow.
Huge bow. Giant bow. And then, this is the rest. She's, doing the whole hamper thing. This was after a long podcast shoot. She had my dinner ready. She's got my beer ready. My noodles ready. I don't know what the fuck was in the left corner ready. Tomatoes.
Whole tomatoes, Ryan.
Whole tomatoes ready. I actually dumped her because of that.
Yeah.
And then get ready, play it again. We're just gonna watch the bow part.
By the way, while you're doing ordering, you got to order in some of those.
Huge bow. Do you see the depth? Did you see the depth?
That's a really
of
good
the
bow.
I had to teach her that. Like she tried to do give me a half-ass bow. I had to say no.
Full.
Further.
To your teacher?
Full bow.
Huh?
Did you say teacher?
Yes, that was my. I was groomed.
I don't know. You had to teach her. My bad. It took audio
it's all good.
processing. Sorry.
So the question was, if the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, don't ignore the other shit after the bow, just the bow. Would you?
I feel like the man of my dreams wouldn't want me to bow, but if for some reason he was on something and wanted it, sure.
Is it on door? Sure. Go ahead.
Guidance doesn't bow to anyone, first of all. So no, but if I
Okay, let me hold on. Let me paint. Okay, so you said you like thick
That's
white
right.
women.
That's right.
So she's thicky icky.
Racist.
She's the thickest white girl you've ever. Why are your eyes? Your eyes are closed and
Think
you're
about
like
my
picturing
fiance at
that
home.
shit.
That's right. That's right.
She's thick, thunder thighs, thunder thighs,
That's right.
thicky icky.
Fucking degeneracy knows. What the fuck? No bounds.
I'm trying to help her out.
All right.
I like the picture you painting. All right.
Yeah, and she's got. Do you like girls with like color in their hair?
Oh, as long as they have beautiful hair, I don't care what color it is.
Beautiful hair. Okay.
Hey,
You like
preferably blondes.
Long.
Like
no, I
blonde,
actually
blue
don't
eye?
like blondes. That's crazy, but I like brunettes or black hair. Like.
But if it was a blonde, would it be a disqualifier?
I think it would. I mean, that's just for me. I'm
Really?
not sure why.
You'd be
but,
like, oh, you're a beautiful woman, but you're blonde. No way.
yeah, you got to have a lot more to back that blonde hair up.
So, no to the bow. Okay. Would you bow for your
Yes.
perfect guy? Yes.
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 Yeah, I'll even kneel.
You'll need. Oh.
She said, let me take
Yeah,
it
she
down
went.
another level.
Yeah. She went there.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta play
Guy of
something.
my dreams? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
I feel like over the course of a couple of years, you have like really driven this point home to the point where the answers are completely 180 from what they used to be.
I have single-handedly
But
shifted
you brought the bow.
cultural zeitgeist.
Oh,
You
boy.
have brought the bow in, Brian.
I've brought it in. Well, it depends on the panel. This panel seems. Would you bow for your perfect man?
Is it a one-time thing, or do I have to do it every day?
Every day.
Every day, no.
Every day. How about 3 times a week?
That's a good deal.
Perfect guy.
3 times in
Perfect
one
guy. And he's not German. Because I don't know, you had some. I don't know. That was stupid. So.
Nah.
So,
No, he can be less perfect, and I don't have to.
The
bow.
Asian chick won't bow. The Asian chick won't bow.
She goes less perfect. So I do
The perfect guy? You wouldn't. The perfect guy. So like.
Yeah, I think this deal makes him less perfect already.
But just one clarify. And Felicity, you.
Of course.
Of course. Of
doing the bow, bro.
Yeah. She's been having some relationship problems because she doesn't do the bow.
No.
She doesn't do the bow.
Now
I'm
she
just
said, of
kidding.
course.
There is no relationship problems. I'm just saying she should do the bow. So, okay. For you, though. Wait, you said no bow, no bow.
my girl bows to me, sir.
Ooh,
That doesn't.
Okay. Well, wait, so are you
A
more
bow's
like,
and
I don't know
vow.
how like the lesbian relationships work,
Yeah, but
is
I
it-
really like this kneel thing
There
that
you
I keep.
go. I
I'm
like that
hearing
too.
about.
Was that good?
I think the kneel is better than the bow.
I would have, sure, yes.
Yeah, the kneel is better than the bow.
The kneel is
yeah,
better
right?
than the bow.
Because it's like kneeling on your knee, like proposing type.
No, I think
Wait,
I
can you
think I need.
demonstrate on the
I
chair?
really feel like I need
Her
both
frame is
knees.
crazy.
No, not a kneeling.
Yeah, I feel like I need both knees.
Not
Yeah.
a kneeling
Should
bow,
be
but can you just
knighted?
do it on your chair?
No,
my
the
chair?
knighting is the one knee.
You don't have to do that.
The
You don't have to do that.
No, it's a kneel on the chair.
What?
On the chair?
I was saying if she would
You
kneel
don't
on the
have to
chair.
do
What
that
the
if
fuck?
you don't
How do you kneel on a chair?
You could do it.
She doesn't. Her legs wouldn't be pointing towards the back of the chair. She'd have to be. She'd have to change her orientation to do it to kneel on the chair.
Straight.
Fuck are you talking?
What do you?
kneel on a chair? What the fuck?
All right, where's the Priscilla voice?
Like this.
Oh, she said on one knee.
Oh, one knee
She
or
get down
both
on one
knees?
knee.
Oh, wait.
No, no,
hold on.
both
Maybe two on a good
knees.
day.
But that's
Wait,
still
hold on.
lower than
kneel.
just the...
When you say kneel, are you saying kneel like you're on both your knees?
No, because I can't get up right.
Wait,
Like a proposal kneel? Like I'm going down on
like
one knee.
a like a,
That's what
a
I was thinking
football huddle
originally.
kneel, like your fucking football coach.
Wait,
All
wait,
right,
You're
team.
proposing.
Are we
You're
being
proposing.
All right, team.
That's
Take a
lower
kneel.
than the bow.
Take a knee.
No,
I get it
that's
though.
okay.
I think both.
Yeah,
knees.
It's got to be both.
No,
Yeah.
It's got to be both.
that's what I'm saying. It has to.
I have my reasons
It has
for
to be.
Yeah.
Do both.
No, the kneel.
Really,
has to
I
be
would do
both.
two. No, yeah, I would do the kneel for
Yeah, you
sure.
gotta do
Man
both.
of your dreams, kneel.
It's got to be both.
Man of my
I'll
dreams.
say this: for the perfect woman,
Nah,
I'll do the
there's
back.
That's the question. Would y'all kneel to the girl of your dreams?
Reciprocal, that's
That's
what we
the
wanted to
question.
hear.
That's right.
For the
Reciprocal.
perfect woman,
Bro,
Right?
that's like doing the like Black Lives Matter thing where you kneel. It's the same shit. You don't kneel for the perfect woman, dude. What?
Bro.
No, he said bow.
Andrew,
That's a whole...
it's a compromise.
Right.
Thank you. That's the most important thing in relationships
Oh my
is
God.
Well,
compromise.
that's the only thing I would compromise on.
But
Nothing
it's
else.
a compromise.
Sure,
Everything
that's
else-
fine.
Start.
Everything
take it.
else
Are you
has to
doing
be
it
my
every
way.
day or just 3 days a week?
Everything
You
else
say
has to
that.
be
Are
my
you
way.
in
then
a
again-
relationship right now? Are you in a relationship right now, Brian?
I'm asexual
That doesn't mean you're not in a
and
relationship.
a monk. I don't do that.
You would
But you're not
kneel?
bald.
You would
No,
bow?
no, I wouldn't kneel. I would bow.
That's it.
You know what? Fuck it.
Not low enough. No, I'm just
The kneel's kind of weird though. But
The
like,
bow.
But if it's
the bow, yeah,
Sexual.
whatever.
It's behind closed doors. No one has
Okay,
it.
but here's look. And listen to this part. So here's the entailment
You would
of
bow for the purpose?
Hold on. Here's the entailment
Give it a
of
try,
what.
Andrew. Your wife might like it.
Here's the entailment.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Never do. You could. There's no way. They would never happen.
Here's the entailment of the. Wait, Pasty, you are a little goblin, dude. You said you were gonna do an ice cream pop. You fucking this
This is
Canadian
obfuscation.
guy.
This is fucking
Hold on, I'll come to
obfuscation.
it.
It's obfuscation,
No, I'll debate you on the
dude.
bow. I will debate you on
You're
the bow.
obfuscating. This
I'm
is
gonna debate you on the.
amazing.
Hold on, just hold on. I just need to call Pasty out because you said you would do an ice cream pop, and where is it at? Pasty?
Obfuscation.
Jungle
Obfuscation.
ain't gonna protect you. Jungle's not coming to help you out, buddy. Okay. Pelagic, Bebop, and Rocksteady. Okay, not sure what. Thank you, Pelagic. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Is that an inside joke?
No,
okay.
it's not. But it just registered with me, and it is pretty funny. But the bow.
Oh.
okay.
The bow.
Exact angel
Wouldn't even
of the
work.
threshold.
Thank you,
Is the exact
Spyro, for the messages. Every time I see a nip,
These are great.
It would have been work.
I'm not going to forget, Brian.
Hold on.
Like, I'm not going to forget, Brian, about this bow thing.
Wait, I wrote down notes in case Andrew.
About the bow?
Andrew fucking challenged me on this shit. Hold on. I need my fucking response. What's it called when people have response
A
trees?
retort or a rebuttal?
No, but a list of
rebuttal.
them.
Wait, what is it? Fuck. Wait, oh man, I had my fucking.
Oh, you know what though,
Google
Brian?
Doc?
I just feel like we should. I'm going to change the subject. I just feel like we should change the subject.
No, because you're about to get like BTFO'd on the bow.
You're
thing.
right. Let's do this. But I just want to make sure that you insisted.
Wait, hold on.
You
before we do that-
insisted, bro. You insisted.
Hold on. We'll do it. But let me let these chats come through because I don't want to be a goblin.
Yeah.
Christopher Murphy, long live.
Christopher Murphy donated
Shop.whatever.com.
$200.
Pull it up.
Long live Big Labia.
Hey guys, if you want to get a Big Labia Matter, shirt, T-shirt, or hoodie, shop.whatever.com. We'll give you a shout out. Streamlabs shows when people make purchases through our shop. Thank you, Christopher Murphy. You're a legend, sir. We have Lucas here, and then we have Big Jungle F. Hey, you didn't clarify, Jungle, what the F stands for. But
He doesn't need to. Now I feel like
wonder.
it's part of the mystique.
Yeah. I feel like we know what that F stands for.
Jungle Felipe. Jungle Fernandez.
It's that. It's Felipe.
Jungle
Jungle Fred would be so disappointed.
Lucas, someone in the
Jungle.
chat suggested that Andrew and I debate each other. If I had to handicap it, this is how it would go. I believe this, and that. Yep, I agree. I submit to you this.
Jungle
continue.
donated
You're dreaming of me, so technically I'm the man
$1,000.
of
Pop
it.
champagne. Chair 5. You are dreaming
'cause
of
he said you
me,
would kneel.
so technically I am the man of your present dreams. Congratulations.
Chair 5.
You won. When you bow after kneeling,
think she ever
dreams
said
come
what-
true.
You know, Jungle,
yeah.
you're kind of hoeing around on the Crucible a little too much. You're hoeing around a little too much here,
shit.
Jungle. I get the whole, support the people who support, but geez, how much is that, by the way, for Jungle?
I think it's been $6,000.
6,000.
7.
Cheers to you,
Wait,
Jungle.
Speaking, I mean, hold
What
on,
does
but
Jungle do?
in
Where's all this
retort to
money coming
Andrew
from?
on this, Jungle,
Crypto.
if you'd like, I'll arrange. Do you want to go on a date? I think do you want to go on a date with Jungle?
Yes. No. I'm sorry.
Can we see a picture?
He didn't,
Right?
he didn't like you anyways.
Yeah.
He didn't like you anyways.
He was just
Whatever, he was just
messing around.
joking.
It was a
It was a
hypothetical.
It was a rhetorical.
Yeah, it was rhetorical.
Brian, it cracked this perfectly good joke, and I feel like you made it kind of weird there.
What?
Not, no, nothing.
Nope.
A little bit.
I think you made it weird.
Nothing, nah. It's
I think you know him
definitely
better.
you, bro.
I think
So-
you made it.
It's definitely you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, Pasty, you are a little goblin, Pasty. You just.
Pasty.
Oh, should I do a champagne pop or a ice cream pop, bro? I haven't. Wait, what? Huh? Thank you, Andre. Okay, thank you guys for the super chats. Wait, let me
Felix.
find in my notes.
Who the
Andrew.
fuck is that Spurg, dude?
Who?
I don't know. Whoever you
I didn't
just
see
put
it.
up is
What
just
did he
spurging
say?
out.
I didn't even read it.
Oh, well.
I
He's
didn't
just
read it.
clicking through comments.
Yeah. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, read 100, TTS 200. Do so through streamlabs.com/whatever.
By the way,
So
thank you, Jungle.
YouTube-
It's been awesome, man. Thank you for so many champagne pops. You've been fantastic this evening.
Thank you,
He's a
bro.
brave and a decent man.
Brave and
He's a
decent.
pioneer.
Thank you, dude. You're a legend.
Yeah.
We need to. You know what? I feel like we got to give Jungle something.
Jungle's amazing.
How about you send Jungle like a whatever
wants a meal.
labia
Yeah.
sweater?
Jungle's like, look,
I got. Do you want? Maybe he just wants like a whatever one instead.
How about?
He
Well,
wants
no.
a big labia one. That's like very niche.
How about both? Give them both.
Okay.
Yeah, give 'em
I'll do
both.
both.
Yeah, we'll do both.
Guys, if you're enjoying the show, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, I'm going to do a couple shout outs here. Trevor, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Thomas, thank you for the 2 on Cash App. Daniel, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Laura GG, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Appreciate it, guys. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. We're going to get right back into it. Twitch.tv, pull up our Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one.
Okay.
And I need, oh my God, there's so much to get to. Val,
Okay.
if you have Amazon Prime, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And also discord.gg/whatever. Pull up the Discord really quick too. Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
The crystals
Isaac
are on
Andrew.
fire.
Ridiculous.
Pull up the Discord. Guys, go to discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes on there. We post our stream schedule. You gotta join the Discord. Great community over there. And also, final reminder, guys, if you want to get yourself, I already said it, shop.whatever.com. And also Big Labia Matter. Okay, cool.
And
Thank
all
you,
that
guys.
stuff.
All of that great stuff.
up.
Okay. So me and Andrew were going to debate, but I need to find all my notes here to just totally.
But until you
rep
can,
him.
we should probably get into some of the show notes.
It seems like you're kind of like a little scared.
That's the second time you demanded it. Find the notes.
What?
Second time, bro.
Hold
a
on.
little reverse psychology there for Brian.
You
It's good.
already have notes prepared for this? For like,
It was bound to happen one
yeah.
day.
Oh, so he
It was
knew.
bound to happen one day.
Okay.
One day.
He was like, I know one day. I know. He's like, I
We're
know
about to
one
witness
day
something,
I'm going to
ladies.
admit that for the perfect woman, I would bow, and I'm going to have this debate with Andrew. Here are the notes.
It's going to be, here's how it's going to go, too. It's going to be hypothetical, 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 Andrew wins. Watch.
I think he's going to make
gotta
some really
find
good
it,
points,
though.
though.
He's got to find it.
I'm excited for the points.
Cope, Brian, Cope. You
Hold
co-
on.
Cope?
I got it, bro.
Little Cope.
I got it. Hold on.
COP. Capital C?
Before we get into it,
before we
I
do.
need to pose her a question. I need to pose her one thing on the bow thing. So, okay. So, your perfect guy. What? That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Your perfect guy, right? So, this would be the perfect guy in terms of what you would find most physically attractive, perfect guy in terms of what you would find in terms of personality. And then if you want, you could add on like he's a trillionaire. So he's the richest man in the world. That's when I'm saying perfect, that's what I'm willing to grant for the hypothetical. Would you bow for that man?
If you just saw what just happened, you would have lost your fucking mind.
Is it on?
It's not a big deal. I'm just talking smack. It's not a big deal. No big deal.
Is it like a flash?
No, nothing like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that I walked by the camera?
Yeah, no. Had nothing even to do with you.
Is it like TOS?
No, nothing like that. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Now I want to know what the fuck.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So you're all like OCD'd out all the time. And so if the cameras aren't like where they're
she
supposed
bumps the
to
camera?
No, she walked in front of it and we saw the back of her head for like a good 5 seconds
Oh,
before it's oh yeah, right. Whatever.
Whatever. I don't
Whatever.
care. It's not a big deal.
All right.
Okay.
All that shit.
He's a changed
look,
man.
Answer.
Yeah, right.
3 times a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That she's negotiating it.
He's
Yeah, let her
saving
negotiate.
children and world hunger. He's
Would you do
ending it.
well? I'm gonna up it, but would you 3 times a week? Would you do the vow?
Okay.
Okay, 7 every single day.
No.
I don't understand the differential though of like yes, 3 days a week, but no, not to 7 days a week. Well, like what's the reasoning there? Let me ask you a question. You're working on your PhD, right?
Yeah.
Once you get your PhD, do you want to become a professor? I assume you want to get a good paying job?
I want to become a professor.
A professor. How much do professors make?
Oh, I don't know. I work in China, but not very much.
Okay. If somebody came along some like really weird autistic guy came along and said, I don't know. He came along and he was like, I'm going to pay you $1 million a year, and all you have to do is you have to work at my restaurant for 10 minutes a day, and all you have to do is just bow to the guests who are coming into the restaurant, only for 10 minutes a day, and he'll pay you $1 million a year, and that's it. Would you do it?
I will do it.
Interesting. Okay, so that's $1 million a year, but you wouldn't do it for your perfect man who's a trillionaire, who conceivably your shared wealth would far exceed making $1 million a year?
I think it's a different thing because that would be a job, but now we're talking about my partner. Like, why does he want me to do that? I think there's some like power difference here.
Yeah,
Let's even grant
for sure it is.
Let's even grant that it is a power thing, and he just gets off. He gets off to it.
Same thing as the employer, though.
The employer. Yeah, well, I mean, they
if he has you come in for 10 minutes a day to bow and gives you $1 million, it's not about power.
Well, is it?
It's got to be about power, right? But you would still do it, even if it was about power. The employer just wanted to see you bow.
What if in every other aspect he's treating you with respect? It's everything that your perfect man, your relationship is about. All he's asking is for a moment of submission to be like, I love you, everything you're giving me, like, I appreciate everything you've given me. Yeah, it's almost like a thank you more than just like I'm your, I don't know, servant.
Subservient.
Yeah, it's not really in that way. I think sometimes people hear submissive and they think very negative. Would you?
It's really hard to imagine that. Like he.
Well, she's not into it seems like. So he's like, he's not the right match then if she's not into it too.
It's just interesting because she's willing to do it for pay, but not for the perfect partner of her dreams, where she could probably live the rest of her life in a certain time.
I kind of get some of that with it being like your partner, because that's the person you share every meal with, you spend every night usually sleeping in bed with. So to know that power dynamic is like off for her for the rest of her life in that relationship, whereas a job, she could come in a couple shifts, get a couple mil, and dip.
But look at you. What you're pursuing? Masters, doctors, which one?
PhD.
A PhD. A woman pursuing a PhD or with a PhD is probably not bowing to anyone. So I think it goes right back to the substance of person.
I think women with PhD would bow for $1 million a year.
We got one right here who has her nose turned up, and I would.
She said she would.
She's willing to do it as a job, but she's not willing to do it for the partner of her rest of her life.
Right? So this one, I have a bit of an internal conflict with. Do I think that there's men out there who are very prideful and would be very dominant in a relationship, but would still go to like a Caesar's Palace and bow for 10 minutes for $1 million a year? I think they would.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think that that's even problematic or contradictory. The whole point here is the matter of like love and respect. Mm-hmm. The idea is that your partner, if they feel like it's showing them love and respect, for you to take the submissive position, they want to see that in a bow. Is that appropriate? That's really what the heart of the question is. Not whether or not you go to a Caesar's Palace and bow for a fucking $1 million, because almost anybody would, right?
Yeah, that's simple. That's 10 minutes.
If it would benefit my entire family to go to a Caesar's Palace and bow for 10 fucking minutes in order to get $1 million, I'd fucking take the $1 million and laugh on my way out.
But in regards to what we're comparing here, where it's her job for part-time work of $1 million a shift, and then the rest of her life is being spent with somebody. It's like you going to Caesar's Palace and they're saying, you have to give up your wife and your children. Here's $1 million, but now you're with me.
Yeah, but that's a completely different type of hypothetical. That really doesn't dive in. I don't think the hypothetical gets to the heart of what we're trying to get to.
No, that's her argument, is that she would be willing to do it for work for the 10 minutes of bowing at a restaurant.
Which is exactly why I think the hypothetical doesn't get to what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
I would just concede that I think that most men, if I went to basically any man on planet Earth and was like, hey, show up for 10 minutes and bow to people and I'll give you $1 million, he doesn't give a shit.
And that takes
He's like, whatever, I'll take the $1 million and laugh all the way to the bank, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't really get to the heart of what we're after here. The heart of what we're after is that if a man wants that type of submission from his woman, right, just wants it.
Yeah.
For some reason, he feels like this is the ultimate way in which he receives respect, and you really adore him and love him, would you do it?
Yeah. I've also dated men.
Jungleff donated $1,000. Pop champagne. Don't want a date, don't need a date. My woman is stacked with gracious femininity. The both of me is,
The
if I want, she gives, because she trusts me. I don't ask for it. BTW, I'm leaving the F a mystery.
There we go, Jungle. There we go. I've dated guys that were like that like they loved that kind of dynamic, but they also appreciated that I, stronger in other areas.
Done, Brian.
It wasn't like I'm always subservient. I'm always like submissive. It was like they loved that I was strong and had a career, and they empowered me in it, and it was this really cool power dynamic.
A different example that you could give her that wasn't specifically a bow. I'm wondering if it's the bow that makes it seem like it's a.
I think the bow is
Champagne?
The bow is fine.
Yeah.
Champagne?
I'll take that.
Champagne?
I think that the bow is a fine,
You know what?
fine
I'll just
example.
pass the bottle down.
The idea here is like women get on their knees and suck men's dicks. It's like don't give me a bunch of shit about how bowing is too fucking.
Maybe
it's a little too much to bow. It's like no, it's not. Give me a break.
For every day
That's a
to
great
the same
point, Andrew.
person, maybe though, like that's
Made by Brian Atlas, by the way.
I
Argument
think if
tailored
there's
by Brian
reciprocity
Atlas.
though, if the guy's on
Brian
his
Atlas's
knees for
argument.
This is how I frame the argument. It's like, okay, you won't bow to a guy, but on the first date, you'll have sex with him, you'll give him head, you'll let him blast on your face.
I think
I like that though, Brian.
that women feel like they're getting something out of that, whereas the bowing they might think is just like it's just weird for
I think
some
she just
women.
may be an exception to the rule. There's always going to be exceptions. She may be the one of, one out of
totally
1,000 that's like,
woman.
no, I'm not going
We
to.
found the diamond in the rough.
So
That's
I think
fine.
that's what it is. I feel like the majority, other than because you're a little more masculine presenting, I
Yeah.
think the majority of us were like, yeah, we're going to do that.
I think
for
the more
perfect
feminine
person.
The
women
fuck? I
may
didn't even
bow.
get.
I
What the
think,
fuck?
like-
You went all the
skipped
way
it
over
this
there. What
way.
the fuck? What the fuck?
It's here.
That's yours.
No, that's yours.
No way.
No, that's yours.
No, it's not.
I've been drinking from the bottles.
Did you want any more?
No, I'm okay.
I've been drinking from the bottle.
Do you want more?
Yeah, fill up more for you.
Okay.
Fill up more for you.
Unbelievable.
And then the rest is for, oh, wow, okay. thank
I
you.
mean,
Whoa.
it's good. We have a
She
little
went
bit
for
more
it.
time.
Yeah, she's not fucking around.
Jungle,
Former
you're a legend,
bartender,
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jungle.
Thank you, Jungle. Oh my God, this guy is on fire. I still have some of the original bottles, so we'll do a cheers. Cheers to bowing.
Yeah.
I haven't. By the way, Brian, I just want to let you know, two times now, you're like Andrew's running away from the bow debate, and I just wanted to kind of bring it back real quick. Just saying.
I'm out, boys.
I'm out, boys.
By the
All
way,
right.
the pizza and the burrito and the ice cream is coming.
It's coming.
It's on the way, boys. And
Not for
women.
you. You get nothing. Those are the rules.
Oh.
I've done that. I did one time. Well, okay,
It
there's
foamed
one
up a
time.
bit.
You guys can find this. It's some lore, right? I don't know if the frame was on me. Maybe they moved the frame off. Maybe Brian can put it behind the scenes. But one time, there was like an almost full champagne bottle, and I was like, "Fuck, nobody's drinking anything." So I had to make some content. So I tried to toss it back, and the whole thing flared up, and it just went all over me. It was terrible.
And there's something about
Oh, you
champagne
didn't
that
like
bubbles
it.
more.
Oh,
Hey, Andrew Pasty's asking what
liked
he wants to do a specific kind of pop.
in front of the female panelist.
So
What do you mean?
could there's the pizza pop, there's the ice cream pop, the burrito pop, the champagne pop. He wants to do a unique
I
kind of
refuse
pop.
to do any type of monkey activity in front of women, ever. I actually refuse to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, pasty. We have bottles of Cristal for 1 Ethereum. My Ethereum thing is in the description for the of the video, so you can do Cristal if you want to do something a bit unique. There's also some.
Oh, I know.
wait.
Hang on. I know what we could do, and this will really piss off Brian, and that'll make everybody happy. If you send in Brian 1 Ethereum, I'll light up a smoke in this room.
No.
Yes. Oh, he'll be so fucking mad. He will be so pissed.
Look, honestly, I don't care. It's the
I think-
landlord.
Well,
I
you'll
think
be
all
all
the
right,
women
bro.
just
One
sided with
cigarette won't do it, bro.
Andrew, don't do
Oh, dude.
Here's some options, Pasty George. I'll propose some options for a pop. So 1,000. You can have one of the guests, including me, Andrew, are you willing?
I ain't wearing the fucking
You're not
hat,
wearing
bro.
the hat?
No way.
Okay,
Mine is
I'll
Andrew.
wear
Do
it.
it for Andrew. 'Cause
For
that's
10
not a big
minutes,
deal.
There ain't
they'll
no fucking
wear
way.
the helicopter hat. You also, I have a couple Dr. Seuss books. You can ask one panelist.
I do want to see you wear the helicopter
You wanna
hat.
see me wear
I
the
do.
hat?
For no, I don't have.
wear the hat.
I have no good
My
reason
God.
for
He's
it.
trying to deflect
I
because he
just
doesn't
wanna
want to
s-
wear it.
I'm not
It
wearing
should
the
be
fucking
for
hat.
Andrew. Do it for Andrew.
Cat in the Hat. Somebody has to read Cat in the Hat. I have green eggs and ham, and I have the.
I do
butter
want to kind of
apple.
see you
Oh, and
read
Harry
Cat in
Potter.
the Hat for no good reason at
So
all.
Harry Potter
pasty.
over there.
Those are some
Read
options.
Harry Potter.
Those are some
Like a
options.
Brit in the hat.
I feel like he's stalling anyway.
It could be. He's enjoying the attention. He's enjoying the attention.
Pasties, either Brian's alter
We
ego
have
or-
name taken. Whoa, wait. So anyone who drops 6K can get a date with the women who appear on whatever. Looks like Brian is officially advanced to the position of E-pimp. Shaking my head for shame. Fucking D-gen.
Fucking D-gen.
Wow.
Name
that-
token.
Look,
Wow.
hold on. Look, it's not about the money, guys. That's my girl. Gabrielle's my girl, and I'm trying to do her a solid. Jungle's the homie as of today. I'm trying to get,
What do
if
you
we
mean
can-
as of today? He's
Look,
my homie as of yesterday.
Look, he's
and
both
the day
of our
before.
homies. He's your homie and he's my homie.
Why-
And he's my
Why are you
Caucasian.
going for the date? Why is Jungle going for the date?
He's going for the date because he likes
That she
mixed
wanted to
race
kneel.
women
She
with
wanted to kneel.
piercings. He likes frizzy-haired. Sorry, curly-haired.
What the fuck?
She likes.
Beautiful.
She likes.
What in the
he
hell
likes.
is sexism going around here, Bobby? What the hell?
He likes curly-haired women with glasses and daddy issues and
Bro.
piercing. Wait.
You
Sorry,
need you need a
That was
way
out of
bigger
nowhere.
shovel to bury that hole.
Oh,
bro.
no, I mean,
You need a way bigger
no.
shovel.
I love being by. I love
I meant-
this group.
sorry, I
Like we
meant-
all cut each other.
You meant something else.
I didn't mean
Yeah,
to say
you
that.
meant
That was just like the champagne.
It was her fault.
She distracted him.
Yeah.
Oh, Pasty, you goblin. Okay, I gave you options. We got Cat in the
Okay,
Hat.
come on. I want to see Brian wear
He's
the fucking
trolling
hat.
10 Canadians.
I'll
at
wear
a
the
time.
fucking no.
I think
I'll
he
wear
wanted-
the hat. For
True.
if you want, but you got to
For sure.
specify who you want to wear.
Brian-
wear the
Brian's
hat.
gotta wear the fucking
Avon,
hat.
thank you for the super
Andrew.
chat. Appreciate it, Avon.
Thank
You're a
you.
I think
legend.
Brian would wear it and have fun with it. Andrew would hate it.
I
You know,
would
I
hate
think
it.
Yeah.
part of.
And I would not do it.
I think people have been really supportive tonight.
Yes, they have.
Because of the just total. The past 3 days, Andrew, you have had a complete. You've had 3 debates.
Lewandowski for the hat-trick!
And you hat-trick.
Put it in! Oh my word, this is one of Lewandowski's finest performances.
Hat trick. Andrew, you really, three debates in a row. You did fantastic. You secured the W's. You secured the victory for all 3 of your most recent debates. And I think this is just the audience coming in and they're doing a little celebration here. Because
As well they should. And but Brian, there's more.
this is a parade.
Aren't there more debates coming, including tomorrow?
Yes, we have, guys. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m., big debate. Possibly this might be bigger than all the previous ones. And then we have a special show on Tuesday. So be sure to tune into that.
Don't miss it. Both of them are going to be good. They're going to be good.
Wait, do you guys have like a master class type of? I feel like I heard something like that.
Debate
Like on how to
University,
debate.
yes.
Yes,
You can get
speaking
over
of-
to Debate University.
You're welcome.
Give me all of your money so I can go buy guns with it. But you will get something in exchange. You will learn how to debate.
Wait,
And it
hold
will
on.
be good.
He said 1 Ethereum.
One?
Somebody said they sent an Ethereum, but
You got an Ethereum?
wait, Wait, so this guy on
10,000?
Twitch said 1 Ethereum. There you go, 4 minutes ago, but I do not see any indication of
There,
an Ethereum.
Ethereum lies.
And that's 10,000?
It's like right now, I think it's 2,500 last I checked.
Oh.
For 1 Ethereum
One Ethereum.
crypto, but I don't see it, so maybe it was a little bait. Okay. Oh my God, bro, Pasty, you are being a little goblin, dude. Saddle up. Saddle up, bro. Stop with these super chats. You're talking a big game.
Give him
okay?
no more attention. That's what you do. Just
Pasty.
Try it out.
Andre, thank you for these two. Okay. See,
Isn't that what they say we should do with you
Thank
guys?
you, Andre.
What? Don't give him attention?
Don't give any of you any
God,
attention.
Christopher Murphy,
Sure.
you're a legend,
but he'll
sir.
just keep
Thank you for that. Thank you, Christopher. All right. We should get back to the show, though. And then, me and Andrew will debate a little later on about the bow.
By the way, I just wanted to ask everybody who's in the audience currently, either if you're watching from the Crucible or here from the Great Whatever, did you see that chick from yesterday decided to take 5 to 7 days off for mental health?
I did see that.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I didn't do shit. I was super nice.
You monster, Andrew.
What happened?
In 1v1 debates,
I
I'm
can't
always
believe
super nice unless the other person's a fucking dickhead.
Yeah,
Do you usually
that's
date
fair.
people who are just like almost opposite of like your viewpoint?
Even no.
That's what the
No?
debate, yeah.
I haven't seen one.
A lot of times, the closer they are, the more brutal the debate.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you like
there's-
debating.
Well, I just think that my view is correct. And
Yeah.
so I debate it from a passion form because I think it trumps all other worldviews. That's what I debate.
Sure.
That's why I'm good at it, is because I honestly believe my worldview is better. That's why.
Oh, man. This. Hold on. Jungle.
You might laugh.
No, I did.
bet
You can
that
see it in you. Can see it in you.
Jungle's donated $1,000.
Oh, he wasn't trying
Pop
to
champagne.
get at.
You're destroying everything on Sir Jungle's name. I have a woman. She adores me. She's watching with me. Brian.
Oh,
shame on
you need to kneel, Brian, and apologize.
What did I do?
Bow.
I didn't do anything.
There might be a bow from the guys.
Fucking guy up who's got a fucking chick at home, Brian, after he supports the show.
First off, I'm also out of shape.
Hey, Brian. Hey, Brian. Brian.
Oh no.
Apologize.
For what?
Apologize.
For trying to.
Oh my God.
There was just a misunderstanding, in my
fucking
opinion.
horrible, Brian.
Yeah.
Outside perspective,
Why
it was
would
a
you do that,
misunderstanding.
Brian?
Wait, here,
We
let
now
me
know
play
you have a
his
woman.
last message. Though.
Okay, play it.
Hold on. You're telling me this isn't flirting?
Hang on, let me listen to it.
$1,000. Pop champagne. Chair 5. You are dreaming of me, so technically I'm the man of your present dreams. Congratulations. You won. When you bow after kneeling, dreams come true.
How does that equate to he wants a date, Brian?
I don't know.
That's not even in the same universe. He's literally contrasting a hypothetical. He's like, so since it is the case that you're dreaming of me all the time, just remember I'll always be here when you bow in your dreams to a man like me. How does that equate to like he wants a date, dude?
Oh shit! Hold on, wait.
Yeah, it's obfuscation.
Pizza?
It's fucking obfuscation, bro. What's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Pizza
They put
and
pineapple on
burritos.
No, I need to order the shit.
Fucking odd dog, dude.
Show. Hold on.
What kind of obfuscate? What the fuck kind of?
I still think it was a misunderstanding. So I will. Yeah.
How was
Not
that a misunderstanding?
Because
see it.
he said, you're dreaming of me. Now, I know he probably meant a man like me, but it sounded like, oh, me.
No, he
Jungle
did mean
F,
him.
Here's $1,000.
No, he actually meant him.
Okay.
And then he says, I'm in your dreams. That doesn't equate to like, I want you. That equates to like, you want me. If I say I'm in your
But is
dreams,
that
how does that equate to I want
Oh, wait,
you?
is that still okay for you to say if you like, would your wife be okay if you said something to that
Yeah,
equivalent?
if I said, oh, look, this chick, I literally dominate her mind in her dreams. My wife, why would she be
But why
upset
you
by that?
specifically? You could
Because that would be who X person would be dreaming of.
I get it.
I still think it could be easily misunderstood. That's all
No
I'm
fucking way.
I could see where Brian was trying to give him a shot.
Sorry.
You know.
He sells her out and said chair five.
Look, Jungle, I got your
I'm just
back.
here.
I feel like I got your back pretty good here. Brian
I'm
does
just
too.
saying, Jungle, we
Brian-
understand,
hey,
but it could
Brian
have been
does
Chair
too.
5, we have your
He does
back.
too.
Yeah. Well, I've got Brian's too. Brian was like, I just thought I was doing something good.
that part. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could have been easily misunderstood.
Wait, Jungle. I don't want you to feel like you're getting screwed over here. We're out of champagne.
You put on the dunce cap, bro. Put on the
Can you
fucking
tell me?
DoorDash that.
Can you tell me what you want? You don't
No.
have to send in 1,000. Send
Put
in
on
like
the
a
fucking
10.
dunce cap so I can
He didn't
flick it.
specify.
Yeah, but did you see what you did?
didn't
Put on the
specify.
dunce cap so I can flick the fucking propeller, Brian. After what you did.
Okay.
sound like
this
the
is
monkey music.
Jungle F. We got to take a bit of initiative here. I'm assuming instead of the champagne pop, we're going to do a dunce cap pop. So I'm going to wear that shit backwards though.
Spin it.
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Even dunce cap is a dunce. It's just
No.
There we go. There you go, Jungle. Revenge, Jungle. Revenge.
Here, do it again.
All right. Oh, what the fuck?
You're too strong, Andrew.
It's a bad startup.
There we go.
It was
Let's
a bad
fucking
startup.
go.
Hang on, let's get it really moving here. There we go.
Now look into the camera, Andrew. Look into the camera.
I think Jungle will be enjoying this. Make the eye contact. It's important.
It's important.
Okay. All right. You guys, the show's been derailed for like an hour at this point. I feel like we should get back into dating.
Well, Jungle started it.
It's all Jungle.
Yeah.
It's all your fault. Yeah. All your fault. We have a message here. One shot. Andrew, what's up? Forgive me for the simping I'm about to do. But
No, that's enough.
Oh, wait, what?
That's enough. Forgive you for the sim. I can't forgive you for the sim.
Wait, we got to do a sim tax, though. Here's
Sim
what we're going
tax.
to do.
Sim?
I'm going to read it, but you're going to pay the sim tax. One shot. There's a luminous glow about you that captures everyone's attention.
That's fucking disgusting.
What the fuck?
I'm like,
I'm just going to start hitting buttons, Brian.
Your elegance and radiance glows like the midday sun and are impossible to ignore.
okay. Now he's
Thank you.
Excuse me?
poetry.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Dude.
Really bothering
Brian's
you.
What the fuck? One shot? Yo, one shot. You got to do a fucking champagne pop. That's your sim. You know what? Nah, look. Actually, yes. You got to do a champagne. If you're going to do a simp message, you got to pay the simp tax, and that's a champagne pop. Avon, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Or I'll leave it up for a little longer. These are below the read, though. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, $100 read, TTS 200. I know we've been kind of getting off topic here, just like meta conversation. We're going to get back into the substance of the show, talking about dating, but hold on. This guy, bro. Okay. This guy.
Jungle
guy's crazy.
donated $1,000. Pop
Chair 5
champagne.
can wear it.
Put on
I
the
DM
cat
whatever, so you can
Brian
check
for
that
30
later.
minutes, then
I'll
Chair
check my
5
DMs.
can wear it, just because. I DM whatever so you can check that later. And Andrew is 100%
I'll wear it for 10.
exactly
Just
correct.
because. Then Chair 5 can wear it just because.
Where did you DM Jungle on is it my personal Instagram or did you DM on whatever? Because I don't see you on whatever. One sec. Let's see. Did you send it to my personal? Did he do it to the personal Instagram? All right, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Also, damn, bro, I don't see it. Where did you DM? Tell me where you DM, Jungle. All right.
I have a quick question for you, Brian.
What's
With
that?
your big labia matter, is that like
What do you-
a deal breaker for you? I'm just curious. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, you know how people have their deal breakers and you're advocating for it? What if you met your perfect woman, but she doesn't have big labia? I don't even know what big labia would, what the size is. Are you measuring?
Are you like an innie or an outie? Is that what you're?
I'm not going to discuss mine. I'm just curious
sorry.
if that's a deal
My bad.
breaker for you.
If she doesn't,
If she doesn't have what you consider big labia, but in every other aspect, that's
it's not. It's not a deal breaker.
Oh, okay.
It's not a deal breaker.
I was just curious.
Yeah, that's
Because I see a lot of these men buying your BLM hoodies. So
speaking
I'm
of
just
which,
curious.
speaking of which, guys, shop.whatever.com. We've got big labia matter hoodies, t-shirts if you want to get one. Shop.whatever.com, and we'll give you a shout out as if you send one in. Streamlabs can show merch purchases. Yeah, it's not a deal breaker, but it is a preference.
Preferences are allowed.
That's right.
I mean, women have genitalia preference. You guys want a guy who's cut. You guys want a guy with a big dick.
Yeah, no, there's nothing
fair.
wrong with preference. I was just curious because some
Nothing
people are very like, I know some women who are like, oh, you can't be under a certain, which to me is crazy, but everybody has their preference.
Yes, Pasty. We could probably do this, assuming it's available. But yeah, we could probably do that. But if it's like some super unique alcohol, but I think Andrew would really like this. So yeah, we'll go and buy it if you do the pop. But I gotta wait until he's back. He's out on the balcony smoking a cig. So, but yeah, we'll do it, Pasty. I'm gonna hold you to that though, Pasty.
Pasty needs to put his money where his mouth is. He's been doing 10 for.
What the? Wait, I'm gonna pull that up for. Yeah, I'll tell him. Thank you, Akon. Or wait, what? Okay, where are we here? Let me get through some of the show notes while we're just waiting. Let's see here. Everybody's gone from the table. Natalie, are you going to do some hypnotherapy for us or what? No. Okay.
Is hypnotherapy somewhat comparable to like placebo effect, where it's like, okay, maybe if they think they're making something happen?
So yeah, actually, so some of it is that too. Like affirmations have been shown and proven that like if you force yourself to believe something or say it over and over and over again, you'll actually behave that way and can break through any limits or fears that you have. Tony Robbins is really good about that. So Tony Robbins has this thing where like he'll do this trick and technique where whenever you're feeling down and out, you just get up, start moving around, move that energy, move that whatever. And then what he does is he'll like scream affirmations until he forces himself to believe it. So you can Delulu your way into an amazing life for sure. So yeah, that's kind of whatever you believe. If you can force yourself to believe that you're worthy and you're good enough, then you can definitely break limits, make more money, do all the things.
Who the hell
Oh, go first. I ate a bunch of chips. Sorry if
Can
I'm
I
like,
ask her a question?
Is it about hypnotherapy? Because please don't.
Not specifically, more about like her strategy, I guess, for clients and stuff. So like, have you ever been?
Damn it, Andrew.
Have you ever been engaged or married, and have you gotten
said 30
people
minutes, right?
married
Or-
through your
I think
services?
so. I'll leave it on for a bit.
yeah, a lot of my
I'm not going to
clients.
screw over jungle.
I've been coaching for a long time. Coming up, I'm close to a decade. I have a lot of clients right now that they're finding themselves, they're, getting better in their career, they're finding the love of their lives, the women that are good pairs for them, getting married, all that. I was close to getting engaged, but he wasn't the right one. And I knew it.
Have you been to their weddings? Like, did you get invited as the matchmaker?
I typically don't really break those. I kind of like, there's only been very, very few clients that I've met in person, unless I'm doing a boot camp, but I try and keep that.
Okay.
Yeah, I keep that space.
So you don't engage in like
Oh
matchmaking
my God!
services?
Who the hell cares?
Dating and marriage.
I mean, I'm sorry, your hat is way more entertaining.
It's true.
It is. The hat is much better.
It is true. Okay.
And Andrew trying to
boys
flick
are
it.
more, they have a
They have the
different-
thing, yeah.
Hypnotherapy, though.
No, I don't really. But I told him I was like, I don't really.
I asked her if it was like placebo effect.
Yeah, and you can, like I said, you can delusion your way into believing whatever you want. You know that. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Christopher Murphy donated $200. How do you guys like bourbon or cigars?
Love.
Rob Samuels is a family
You don't love
friend,
cigars.
So I could hook you up
Yeah,
with
man.
some custom maker's mark.
That'd be dope. I'd love that. Thank you, Christopher Murphy. Send it through. Just send me a DM on Instagram and we can arrange for that. Somebody bought some merch on the merch store. It just says someone. Looks like they bought a t-shirt, so appreciate that. I think the food's here. Yep. Okay, so really quick, where do we have?
You see the women's like
Andrew.
eyes light up.
Andrew, is there a liquor ordering service in your area? If so, could you order a bottle of liquor of Andrew's favorite liquor so he could enjoy a glass of it, but not the whole bottle for a pop?
Yes.
What's your favorite alcohol?
So I'm a partial to vodka and soda, but you can get it pre-canned. I did tell Brian about this. I can actually walk right next door and grab those right now, Brian. It'll only take me a minute.
Wait, you can get vodka in a can?
Vodka and
Wait,
soda.
hold on.
Would you like to have one with me?
No, I made you're sober today. Yes, I would, but I'm not gonna. I can't break that.
So,
But yes, I would, but not right now.
Everyone else can have one.
is there
Yes.
a brand? Like, do you want whiskey or
There's
do
a
you want...
brand.
Okay, what is it?
Well, I just told you. It's called Mule, yeah.
Oh, here, let me write it down.
Thank you for asking.
Or I can just
too.
like walk right next
Wait.
door.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
No. Hold on.
Okay.
Important.
What?
Oh, do you want him to pay before you order, or do you want to already have it on hand for the
No,
pop?
he has to do the pop, then we'll get.
Then we'll get it.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're waiting for
Yeah.
you to put
We'll
your
get
money
the drink.
Okay, so we'll get the drink,
I'm
but
like,
you got
you
to do the
gotta
pop
pay first.
tasting.
Yeah.
No more. Okay.
No more
Here,
bullshit.
let me,
Send it in.
Andrew, can you ask a question for the
Of
panel
course.
while I get the food all situated?
Thank you, Brian, and thank you,
I
Jungle.
feel like he just wants to not be on camera with that dunce cap. It's restarting when you get back, Brian. It's right. I'm not gonna. I'm keeping time. Yeah.
It pauses. I'm sure
definitely-
that's yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about hypnotherapy.
Oh God. Okay, let's do it.
Why do you do hypnotherapy? You know
I
it's
don't.
bullshit.
It is.
Wait.
Why do you
some
do
of it,
it?
so I don't do it that much. I do a little bit.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's gluten.
No,
Can't do it.
no,
sorry.
it's okay.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's more pizza for me.
Yeah, he
right.
can have mine. I would eat the meat off of it.
You just do the
Just
toppings.
put, I'll just scoop that off.
It's very keto.
You
too,
can just like wait
Yeah.
until all of the, like everybody grabs their piece. You know how at the bottom of the pizza there's always like
So
a
good.
hundred
Little strips of
toppings.
cheese
Yeah.
at the
It's my favorite. Yeah.
See,
when
I always
everyone's
go
got
over to
their
the
stuff.
pizza box. It's like treats for fat kids, where you just like grab them and you just like,
Yeah.
Every
I
last
do that.
Okay, to answer your question, honestly, like I've done some of it and I understand like affirmations. So I understand that if someone else comes in and gives me better thoughts than what I'm telling myself, like I grew up with a voice in my head that said some nasty things and
What?
mean things.
A voice in your head?
Do you don't have like a voice that tells you things like an idea,
I have-
ideas?
okay, I have an internal dialogue.
Internal
but
dialogue.
that's my voice.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so there was
okay.
my internal dialogue that didn't say very nice things. So there was like hypnotherapy or people who would give me better affirmations or better things for me to say in my head, my internal dialogue. So that. But honestly, with a lot of it, getting the hypnotherapy certification, and I'm just gonna say it, getting the hypnotherapy certification was easy, and really honestly, I love NLP. I do NLP. I do love that.
What's NLP?
Neuro-linguistic programming. Tony Robbins does a lot of it. You do it essentially too. You have patterns, you spot patterns. People reveal everything. So you do a form of it for sure. Like you listen, you hear, you figure it out. That I really like that certification. But when I went off on my own, I started my own company and I started my own business. I liked the.
You can't do gluten.
Okay.
Oh yeah, does everyone have? She got one. You got one.
I'm trying to like direct. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Food's important. And then one more for her.
I'll take this one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Perfect.
There we go.
There we go.
I just liked all the little not fancy, but the things. They'd be like, I've got this, and I've got this, and I've got this.
I'm a certified hypnotherapist.
Yes.
I'm a certified this.
Exactly. Yeah, there's some little things that I'll do, but yeah, exactly. And I'm being honest with it. I did the certifications and all that because I wanted to be like, look, I know what the heck I'm doing. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna pull your head out
Isn't
of
that
your
kind of
ass.
like guru shit though?
I hate guru shit, but yeah.
that is guru
But don't we all
shit.
have it?
No.
Don't you with debate?
I specifically make sure like that I don't give advice. So I always tell my audience I'm not your guru. I'm not here
yeah.
to give advice. I'm an entertainer.
Yeah, and you're really good at it. I try. I mean, there's advice that I'll give, but mostly it's like you are trying to get the person to figure out what it is that they want and go after it. So, but I mean, I'm sure if someone came up to you and actually asked for advice, you'd be able to give it.
I don't.
No?
And here's why. So from my perspective.
Yeah. You don't want to fuck up their life.
Exactly. Well, it's not just they don't want to fuck up their life, but I think that unless you intricately know a person's situation from the inside out, and it takes a long time to do that.
Yes.
To really get to know a person, that any advice you give them is likely going to be bad unless it's basic.
Yeah.
So here's what I mean by that, right? Like, don't stick your face in that fryer. That's pretty basic advice. I think
Pretty
anybody
good.
can give, and it would probably be pretty good, right?
Right.
The type of woman you want is X, way different,
Yes.
right?
But I
Way
won't do
different.
that. I'll have them write that out, and then I can at least tell them why they're not maybe getting that. But usually with decision making, no, they can write it out. You can figure out how to go after what you want. I'm just there as like also someone to take accountability or help you with accountability too to get it.
Yeah, but like,
I think there'd be a better way of saying it. Accountability.
yeah, I get that. But the hypnotherapy thing, do you actually engage in that?
No, not really. There's only
What does that mean though? See that caveat? You're like, not really.
Oh, because I guess, so there's this that would be, I guess, considered under the umbrella. Let's say someone has a really big insecurity. They feel like they're not good enough. And so they're not going after the woman that they really want, or they're not going after their...
You give affirmations, don't you?
Yeah, there's affirmations. So, yeah, exactly, where you can just kind of overcome that. So that'd be
Do you
under
ever
the
tell
umbrella.
them to go to church?
If they want to.
Yeah, but Like,
I have clients that I could tell like they're spiritual and they want that. And I would say like, try different things, or like, what are your hobbies? What are the things that really light you up? And they'll reveal it. They'll be the ones that say, I used to do this. I'm kind of feeling like I'm disconnected. So I get to tell them like, look, if that's what you're really wanting, what are you doing? What's stopping you? Why aren't you going?
So then you try to give them like a gentle push if they kind of reveal that. 'Cause
Yeah,
I feel like most people with church art don't want it until they actually open up to it.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's amazing.
round of applause, ladies.
Yeah.
This is for Jungle. Burrito paw.
That is amazing.
Brian.
Yeah.
That's
Some
a good song.
intensity for
Is it gonna be a delicious burrito? Is that big fat burrito you're about to stick in your mouth, Brian?
Oh man.
What's happening?
With the hat on, bro.
Twirl it.
Honestly, Brian, like the points are just going through the roof. I feel like.
We got the dunce cap with the burrito.
Yep.
This is the perfect. I love this. This is payback for that fucking pineapple pizza, you piece of shit.
He made you eat pineapple pizza?
It is payback.
It is payback.
Yeah, it is payback. You got me there. I don't know what else.
Remember that time you tried to keep me from In-N-Out? I got the In-N-Out, Brian. I got the fucking In-N-Out, and I posted it.
Why would you
enjoy the
Delicious.
In-N-Out?
Yeah.
It was so good.
Exactly.
Why
good.
would someone deny you in and
Because
out?
he's a fuckhead. Sometimes Brian's a fucking dick.
Was
And
he trying to help you? No.
No. He was just fucking with me because it was funny. And it was funny. Look, it was funny.
Okay.
But look at that. There we go,
And
Brian.
you made eye contact.
How's that make
He
you
made eye
feel,
contact.
Brian? I got my...
I
Yeah.
feel great.
Yeah.
Actually, that does look really fucking good. I'm
feel
not gonna
good.
lie. It looks pretty good.
Yeah. That looks good.
I'll eat like a third of it. I can't eat all of it. I can't eat all of it. On
Is it on the inside? Would I be able to, if you don't finish it?
Whoa.
Oh, you think you're having some of this? You think you're gonna have some of my burrito?
I mean, I'll bow for it.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
No.
Well, hold on.
I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
I know. I'm not gonna go eat and agree. Yeah. He's like, no, I didn't agree to this.
I
I'm
was
just
trying
saying.
to negotiate a good deal. Okay, I was trying to negotiate a good deal. It does look like she could probably have a lot of that burrito, though.
Because she's not having pizza.
Just saying.
Empathy.
Look, there's a
I know
lot
you
of
got
gluten in this burrito. There's rice. There's the tortilla.
Rice is
Rice
gluten
is
free.
not gluten.
Okay, there's the tortilla.
Yeah, but I think
She eats around the tortilla. She eats around the tortilla.
Bro, it's a burrito. How do you eat around the tortilla?
You open it
the
up.
tortilla.
Oh, it is.
That's a perfectly good waste of a burrito.
I think so.
How could you ever? That's blasphemy, Andrew.
Listen.
You can't open
I
a
agree
burrito.
that it's like borderline satanic to open a burrito, but
It
the
is.
point
I agree with that too.
She might be the devil.
Yes, I also agree with that too. Oh my God, there's gonna be people listening who actually believe that.
You're hypnotizing people, you devil. Just like,
You did it. You did add guacamole.
Oh,
Where's the steak, Brian?
It's chicken.
The fuck, you got a chicken
Who
burrito?
gets a fucking steak burrito?
Everybody who's a
No.
man gets a steak
I
burrito.
mean, shredded beef burrito.
No, steak.
No, my.
Yeah, straight steak.
it's got to be from a good place.
Who the fuck doesn't like steak?
Yeah.
Look, you out there in the whatever. Can you fucking tell Brian the steak burrito is the way?
Look,
That's
I'll do
the
that.
way. Chicken fucking burrito?
It's a
Chicken?
safe bet.
You can stuff that thing with anything. You put chicken.
I'll go get a steak burrito. Does another burrito pop, and then I'll have the steak burrito.
There we go.
Fair.
Can we? Where's Felicity? Can you collect? Are you guys all done with the food? Maybe all done.
so.
I apologize. They put
I
way
can
too much
collect. I'll
sauce.
grab 'em.
They put way too much sauce on the sauce. If you can just
Oh,
pass.
it looks
pass
like
down
it.
the
But
plate.
he didn't get gluten free. I just. Oh no, you're good.
Look, as the woman goes back into her native habitat and grabs the plates.
Was that-
She's voted.
Let's all watch as she.
She's bringing them over to clean up this.
That's funny. Yeah, this is funny. Let's watch her in her habitat.
Blimey, I can't believe she did it. These little critters can be really tricky sometimes.
Don't make eye contact. She might slam the plates.
You know, you ruined it.
I did.
It was a perfectly good joke.
It was,
great,
and I
then you
just killed
fucked it all up.
I fucking did. I felt it too. I
Look,
actually felt it.
I have it on good authority. There's an Australian right now, literally the prince of Australia,
Yeah.
who is watching this right now, who is so fucking disappointed with
Yeah, I disappointed him, and I own it. I own my mistakes.
I actually have this on 100% good authority. There actually is the Prince of Australia. Not kidding.
I believe you.
Watching this.
Yeah.
And he is disappointed.
Yeah.
Now, the true king of Australia, his name, he has an Italian name. It's super weird, Vinny. But
Hey, Vinny.
I'm pretty confident he's watching too, the true king of Australia. And I'm just telling you, you ruined the whole joke. You fucked it all up.
I did.
Everything was perfect.
I
You fucked
hope
it up.
I get redemption later, but I don't think I'm going to.
Brian, give
so
her the
I'll have
dunce
to.
cap. Take the dunce
No!
cap off. No, you got to get the dunce cap for that. So ridiculous.
It was too cute.
Yeah.
There you go. Pass it down. Put it on. You got to twirl the propeller.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There we go.
Hey, I got it going.
All right.
In the natural habitat.
That's good. It's a good look.
That's good luck.
Good look for you. All right. Hopefully we'll get. There's a bunch of chats that have come through. We'll get through the chats, and I promise we'll get to the show. So, and we do have ice cream too for that ice cream pop. Then
What kind of ice cream?
There's more?
Pasty, where are you, bro? Pasty. Oh, wait, Pasty, this freaking legend.
Did he do
This
it?
legend.
He did it?
You know
did
what?
he do it?
You know what? I
did it?
had my doubts.
He did it?
I had my doubts.
All right, Pasty, are we
But
doing a cheers to Pasty?
He is a man of his word. He is a true gentleman and a scholar. Pasty George.
No shit.
Wow.
Pasty George donated
Only for
$1,000.
only for us.
Pop champagne. This is only for Andrew.
Only for the
Sorry,
Andrew and Brian.
panelists, You're not worth
Thank
it.
you very much.
LOL tongue Andrew. Get your favorite alcoholic drink and enjoy it with
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll get that going. Can you? Do you have your phone on you? Can you text me what it is?
Of course.
And then I'll send it to Mary.
Oh, wow, this is
we
really
have
good.
Barry here. Yo, Pasty, you're a legend. Thank you,
good.
Barry. Thank you for the. You bought a T-shirt. It looks like on shop.whatever.com, and then somebody else, no name but items 3. So it looks like you bought like 3 T-shirts. Thank you so
Real
much.
quick,
man.
can you ask our OBS gal over here? There's the box of those things that's like right there in the fridge. She could just snap a pic and send it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go. Behind
Okay.
Real. I'll tell her where to
Good.
get. Hold on here.
Real quick.
Andrew, I'm gonna have 2 chats come through.
Let
Can
'em
I have
go.
you? Can I have you read them?
Gotcha. Curtis Leon donates $100. Brian, great job on your decade-long weight loss journey. Has not taken. It appears that you have gone down in weight from Jabba the Hutt to Pizza the Hut. Lafla might give you a chance now. No. Jungle F for a big $1,000.
Jungle donated
Pop of
$1,000.
champagne.
Holy crap.
Pop champagne. Chicken is for chicks. Steak is the only way. Andrew deserves a smoke in the studio. We hereby declare your DM should be there now in the personal.
Okay, so real quick, Brian. It was the drinks that I just had. You can just check the cans in the trash, maybe. They're like the little purple cans. They're the vodka soda mixers. Okay, so I do deserve a smoke in the studio, but Brian's obviously being a little fucking bitch, and there's no possible way that he's going to allow that because landlord, you know what I mean? So maybe we can compromise somewhere else, Jungle. I don't know. Maybe we can compromise some other way. I have no clue.
Film him smoking outside.
He's really butthurt. You won't let me smoke in the studio. At least one cigarette.
Tell you what.
Jungle's mad.
Here's what I'm willing to do. When I'm moving out of this place.
Oh, this fucking. What a fuck, dude.
Bro, I can't get evicted. I can't get evicted,
That's
Andrew.
fair. That's fair.
Not all of us are homesteading with like hundreds of guns on our expansive Michigan luxury mansions.
But some of us are in like a small farmhouse like myself and do have that.
No, I know, but
And I'm happy with it.
that's
yeah.
good.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Curtis, I saw
That
your
hat suits
message,
you.
by the way.
I like it.
Thank you for the well wishes.
She likes it. She likes the dunce cap.
Love it.
It looks good, honestly. Look,
has a
it brings
well-shaped
out
head,
the,
you know what I
the
mean?
blue of
It brings
your
out the
eyes.
intelligence in your eyes.
Right? Thank you. I was waiting for this is the first hat that's
Yo,
ever fit
Uptown.
me.
Uptown, thank you for the. It looks like you bought a.
I'll rock
maybe
it.
a big Labia Matter. You bought a hoodie on.
Man,
our
they are
shop.org.
buying up the merchandise.
It's crazy.
Brian. They're
It's
buying
crazy.
it up.
It's
I
wild.
want a hoodie.
Can we get
That'd
a
be so
can we get a
We should all
T-shirt
get
over
one.
there?
the big labial one.
We got to have the dishwasher, squid shirt going.
Octopus.
Wait, one point
Octopus,
of
the
clarification.
dishwasher octopus.
Was Jungle that last pop he did? Was he saying I have to go get a steak burrito now?
No.
Or
No.
He was saying that chicken burritos are for bitches.
Chicks.
And that steak
Whoa, we didn't
burritos.
say bitches.
Well, no, he that's what he meant.
That's what he meant. But
Well,
chicken for chicks
Jungle,
sounded
you
really
sent
good.
one in, so tell me what you
Yeah, what do you want, Jungle?
instead
What do you
of.
want, Jungle?
I'll get a second burrito. If that's what. By the way, you don't have to send. You don't have to send in 1,000. Just send in a 10 to clarify.
Support Brian's
yeah.
weight loss journey.
Pasty
Second
George.
burrito.
The
thank
pizza
you.
looks cheap and ass. Dude.
Oh.
Actually, it's
Okay.
pretty good. It was pretty good.
Well, here's what happened. So I asked for a bit light on the cheese and extra sauce, and they took that to mean no cheese
and
and
all
a
sauce.
fuck ton of
Yeah.
red
It was a
sauce.
saucy pizza.
And it was way too saucy. I apologize for that.
I thought
It
it
looked
was
all right. Yeah,
was-
I
it
feel like
was
that's
still
a
okay.
little more
It's fine.
Italian style. You get a lot of sauce on
Dude,
them.
everybody is losing their mind
Look,
over this burrito.
steak burritos are
Oh.
superior. They're fucking superior.
Steak like carne asada?
Pasty, we're getting to it in just a moment.
I
Okay?
feel like it depends
Even
on
my
the steak
wife
where you're getting it
eats
from.
the steak
yeah.
burrito,
Bad
Brian.
steak.
Right.
Even my wife eats the steak fajita and the steak burrito. Even she loves chicken and she still eats the steak burrito.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Who the
Let me
fuck
get
eats a
some love
chicken
for Al
burrito?
Pastor.
All right, my pronouns are she, her.
El Pastor.
My
Yeah.
pronouns are she, her. now. I
the rest of the podcast.
my man card's been revoked because of my burrito preferences. Ash, oh yeah, we'll do this, Ashley, in just a moment.
you're reading?
Michael
Oh.
G, chair 2. What's in the Trinity? These are below the threshold. Just FYI, guys, we're pulling them up. But
Oh wait, there
Give me all
was someone asked me if I slept with a
No,
client.
the Trinity.
Have you?
Sauces.
No.
She's a cook. She's a chef.
No,
Have you thought about it?
good pizza.
I've had
they
some.
fucked it up.
When in the beginning, there was like a couple because people are
Christopher,
surprised that
thank
like people think that like only ugly dudes will go get help. But like I have because I do career coaching too, so I'll have some clients that are like. Gorgeous, very good looking, well to do.
Burrito 100,
But
TTS 200.
once you start like talking about, your family life and your problems and everything, and I'm just there, like I turn
Isn't
into
that
like
like
their
a first
mom.
date?
Oh yeah, true. yeah, good point.
Isn't that like just a first date?
Yeah.
Just
No,
saying.
it's never.
I have a quick question, Andrew. This goes way back into earlier in the podcast when you had mentioned that men do actually better interpersonally and they have really close relationships with other men and things like that. So why is it when it comes to women in a relationship, they automatically go, nope, let me find somebody else. But with other men, you said questionably, even with close friendships, it could be a little bit harder to keep those, like they have to work a little bit harder for those relationships.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure
I don't know if I misunderstood.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
So,
If you're fine with this, Andrew,
Yeah.
can you hold that question
Yes.
for later on in the show,
Yes.
just so we can move things
Sure,
along
sure.
just a
Oh, yeah,
little bit?
100%.
But I'm happy to have you ask the question
Yeah.
a bit later. Guys, really quick, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been 33 minutes since we last got a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys.
33 minutes, Brian.
I know, that's insane.
Angel
Check if you have a
numbers.
Prime sub available. Check if you have a Prime sub. That's twitch.tv/.
You guys have like the
Good.
best chorus singing voices ever.
Oh, no.
Let's just try this. Can we
Sir.
just hang on? Can we just get this? Can
Sir.
we just get this? It's ma'am. Can we just get this? Can we just get this, madam? Can we just say Prime sub? Okay, let's try it. Ready? On 3. I got this. You got this. You're a good singer.
I am.
On 3. 1, 2,
I,
3.
Prime sub.
Wait, it came
Purchase.
together.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised on that one.
I did what I could do. Ryan.
Yeah.
I did what I could do.
it was good.
It was good.
It doesn't cost anything to Prime sub, and you guys know you enjoy the show, so just Prime sub.
By the way, everybody out there watching right now, like this video. It helps boost it in the YouTube algorithm, especially as the live viewership is popping off. Really appreciate that from everybody. Appreciate you guys, especially Jungle F. We did try to do the Prime sub. I don't know. I think you should make that like part of your soundboard now, Prime sub.
I could
Yeah, you
definitely.
could.
That's kind of cool.
So this is
There we go.
This is for pasty, right?
Yes.
The preferred drink, vodka soda. We have two.
She
Me and
loves
Andrew are gonna
those.
crack it.
He
Well, it
has,
was just.
he
it was,
has to. It was just for you two.
Shall we
but
crack
he
at
also,
the same time?
Did he
1,
give you guys the
2,
pop though?
3.
Yeah, he bought it.
Oh, I should have done it.
He bought it.
I'm just trying
Here
to.
we go.
I know,
Too
right?
pasty.
Yeah,
Salud.
down the hatch, though.
Oh no, I
This
can't
is
do
new
that.
since I've
Bro.
been.
Dude, I don't drink.
All right.
I don't drink like that.
We're gonna
but
try
I'll-
this. We're gonna try it.
I'll drink as much as I
never seen
can.
that.
Okay, 1, 2.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
I already started. I didn't know you were
All
going
right.
to do a countdown.
We're gonna do a countdown.
Okay.
1.
All right. 3, 2. Wait. Okay.
You go on 3?
2, 1, go.
June
Are they
Shine
tugging?
with passion fruit, vodka, and pineapple at your nearest. No, I'm just kidding.
Please drink your June Shine. You're manly.
You're
I'll drink the
extra
rest of
man,
it, though.
extra
Thank you.
super
Pasty.
masculine.
Yeah.
Cheers to you. Thank
In
you,
your
man. You're a
purple
legend.
can.
Passion fruit and
We
vodka
could.
soda.
But they wanted some. Can they have one?
Pasty
We'll wait
said,
for Pasty.
but we
We'll
got to
wait
be
for Pasty.
considerate to the. Pasty said it was just.
But there's
For
4
us.
in the pack, right?
We're just gonna have to drink 3 each.
Wait, 4.
Oh my god, bro. Okay.
Nobody's leaving here tonight. It's okay. That's just not gonna happen.
This is great.
24-hour stream. We'll just
I don't
get
know.
a bunch of food.
I don't know what I expected tonight, but it wasn't this, and this is great.
That speaks volumes of the panel. I think they
Yeah.
like us.
Yeah,
They're trying to
it's
keep us
great.
here.
Yeah, I know. I'm
I mean,
great,
y'all two
and you all
obviously,
suck,
but
but
the rest of
I'm
them-
Exactly.
great.
But they're here for you.
This
is
thank
really
you
good.
guys over there on Twitch. We have Jungle here.
They did
with-
why did you give like the bullshit? They did the Prime sub pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Jungle donated
good.
$1,000. Pop champagne. Chair
We
3.
have different tastes in vocals.
Chair
I guess.
5 needs the
Wait,
hat.
chair 3
She's
needs the hat.
sad that her dreams won't come true tonight. No more burritos, Brian.
Damn, bro. I was hoping he was like, get the fucking
I'm
steak
out for a
burrito.
thief in the night.
Thank you, man.
Cheers, Andrew.
Hey, you're a fucking
Constable
legend.
crew.
But cheers to you, Jungle F. Of course, always
I'm
cheers.
gonna pour one out for my homie Jungle F into
my
my drink.
homie.
I poured out some liquor.
And cheers to the Crucible crew. Thank you,
Thank you,
Jungle F,
Jungle.
for
You're
coming
welcome.
through big tonight. Really appreciate that very much. I think around $8,000 from Jungle.
Who is this guy?
None of your business.
Hey,
He has. a
he's my
woman.
Caucasian now.
Well, I mean, he has to be after that.
Is he white or?
Do you really think a black man can have that? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Andrew.
What did he say? What did he say?
Say what?
What? Listen, the two black lesbian women at this table will not stand for this.
This is
No.
I've been drinking. I gotta go have a smoke.
All right, he's
I've been
gotta
drinking.
go.
It's not
I
my
think
fault.
for that
It's
we
not my
need a
fault.
purple can of whatever
Jungle,
it
Hey,
is.
thank you, man.
they
You know,
should get
I
a
feel
purple
like we
can for
get a
that.
purple
I think
can.
Andrew should advocate
You know,
for them.
that's the least.
Andrew
you
should
know?
advocate.
Yeah.
All right.
Although baby girl is underage though.
Okay, never
What
mind.
did we have to
can't
do?
I have to protect you. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know what? Here, let's do some show notes. We got to do the questionnaire. We got a bunch to get through. I'll try to do it quick. It's just been a pretty wild night here. Getting through to the rest of the notes, we're going back to Natalie. Natalie,
Yes.
you said you had a first date take you to a sex shop.
I did.
And he was also high on
Cocaine.
cocaine.
Yes.
What's that song by Lit? I'm on a plane. You know that song?
I haven't
By
heard it in
Lit?
a while. No,
Okay.
I think we need to hear
I'm
it.
not going to sing it. Never mind.
No, you were doing great. This is really
It's
good.
like,
Do it for the one time.
I'm on a plane on cocaine and on a
That.
yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lit. Anyway, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware during the date that this was happening, or was it later that you were like, wait a second?
Yeah, it was kind of all of a sudden I'm realizing that like he's talking a lot and his eyes are bulging. And I just was going with the flow. I was like, sure. I was early 20s. Okay. You know, I wanted to impress him and say yes to whatever. And we wound up at a sex shop and and I don't have anything wrong with that. I think it's great. On a first date, not knowing the person, then watching them high on cocaine was crazy. What? No? You're going to eat
No,
pizza?
I was responding to that. That's
Dorian fruit
that's
with
a no-go.
Pasty's either trolling or
Yo,
he's
Christopher
Asian.
Murphy, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. You are a legend.
Christopher Murphy's been
Oh my
all
goodness. Oh my goodness, they are on fire tonight in the chat. Here, let me play that.
What do we got?
Okay, and then you were on a different date with a guy. You really liked him. He drove you up the coast to his favorite restaurant at sunset because you said you loved seafood. It was simple, thoughtful, effective.
Yes.
What sound is he?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a wah wah wah.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
Oh, bitch, all these rooms.
I don't know. That sounds like a lot. That sounds a lot.
Unless that he likes it too. Like if he was just doing it, going out of his own way. But I mean, he liked seafood too, and it was his favorite spot. It was like something that he was already going to in Malibu, you know? So it was like
a tag along, kind of.
yeah, there you go.
I personally think the best first date
Yes.
is to have the girl come over and do your laundry.
Absolutely. Just ask her and see. And then if she does, and you put a ring on it, right? That way you don't have to like date her. You could just get married to her.
You skip some steps. So
Yeah.
on a first date, would you guys fold a dude's laundry starting with you? No?
No.
You don't do laundry?
For others, no.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
For others, no.
For your perfect guy, would you fold his laundry?
No. Why is this perfect guy also always asking me to do weird stuff?
She's like, my perfect guy
Wait,
won't ask me
can I ask you a
I
question?
love her.
Are your parents still together?
Yeah.
They're married?
Yeah.
In the household, like, do they both work? Or
Yeah.
they both have jobs? What does your mom do?
She works at a high school, but not as a teacher. In the office.
Administration?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does your dad do for work?
He used to be a high school teacher, but later he became a environmental engineer.
I see.
Wow.
Okay. So you wouldn't do okay, not on the first date, but like you're married to the guy and he was like, "Hey, I want to marry you, but you have to do all the household no, hold on. You just have to do the laundry. All the laundry in the house." Would you do it?
That's only in this condition will he marry me, or what is this
Sure.
deal? Like forever? Like I have
Yes,
to do
you-
the laundry?
Well, there could be extenuating circumstances like you're injured, you're extraordinarily sick, there's external problems which happen. And so because of those, he does the laundry because you're unavailable to do so due to no fault of your own. But for the most part, you're doing the laundry.
Is he doing the rest of the housework?
No.
So who does the rest of the housework?
Are we
You.
allowed to hire it out
Yeah.
and get like a maid?
No.
Oh.
No?
Well,
No?
and even if you could, let's just assume it would only be for the means of which you could. And if the means were
Okay.
not there, then you're doing it.
Okay, well, I have a good example from my own life because
Well,
we kind of.
well, but hang on.
Okay.
Let's let her answer first.
Okay, go ahead.
Then no.
No.
Who wants ice cream, by the way? Show of hands.
What kind?
What kind?
It's just vanilla.
This is why, hey, the Chinese, this is why foreigners come into the United States, they get feminized, they become feminists, just saying. They do.
She also went to Germany, which is really
Right.
Yeah,
feminist.
but it is, that's true. But, even the United States, it's pretty bad too.
Yeah, but she just got here, She
Got
just
here, what? You said 2 years, right?
9 months?
No, like
9
last
months?
September.
Oh, yeah. So Germany feminized her.
Germany.
Who would have ever thought that Germany would crank out feminists, Their history is not, it's not really a very feminist history,
They went like the opposite.
Extreme opposite.
Yeah, they kind of went.
Yeah. It happens.
It happens after a world war. We have Christopher Murphy here. Hey, is the audio lower?
Christopher Murphy donated
Can you check the audio?
$1,000.
It's way lower.
Can we silence chair 3 for 15 minutes?
Is that enough to silence somebody?
Was it lower? Oh, that's weird.
Can we silence her for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
So my understanding with you have to do chair 3. Oh, you have to do it's $499 for a 20-minute mute.
Yeah.
Mic mute. That's the threshold if you want
5
to do
minutes?
it. 20 minutes.
5 minutes, though, for 200?
Yeah.
We'll do 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do 5 minutes for a 200 if you want to send it. Oh, well.
That's fair, I guess. He donated a lot of subs.
Does he have to send it?
I guess. I talked a lot. I'm fine
This
with
one will be
that.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
We'll compromise.
Wait, no, the TTS is 200, so I don't think that's...
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's not fair. Send in another 200, and we'll silence our mic for the
if you
whole
do another
duration.
200, we'll wait the whole duration of the show.
No, for 15 minutes. The whole duration of what it is.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
why
fair.
not?
Yeah,
Send in another one, Christopher. All right. Pasty George, Andrew enjoying his chew packets and bypassing the no smoke. Thank you, Pasty.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to do what I can do.
Guys, if you want to get a message in, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. If you want 100% of your
more,
contribution,
You
go
ready?
towards us. Mary, you want another one?
No. Me and you got to finish that.
Oh, no, I can't.
How much is even in
Oh,
that?
my God.
You're fine. Come on. A little more. Ready?
Give me a new one.
What?
You touched the lip part.
No, I didn't. I touched
the lip
this part.
I'm a germaphobe. I'm sorry, Andrew. It's not. Don't take it. Don't be offended. It's not. If it was anybody sitting there and they touched this part, give me a new one, Mary. Oh my gosh!
You're tonguing
It's
that on
yours
camera.
now.
Is wild.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, very wild.
That's gonna get
fucking
clipped.
believable.
Can y'all
I didn't
clip
even
that,
touch
please?
the lip. I didn't even touch the lip.
Look, Andrew, your hand
Okay,
went like
I think we
that.
understand now.
Oh my god.
You gotta grab, Andrew. You gotta grab. Look, let me show you the proper, and then the pinky has to be out. Okay? You gotta leave the pinky.
out.
When you drink, you gotta.
Is that good?
I love it.
Is the pinky out?
It's so good. Wait, was I gonna do something?
I don't
Was
know
I
what
gonna
you're
do a
gonna
Priscilla
do, bro.
pop? Remember I was gonna do a voice, but I forgot if
Priscilla.
Priscilla.
I forgot if somebody asked for that. I don't know. All right.
Ready?
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, but okay. If I judge the can, if I hold it from the bottom,
I can't drink like that, Andrew. Are you trying to get me drunk, bro?
Kinda.
Are you trying to?
a little bit.
We got ice cream coming, by the way.
Okay, ready? Here we go. I'll finish the rest of this while Brian goes.
I'm gonna take some very feminine
With his
sips.
pinky. Put your fucking pinky
Okay.
out. Put your.
I
Fucking
get to do it
pinky
my
out.
way, but the pinky has to be
All
out.
right,
okay?
pinky out. All
I'll
right.
drink as,
Here we
as
go.
much as I
1,
can.
2, 3.
You probably drink faster with a straw. Oh, so cute.
Oh my god. Chipmunk.
Delicious. Oh my.
What the fuck is this?
There's no bowls.
I don't have bowls, so we're eating out of
Out of plates?
We're eating ice cream out
ice
of.
cream.
Keep the ice cream going. Give it to her, then pass it down. I get first dips. Actually, give it to Andrew. Andrew gets first dips. Sorry, no offense, Sharon. Shannon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you. Yeah,
Andrew's been getting me. Andrew's been getting me.
Those things.
No, we know.
Oh, we know.
All right. All right. First, cheers.
Is that vanilla ice cream?
It's vanilla.
Yes.
What do you?
You don't like vanilla?
Not-
Wait, put. Okay, never mind.
I'm a fan of
No, give it,
vanilla
give it.
women, but not of vanilla ice cream. Okay.
No, give it. Go ahead. Pass it down.
I guess
Hmm.
so.
I like chocolate ice cream.
I'm
With
not
the
gonna
exception
lie.
of my ex-wife, I like
This is
chocolate
very-
ice cream.
Well, Jungle. This is very good ice cream. Thank you, Jungle.
Oh, does it have like the vanilla bean? Like, okay.
It's actually good.
I feel pretty good about having the chew pack in and eating the ice cream at the same time. Gives it like a little bit more flavor.
Little kick.
Yeah.
We gotta get back to the show. This has been like 2 hours
Of having
food
fun.
and- Yeah. Well, you know, look, I wanna.
Are people having too much fun, Brian? Is that upsetting?
I'm the fun police.
Is that upsetting to you, ma'am?
I'm the fun
We got
police.
we got
This
a
is-
woman over here with a dunce cap who got her fucking mic muted. Thousands of dollars in super chats, right? You had to eat a fucking burrito. Now you're eating ice cream on. It's just a little too little fun for Brian.
Have you ever seen the movie Casino?
Yes.
There's a scene at the very beginning where they're introducing the characters, and I think it's. Trying to remember who's the character narrating. Joe Pesci's narrating. I forgot the name of his character in the film. Robert De Niro plays the protagonist of the film. I forgot his name in the movie.
Ace
And
is his name in the movie.
Yeah, and he was running sports betting when he was younger.
That's correct.
And they're all making a fuck ton of money. And
Yeah.
there's this. I can't I forgot exactly verbatim what he says. But Ace was making the mafia, a fuck ton of money.
But he needed protection. Who put the protection on him? Who put the Godfather put the protection of Joe Pesci on him, bro?
Well, but the point I was trying to make here is that in the scene, when Joe Pesci's narrating it, he says something along the lines of, and he was making money hand over fist, but he now had any fucking fun with it.
Yeah.
That's me. Hold on,
What the fuck is that? What?
Hold on. Casino, transcript. What?
I don't think the guy ever had any fun with it. You know, he did it methodically. That's basically what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'll read it. Nikki. But the only thing he ever directed was the casino. He made his first bet when he was 15 years old, and he always made money. But he didn't bet like you or me, you know, having some fun with it, shit like that. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck? Now it's, oh my God. He bet like a brain surgeon. Wait, what? This isn't even, it's not even
Yes,
accurate.
it is. That sounds exactly like the dialogue.
He'd find out the kind of inside stuff nobody else knew, and that's what he'd put his money on. Even back home years ago when we were first hanging out together, he'd know if the quarterback was on coke. If his girlfriend was knocked up, he'd get the wind velocity so he could judge the field goals. He even figured out the different bounce you got off different kinds of wood they used on college basketball courts, you know? He'd be working on this shit day and night. There's nothing about a game he wasn't going to bet that he didn't know. Season after season, the prick was the only guaranteed winner I ever knew, but he was so serious about it, he was so serious about it, all that, I don't think he ever enjoyed himself. But that's just the way he was.
Brian.
That's me, bro.
Did Ace need protection, Brian?
Yeah,
he needed protection, Brian.
He also married a fucking
hang on.
degenerate.
Did he need protection, though, Brian? Did he take his cowboy friend and beat his face in with a fucking phone for disrespecting Ace? Yes, he did.
He did need protection.
Yes, he did. Just saying. Just pointing this out.
So I need fun protection?
No, you just need to have some fun.
Oh.
Even Ace had some fun. Well, now, it is true that Joe Pesci started fucking Ace's girl, though. I'm just pointing this out. He did.
He did fuck Ace's girl.
He did fuck Ace's girl.
And then he got in the black book.
But when she tried to get him to kill his best friend, he did say, like, "No, I ain't gonna do that for you, stupid bitch." So that was cool.
I watched Goodfellas recently. Good movie.
Great movie.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
These girls don't know what we're talking about.
No clue.
What do you mean? Am I a clown? Am I a fucking clown? Bop, bop, bop. I've seen it.
That's not how that scene went.
Well, I didn't say I knew it word for word,
What the
but
fuck?
I've seen the movie.
That's not how this scene went.
10
Am I a
years
clown?
ago?
Bop, bop, bop. What the fuck? You just disrespected.
Shannon, what do you
It's
want?
not a disrespect because he saw it 2 days ago and I saw it like 10 years ago.
Before that.
I know what movie you mean.
We got Stan here.
Bop, bop.
We got Stan here. Bought 2 items on the shop. Yo, thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you so much, man. I'm a big fan of Andrew's crew. Thank you both for what you guys do, trying to shed light on what's going on. Yo, Stan, thank you for the merch purchase. Really
Appreciate it very much,
man. You're a
man.
legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is everybody done with the ice cream, or are we
you
still
done?
I'm still working on it, man.
Almost done.
I'm still working on it.
Damn. It's a lot of ice cream.
Oh no, we're getting fed well tonight.
Bop, bop, bop.
All right.
Bop, bop, bop. Okay.
Oh my God, the
Maybe you
viewers
don't
are
know
hating
Kendrick.
this.
It's
We
okay.
gotta
No, I'm just
we
kidding.
gotta bring it to the show. So
Let me mix my cultures.
Shannon, we did all your notes.
How are the viewers mad about us talking about Casino and Goodfellas?
Well, no, that's good. That's good. But the food stuff, they're probably like, all right, guys, come on, move it on. You know what I mean?
I wish I could see the chat.
But we're talking about
sounds.
Casino and Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Who the fuck could ever be mad about that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
we
they
could-
haven't seen it. What's your demographic? Maybe they're under a certain age.
Nah,
and
they
haven't seen
definitely, my audience has seen all
it. Oh,
this.
okay. I don't know.
My audience has impeccable taste.
Oh, yes.
In film and cinema.
The Crucible
All
crew
4
is slightly
million of
better,
them?
though.
That's debatable.
I'm just
All
gonna
of them.
point this out that the Crucible is slightly better with pop culture references.
Probably.
Oh, sorry.
Probably.
I might be making this up, and I might be completely wrong, but I'm standing by it.
Why is everybody up from the table?
I don't
All
know.
this
It's
food.
supposed to be
man.
one at a time.
Because they had fucking melted ice cream. They're trying to wipe their hands off, bro.
Oh. Mm.
Oh, you're good, babe.
All right.
All right.
Okay, let's get into it. Can I have a slave, please?
You seemed like you were very good at that before.
You know what? It's not
Well,
a
that's
slave. It's me
Felicity's.
being a mom.
It's
I got the
Felicity's
mom
mom.
instinct in
Oh,
me.
you're a mom.
I am a mom, so
can
I
you
said,
collect all the
"Hun,
plates and
let
all?"
me pick up your plates because that's what you do." Are you done with your ice cream?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I got you guys.
Not a big fan of the sweets.
All right.
You know, it gets in your
There-
beard. It's no good.
Okay,
You're
guys,
tasting
chat.
vanilla the whole night.
Chat, we're gonna get into some good stuff. All right, Mary, get on the computer, please. All right, we're gonna do a quick react, then we're gonna do, I need everybody back at the table though. Hello? All right. So guys, I'm gonna have you react to this. This shit
Wait, hang on. Before you do that, sit down. Where's the fucking hat?
It's right here.
Yeah, it's not on. It's not working. Yeah, there we go. Can somebody get the propeller spinning, please? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There. Okay, now you can.
There you go.
There we go.
Could you take that water off the table there? Just leave it on the side or something. All right, Mary, pull up the react. Yeah, we're gonna react to this. This went viral on Twitter. This is this guy's Tinder profile.
Why are you already laughing?
The fish.
What the fuck? Why are you already laughing? No, you ain't laughing about the fish.
No, I am.
You're full of yeah.
I really was laughing because
whatever.
the fish
Make it
picture
bigger.
is just
Fucking
Bigger.
bullshitting.
Wait,
Too big.
Are we rating profiles? I'm not sure
Hold
what
on.
we're doing here.
So, okay. Well, let me explain
don't
it.
overthink
Let me
it.
explain it. So there's this app called Tinder Insights, and you can input your Tinder data, and it'll pop out your like swipes, whatever. So he swiped 2 million. I'll repeat that 2 million times. He right swiped, 2 million. He matched with 2,000, only 2,000 women. He chatted with 1,200 of them. He went on one singular date that led to nothing. So 2 million
Wow.
swipes for nothing.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I got to ask a question here.
Sure, go ahead.
If it is the case that this poor bastard did this, I still want to go fishing with him. Like, would the Whatever podcast link with the Crucible so we can go fishing with this fucking guy?
Who is he? Find him.
Who the fuck cares? Let's
We'll
go
do it.
fishing.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go fishing with him.
Yeah, I want to go fishing with him.
I thought you just wanted to, okay. Yeah, we'll do it.
Let's do it.
We got to find the guy.
We got to find the guy.
That's really sweet.
We got to find the guy. Christopher Murphy, Streamlabs doesn't process Amex, communist. Chair 3 is muted.
Chair 3
All right,
is
do you know how to
muted.
mute, Mary?
You've already been gone for like 10
Now, you know
Okay,
what?
just
She has some self-control.
mute
I
the
think
mic.
she can self-mute.
Yeah, can you self-mute for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
So it's 9:50. Mary, let us know when 15 minutes
Oh my
is
God!
passed.
Shut up! Fucking ridiculous. 15
Your
minutes. That's
vibra's
all we
loud,
we asked for. 15 minutes. Holy shit!
All right. So, ladies, reaction to the little thing I just showed you.
It's really shitty.
Dating apps are terrible, I think, for finding your, like, let's be for real.
Wait, this almost, remember the conversation we had earlier when it came to like dating easier getting sex easier for women? So let's pull it back up really quick. Look.
That's a really big fish, by the way.
Look, he's honestly, here's the thing. His female equivalent, she'd be a massive slut. Huge slut. 100+ body count. This poor guy swipes 2 million times. Nothing.
Was he in the fishing boat, you think?
Was he in a fishing boat?
When he was 2 million fucking times, dude?
Yeah, that's
Can you imagine doing this 2 million
It does
times?
say like 5.5 years. I mean, if you're swiping, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
I
that's
saw
fair.
the
We
time
only
equivalent
got
on there.
one date after 5.5
No.
years.
No.
That's why dating
You're not
profiles,
paying
in my
attention.
opinion-
What the fuck? It didn't say
that's what
one
I
date.
saw. He went
No, it
on
was
one
one
date.
date.
Yeah.
Whoa.
One date.
One date,
One
but
singular
that was
date.
it. And
Well,
he
maybe
didn't.
I'm not
need
paying
anything.
attention.
It's the alcohol.
We'll go with that.
There was one date, but there was no spark. So I'm assuming like he went on the date,
And then
but
nothing.
it didn't go anywhere, right?
2 fucking million
That's what it
times.
2 million times. These
I think it's
poor
the fish
men.
photo.
Oh
no,
my
part of
No.
the fish
Bro.
photo. You think
Bro,
that
hold
you
on.
like the fish photo?
Look, I'm about to say this, right? Y'all saying it's the fish, right?
No.
Here would maybe be the equivalent for a dude. So you're a white woman with like multiple in your bio.
Why are you making it racial, bro?
Because he's a white
I feel like it's
guy?
appropriate.
Okay, that's
In
fair.
my
Go
bio?
That's
ahead.
fair. That
Yeah,
checks
that's fair.
out.
Go ahead.
Actually, thank you for that. I won't bring it there. You have a woman.
With, there we go.
She's got Tinder profile with 3 kids in her photos, and she's like, "Yo, I got 3 separate baby daddies. I'm looking for the 4th." Like, I think in women's minds, like that would be the equivalent for the fish photo.
Except she became.
You can just dump the fish photo.
Hang on. In Brian's defense,
kids.
that woman would get way more dates.
That's what I'm saying.
Way more dates.
But maybe for the wrong reasons.
I think like women.
Well,
know
yeah,
that
'cause
fish
men
doesn't
just
work
wanna-
in life. Like that's kind of like an inside
Wait.
thing between women. Like if a guy has a fish photo, I feel like I've heard a lot of women talk about how they wouldn't go for a guy if he has like fish photos on his Instagram.
Why?
Not me, but I just have heard.
I think it's just like, it's like an ongoing meme.
it's like kind of like a joke.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
I don't know.
What the hell is wrong with
Because
men
it's
who
so
fish?
common. It's so common.
It's
It's
super
common,
common.
but
Did you
like,
see
I mean,
the
it's a
size of the
hobby.
fish?
That was
Girls
not
love to
common.
Big fish.
That was not
It's
common.
impressive.
It's an impressive fish.
Impressive sized fish.
Yeah.
To be able to reel in, he can reel in the fish.
You just instantly are like, oh, this guy likes fishing. Fuck this guy.
No.
Like, what the fuck does he do?
Look, you have only
It's
so many.
too much. It's
You know
too-
what, too?
It's
That guy
too
looks like the
much.
type who catches the fish and then releases
He
it.
does look like
See, I'm the fucking type of
What a
prick.
sweetheart.
I pull up those giant fish and I'm like, I ain't putting it back. Fuck you. I'm not. There's no way I'm putting that
Grilling
back.
What are you gonna do with that big ass fish?
Well, I just,
eat it? Like, you
listen,
get it?
listen.
Like, you get it.
I'm not
Cook
going
it
to
up.
even do anything with it. But it's mine. You see how that way? It's like, it's mine though. So I'm like, I don't need to do anything with it. It's I caught it. It's fucking mine. That's how that's supposed to
take a
work.
photo with it and then post it on a dating app.
It's kind of
It's like
cute
a
that they
hobby.
do
It's
that.
like their hobby. They're expressing their hobby. They like fishing.
We're taking that guy out for a fishing trip.
Let's do it.
The Crucible's taking that guy out for a fishing
Oh,
trip.
also, can we do this? I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. It's not dating related, but this poor kid, he looked like a 9 or 10-year-old, got beat up in a playground by like a couple
Shiloh.
people.
Shiloh.
Huh?
Shiloh.
Shiloh?
No, nothing.
No. What-
Nothing.
Oh, Shiloh Hendricks. No. There's this poor kid, like a little chubby kid. He got like, some kids were making fun of him, or they were, I forgot, were they throwing rocks at his dog? I forgot what it was. And then he confronted them, and then one kid jumped him, and then another, it was like a 2-on-1, and he was all bleeding and shit. I kind of want to do something for that kid. If anybody who's watching who knows what it is, whatever. And then a bunch of like people on Twitter saw it, and all these MMA fighters offered them like jujitsu lessons. And
So
stuff.
we can maybe back some of those MMA fighters up if they help this kid out.
Yes.
I saw that. That was that little portly kid who was in a
Yeah.
fair fight and they got knocked out from behind.
It wasn't even a fair fight because the first one was a cheap shot,
Yep.
and then another kid came in,
Yeah, I remember.
another cheap shot, totally fucked up, and he was
Fucking cheap.
crying. It was
It was
sad.
cheap.
It was sad. So
At least fight fair, you know?
Yeah, 1-on-1.
Yeah.
That's stupid. Mary, pull it back up really quick. Here's what we're going to do. The panel. I want you guys to give him a looks rating on a scale of 1 to 10.
And don't lie. Don't fucking
Looks
bullshit
rating.
us.
Starting with you, give him a looks rating, scale of 1 to 10.
I think he's an attractive guy. I would say like.
Fucking lie.
Am I allowed to say 7 for them? We can't say 7 for ourselves, but can I say that for him?
You gonna go on a date with him?
I am taken, but if I was single, honestly, I'd be interested. If I were single, he's someone I would have swiped
You know what?
on.
You know what I feel like? I feel like because you got the backstory here, that if I see what Brian should have done, just pulled this up and said, "What do you rate him?" I think it would have been a 2. But because you have the backstory, you don't want to feel like there's pressure on you,
He's
or
kind of
like
my
you would be a
type.
monster.
I would give him a 2. I mean, to other women, I know he might be a 2, but I mean,
Do
I
you
thought
see
he
what I'm
was
saying,
cute.
Brian? I feel like
I'm not
I
lying.
feel like
I would
if the
tell the
backstory
truth.
wasn't told,
It's
the
true.
ratings would be different.
It's true. What do you rate him on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, he's like a 6.
Oh, dude.
6, yeah.
Oh, is the mute? Oh, I guess we gotta skip it. Okay.
Yeah,
You write
Out.
it?
Party.
I give him
the
a 3.
roof. The roof. The 3. Okay.
I think
All
people
right.
are gonna judge me. I give him a 3.
Probably like 4 or 5.
Okay.
He looks like he gives good hugs. I don't know why that.
That's not what I was
fucking hugs.
about to hear, but okay.
I don't know. He looks like a sweetheart.
Does anybody rate based on hugs?
I do.
No,
Like a
you
good
come
hug.
on.
I love a good
But okay,
hug.
wait.
Oh,
where's
come
where-
on, give me a
good
fucking
hug.
break. Oh, you know what? I can't wait to go. He looks like he gives good hugs.
Are we rating
Yeah,
strictly
fucking-
on looks though? Because I can take personality
Yeah,
into
just
account,
looks.
but if we're just rating on
just looks and
that's
what
my
you
number.
saw. You are swiping, I don't know, whichever way fucking women swipe on these apps, but you come across this, you see him, which way you swiping?
I don't know, the
The next, yeah, exactly.
I don't know,
All right.
left or right.
What do you rate him?
I would say 4.
4. Okay.
He's kind of nerdy. I like nerds, but I give him like a 5.
Give him a 5. Okay. You like hugs?
There, what the fuck? Fucking hugs
Hold
bullshit.
on.
You know what I do?
He looks like he's a really good hugger.
I
No
know.
man, Brian, does any man ever want to hear, you look like you give great hugs? Does anybody?
bad.
No, come on, that's terrible.
Why is that a bad thing? Why is that?
Because what the man wants to hear is like, you look like you plant my face in the pillow. They don't want to hear, oh, you look like you give good fucking hugs.
Okay,
Come
imagine
on.
me.
It's
Imagine
like-
me opening
it's
with.
like a
I
woman-
want you. You
Hold
look
on.
like you.
Sounds friend zony.
It's like a
It
woman.
does sound friend zony, yeah.
It's like a
I mean, I
woman
don't
saying he would make a great husband.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh wait, that's not a compliment.
No. No.
It all has to be
Because
like,
because what
aggressive and
that
sexual.
sounds like is like,
I wouldn't.
I
Fuck you.
wouldn't fuck you, but you do seem like you're a good husband material, so I will fuck you.
So, but don't men kind of judge that way too? Like that looks like a whatever. I'm gonna try for that. I'm gonna fuck her, but I want to marry this girl because she looks like a good
I think that
wife.
men's criteria and what they want in a wife is way less than what the criteria is for what women want
Just
in a
for
husband.
looks. So do you?
No. Well, it's not just a matter of looks. I think that men look for maternal instinct.
Okay.
I think that they're looking for like women who could be really good mothers for their kids. So like, if I were to see you and I saw the tats and this and that, I'd be, again, no offense,
It's
but
okay.
I'd instantly make the presupposition you're going to be a fucking terrible mom. Fuck that shit. But my priority is also children, right? Other men might look at you and think, she'd be a fun ride, right?
Okay.
Literally, amusement park, fun ride. The question becomes this, though. If you know, kind of like all things equal, I think that men's standards for what they're looking for in wives is a much lower standard than what wives are looking for husbands. So, like, what are you looking for if you had perfect husband? Are you married right now?
I'm single.
Right,
I'm
right.
Single right now. I was married.
So,
I'm single.
so
right
let's go perfect husband versus perfect wife. What does that look like?
now. Perfect husband versus perfect wife.
Yeah. So your perfect husband is what?
I think that that's somebody who is a provider, not just for myself, but for the family, the
We
household.
got the provider, sure.
The provider is somebody who is leading by example, somebody
Sure.
who's looking out for us to maybe correct us.
That
if
would
the
be
leading-
strong moral character, right?
Yes, strong moral character.
Strong
of
moral
course.
character and provider. What next?
Somebody who provides some emotional support in that sense. I think because I also bring some financial to the table, but even if I didn't, obviously be able to understand me, to undergo, just like you were talking about earlier with the whole once a month, you're
out with your husband. Mm-hmm. A guy walks over, a rando, and he grabs your ass. Your husband got to knock that fucker out, right?
In my opinion.
He's got to, right?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, he's got
Okay?
to.
So, but I think that comes with being the leader, the protector.
So it's not just a matter of provider, right? Protector in the home, but it's also a matter of protector outside of the home. Other
Yeah,
people come.
of myself and of our family.
Of course. So he's got to be strong and a little bit tough, right? He's got to be. So there's actually a little bit more criteria here, isn't there?
Okay.
What is he looking for in you?
I don't know what he's looking for.
You don't know what he's looking for.
No, what is he looking for me to just be?
I'm asking you, what is he looking for? What is this guy who's a great provider? He's fucking epic. A guy grabs your ass out in the club. He's going to knock him the fuck out. What's he get?
I mean, I would reciprocate as much as I can on every other level. I mean, I can't beat up somebody.
No, I'm not asking you to beat up somebody. What does he
Yeah.
get, which is similar to what you're getting?
Loyalty.
You expect loyalty from him.
Yes. Yeah,
That's
what I'm
not
saying.
something new you're bringing to the table.
Okay.
Him
so-
knocking a motherfucker out is something you can't do, right?
Okay.
So what
'Cause
is
he's the man.
what?
He's physically
yeah.
stronger.
So without the equalization,
Okay.
you say loyalty, you're gonna get loyalty from a guy.
Maybe loyalty and brings in a lot of other things. We talked about being submissive or subservience. I know a lot of people take that as a negative, but it's like I'm not really sure. I've never really
Right. Not
thought
really
about it.
sure.
I'm not really sure because, as you guys have said, it doesn't take a lot more. It doesn't. Men don't
Oh,
look for
so
the
the
same
standard is lower for men.
I'm not saying the standard is lower.
It sure sounds like you're saying
I'm not
that.
saying the standard is lower. I'm just saying I've never really thought about that because literally
Because,
I've only been,
but men always think about that. That's what's
they?
so interesting.
I
Yeah.
don't think men always think about that.
Yeah, they actually do. They think about things almost starting in a transactional rate, right? Like, what do I get versus what you get?
Okay,
and then they move
maybe.
into what they'll settle for versus what they won't settle for, right? What you get is the privilege of saying, I've never really thought about that. Isn't that kind of like slightly problematic?
It's not, but personally,
It's not?
It's not only because personally I'm not actively dating or searching for my ideal person. Have I thought about it? Maybe.
You've dated plenty, right?
I've dated, sure. I've dated,
and
sure.
it still never crossed your mind.
I don't think it's Okay, we're not. No,
still never crossed your mind.
No. It's not that it's never crossed my mind. I think it's just in a way like. So I'm gonna take it a couple steps back to
Okay.
where when I was married,
Yeah.
I kind of had my role switched where I was the one financially providing. I was the one, my husband.
Like a
stayed
good
at home.
wife?
Like a good
There's
wife.
going to be times,
I mean-
occasionally, perhaps your husband's sick, perhaps he has problems,
I'm
things
saying
like
for
that.
the majority of my marriage, I was the one that did that. So
Why,
I
though?
think roles, because I actually don't want to get into the details of
Okay,
it.
okay.
So, but
whatever the
regardless,
reason is, right?
My point is from my
you
perspective,
did choose that man, though.
I did, but I think I felt years into it that there could have been forms of manipulation or masking, and
Fair.
when kids come into
I'll
the
just
equation,
grant it all. I'll just grant
Yes.
it all.
Okay.
But you move forward, right?
You
so
move
you're
forward.
moving forward. How could it be possible that you can tell me what your value is or the value of women are? But when I ask you the opposition, like, what is it that the man's getting on par? You're confused and don't know.
Because she doesn't have to.
Hang on.
I mean,
Let her answer.
go ahead.
No, it's okay. Can you say that to me one more time?
Yeah. What were you confused about? You said, I'm confused. I'm not really sure.
I think because I've never been in a relationship, I haven't gone past a few dates. I know you don't like the word trauma, but maybe I was a little traumatized from my marriage that I don't really know what a strong person should look like in a maybe traditional, more conservative type of relationship, which is something I would like to seek based off of hearsay and other people's anecdotal kind of situations. But I think that's why it's harder for me to say because I'm not sure.
Let's pretend
Yeah.
that we take you out of your skin and we put
Okay.
you in a man's skin, right?
Okay.
So women supposedly are great at empathy. I've never thought so. I've always thought
Okay.
men were more empathetic, and I have great reasoning ability to demonstrate they're more empathetic, but I'm just going to leave it and assume for a second women are actually more empathetic. Just because you lead with empathy doesn't mean you're actually more empathetic, from my view. But here's what I would say. Let's take you. We're going to put you in a man's skin. You swipe across yourself at like 35. You're a 35-year-old man. You've been in the dating field, this and that.
Okay.
I look at you. What do I see?
I see.
Let's start with negatives.
Okay, negatives. Okay, you're really asking me to look at myself. So
Yeah, I'm really asking
Hold
you.
on, let me put myself out, right? Okay, if I'm a guy.
So hang on.
Yes.
Let me.
Yes.
Let's do this again. I want to make sure there's no confusion.
Okay.
You are supposing in your mind, hypothetically,
Mm-hmm.
you're a man tomorrow. You wake up, you have your same mind, everything else, and you're looking to date. You swipe across yourself. What are the negative things you see?
I think the first thing is going to be age. What is this person doing on a dating app at her age?
What age is that?
I'm 38.
Okay.
So, but I'm not on dating
There's
apps.
plenty of 40-year-olds on dating apps.
There are plenty of
So
them.
what are the
but-
negatives?
Okay, so I think for men, that would be a negative. I feel like a lot of men look for younger women. So that would be one.
Okay.
I think depending on the person, I know you mentioned tattoos. That could be something. I got my tattoos with my
You're a
ex-husband.
man.
I am a man in
this
situation.
hypothetical,
Yes.
what do you see when you see the tattoos on the sleeves and the arms? Tell me what you see as a man.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The reason why I'm telling you this is because, I'm looking, what type of tattoos does she have? Maybe the person that I'm looking for will be similar to me. I have anime tattoos on me. I have, you know what I mean? Like these are all, this is from video gaming. Maybe she's a little bit of a nerd. If I'm being observant. I don't like tattoos.
You got 7 fucking seconds that you're looking at these. Hang on. 7 seconds looking at this profile. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If that.
Okay.
So 3 seconds? What do I see? I'm you. What do I see?
Let me actually take this back. Because
All right,
you're
let's take
like,
it back.
let's look at the negatives. But if
Let's
I'm
start. Hang on.
But if
we'll
I'm a
get to
guy-
all the positives.
No, I don't forget the
I
positives.
just want to see the negatives first.
Forget all the negatives.
No, fucking
If I'm-
bullshit.
No.
Bullshit, Cope. Start with the negatives.
It's actually not a cope. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm looking as a guy going on a dating app.
Yeah.
They probably would see me as, oh, she's showing skin. Maybe the age I can put to the side.
Okay, age
She's
is put to the side.
So age, okay? So, okay, she's showing skin.
What does the
she's-
skin? Let's start.
There's-
We're gonna do.
okay,
Hang on. We're gonna do
yes,
one at a time.
Which can be seen as a negative.
What
which
is
why
the
I'm bringing it up.
skin? What do you think the skin is signifying to the guy?
I think she's, comfortable with showing herself a little bit. She's probably a little bit more outgoing. She's not going to be.
Does it signify promiscuity? Maybe.
I think for a majority of men, yes.
Okay,
It
so
could
we got
signify
that.
promiscuity.
What's next? What's the next negative?
I don't know.
That's it. Those are all the negatives.
I'm not
You
saying
show a
those
little
are-
bit of skin. That's it.
Well,
That's
if I
the
had-
only thing they see on the dating profile.
If I have 7 seconds, I'm seeing age, I'm seeing skin, I'm seeing tattoos. If you don't like the tattoos, maybe. I mean, I don't want to necessarily say, but maybe racially,
hang on.
not their preference.
Hang on. Let's back up. I want to
Sure.
show you something
Sure.
that's interesting, and I think you'll agree.
Okay.
There's many videos of an infant dropping from a high altitude off of like a rail or something like that, and
Don't bring the
a man catching them,
Okay.
or even a woman catching them.
Okay.
Now, think about this. An infant falls off of like a 4-story balcony. You have how many seconds?
You just have to react.
Like that, right? But all of the things that are processing in that microsecond is like, this kid's going to die. Here's what's going on. You can process so much information in a microsecond.
Okay.
But we can't do that with a dating app.
I just
Hang
don't
on.
know-
We can
okay.
do that
Yeah,
with a dating
we spend
app.
less than 7 seconds on dating
Right.
apps,
So
I
if
think.
that is the case, right, and I can make a microcosm decision as to when to dive for that infant, processing all that information in a nanosecond, right, and catch it, you should be able to tell me what you see as the negative within that same nanosecond about yourself.
I guess so. I told you the biggest thing that I think would be a negative. The biggest things, because it's like a quick thing, is the age and the showing of skin. Those are the biggest.
Tattoos,
okay,
no?
I did mention tattoos in case someone doesn't.
So
like
that's the
tattoos.
third negative. Anything else?
It could be a negative.
Anything else?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now,
what
if we
else.
pull that picture up, let's do this as an experiment. Brian, where are you? Pull that picture back up of the fisherman.
Okay.
I want to show you something interesting. We got 3 things from you,
Okay.
right? Don't bullshit us.
Are we
Name
talking about
every,
looks?
You got 3 seconds to evaluate. Give me all the negatives and tell the truth. They'll see right through it if you don't. Tell us the truth. What do you see?
The only negatives that I can see, and I'll be honest, are the fact that he might be overweight.
Okay, he's overweight. What else?
That's it. Other than that, he's got a great smile. He has good energy. Yes, he's got a big ass fish. I've gone fishing. I know what that's about. Nice background, all mostly positives. The biggest thing is that he might be overweight. Not my type.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
Let me see what it said on the thing. If I actually take the time to read it, because most guys won't read what's on the bio. If I'm not home, you can find me at the lake. There you go. So, because he's single, he spends time on the lake fishing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, Did the chat see through that?
Sounds
I
a bit. It does sound a bit copish, but okay.
What do you mean when you say copish? I know you've mentioned that even earlier. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
So like cope is the idea that, you know that there's some type of problem, but you refuse to acknowledge it, so you give excuses for the problem. That's called cope, right?
Okay.
So.
What would you say about him then?
There's more that you see about that. Oh man, I could give a laundry list. In fact, let me just make it even easier. I'll give a laundry list about me, right?
Okay.
I'm fucking old, right? I'm set in my ways. I got a fucking beer gut, right?
I mean, what do you?
I'm literally. Hang on. I'm literally fucking abrasive. I don't give a shit what most people think. But even just off of a picture, if I put my best self forward, right? It would still be something akin to like some interest that I had or some shit like that, and he would still look at it and be like, well, he's old, right? Maybe his teeth are a little crooked. Maybe his eyebrow is a little too kirked. Whatever the fuck it is, there would be all kinds of things that you could associate with me just on a picture look that would disqualify me instantly, right? Now, you don't get to see the fact that I am extraordinarily charming and charismatic, but what you would see is just the picture image, right? And that's it. And there's no fucking way that all of that is not processing the same time you look at that guy with that fish. There's just no way.
I think if I'm looking at it in a split second and going, this guy is not my type, I'm not thinking about it.
Exactly.
But I also don't.
It's intuitive, right?
It's sure. I'm not thinking all the
By
other
the way,
things.
this isn't a dunk on you.
No. And I'm not taking it that way. And again, as I've said, I think that
Holy shit.
She got 2 babies?
Wow.
There's twins, Brian.
Those are
twins, Brian. Twins.
Yeah, but I mean, if you'll note, 2 separate fathers.
Oh my God. I mean,
It's not the same dad?
Well, no.
How can they be twins?
What?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a recessive gene, you fucking racist? This is fucking ridiculous.
There's no recessive gene from this thing.
Drink it or dispose of it.
I think my biggest thing though is I think that dating apps are terrible. I haven't done dating apps. I don't think that. If I met that person
Whoa.
in like IRL.
Donated $1,000. Pop champagne. So my wife asked and I accepted. She says that her attraction to me was my vast humor and stunning decisiveness. I lead, she follows. And she agreed.
What a legend.
Chair 5 has to put on the hat.
Chair 5 gets the hat. Give her the hat. Give her the hat. And I'm gonna do a little freebie for Jungle here. I put on the shit. Oh,
holy shit!
Wait, this was I accidentally triggered it twice.
But now I want to see it.
What?
Well, now you did the now I want to see what the chat was, even if you triggered it twice.
It was the same one.
Yeah, I want to see it.
You want me to trigger it?
Yeah, trigger it again.
All right, I'll trigger it again. Why not? All right. Here, I got to do a freebie. It's coming up in just a sec. Here, you know what?
I think it's super cute.
You get to wear a Pokemon hat the rest of the show. This is Ash's hat.
That's
there
Ash.
we go.
Hey, she wants to be the very best.
Whoa. So my wife asked.
Donated
There we go.
$1,000. Pop champagne.
Come on, Felicity.
So my wife asked and I accepted. She says that her attraction to me was my vast humor and stunning decisiveness.
Oh, never mind.
She followed.
Switch hats.
Not paying attention.
There it is.
This is
Chair
pertinent.
5 has to put on the hat.
Jungle. Thank you. You're a legend, sir. Okay, let's here. Oh man, God, everybody gets up when I'm trying to do some. God
Who got
damn,
up?
bro.
One person.
She has to go potty.
Fucking,
It's one person.
but I got it. The segment it's like a go around the table segment. Here, you know what? I'll come back
She
to it.
barely speaks English anyway. You know, it's just.
True. Fair point, I guess. Okay. Here, Shannon, getting into your notes, we're going to do some stuff from here. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I said
Or wife, I guess.
100. Well, I'm with someone who I'm hoping to get married to, so I'm hoping between 100,000 to 150,000.
Okay, what about you?
Same, close to 3. Yeah, like 300,000.
300,000.
Have you ever been with someone who made $300,000?
Currently, so I'm
Yes.
happy right
I feel like
Okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
She makes 300. What does she do for work?
She owns several businesses. She works in aviation as well. So
Do you guys have a mansion?
not yet. Working on that
But
though.
Okay.
well, here's the thing, though. Forgive
He always has something.
forgive my
Right?
forgive my skepticism, right? But I do okay for myself. It's just a little bit. I do okay for myself. Even here, if you have the combined income you're talking about, like it's even 300 to 600,000 per year, I would think you would have a really big sprawling pad, right?
Well, we've only been together 6 months, and we have 8 kids. So that
Eight kids?
Yeah, she has.
Wait, what?
I said that earlier, but I don't think anybody
second.
caught
We
it.
all missed
I don't
that.
remember
right.
the
All
eight kids
missed
thing,
that.
Brian. Yeah, let's rewind that.
I have 2 boys. She has 6.
Biological, like your
Biologically,
kids.
that's right, and 6 of hers.
Damn.
So even though our income
So
is
you've
pretty
all
great-
hopped up on the old pogo stick a few times.
a time or two.
Wait, your household is polyamorous?
No, not currently. No, it's just me and her.
How many of your kids live with you guys?
Well, hers are older. The first 2 or 3 are like grown.
Okay, we have everybody at the table. Okay, we'll go around on that, then we'll get to the other thing.
All right.
Minimum income for your future husband,
As much as me.
which is what?
Over 300K.
All right, what about you?
I say 75K, just not in California.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
What about you?
60 to 70K.
You said
ma-
100K.
I said 100K?
100K.
Yeah. 60. Well, you said 60K to 100K.
What?
60 to 100.
Oh, well,
It is a
I
minimum
don't know
range,
why I wrote
though.
100K, but
Okay.
60.
Aim high.
What about you?
3,000 per month. So like,
You said 36,000 a year.
yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's-
Reasonable.
That's very more than reasonable.
Somebody understands mathematics.
Here's what we're going to do. We have, before we do Stifler, everybody stay at the table while I read these. Christopher Murphy, Andrew's hair is top tier Chad.
Agreed.
I agree. It's very nice.
I'm not bald. Holy shit.
It's lovely. He's got great flow.
It is. Yes.
Maga Ramble. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Andrew, I have a boat in Fort Lauderdale. It's mahi season. Come on down. Also, women don't like me. Fish. What, this is he a pirate? Women don't like me. Fish pigs.
No.
got a
What the fuck was that voice?
Okay.
That was Jamaican,
fish pics.
That was like
That's the right way, dude.
women. I was like a leprechaun.
Yeah, what the fuck,
I don't
dude?
know, dude. I get leprechauns and pirates mixed up.
women don't like me fish pics.
Women don't like me. A fish.
What the fuck is worse? You made it. You just took it and made it twice as cringe as the first time.
Trying to think of like.
Slap at the base. Slap at the base. Okay. Because they hate men, haven't hobbies they can't control.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't have a problem with the fish
Wait,
pigs.
maybe the fish thing is the same. But fishing is so much doper, but it's like women with fake nails, especially the long ones.
Ooh.
Maybe that's like the equivalent. Like men don't get that
I
shit.
can still type with
really?
these.
You know what I mean?
Like the new Oblivion came out, the new Oblivion
boy.
game, and
Okay.
it's remastered, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. And man, what I rolled was epic. I made my own class. It's called a Paladin class, and it literally focuses on restoration and blade and a few other things, and it's not in the game.
Is
I
that
couldn't-
33?
Don't fuck up my monologue.
Oh, sorry.
So we get into Oblivion, right? I got it. My wife comes out and she's like, honey, what are you doing? I said, it's Oblivion. Get the fuck out of here. And she was like, absolutely. And I sat down and I played it for 13 fucking hours straight, and I wasn't done. I couldn't wait the next day. And she was like, don't you have to stream? And I was like, yeah, probably, but I'm playing fucking Oblivion, right? And it's remastered, and this is awesome. So here's the thing. My question, right? The ultimate question. If your man's playing Oblivion, do you shut the fuck up and leave him alone? You gotta shut the fuck up.
Does he make 300K?
Is it the weekend or is it the work?
Fuck the weekend.
13 hours.
Okay, if
Fuck
it's the weekend, go for it.
I did the equivalent of calling in sick. I was like, I'm moving the fucking stream. I'm playing Oblivion more.
To be
fuck
fair,
off.
it looks like a new game, so.
Yeah, so
Valid.
good. So
Valid.
good.
Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub. Like the video.
Do you
Venmo,
play-
Cash App, whatever.
do you
Pod.
play- do you play
$200
Oblivion?
TTS. What?
You play Oblivion.
I saw the trailer for the
Get
remastered.
it. Get it. It's good.
I played it like way back, like originally briefly that I didn't get to. I was more World of Warcraft, you know?
I'm still on
Scumbaggery.
I was
Baldur's
more.
Gate.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
not there yet.
Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7, starting with you. Go ahead.
I knew this question.
Okay, so last time I was on, I said 6 or 6.5, and apparently I'm incorrect to your audience. So I'll go down to a 5.
Was I too mean before? Do you think I was too mean?
You did laugh.
You weren't here in person, so I think it was depersonalized. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at
I
you.
still agree with my former position, even though I'm here in person.
Okay.
There is no possible way you can give yourself that assert.
A 5?
No way.
I mean, I see myself in the dating pool. I am partnered, so clearly.
All right.
Before we get into it, why don't we have everybody go?
8.5.
Okay, there you go. 8.5. There you go. Now you got to do it. You got to answer the question.
Is she past her mute time?
Oh no, the mute's over.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, mute's over.
Damn, I was enjoying the shit out of that.
So were we.
Yeah. How you guys? It was great. 5.
Okay.
Oh no, a 6.
Okay.
A 10.
Oh, wait. Was it on this? Was it on this angle when she said? Oh, okay. 10? Okay.
Yes. 7.5.
6.
Andrew, what do you give yourself?
I don't know, fucking 3 or 2. So over here, though, I got to ask you to the 10, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be sure. Do you think you're the prettiest girl at the table?
Obviously not, no.
That's weird. How
I think I'm pretty to myself.
Yeah,
I
but
think I'm pretty to myself.
what was the question, though?
Rate our own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. I chose 10. Our own. Oh,
But I don't understand. You consider yourself
I
to be a
consider-
10 by your own scale, but you consider that there's other women at the table who are more attractive than you who lower their own rates for themselves.
that's what they think of themselves. But this is what I think of myself. I personally think I'm a 10. I'm not saying I'm the 10 out of everyone, but to me,
Somebody
I'm
spin
a
the
10.
helicopter on
No,
their hat.
all right.
Well, let me ask you.
I get it. I
Well, hang on. Let me ask
Well,
you
like,
this.
I
It's
feel
actually an
like
important
we're
question.
Not answering
And there's a
for
reason.
what we think. We're answering for like what you would think general population.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting, right?
Our own.
Like objective.
Everything moves into the perception. The question being asked itself is just to determine delusion. Very simple, right? So we could assume that if I asked every man that I walked across, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 by looks, how would you rate yourself? I think that the majority of men I came across would rate themselves somewhere between a 4 and a 6, even if they were very good looking. For instance, there's a man right now who's watching this podcast, guarantee it. His name is Jake. He's better looking than, from the female standard, all of you, and from the male standard, all of us, right? He would never rate himself a fucking 10 in a million years. The question becomes, why do you? Is it because A, you misheard the question, because I don't think you did because you repeated it, or B, is it because you have a false sense of security when it comes to your own looks?
I don't have a false sense of security. I think I'm attractive to myself.
Yeah, sure. So if there was 100 men and they were all in an audience and you went up in front of the audience and they had to rate you, right behind them, all of the women on this panel came behind you. And then they gave their ratings after. Where would they place you?
I don't know.
What do you think, though?
I'm not sure.
Of course you're not sure.
lit-
That's why I'm just asking you for, like, what your subjective opinion would be.
I don't know. It's
You don't
other
know your
people.
own subjective opinion?
Out of a group? No.
Okay.
If it's other people rating me, I don't know what they would think.
Well, let me ask a different question for all the women who are here. I'm asking for honesty. I'm not sure I'll get it, but I am asking for it. When all of you sat down and you made an assessment of your surroundings, as human beings tend to do, did you at any point scale things on the sense of, like, her hair is nice, her body's nice, her skin is nice, I wish I had eyebrows like hers, I wish I had eyelashes like hers? Did any of you make those assessments?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you raise your hand if you did?
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's just like naturally when you're like meeting new people and that's like the first thing that you know about them, you just kind of go off of their looks.
Fair? Why?
I don't know. I think that's because that's what people, like she said, that's what your first impression of a person is what you see, and we are just by nature we do comparisons like that.
Why?
Yeah, just natural. It's instinct.
Same.
I like looking at people.
I think I'm not very happy with my own body image.
So you compare yourself to others.
Yeah.
Fair.
Just acknowledging other people.
Just acknowledging. Okay.
We forgot to rate ourselves, by the way. Click on yours.
Ooh, no, he did.
Your rating?
What?
We forgot to rate ourselves, if I recall.
I rated myself.
Oh, did I forget?
You
I give
forgot.
myself a 5. Okay, sorry. My
So, well, I didn't forget, Brian. But anyway, back to this. So the very idea to me then becomes all of you made assessments in comparison to the other women who were there. And if you're making those comparisons, did any of you, let me just ask this by hand raise, sit at the table and think that there was other women at the table who were more attractive than you? By hand raise, go ahead and raise your hand if that's the case. That makes sense to me as well. So when we get to the rating system, what do you think we're asking here? Like, what do you think we're asking here? Clearly, there's a diametric difference and distinction between the looks of some of the women on this panel versus others. It's not even an insult. There's massive differences in looks between the men who are here right now. Obviously, I'm very much better looking than Brian. But the point...
And he rated him higher.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, right, is that obviously there's distinctions here. On that assessment, understanding that that is the case, understanding that you even grant that you were making those judgments, would any of your self-ratings change by a show of hands?
No.
Not a single one?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
I said what I said.
Okay, well, I got some stuff I want to say.
Do you guys
Can you
ever rate
carry the
women
show, Andrew?
on
Don't
the-
carry the show, Andrew. What the fuck, Brian?
I don't know
A
if
lot of mixed messages, Brian.
Maybe not.
I can't keep up with you, Andrew. You've been getting me sloshed off of vodka, all this. You drink heavily. I rarely drink.
What do you mean I drink heavily? I barely drink.
Okay, you drink mostly heavily. Most of the time.
Rude. I'm having a smoke.
Every other
I can't take this shit, Brian.
You just said you were hotter than me.
What's that?
What's that?
Hey, I was.
Did you hear how he said that?
wait.
He said that like.
Wait a second.
I like said like I'm his son.
Wait a second.
And I said I cursed. When he said that, I felt fear.
You
He
should
was like,
have.
what the fuck did you just say?
So,
You fucking piece of shit.
okay,
It was
hang on.
like
In my
this, dude.
defense, from the charismatic perspective,
you
it was
said,
a way.
you little shit!
Hang on. It was a way to provide like a sense of comedic relief. It's not because I actually think that I'm better looking than Brian, even if I am.
Oh no, it was a joke.
Even
I'm
if
not
I
upset.
am.
I'm not upset by it.
You seem pretty upset by it.
I'm not. What the fuck? I'm not upset.
Nobody's convinced, Brian. Is anybody convinced Brian's not upset?
I'm
by
not
a show of hands.
I think you're upset.
I have captured the
I think
entire.
you're- I think
I've
you're-
captured the entire panel. Brian. I've captured
You're
them,
going to
Brian.
turn them against me. You're going to turn them against me. Well, I'll ask a couple questions. To you, the sole 10 at the table. Can you tell us a guy, like maybe a celebrity, famous person that you think is a 10?
I think is a 10?
Yeah, like a guy who you think is a 10.
Ooh.
No celebrity crushes.
Okay.
One eternity left.
Maybe Messi, the soccer player. Cute.
Okay, all right. My whole plan is failed.
Right. Thank you.
Squandered.
In terms of looks, you're talking about.
He's cute.
I mean, he's rich and one of the best soccer players ever in status and successful and all that. It's like an average-looking guy, though. I mean, he's an average-looking guy.
I'll need a 10 out.
When you say 10, like, come on, really? Like, don't, look. 10? Is he a 10 because of all the other shit surrounding him? The fact that he's one of the best soccer players ever?
No, he's just cute. He's cute.
Wait, is cute a 10? Can you be a 10 and cute? I feel like
Yeah.
10 is like like jaw-dropping. You literally, they walk past you and you just are in awe. Your head snaps and you turn. Head turn.
You want me
head
to give
turning.
a different celebrity then?
Sure, give me a different celebrity. He's also kind of short.
I don't care about
He's probably
men.
shorter than you, maybe. I don't know.
I
Okay.
don't think he is.
He's a great guy, though. What? Give me a different celebrity.
Can it be a girl celebrity?
No, it
Never
has to be a
mind,
man. It has
okay.
to be a man.
Michael B. Jordan, I guess then.
Okay.
Real fine.
Michael Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Huge difference.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He was in
Have you
Sinners.
slid into his DMs?
Now why would I do that? No, I'm pretty sure he's married.
I mean,
Why would I slide into his DMs?
I didn't know he was married.
Is he?
So you're a 10, he's a 10. You think that's a good, if he was single, would that be a good match?
No.
So he would be settling for you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you're both 10s.
Bro. Okay.
Bro. Tell me, bro.
Tell him.
What's
Tell
up,
him,
dog?
bro.
Okay, the thing is...
What's up, dog? Tell me, dude.
Thing is, one, he's significantly older than me, so I think that'd be a deal breaker. Two,
For you or for him?
For him, and possibly for me too. I mean, I don't mind, but probably for him.
Okay.
Two, he is rich and famous. I don't think he wants to settle for a hostess in a little town barely anybody knows about.
Yeah, but guys don't really care about a woman's status.
I don't. It just wouldn't be a good match. I don't
There's
want to
probably
be
other
with someone
things, but-
famous.
all right, that's fair
That'd be
enough.
inconvenient.
All right, name taken says, so wait, Oblivion is the reason we haven't had any TikTok invasions recently. Andrew Fair?
No, I've given you guys actually more TikTok invasions recently than you've ever gotten, even with Oblivion. But that's because I needed to afford the
You
DLCs.
should stream it.
I needed to afford the DLCs. Hey, that's for me, Brian.
Oh, that's fair.
That's for me. By the
That's
way,
fair.
all of you got to get your super chats in because I'm only going to be here another half hour. I always have a hard out at 2 o'clock my time, which it almost is, and I got a debate tomorrow. So just throwing
Does
that
that
out.
mean we're all out?
Nope.
Andrew's time?
No, no.
Nope. But unless you guys can convince Andrew to stay a bit longer, well, so then I'll try to get through the important stuff.
All right,
Let's get
do
through
it.
it.
Okay, so going to you really quick, can you give us a guy who you think is on your level, who's maybe like famous or celebrity, just looks wise? Because you said 7.5, right?
No.
I can't think of any because I think they would look better if they are famous, like if they are movie stars.
I'm
Well,
famous.
I mean,
Brian's famous. You're pretty
You
famous,
are more
Brian.
good looking,
What's that?
but you said you were more good.
I'm more good looking. I mean, she is right, Brian.
She fired.
But he's way more famous.
I don't know. Andrew's pretty famous.
You're pretty famous.
Andrew's pretty famous. Andrew's a famous guy. Would you date Xi Jin? What's his name? The president of China.
Xi
don't know
Jinping.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you date him?
You don't know
No.
Xi Jinping's?
Bro, I don't know how to pronounce. I'm sorry.
All this political. Oh, man,
Xi
Brian.
Jinping. I know the fucking spelling, but I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Would you date him?
No.
No.
The most powerful man in
No,
China?
no.
No?
No.
No.
No. No.
He's kind of fat.
Yeah, but he's.
He is
fucking-
kind of fat, right? He's
he-
kind of fat.
is he married?
Oh, you're not gonna. Is the CCP gonna do away with you when you get home? Is the CCP coming?
First of all, he's married. Also, he's old, so
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Can you say I'm not a CCP spy
no.
and Xing is fat?
Andrew.
I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna say it. Yes. Well, she does have to go home. Just saying.
All right. Let's see here. We have. Going around the table, just to finish off on the looks rating thing. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking 10 years' time.
No.
Okay. You're 37. Better looking in 10 years' time.
Yep.
20 years' time.
Yeah.
30 years' time.
Nah.
Okay. So better looking at.
At 10 years.
Yep.
You're 37.
That's right.
So you're better looking at 57. Okay. What about? And clarification. You're 29. Were you better looking at 19? Or better looking now?
Honestly, I'd say pretty even.
Can you just tilt your mic down a little bit? Okay, pretty even. What about you? 37 better looking at 27?
Nope, I was around 400 pounds back then.
And then 18 versus 37.
Even bigger
Even bigger.
back then.
Damn, okay.
right.
You're 37, better looking in 10 years' time at 47?
Can we back up just...
What?
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
And then were you better looking at 27 versus now at 37?
Now.
Better looking now, okay. And then 18 versus 37?
Better looking now.
Better now. Okay, you're 38, better looking in 10 years' time?
No.
Okay, and then going back 10 years, 28 versus 38?
No, I was probably prime at like 35 a few years ago. Yeah.
3 years ago. And then 18 versus 38?
I don't know. That's almost a different person. We look like two different people, 18 and me now.
So which one's better looking, I guess?
I think that that's going to be a little bit subjective. At 18,
Sure,
I looked
I
very
agree.
young, like a little girl still, a middle schooler. So it
Okay,
just
but you were an
depends.
adult. But
I mean, 18, sure, but yeah.
yeah, well, were you better looking at 18 or 38?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that.
All right, that's fine. 18, will you be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes,
20 years' time?
possibly. But I'll say yes.
30 years' time at 48?
No.
Okay. You're 29, better looking in 10 years' time at 39?
No.
And then you're 29, were you better looking at 19 or better looking now at 29?
I think at 19.
Wow, that might be the first ever honest answer ever on this. Here's what we've done.
She's pretty rational. She's been asking very rational, very based questions the entire night. She's been like, can you justify the shit that you're saying? And I'm like,
Damn.
Actually, I would prefer to do that.
It checks out. So here's what we've done. We've put every single one of you into an AI filter. We've aged.
But before you show that, can
Nice.
I ask a couple of questions? Actually, I'm going to start with you guys because I'm always wondering about this. So you said if you were to retract time, you're more attractive now than you used to be. So if I go back 10 years, you're more attractive now.
Yeah.
Now let's say that you had the same access to the resources you do right now.
Oh.
Hang on. And you had the same thought process on giving yourself augmentations, whether they're breast implants or lipo or whatever they are, right? I don't know what they are and I don't care. But I'm just saying whatever they are, you had the same mindset for that and for exercise, diet, this. Would you be as attractive now as you were then?
Yeah, it was sobriety. Back then I wasn't sober
So
and I looked
that's gone.
terrible.
That's
gone.
gone.
So if I have sobriety back then and I had that, oh my God, yeah, that's...
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just made poor choices when you're younger.
Yes.
But if it was equalized, you still think you would be attractive when you were younger.
That I might be more attractive 10 years ago
Sure.
if I was sober
Yep.
then. I might still look the same. I don't know. But yeah, it was definitely a lot of it had to do with drinking a ton.
Okay.
And looking terrible.
Same over here.
I think at 18, if I was more, because I wear makeup and stuff.
Sure.
Again, very young. I think if I had all the same access, I guess my assumption was we don't have we're in 10 years from now, we're not talking about if I could get
no, I
fillers.
understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. At 18, sure. If I wasn't still very young-minded, I had my mind now, I was maybe taking care of myself, sure. Then at 18, I probably would be more attractive than I was at 35.
Here's why I bring this up. I ask this question often. I'll ask it real quick to this panel before he pulls up the AI images, right? And we'll just do it by a show of hands. If I were to ask you who's the fairer sex, men or women, let's start with men by hand raise. Let's do women by hand raise. Are they the fairer sex?
Fair meaning.
Yes.
Better looking. Are men or women the better looking sex? Is it men by a hand raise? Is it women by a hand raise? Okay, so basically everybody says women. Now let me ask it this way. If it is the case that women no longer have access to makeup or any sort of augmentation, meaning breast implants, meaning lip fillers, meaning any period, if I ask the same question, who is the fairer sex, men or women, raise your hand if your answer changes. You.
I think it might, yeah. Because I think that there's a lot of men who are naturally pretty attractive and they don't have to do a lot of changing to their appearance. But there's some women who are attractive just solely on their extra stuff.
My challenge would be this. men have not changed much since 1800 if you go back and look at pictures, right? There's still no makeup for us, and there's still basically just beards. We get beards. We don't get much else, right? We get beards, and that's about it.
The ones who are lucky.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, exactly. Same thing in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
But if you go back and look at the women of that time versus the women of now, whew, I think you would be way more hard-pressed when you're talking about who is the fairer sex when we get rid of all the augmentation and makeup. That's all I'm saying.
I thought men did wear makeup.
They did.
I mean,
Well, no. No, they didn't.
But
The
some
white
do.
face, like
The
with the
over-
English times.
Yeah, but
And
so
then
did
the-
but
and then
even
they
in
went to
those
Parliament.
times, women still wore makeup, and men
dudes
usually
wore
only
eyeliner.
wore it when they were in courtly positions.
But
Right.
are you looking at them though from a male or female gaze? I feel like
I would look at it from both.
But,
So if
but I don't think you can see the way that like maybe a woman might look at a man and go, yeah.
I
he
feel
looks
like I'm
great.
way better at juxtaposing myself in the
Okay.
shoes of women than women are good at juxtaposing themselves in the seat of a man.
Okay.
So when I look at it from the woman's perspective, right, I understand why women think, in modernity especially, that women are the fairer sex. But they have every shortcut available, which men don't. We have two choices: banger bodies and beards. That's about it.
Good choices.
We can't decide on balding. We can't decide on any of these things, right? Mm-hmm. We have those two things, and you can't shortcut those two things. If you're a man, you don't get a banger body. Some of it's genetic, but you've got to be fucking disciplined no matter what, right? Men can't wear makeup. They get shamed if they do liposuction. They do height extensions. They do any of these types of augmentations. Fuck no. That's out, right? Woman gets a butt implant, great. Boob implants, great. Tummy tuck, great. Lip filler, great. Massive amounts of makeup, great. And that's why it's like, are they really the fair sex? You know, when we start to break
good
it
point.
down, are they?
That's a good point. Men don't have to do anything. They just roll over and look. I always said that too. Men could just roll over and like look amazing, and you're like,
But that's
"Damn,
because I
that was
still
good."
think that women appreciate and find older men attractive, where men, as a majority, look at women
Yeah,
when they're
we can move it
younger
on.
as more attractive. So
Okay.
that's why I bring up the male-female gaze.
Yeah, I understand
Okay.
the distinction.
That goes back to the trench coat thing, though. If you're taking a bare naked woman, bare naked man, and you're expose themselves, I think, it kind of sucks for guys, but the bottom line of it is no vagina carrying person at this table has to do much but carry a vagina, and we're going to get play.
Correct.
Women don't have to.
Yeah.
We are already the
Totally
elevated
agree.
sex. I mean, that's just what it is.
Well put. Well
That's
put.
right. That's right.
You know, we're going to actually save the AI thing for a little later. Mary, pull up the one, though. Here's that Fisher guy as a woman. Now, look.
Wow.
She's super
She's a
cute.
bit big boned.
Every fucking, like 50% of the guys who saw her is going to bang her, right?
She downloads Tinder. She's getting laid that night.
Yeah.
That hour?
night.
You mean that hour?
That hour, sure. Yeah. Total differential. Just thought it was
If
worth
she put
pulling it
like,
up.
come over right now and fuck me, she's getting fucked, right?
I mean, girls don't got to even
But
be
if
that
they
direct.
did, but if they did,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
She would get a guy.
Yeah.
It would come off pretty sleazy, but yeah, she could do it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into the questionnaire. So we're going to, let's see. I don't think there's really anything on the height thing that's I found particularly shocking. Joey, no, actually, yeah, nothing too crazy on the height. We'll just do bear then. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on hike?
I think I put man. I think
Okay.
that's what I put.
What about you?
Take the bear any day.
You?
Random bear.
Random bear. Okay.
I said man.
You wrote neither, but you have to pick one.
I'll pick one. Probably man.
Probably man?
Man.
Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why do you pick bear?
There was a time I was actually hiking and I was out in Zion and this guy started following me.
Okay.
Yeah, and in that moment I was like, fuck, if there was a bear, the bear probably would have run away.
Because the bear is probably thinking about eating me or chasing me. The man may be thinking about killing me, murdering me. What kind of augmentations do I have? All of those other things that some of the
why
males
would you think
have
about your
mentioned today.
augmentations?
I mean, all of the things that we kind of brought up today, or that some of the men brought up today, is why I would choose a bear over a male any day.
Here's what I'm going to do on this one. So me and Andrew would just totally destroy you guys on this debate. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to state
I'm not gonna
Debatable.
categorically that we've won the debate without even arguing the points.
Sure.
Sounds like a man thing to do.
Why are you robbing me?
Andrew said, "Let me."
Why are you robbing me,
Because there's
Brian?
better stuff.
All right, fine.
If you can stay longer.
I'm staying for a second.
If you can stay
No,
longer.
I can't stay for longer,
Okay.
but I'm going to.
If the hard's out, yeah, I'd rather get it to other stuff.
right.
Then. Okay, so let's see here.
But
What's gonna be-
I do like the preemptive declaration of victory. I'm a big fan of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was okay. So
It
what's
was men versus women, and we were outnumbered, and we still won exactly how it should be.
Would you, Andrew?
Great.
What would interest you more, the tea stuff or the women oppressed feminism stuff?
Let's start with T and move on to feminism.
Okay, so we'll be quick on the tea
I'll make
stuff.
a little bit of extra time if necessary
Okay,
as we
fair
go
enough.
through it.
All right, so we have. Let's see. Moon, you say it's wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they are trans, and in addition to that, Gabby, you said a man dating you agree a man dating a transgender woman is straight, and you also say you agree a man dating a transgender woman is straight. So that's Gabby, that's you. And then Moon, you said you didn't say that it's straight, but you did say it's wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they're trans. We'll start there. Why? Just curious. So if I refuse to date a transgender woman, that would be wrong. Why is that?
Depends on your reasoning for not dating her. Is it just because she's trans?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
I believe personally that a transgender woman is in fact a woman.
Why?
So if you're speaking biologically, if she's had biological surgery that presents as a female, I believe that is presenting as a female. It's like if you drive a truck. I mean,
Well, let me give you.
It's a truck.
Let's try to. I'll be as good faith on this as possible if you are. So let's back up.
Yeah.
What is a woman for you? What does that mean?
For me, as a woman who dates women, I would say someone feminine, someone probably with breasts, probably with a vagina.
Like a real one?
Real as in, a physical vagina. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like born with it?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
No.
So let me ask you this: if I were to ask you, let's pretend for a second I'm like your 10-year-old son.
All right.
And I come to you and I say, Mom, I'm not gay, but I'm going to go suck my girlfriend's dick.
I'm not gay, but I'm going to go suck my girlfriend's dick. All right, I hear you.
How do you reconcile that with him? Or no, not 10. Let's say like 14. How do you reconcile that with him and be like, no, you're right. That's not a gay act to go suck your girlfriend's dick. Can you just walk me through the logic there?
Yeah, I know it's probably going to be different than yours, but first of all, I wouldn't care because that's my child.
I'm not saying you care. I'm not saying that from your view.
So there's nothing to reconcile.
There's anything that's wrong with that.
All right.
We're asking a specific question about homosexuality, heterosexuality, gay or straight. He's asking this question: is it gay if I do that? Am I a gay person if I go suck my girlfriend's dick? You say to him what?
Have fun.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. What's his question though?
My son wouldn't have a question.
Yeah, I know, but if he did, what is his question that I asked you?
You're gay is a term that people in society chose to describe your sexuality. Whatever whatever descriptor he wants to use to describe his sexuality, that's up to him. It doesn't matter who he's having sex with.
What I'm asking you for, repeat back to me the question that your 14-year-old son's asking you.
I'm having sex with a transgender woman. Am I straight?
No. What's the question your son's asking you?
Maybe I'm not getting
If I suck my girlfriend's dick, Mom, am I gay? I want you to repeat that so I know that you know what he's asking you.
If I suck my girlfriend's dick, am I gay?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you walk him through that? Tell me.
Easy.
Okay.
Do you like this person?
Sure, he likes this person.
Does this person like you?
Absolutely.
Are y'all going to be engaging in this sexual activity in a safe place?
He says sure.
All right. Are their parents okay with it since they're probably both minors?
Sure. They say sure.
Have fun.
Okay, great. But what's the question though?
There is none. And for
is
there
none.
to be one, I would not even say that I was a loving parent towards my child if there was any other question that didn't involve their happiness and their safety.
So you just basically never answer the question.
No, because there isn't one.
Right. Okay. And then who was the next one?
Yeah, so Gabby, you said that it's straight for a man to date a transgender woman.
Gabby, your son comes to you. I'm going to ask you the same question. And he says, hey, Mom, right? I'm 15. I can make my own decisions now. I'm in a sexual relationship. I'm going to suck my girlfriend's dick. Is that gay?
No.
Can you
'cause it's
walk
attached
me?
to the
Hang on.
girl.
Can you walk me through what you would say?
Wait, why did they got to be 15?
16, whatever.
18?
Because she's the mom. And so I'm like 15, 16, 17, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant for the
Do
point.
they present as a girl, as a woman?
Sure.
Oh, no, it's not gay. That's a lady. Lady with a dick.
A lady with a dick.
Yep.
I'm a lady with a dick when I want to. I mean, so does that make my partner hetero when I wear a strap?
Well,
No, I mean,
well, hang on. I feel like you just lied to me.
how?
Do you have a physical penis?
Nope.
Well, then why did you just say you're a lady with a dick? You just lied.
Because a dick is something that goes inside a vagina. It doesn't have to have blood.
So a
pumping through
cucumber's
it.
a dick?
If you use it as such, I mean.
So a cucumber's
if you
a dick?
if you attach it to a person, I
feel like when I say the word dick, I mean a penis that is attached to a male. And when you say dick, you don't actually mean the word dick.
I sure don't. Because,
Right, exactly. So what you do is you just avoid the question.
No, because does the girl get off on the cucumber, or does the person with the
Sure,
vagina?
let's just assume they do.
This
Then
would
I'm
be
sure
this
she
would be like
considers it a
me
dick.
saying pussy is like
Peanut butter.
If I got
it's
some-
peanut butter, bro.
if I got a piece of meat from the
Okay.
grocery store and made love to it, that's a pussy.
Not at all. That's not the same at all. Not the
That's
same.
you
at all.
literally said like a banana or like a cucumber would be a dick.
Oh, obviously, a piece of meat isn't the same shape or anatomy as
Okay,
a
then the fucking
vagina.
mango.
Though.
I don't know, whatever the fuck looks like.
No, so
fucking-
maybe if you said like if you carved a piece of meat into a
Sure,
vagina
you
and put a
carved the
hole
piece-
in it,
you
but-
carved the piece
Is there
of meat.
such a thing as a dildo?
of course there is.
Is there such a thing as a male penis?
As a male penis, like a yeah.
What's the difference between the two?
One has blood pumping through it. One does not.
Okay, great. So then it is the case that if I were to say to you that you're going over to suck your girlfriend's penis, we're talking about one category, not the other, right?
We're talking about what I call a fleshy penis.
Okay,
Sure.
so if we are talking about that, then how can you possibly say a cucumber is a penis to you?
Because the same way, if I put on a strap tonight and I go home and my
Then
girlfriend
you have made the
sucks my
category
dick-
differential that that's a dildo and not a penis.
No, it's not about the equipment, it's about the wearer. If you put on a fake vagina today, right now, and you said to us, I am now a woman, I have on a quote fake vagina.
Wait, it's fake though.
That's why I'm saying
It is fake,
To
though.
us, it may be, but if you are presenting and telling us to respect you as a female person,
But is it true?
do you believe it's true?
I know.
Okay,
Of
so I
course
think-
not. It's like objectively not true, right?
I think exactly. So that's why it's
And I
not
know it's
about what
object-
you feel
I
like.
just
It's
wanna
about
say,
what
I
the
know it's
wearer
objectively
feels.
not true because you made the differential yourself. There's a difference between a dildo and a penis.
Of course there is.
So if there's an attachment distinction, if you have that same attachment,
Mm-hmm.
homosexual meaning same sex, you suck on the penis of the same sex, how is that not gay?
I don't think there's because gay just means you're having sex with someone of the same sex.
Got it.
However,
Wait, no. What does gay mean?
that you're having sex with someone of the same sex.
And if you're having sex with someone in this case, who you call your girlfriend and has a penis, they are the same.
No, because if that girlfriend with the penis decided that she wanted to be a he or a they, it's not about the sex, it's about the orientation of the person. I have a full vagina biologically, but if I present it as male and I said I'm a male and my partner respects me as a male and uses he, him pronouns, that makes me a male.
You said gay is somebody who engages in sex with somebody of the same sex.
That's right.
If you engage with sex with with a person who's a male who has a penis, even if they present, hang on, even if they present as a female, by your own logical criteria, they would have to be gay.
I want to put it this way. I think that your questions are reserved for a specific subset of people who simply don't get it and never will. And that's just fine with me, because those who do.
But you do realize that like logic has to be consistent or so logical.
I feel like the
You don't
human
feel like logic
sexual
has to be
experience
consistent?
is not quantifiable, calculatable,
Oh, I can't
or
wait to hear
describable.
this. Go ahead.
No, I have a question about like the words that you use. So you're saying, is it gay? Is it gay? Is it gay? What if we said
Wait. No. Wait. Don't lie. I asked her what gay means, didn't I?
Well, yes.
And what did
I mean,
she
I don't think
say?
anybody can deny what
and what
gay
did she
means.
say?
She said that it's having sex with someone of the same sex.
So it's not me. Hang on. So then before you get into whatever you're about to get into,
Okay.
I actually asked what her criteria for gay was and used that, didn't I? Hang on. Didn't I use actually what her criteria for gay was?
So can I?
Hang on. Didn't I?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Now go ahead.
What if we, instead of using the word gay, use the word queer?
Okay. Well, queer means what?
Queer means like having sex with people of either the same gender or a different gender than you, but it's still not like.
What makes you queer, though?
Like
I
what
guess
makes
hetero, right?
what
I
makes
guess
you
in that instance,
what
it
makes
would be
you
the
not
gender part of it would make it not specifically gay or straight.
So if I were having sex with a biological female as a biological male, but she identified as being a male and I identified as being a female, and we changed nothing. We changed no phenotypical. Hang on.
It's up to you guys.
Stop. So then all that makes it queer is that we self-ID that we're queer?
That's right, because
Yeah,
who cares about
I
what you
guess.
think or what you think or what you think?
So then how does that word have meaning?
It
What is
doesn't.
Hang on.
It doesn't.
Exactly.
That's right.
Perfect.
I don't know.
Word
What do you think
queer?
about this argument, Andrew?
In a way.
If when women who are lesbians told us we were lesbians, we actually said,
Yeah, what makes Brian not a lesbian,
He
actually?
doesn't have a vagina or identify with a vagina.
Oh, that's
or consider
crazy.
Himself.
That's crazy.
Are you
to
a
me,
woman?
though.
Do you consider yourself to be
That's
female?
not the argument I was
if
talking
about.
Brian's-
His identity.
I know.
It's about
I'm not
his
ready for that
identity.
yet. I just got to ask, if Brian's flopped out his penis and said it's a vagina, and a
That's
woman
not-
sucked it, is he a lesbian then if he identifies as a
Are you guys able to scoot over?
If he identifies...
This way. Just a tad. Sorry, go ahead.
So if Brian identifies as a lesbian, he whips out his penis, a woman sucks it, right? Mm-hmm. He's a lesbian.
Is he? I mean,
If he wants to say he is,
that's
then
up
he,
to him and the woman he's doing.
He might be ridiculous, but
Then what are we pointing to here with these words? They're empty labels. Like me, I'm Andrew. You guys all know that I'm Andrew. What makes me Andrew, though? What makes me an Andrew? If there was another guy sitting here, like let's say Brian's name was Andrew, there's two different Andrews, right?
Yep.
The label is empty then. It doesn't point at anything. It's just a label that says, I'm Andrew. But if I wanted to give a descriptor for something like heterosexual, homosexual, I'd have to be pointing towards some behavior, activity, something, right? Something I'd have to be pointing to. So what am I pointing to?
If the question is labels, I can't speak for any other LGBT
No, it's not just
person,
labels.
but
It's definitionally, if Brian says he's a lesbian, what makes him a liar?
it's that he doesn't have the follow through of actually showing that that's what he's interested in.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
he's not dressed like a woman. He's not presenting as a woman.
So you can only
He's
be
never
that gender
taken on
if
that
you,
identity.
So you can only be that gender if you present that way?
Nope. If you
Well,
say
then that's a contradiction.
him,
All right,
for-
fine. We can move on.
Are there transgender people in China?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Is it accepted, though?
Yes.
Not widely.
Not widely. Okay.
It's providential, right?
Like secretly?
Yeah.
I guess so, but there is a famous dancer as well as a comedian, a talk show comedian who is like trans, like she.
Okay.
But
And,
it's also hated, right?
Okay, so
Right.
you said
That makes sense.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your family to.
you said a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why do you think that is?
It's all a matter of definition. Like if you say it's transgender woman, you already define her as a woman. Then automatically, that person would be straight.
Right, she's right. It's just trivially true. So if you define it as such, it would just be trivially true, but it doesn't point at what we're trying to point at. So she's right. Like it would just be trivially true if you said a woman is anybody who identifies as a woman. I identify as a woman. Then it's trivially true that I'm a woman.
Yep.
Right. But it doesn't point at anything, right? We're not pointing.
Who's pointing?
I
Well,
feel like
because-
I'm in the
because
middle. I
anytime-
understand what you're saying, but
because
I
anytime
understand
we
the
make-
people who have that mindset
Yeah, because
as
anytime
well.
we make a definition of anything, we want it to point to the thing we're pointing to, right?
Why does any human feel like they need to define or point towards any other human sexuality?
Because
or
we
what
couldn't
they're doing
have
behind closed
communication
doors?
if we didn't have definitions for what we're trying to communicate.
Well, that needs to change.
No, it doesn't. If
I
I'm
feel like
smoking a cigarette and everybody knows what cigarette means, and you're trying to convey the information that I'm smoking a cigarette, but I'm actually chewing gum, does it make sense that you say cigarette for gum if nobody understands what you're saying?
Unless you're chewing nicotine gum.
Yeah, but they see what I mean? Like, you just made my point for me.
queer, it's that the reason that in this circumstance of the example you were giving before with the son and the transgender girlfriend, it's that you wouldn't specifically say, is it gay? Because the person
No, but he
is
does say that.
queer.
He does ask that.
What?
So I would say queer.
So what is a woman?
A woman, I mean, oh my gosh, I have to get into it. Like,
Yes.
a woman basically is usually a person who is born with a vagina and the genitalia of what we typically would know as a woman.
Usually he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Usually,
You see,
it is.
It's doing a lot of.
Because I know that there's people who
Yeah, so
don't
what is a woman? Like when we point to a definition, we don't say usually,
No, I
right?
know.
Because otherwise the definition doesn't mean anything.
Try to
Right?
be
Like
inclusive.
if I said a camera's usually a component base that a camera had but also an electrical board had, I'm not pointing at anything. So what is a woman?
A woman is someone who has a vagina.
Born with a vagina.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Okay.
So you're familiar with the term neo-vagina?
Actually, I'm not.
Okay, so you know-
Neo?
But she said
Okay.
born with.
Oh, is that something like you?
Did she say born?
She said born
I
with.
thought she was a woman with a vagina. Can you repeat it one more time?
I would say, yeah, a woman born with a vagina.
Oh, okay, fair enough. What's a woman?
Anyone who presents or identifies as a woman.
Your definition?
Has a vagina.
Same, has a vagina.
Wait, well, just to be clear, transgender women can get a surgery that gives them what they would call a vagina. So
Now,
just want to clarify.
They wouldn't
when you
be
guys say
biological, but they would
Right.
be a woman, a
You'd
transgender
say-
woman. And
so
I do,
just yes, that's what I'm
transgender
getting
woman.
to because I don't consider the transgender surgery what they do, the bottom surgery. That's not a vagina. So I just want to be really precise in our language here.
Yeah.
Are you saying a woman born female with a vagina?
So
or?
a woman who's born with a vagina, and then a transgender who goes through the surgery is transgender woman. What other people want to call themselves and do, yeah, that's up to you to label.
Okay, so are you agreeing with her?
I'm agreeing with the same.
Okay, so a transgender
I
woman
do
is a woman.
see a distinction between the two, but they're both women.
Okay. What is a woman?
A woman is someone who either presents themselves as a woman or goes through the process to be able to present themselves as a woman, because there's a difference between sex and gender.
Okay.
And what is a woman?
Like a woman is a person with a vagina, but like I know people are sometimes born with no complete vagina.
Like intersex?
Hermaphrodite.
Intersex?
Intersex, like they have both. Like
They can be. They would call those chimeras or hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about those cases, but there are cases that like their genes are like
XXY?
no, but like XX, but however they're
Sure, they're still
like,
males.
No, they're females.
XX is male. XY is. No, I'm sorry. XY is male. XX is female.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you can have XXY,
Yeah.
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
and things
but-
like this where you're still the opposite sex.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that
Here,
case.
what is a woman? Just define it.
A woman is a person with a complete vagina, or like they have problems with their vagina, but they were raised up like as a social female.
Okay, so you're talking like a birth defect.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What about transgender women? Are they women?
Like, do they still have a penis?
But I'm a bit
No,
confused
we're
because
just
you
asking
said
you what-
born. You said born with a
didn't-
vagina.
No, I said with a vagina, I think.
Yes.
Oh, you said a woman is someone with a vagina, not
Yes.
born with a vagina.
Right.
Okay, so that would include at least in your view, that would include transgender women.
Do they still have dicks?
Yeah, they cut
Sure,
their dick
let's
off.
say they get rid of the
If it-
penis.
Yeah, then it's okay.
Okay.
Then it's a woman. Okay, cut one follow up on that. Can a male become a female?
Well, okay.
They can do whatever they please and identify with, but personally, I just and
Well, hold on. So I'm asking you a question.
yes,
So there's gender.
man
Hold on,
become a
hold on.
woman?
No. There's gender and sex. So I'm
Yes.
talking gender. A man can become a woman? I think some of you are going to say yes. If we're talking about sex, can a male become a female?
if it's not about gender, no.
Okay.
Can a male become a female?
I don't think I get the question.
Can you scoot your mic that way? I
think I do.
Yeah.
So the separation between sex and gender. Gender is your expression of how you identify. Sex is your actual like
Chromosomes,
physical
yes.
body.
Yes.
Can a male actually become a female?
Quick answers if
Yes.
you can, guys.
Yes.
If they're a hermaphrodite and you have both inside of you,
I'm speaking in generalities here. I'm not looking for like the.
I'm even willing to
The
accept
fringe.
it. I'm
Yeah.
actually willing to accept the specifics. So if you think a hermaphrodite can become the other sex, I think that's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
But but I don't think we got really definitive there. Can a male become a female?
So yeah, so if he was like presenting, but he has ovaries,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
But that's okay. But like, how about there aren't birth defects? Like an otherwise normal, healthy male, can they become a female?
He can't have. He can become a woman, but female with
sure.
ovaries. If you're looking
Can't
at
become a female.
biological,
Okay. What about you?
No.
No.
Not completely the same as.
Okay. I just want to point out, all of you who said a woman is this, that, you're all you're all science deniers. All of you are science deniers. Biology is a hard science.
Hard.
It's not a soft science like psychology and sociology.
And economics.
Hard sciences like biology, for example, with established facts, it's not up for negotiation. It's not up for debate.
sure.
Just to be clear.
I think that depends. So for me, I would ask this. Why do you, specifically you, as a hetero, married, happily, as you mentioned, man, why do you care?
Well, I'll dive into it and I'll show you why. Actually, this is I'm sorry. I know I was having a conversation. You couldn't help but butt in. Go ahead.
I feel like I kind of
And I don't
understand
care.
why.
But anyway, so back to this conversation over here. I can't
I'm
believe
on
that you
your
just
side.
butted in while we were having the discussion. But you couldn't help yourself. But here's the thing. I think that that's a fair question. And I'll explain my position. But let's start with this. I want to show you something that's super important.
Okay.
In philosophy, we call this an infinite regress. An infinite regress would be if I ask you, in this case, for like a definition, and you give me the thing that I'm asking about as the definition, it infinitely regresses. And I'm going to show you how this works in real time. So I asked you, what is a woman? And you said a woman's anybody who identifies as a woman. That seems fair, right? Okay. Is she a woman?
To me, looking at her sitting here, yes.
Am I a woman?
No, because you definitely don't present and have stated that you are not.
That seems fair, that there's distinctions between the two of us. So if I ask the criteria again, what differentiates me from her. If you say a woman's anyone who identifies as a woman, okay, I'm a woman.
All right.
What differentiates us now?
Well, despite the fact you became a woman 5 seconds
Sure.
ago.
But I am now.
Physically.
What
just the physical.
What differentiates us?
The physical characteristics of being female. At this point in your transition, ma'am, that's a big difference.
And what are those? What are those differences?
I don't see boobs. I don't think there's a vagina present.
Then it sounds to me like when you say woman, you actually don't mean anybody who says woman, because that doesn't give you enough information. It sounds like you mean there has to be other criteria there.
Just
otherwise,
off
how could
looking.
you? Otherwise, how could you make the distinction?
Because you would tell me, like you just did, you'd say, guidance, I'm a woman. And from there on out, I would respect you.
But why
as a
is
woman.
it that you would instantly see her as a woman and not instantly see me as one?
But the same reason why you would look at me and say African American and not Latina.
That makes
Hispanic.
sense. So if I were to say like black definitionally, I might point to like skin, I might point to hair, I might point to all sorts of physical differentials,
right.
I would not say anybody who identifies as black, would I?
Nope.
Why?
Because you can't really and truly choose that race is different than sex.
Yeah, but hang on.
back to
Before,
earlier,
I'm not
like-
saying they're the same.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
there's-
asking
so
you
why
this.
compare
I'm just
them?
asking you this one question.
Yep.
What would make me not black?
You're not. You don't. You're
So
not
if you
black.
gave a definition of black versus white, you would be pointing to criteria,
'Cause that's
which made a
race.
differential between black and white.
You can't
But how is
choose
it
that,
you can
though.
look at
Michael
me and
Jackson
say,
did.
how is it that you can look at me and say man, look at her and say woman?
Because you are
But the second
presenting
I
as
say,
man.
but I identify as a woman, suddenly those distinctions go away. That's an infinite regress. What that means is, what is a woman? A woman's anyone who says they're a woman. Yeah, but what is that though? Well, anyone who says they're that thing. But what is that? Anyone who says they're that. But what is it though? It's anyone who says they're it, right?
I don't think the people. There's no one asking that question.
Yeah, but
other than
that's what they
people
are
like
asking.
you.
And what- that is what they're asking. And so the thing
That's
is,
what y'all are asking.
Yeah,
but
it is what
true
it is
people
what we
who
all are asking.
on that spectrum,
But
we
it's
don't
super.
care.
But it,
no
no,
one
yeah,
else
I know you
cares
don't care, but it's
other
super important to
than
us.
men who are not happy with the state
Yeah,
of
but it's
males
still
in the
super
country.
important to
and the
us
world.
because
To who's us?
Yeah, so
Who's
to the
us?
people who don't believe in the ideology.
There you go. I think that
of
answers
wait
it,
a
doesn't
second.
it?
Anybody can just identify as anything to become that thing. You say, no, they can't. But when I say, what's a woman? You say, anybody who identifies as a woman. I say, well, what distinguishes me from her? This. And then I say, okay, so what is a woman? Well, anybody who identifies as a woman. You're not pointing at anything. You have an empty label. It points to nothing.
I think because
Listen. I want to explain this so that
You've
you
been
know.
explaining it.
It's a logical. It's actually logically fallacious.
Mm-hmm.
It's called an infinite regress fallacy. What you're doing is you're infinitely regressing. So you're just always saying the same thing, but never pointing to anything. So if I were to tell you, or if I were to ask you, what's a guitar? And you said anything I point to and say it's a guitar. Have you told me what a guitar is?
No. But I think most people, when you say guitar, they form an image of a guitar in their mind.
Yeah,
so
I
if
agree.
you just say, I mean, hey, if
I
you want
totally
to play
agree.
a drum as a guitar, you can do that. But I think
I totally agree with
we're
this.
removing the human experience from all of this.
It's only the
because-
human experience which can identify what is a guitar. Who can make a
Right.
guitar besides a human?
Oh, I don't know.
Nobody. Nothing can make a guitar but a human, as far as we know. So if that's the case, when I say, what is a guitar? And you say anything I point to and say it's a guitar, you say, that tells me nothing. I agree. If I asked you this question, and just describe it for me, what is a guitar?
An instrument with strings.
What does it look like?
There's so many shapes of guitars.
Yeah, but what do they generally at least look like?
Long stick, strings, and a bottom part. I don't even know what you call that.
So based on that, I can at least say that I can rule out everything without strings as an instrument as not being a guitar, right?
Sure. If
Now
you
we're getting
choose.
to what a definition is, right?
Sure.
And that's the distinction between an empty label and a definition. When you say that's a guitar, at least I can point to what that is. When you say anything I point to is a guitar, that tells me fucking nothing about what a guitar is.
So are we so simple-minded in 2025
No,
that
broad-minded.
if we don't have a distinct
Hang on.
description for a person, their sexuality, their preferences, if we can't define it, it's not right. If
Not
we
even-
can't define, I listened to you for a long time.
Okay, go ahead.
If we can't define it, it's wrong. If we can't define it, it's confusing. If we can't define it, it's not scientific. There are a lot of things in science and biology and history and art that are undefinable. You cannot define a person. And honestly, just blatantly speaking, people like you do not have a seat at the table because it's not for you.
We're the only ones who have the seat at the table.
That table is just for y'all. But I would think that I know that the people who are on the rainbow spectrum, we don't care.
Yeah, but the
But
thing
y'all
is-
do, and it's interesting because I feel all I hear behind it to me is we don't understand y'all, so we feel threatened.
No,
by
no.
it. Why? What are you
what's so
threatened by?
interesting is, like,
Does my fake
it sounds-
penis really do
But
something
it
that
sounds
big to
me
the
like you're
male
saying
ego? Does
it
my
sounds to
strap
me
really
like
do that?
You do
I guess it
understand.
does.
You do understand us.
Wow.
It sounds to me like you're saying you do understand us, and we feel threatened by that.
No.
So, well,
I
it has
feel
to.
like
It
you
has to
have
be the
to
case. It has to be the
define
case.
us. Why do you have to define us?
Well, here's the thing. It has to be the case.
Does it?
Yeah, logic. You can't beat logic.
You can't put logic to love and human experience.
Right, you can't
though.
put logic.
It's unquantifiable.
Right, logic is the one thing you can't ever refute.
Is love logical? Have you
Yes.
experienced love?
Actually,
logic?
love is logical. Yes.
Or is it emotion? It can be. And
No,
when
it's
it
not.
gets
Can
to
be.
that
It
point,
is logical.
No, we just ran
It
the
is
experiment.
logical.
No. We just ran the experiment in front of
Okay.
everyone here.
Yeah.
Based on swipes.
Yeah.
There's no logic in a swipe. You get a 5-6 second. Oh, I like that. I don't like that. I like what I see. I don't like what I see. And
Well,
then you get into the deeper.
Hang on. Let me
parts
respond.
of
Let me
that
respond. Let me respond. Actually, there is. Not only is there a logic to it, but the whole reason we're having the discussion is about the logic of it. Just because, if you say, well, what happens, Andrew, is that there's an influx of emotion which, based on these emotions, humans have interactive experiences where they swipe left, swipe right, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's within the compliance of logic. There's absolutely nothing illogical about that. Saying I have emotions, therefore I act on emotions, logically follows. There is nothing illogical about that. There is, however, something highly illogical about giving an empty label to a definition of a thing you're trying to describe. That's completely illogical.
I don't think the label can't. I mean, I don't know the history of it.
We're not talking about labels. We're talking about defining a thing so that it can be even understood.
At the end of the day, I don't care what the person, who the person I'm interacting with, whatever their label or definition for themselves is, that's great for them.
So would it
That's
be fair to say you don't care about logic?
I don't care about descriptors and
Which would be
definitions of
logic. So
humans.
can you even have logical interactions without descriptors?
Heck yeah.
How?
And if you can't, then that
Is there a
leaves lot
single
to be
thing
said
that you
for
can logically express without a descriptor? All words are descriptors.
Yeah. Feelings are
Aren't all
descriptors,
words
too.
descriptors? Yeah, but how do you describe feelings?
With words.
Yeah, exactly. So all words are descriptors. When you say feelings, you're describing
I don't
something.
think I think our disconnect is I'm not disagreeing with you as far as there are labels, there are definitions.
I'm not talking about labels.
There are words to describe people. There are scientific terms and things to describe genitalia. None of that's false. 1,000% with you. I think my personal standpoint on that is none of that matters to those that it doesn't matter to. But to those that it does, that's great. Is there, if you want to quantify that information and use it in your dating experience, like by all means. But for me as a person, the first thing I'm asking or looking for when I swipe left or right or talk to a person is not, is your vagina surgical or biological? It just isn't.
But this doesn't answer the question. Like, how come I'm not black?
I don't know. You have to ask your mom that.
You don't know why I'm not black?
Mm-mm.
You don't know?
No.
I just want you to look me in the eyes and say, I don't know why you're not
You
black.
also can't get like surgery to
I just want to make sure
as
hang on.
black either.
Yeah, I
that
could.
I know of.
Yes, you can.
African
Yes,
American?
yes,
Can
you
do that?
can. And did Michael Jackson get surgery?
Yeah, he became white.
Cancer, I think.
Yeah, but did he get surgery also? Yes. And so the thing is like, if I could get surgery, that would make my skin look like your skin. Am I black?
That depends. Do I care? No. I mean,
That is my question about whether you care or if I am black.
it kind of is, because if you ask a person who really debated that kind of thing with people and that kind of stuff mattered, of course they'd have an opinion and they'd have an answer.
So
but
you have no opinion on if I bleached or in some way change my skin to be black,
Nope.
would I be black?
your experience of blackness, authentic or not, biological or not, is yours. My authentic experience of blackness is mine. Your experience as a newly...
Would I be black
This is a
or
weird
not?
experience. That's not up to me.
No.
That he just doesn't answer any. You just don't answer questions. This is the biggest problem with this whole ideology, right? Is like you can't answer a single question. You go.
I'm not even
You just
asking
go
the
like this. You
question.
just
I
go like
think
this. You
that's
just
why.
go, maybe. And it's like it tells us nothing about anything. It just literally tells.
Because we don't care. I think it's
Okay.
only our age group and up that's
I get
really
what you're
like
saying.
microscope.
There's
relating
nothing to
them
get.
each other.
Yeah,
in the
it's hard.
mind.
There's nothing to get.
Like,
No, I'm.
What I'm saying is
Can I-
objectively true, and what she's
Can I
saying
go
is
off of what you're
objectively
saying?
nothing.
So when you're saying if you suddenly got a surgery and became black tomorrow, would you be considered black by everybody? And the thing.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Would you be seen as black?
Nope, that's not what I'm asking
He's
either.
just asking if he's black.
is he
Would
black?
he be? So like if we're relating it back to gender.
What
and,
am I
like,
asking? Start with this before you straw man the entire position and fuck it all up. What am I
I'm trying to
asking?
just
What
go
am
off
I
what you're
asking?
saying.
Hang
We
on,
started with gender, didn't we?
Stop
We started with
spurging.
gender.
Stop spurging and just answer my question. What am I actually asking? And then I'll tell you if it's wrong. What I'm actually asking.
Would you be considered
No.
or seen as black?
Nope.
He's,
Would he
he's
be
just
black,
asking,
I
is
think?
he
No.
black?
Black.
I'm not asking
Explain.
about perception. I'm not asking about any of that.
Would you be?
I'm asking, would I be? So let me ask you this again. That's why I don't allow people to straw man my position with bullshit. If
going
I
off of
were
the gender part
to
of it.
somehow go through and get all of my skin reconstructed to look exactly like hers, would I actually be black or not?
In my opinion, no.
Okay, thank you. That's
to
why I
go-
don't.
can we
That's
go
right.
back to gender
That's
real
it.
quick, though?
No, that's it.
Okay.
The whole debate right now, what you just did was you demonstrated how illogical the entire position is of saying, but if I presented as a woman, you would be. That's fucking absurd by your own logic now.
But if
So
you're
I'm going
dating,
back to
how
the-
would we know that you're not biologically
right.
black?
No, it's a
No,
good
I'm
question.
on.
said that.
I want to go
add
off of your
something.
point with that statement in regards to gender and kind of mapping it onto each other. If you decided tomorrow to become a woman and you didn't have the experiences of a lifetime of being a woman,
No man does.
Yeah, I as a cisgender
So then
woman,
no man could become a woman.
I'm going with your point here that
Yeah.
I would be upset.
So then no man can become a woman, can they?
It's for me, no.
Yeah, no, exactly.
no.
All right.
And
I'm
I
good.
feel
I'm going to
like-
go off and smoke.
And I feel like the whole argument kind of takes away from cisgender women kind of rallying together almost for a certain type of feminism.
Hold on. Well, you asked why this matters.
Yeah.
Why this matters. I'd like to give you 3 reasons.
All right.
And you might not agree with the gravitas of why this would be important, but
Can I ask also, why does it matter and who does it matter to? It may be part of your answer, but I think that's important.
Yeah,
too.
so I think the first one I'll give you will matter to everybody.
Okay.
And that's the truth.
That is the reason. The truth is the
So
reason.
that would matter to everyone. And that's the first reason I would give you as to why it matters. Truth.
So are we speaking in terms of like you're
I'm
dating
speaking
someone?
about the truth. I'm speaking of
No, you
the
said
truth,
3.
not your truth, not
Yeah.
my truth, the truth of the matter. And
In terms
this
of
is-
dating, though, right? Or are we just talking about generally
No,
speaking?
I'm speaking about that males can't become female. Males, like, that's...
Biologically.
They
right?
literally.
Well, I'm not even... Look, I don't think you can... I'm willing to grant that within the ideology, I guess it's accept you can change your gender, but I I link gender, and it's irremovable from sex in my worldview.
Sure.
So in my worldview, a man can't become a woman, and a transgender woman is a transgender woman, but she's not a woman.
Sure.
Because to me, in my
Yeah.
worldview, woman is linked to sex, and it's irremovable.
I don't think any of us disagree with that.
Now, the second thing is that since it's a dating podcast, I'll relate it to dating. I think that one, transgender women have a duty to disclose to potential romantic partners.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Because one, I think it would be good for their own safety.
Yes.
So if you're a transgender woman and you're trying to date I don't like this term, a cis man, for your own safety, you should disclose beforehand so that they can choose whether perhaps for them they don't want to date a transgender woman.
Agreed.
Yeah.
For their own safety, I think they should disclose. But if we start getting into too deep into transgender women are women and this is non-negotiable, then it's like, okay, well, do regular women have to disclose to men? By the way, I'm not a transgender woman. So we get into this kind of murky territory where there's less of a duty for transgender women to disclose. They might even feel like, no, it's actually perfectly acceptable for me to essentially trick men into sleeping with me.
Right.
So I think they have a duty to disclose. And then also related to dating, what if I, as a man, don't want to date a transgender woman? Am I, if the narratives allowed to fully manifest themselves as it relates to this ideology, what kind of social repercussions are there when I have a preference towards not dating transgender women, but if on a long enough timeline, it becomes determined, like if the greater, right now there's a massive culture war related to this issue, but let's say I'm in the minority one day, and maybe the leftists, the LGBTQ activists, they win on the culture war. And 90% of people are like, that's a transgender woman, and you can't ask them if they're transgender. And if you don't sleep with them, you're a bigot. And what do bigots deserve? Bigots deserve violence. Bigots deserve to lose their jobs. Bigots deserve... Bigots deserve all kinds of repercussions, both social and sometimes when it comes to violence.
Isn't that what transgender people have been getting for tens?
Sure, I'll go ahead and grant.
So the tables turn, and now we're upset.
Well,
basically.
hold on. I don't want
violence either.
Right, violence either way.
I don't think that's fair, but I don't think people should be subject to violence.
No, correct.
For their dating preferences.
Right.
But I could see some sort of scenario in the future where if somebody does have a stated preference of not wanting to date somebody who's transgender, if that is bigotry, if we're using that metric as bigotry, people are happy to enact violence
aren't we on a slippery slope
against bigotry? And then so that's the second thing.
Hang on, before you get into this, I want to bid the whatever podcast adieu.
Wait, Andrew, I
brought in. Hang on. I brought in tons of great viewers. Hang on, tons of cash tonight. I got to be fresh tomorrow for a debate, Brian. Got to be fresh tomorrow.
What if Mary goes and gets?
It has nothing to do with that. I got to be fresh.
That's fair.
That's a pretty good.
Fresh for a debate tomorrow.
Wait.
I appreciate.
Andrew, can I?
Brian,
hear my pitch.
There's no pitch.
This right here.
Are you going to delay the debate for tomorrow? Okay, see you later, Brian.
Wait,
guys, all of you.
Wait, Andrew, I might be able to delay it a little. Actually, not. Fuck.
Yeah, no, you're not going to delay it.
That's fine.
All right, I got to get some sleep. Everybody out there,
Andrew,
whatever.
We got a long day tomorrow.
Everybody out there at the whatever chat, thank you so much for having me this fine evening. I appreciated talking to all of you fine women. I take nothing personally. I've never taken anything personally. We're here to debate worldviews and talk about dating, and I really, truly appreciate it. All of you
She's going to clip. Sorry. She's going to be like, I made him rage quit. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's all love, brother. It's all love.
I won.
Didn't mean to interrupt your goodbye. Sorry, go ahead.
You're really trying really hard here, Brian. Have a wonderful night, my friend. Have a wonderful night, ladies. Take good care of yourself.
Great meeting you.
I will see you tomorrow, Andrew.
Seethe, Brian. Fucking seethe, Brian.
Felicity, just scoot it down one chair. All right. So I was saying the third point on this is laws, and I'll just ask a simple question on this, then we'll move on to a different topic. So the first is truth. The second is like dating, since dating podcast. Do you think that we should criminalize, say, if you were a dictator, like, do you think misgendering, for example, intentional? So somebody refuses to acknowledge, so somebody's pronouns, it's a transgender woman, and my pronouns are, I want to be referred to her as a she or a her. But somebody ideologically differs from her view and thinks that's not a woman, that's a man, and refuses to use the pronouns and says you're a he, you're a him. Do you think that this should face, if used in certain circumstances, should face criminal punishment or some sort of punishment?
Not necessarily, I guess. I mean, it's hate. I mean, I don't know.
That it's hate?
I mean,
how's it hate? Okay, so go ahead.
You're saying they're purposely not using the correct pronouns, or they did on accident?
Intentionally
not using the correct pronouns,
but not in a rude way. You might say it's rude on the surface already, but not like not in a mocking or condescending way, but like in the same way that they would say it's a she, says he.
You're this person's, like, are you over this person in a place of hierarchy? Like, you're their boss and this person is...
It could be any scenario, but they're not like intention. When I say intentional, they're not intentionally being condescending or rude about it. They're just like, this is what I believe. I'm not saying it in like a snarky way. It's just like, Felicity, that's a she. But if she thinks she's a he, I'm not like, oh, she's great. If that makes sense.
If you're her boss, I think then you have an obligation to your employee to use the pronouns that they are choosing. If you're her friend or something, I mean, she can't really do anything or have any backlash towards you.
But if you're the dictator, if you were the dictator, right?
See, that's already in itself a problem, but okay. Let's go.
Would you pass a law criminalizing intentional misgendering?
Depends on who the law is for. Bosses and CEOs and people of power? Sure. I mean, they haven't...
Okay.
But like me and you, if I called you a he, I mean, I hope you wouldn't sue me.
No, I wouldn't
like
care. No criminalizing on this one for me. No criminalizing.
The mean streets of Santa Barbara.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Brutal.
It's crazy.
It's wild out here.
And criminalization can be like a fine, or are you talking about like jail time?
Let's start with just a fine. Okay. It's a $500 fine to misgender.
No. I misgender people by, I guess mistakes.
Yeah, there's mistakes and stuff. I say no.
Clearly intentional. So here would be the example.
Still no.
The person says, here are my pronouns, and the person refuses to use them and says he instead of she.
Yeah, no criminalizing.
Intentionally. Should that be criminalized? Should there be a fine?
No.
No.
Me and you standing on the balcony, I tell you I'm a he, you continue to call me a she. No fine. Me and you sitting right here on this podcast live, and I have said to this group, I identify as a he, him, and you continue to call me she, her, you're getting sued. That's all it is to it.
Oh yeah, but that's different, and that's different than like criminalizing. Then it's like you're in libel, slander. Yeah, you're civil.
Well, that wouldn't be libel or slander.
No, it would be. What would it be? But essentially that's a civil case.
Right. So
are
it's
you in
very
favor of
situational.
penalties for?
Well, that's on the individual.
Also, in that situation, like, because it's a whole thing with IDs and passports now. Like, do they have to have it legally put on their stuff that they are that gender, or are they? Because that's, if it's legal and there's legal ramifications, then you could just change it back, like, tomorrow.
Why is sex on our, like, why at this point, or sex even on our IDs and stuff? We don't need to know if you're male.
Should there be
or
like a
female.
fine for misgendering?
I don't think you could bring it into law because, like I was saying, there's stuff with IDs and like people don't automatically just change those legal documents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's murky, but
Sure.
I think that there should be.
You can't get a fine for name calling.
Huh?
No.
What do you think?
So
No, I don't think there shouldn't. There
No fine.
shouldn't be no
What do you
fine.
think? No fine. Well, what about this? High school students. So they're classmates, right? That would be a new context. Should there be like maybe a detention for a intentional misgendering, or should there be maybe if they repeat it 3 times, should there be a suspension?
No, I think it depends on the
That person
person.
knows that they're causing harm, so it's not even about the misgendering. It's about that you're intentionally trying to cause someone harm. So there should be a repercussion especially if you're in school.
Yeah, but you would just make the reverse argument that by them using, like, if it's just totally separate, maybe they're religious, you would be causing the individual harm because they're causing themselves harm by lying. If they think it's lying, if they don't think it's the truth, then you're inflicting harm on them.
It does no harm for you to say he, she, they, or them to a person. It just
I think then we're
doesn't.
playing the
It
victim.
doesn't.
There's that
For his
playing the
argument,
victim
he thinks
on
it's
that.
lying,
But then-
and people
then it
are
must-
against lying.
You can justify a lot of
on,
crazy shit if you go into other people's business and go, you said this thing and I'm offended by it, which is what we don't like. I'm offended by everything. You said this, you're making me do this. So, yeah, no fines. Fuck it.
Okay, but
Intentional harm is intentional harm. Like she said, if you know that a person has stated to you, legally otherwise, I identify as such, what harm, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. If they want to sit there and be a potato, let them be a potato. You're not eating the potato. You acknowledging that that person feels that way about themselves does nothing to you at the end of the day. It just doesn't.
So,
Usually if you don't like something, you just get away from them. If someone's an a-hole, you should just get away from them. If someone's misgendering on purpose, just get away from them. It's like dating.
On their pizza, you're not gonna...
So there's probably scenarios where just for like simplicity's sake, some people are really hard line with this. Like if I'm just not interested, like in like a particular case offending somebody, or I'm just not like, there's situations where I just don't care. It doesn't matter. I'd probably like go along with it just because like to avoid the situation. There's probably situations where like if you're a student in college and your professor's transgender, like that's probably like, you're probably gonna have to bite the bullet just for the sake of getting a good grade in the class, even if it's against your thought process. But like, I'm speaking, you know, outside of these specific instances, there are situations where, or not situations, but if we're having a conversation about the issue itself, and we're actually, is it a woman? That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the truth.
Yeah.
Whose truth? Yours or that person?
No, I get what you're saying.
What he's saying. There, to a certain degree, like we all have to live in the same society, and we all do, to a certain point, have to agree on what is the truth.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any different than what like she had mentioned earlier. If it's something you're just not in agreement with, or it's a situation that makes you uncomfortable, get out of it. Yeah. Now, if it's like a work school situation, you got to learn to figure it out. Do I think it should be criminalized?
And
probably not.
What Brian's argument is that in the war going on between our society of people who are in agreement and disagreement, let's say he's saying someone's in school, let's say you have a super liberal principal, and so they're like taking the side of the student who's trans or using like different pronouns than they normally would. So of course, like you're at a super liberal school, maybe they're siding with that student. Whereas if you go to a more conservative school, they might be telling the other student like, hey, you're going through some sort of, like, it depends on the place you are in society. And like that is an issue I see long-term in society, is that we have these two opposing views and it is clashing.
And how do we come together?
By admitting that we're all human and our genitals do not matter. At the end of the day, why do we even have, I'm not saying why do we have genders, but why is it, who cares? Like if you put in your resume, I shouldn't be worried about whether you're male, female, or what you present. You're a human being. And I think when we come down to making those gender distinctions, that's why we're at war. At the end of the day, we're all just humans. It doesn't really, this is just us classifying each other like, oh, I'm not going to respect you because the genitals you have don't match with your pronouns. At the end of the day, they're a person, their experience matters, and that's it. It doesn't really matter what they have down there. I mean, it just doesn't.
Yeah,
or what they call it.
I would agree with that, but I feel like especially like in maybe a school or work situation, you're probably going to talk to somebody more directly. Hey, can you do this for me? Not, hey, she. I think that there's really only particular situations, and I think that's why he's asking. If you're a dictator, would you criminalize this in some form? And I think it's a slippery slope, because then it comes down to belief. Some people truly believe that gender and sex are the same thing, where people see the opposite. So how do you criminalize that? And then what's next? Then is it religion?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
You'd have to criminalize ideology on that one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what people are scared, because I think people who have that mindset, the they, thems, the transgender people, you know, the non-binary, it's becoming more and more and more prevalent. And the people who don't identify with that way of life are, in my opinion, freaking out. Like, how do we navigate these LGBTQIA people? Just respect and love them just the way you would a non-LGBTQIA person. And if those situations arise, address them with empathy and love. This person says she, he, they, whatever. I don't really agree with it. I'll call them that while I'm addressing them, because that's how they feel. But at the end of the day, I'll go home and still feel the same way. Is you respecting that person going to change your mindset? Obviously not. So why not just give them that respect and empathy while you're addressing them, especially if you're in a professional setting. At the end of the day, they're just a human. What they decide to call themselves should not matter to you and what you do with your life.
It does matter to a certain group of people, though, who are trying to maintain a certain order in society. And are they right? Are they wrong? Personally, I'm not exactly sure, but it does matter to them, because if these wars between the cultures continue on, it's just going to wreak havoc. And I think while conservatives have their own issues, I think part of the issue that they're having with this is that they see these people as having a very severe mental illness. And while they can respect them as a person, they can't respect the mental illness of it all.
So what do you do if a person has an illness? You disrespect this, and if it is in fact
I wouldn't say you
illness,
disrespect them, but also you don't go blindly with their beliefs.
But if they're sick, then you disrespecting or not respecting their beliefs is not going to heal them. They're still going to.
I was saying earlier, you don't cause harm to people on purpose. However, some people on the more conservative side would be saying, well, they're causing me harm because they're being so mentally ill that it's becoming almost a hassle on society.
So do we sit there and say the same thing about obese people? They are literally.
For the sake of time, for the sake of time, I've got to move it on. We have one chat here from Lulu. If this would actually work. Yes, thank you, Lulu.
Lulu donated $200. Trans sympathizers are basically willing to bend truth and logic for the sake of trans people's feelings. Chair 2, do you think that making choices based on feelings and emotions is wise for society?
I do. I believe that using your human instincts and treating people with love and respect is how we are going to survive as a race, not by describing each other's genitals or using pronouns. I think at the end of the day, none of that will matter to the success of the human race, is whether you're they, them, trans, or what. I think that us as a people supporting and loving each other and having community, that's it.
All right. I'd be more than happy to engage further in it, but we've got a bit more to get through, so I'm going to have to move it on. Guys, we've lowered the TTS. This is going to be the roast threshold, so if you guys are like holding out for like the $30 or the $29 TTSs, we're just going to do $69 TTS, and that'll be the roast session, and then we'll wrap. So don't hold out for the 30s, because 69's that's going to be the end of it. So. Let's see here. Let's do, that was kind of a heavy topic. Let's do the AI stuff. That'll be fun.
Oh, yay.
All right. So we have age advanced, all of you here.
I saw a little
posing for this.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for this.
All right. Go ahead and pull it up.
It's going to be so dumb.
Okay.
Oh.
Is the first picture of this what I look like today?
When did you pose for this?
It was when I did the story.
Oh, okay. I'm like, when did we do this?
Oh, shit. I'm kind of like goofy as fuck.
I know I made a goofy face.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. All right. There
You
go.
look like a fun grandma.
All right.
I do look
Bro.
And then whoever's doing these, I think we've done some adjustments. Mara in the Discord, thank you. I think so far that one looks a bit better than usual. Usually it goes the AI goes overboard with it. So well done. All right.
Or
Next.
the age differences.
Oh, horrible.
What are the
Absolutely horrible.
So this relates to our will you look better in 10, 20, 30, 40.
Is that 1020? There can't be 1020.
I don't know the exact breakdown.
Okay.
All right, there it is. Next.
Aw. You look sweet.
I'm not. No kidding.
Accept the compliment.
Thank you very much. I am receiving that.
I can't
All right,
wait
next.
to see you when you're old.
Oh my God. That was so
just the
scary.
angle.
Did the AI?
Wow. You went from Asian to Latina.
I look like my grandmother. I'm not gonna lie.
You look
so.
like Janae Aiko. Has anyone ever
I've had a couple people tell me
Who?
that, but I think from a
some,
certain
like,
angle
singer girl.
maybe. But
Yeah.
she's definitely more.
No idea.
She's Asian. You should look her up, Ryan.
Next.
Not aging gracefully. Dang, I'm
I
chopped.
hope you keep those
That one's really
piercings.
bad.
Chopped? Did you just say chopped?
Yeah, I'm chopped. God.
Into the mic if you
Ooh.
can.
Yeah, no, that's horrible. I hope I die before the age of 50, because
Shit.
Oh my gosh.
R.I.P.
That's
me.
so extreme.
That's extreme.
It's only because you're a baby.
That's you at 98. That last one.
All right. Next.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, you look so sweet.
Seriously.
All right.
I will buy whatever you're selling. Is really what I'm seeing.
Next.
Ew.
Ew.
That one's awful.
Ew.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the worst, though.
Yeah, it is the worst.
It's not the worst.
Actually,
the
no,
worst.
maybe like the
makeup
second
worst.
worst.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. This is probably Andrew next. Oh, darn. Darn. It would have been great.
Oh, wow.
He would have loved that. All right. Next. They use that's an old photo.
It's kind of scary.
And why? Thanks.
It's a really bright picture. Like,
Yeah.
Lots of light.
Yeah.
A headshot?
No.
Your eyes
I feel like I'd want to see you now with the beard and the AI do it.
Yeah. Is there another one, or is it gender
Can we
now?
do it?
All right.
Oh God.
Before we do gender.
Oh, I've done this before. They did this me as a dude. I
Oh,
love
whoops. Sorry, Lulu. I'm gonna change the threshold. Not sure why that happened there. 1 sec.
There's like 5 questions in one right now.
We're gonna do boom. Sorry, Lulu's message.
Lulu donated $69. Chair 2, do you think trans people should be allowed in women's sports? What do you think about the girls or J.K. Rowlings that are against that? Is there validity to their qualms?
Quick answer on this, if you can.
I'm not too versed on the J.K. Rowling things, other than like she's against or not like for trans people. I would say I dated a trans woman very recently, and she was very biologically male, like muscles and all. I would think that like a person with that type of body, I wouldn't put them in a women's sport. I would maybe put them in a different, like maybe a sport for transgender women, or have a league for just transgender women. I think that's very circumstantial, though. This person had like lots of muscles, though. So.
All right, let's do gender swap.
Let's do this.
Oh yeah.
I love this.
Ready?
I don't know.
By the way, Matt, I saw your chat. Look, the thing is that it's funny when you're anonymous, sending in like insulting messages, like making comments about like people's weight or their race or whatever. But like, if you're in a room with somebody, that's completely unacceptable and inappropriate. And look, sometimes they slide through accidentally. And you can call me a simp if you want, man. But there's just like a certain degree of these are guests here on the show, and a lot of the look. There's very few other YouTube channels, live streams where they would ever allow through some of the chats that we do allow through, and there's just some that are just strictly insults. So sometimes they get through, but we're not gonna like, if you're just being egregiously insulting and you're not actually criticizing like anything that they're saying, it's just an insult. Like you can attack their arguments, you can attack their ideology, but if you're just in like personal attacks, that's really not going to fly. And I don't know how else to say it, man. I don't know how to say it. You guys can call me Simps in the chat, but it's not conducive to like the topics that we talk about are already controversial to begin with. And then like, we're going to throw on top of that, we're just going to outright insult the guests. That's never my goal. Again, we're already having like uncomfortable conversations as it is. I don't need the guests to feel further discomfort just by just getting straight up like insulted over like race and stuff. That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. I'm not going to allow it. If you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. And as far as the TTS, it's already very late. We'll be here way too long if the roast is lower. So yeah, because there's a ton more to get through. So sometimes we don't always get to do a roast session at the lower rate. It is what it is. It was a kind of a pretty hectic panel tonight. So yeah.
That's integrity. Thank you so much, because that's leadership right there. That is amazing. Yeah.
No, thank you.
You're setting
I
boundaries.
fucking love that. That shit's so sexy. It is.
Okay.
That kind of killed it.
Hey, thank you. Andrew was dunking on me today, so I'll take a compliment.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I don't know. And sometimes some comments get through and it's like, nah, that one's probably a little on the fence, or it's just like, guys, if you enjoy here's the best way I could put it that I think people will be understanding of not wanting certain chats to go through. So if we want to get guests on the show, and somebody is contemplating coming on the show who could be extremely entertaining for you, and you'd want to hear either their arguments or you'd want to hear them debate against me, against Andrew, against somebody else, it is not in furtherance and not conducive to securing guests for the show if somebody pulls up a stream and it's just like super chat after super chat of just straight up like racism and insults and all this stuff. So if you guys want me to put on a good show, like the actual content, like the super chats are fun, but the content of the show is the conversations. And trust me, guys, like the amount of people, and the show's already walks the line, like I said, there's plenty of people who we've had scheduled to be on the show or we've invited. Well, I'll start with people who've been scheduled on the show. The amount of people who flake as is just due to the nature of the conversations, but there's a component of like the super chats that makes people hesitant to come on the show. So there's that. It's already difficult enough as it is, guys, to like book guests to come on the show. We're down to one show per week. If it's really in terms of, and I apologize for yapping here, guys, but I feel it's important to explain this to the audience. We're already down to one show per week due to guest, well, part of there's a couple reasons, but one of it is difficulty with guest booking. The super chats are fucking brutal. People don't want to be associated with that. They just don't. They don't want to be associated with it. And so I'm very supportive or I'm very grateful for people who do support the show via super chat and whatnot. But I got to be considerate of the guests, and I got to be considerate of my own platform to ensure that I can continue to get guests for the show. So anyways, that's it. So, all right, just wanted to explain that because I saw Matt's chat. So we have Christopher here. There's a video where a guy asked something like, if it's illegal for men to use steroids in bodybuilding competitions, why isn't it, oh my God, sorry, I'm still drunk. Why isn't it illegal for women to use makeup in beauty pageants? Thoughts? Quick answer on this from anybody?
That would be an awesome pageant.
Nothing?
Yeah.
I think there should be two types of
That's a
pageants.
good point, though.
One for
He's
natural
got
women and one
Christopher's.
for not.
Yeah.
Very, very good point there.
Christopher, yeah.
Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here with the AI is gender swap. We've gender swapped all of you. So the question you're going to ask yourself is, would I date the male version of me? Go ahead, pull it up.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Interesting. Wait, I need to see it again. I need to see it. Maybe. Yeah, I think I would. I'd go on a date or
All
two.
right, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
With the purple hair. I know something with the purple hair.
I'm a lesbian.
But you've dated men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I give me a shot. Why not? I look colorful.
One date. One
Next.
first date.
The goatee thing or whatever is not doing it.
Whoa.
It's kind of hot.
Whoa.
With or without
Felicity.
the beard? With or without the beard?
If you ever transition, she's right here. She's available.
Hey.
Would you date the male version of you?
I'd give him a shot.
Which do you prefer, the beard or no beard?
I think I like the beard, right? Well, I don't know. Let me ask her.
No beard.
No beard?
I don't
Wow.
really like facial hair on guys usually.
Okay, for her, I'm going no beard.
Okay. All right. Let's do next.
I was scared. Oh no. Oh. Wait, you guys said yes? I must not be my type.
What, you don't like Asian guys?
I didn't say that.
Wow.
I've just never dated an Asian guy. I'm not gonna lie, middle one looks
Wait,
like my
you've
brother.
never dated an Asian guy?
I've gone on one first date with one Asian guy. I think most Asian
But
guys
you've-
don't approach me.
Oh.
So I'll just put it that way.
But
But I also don't go on a lot of
do you
dates.
date like white guys, Latino guys? or-
Yeah, I've dated a mix of white,
Black.
Hispanic, black, a mix of all those. So,
Who's the baby daddy?
half white, half Mexican.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. So is this a no? Is this a no though?
I don't know. Sure. First date. Let's see where it goes.
All right.
I'm off. Let's
Next.
go off vibes.
No, you're blocked.
Yikes.
No, you're blocked. I look like I do drugs.
So
No, you're blocked.
I don't like to make your eyes like that.
I look like my friend. I look like my best
You
friend.
look like a late
I look-
bloomer. You just
Bro.
need some time.
I know exactly who I look like, and I know he's watching. This looks just like you do.
all right. Next.
Oh no. I look terrible. I would date you instead of myself.
Okay, I'll take it. Come on, date me. You look like a professor. I think it matches.
But
You
you,
wouldn't-
look handsome.
Oh, thank
Oh
you.
shit.
Yeah, you're the hotter
She's
one.
trying to.
I'd be short though, even if I transitioned. You can't fix the height.
I'm short anyway.
Are you okay with that? All right.
Getting love connections up here.
Oh,
Next.
this isn't a like matchmaking show.
Oh, yeah, wait.
Oh boy.
Ew. Bring up the other one, the pink one. That one was
It's lost
better.
forever.
That one was ugly.
Wait, no.
No.
That's great.
I think the middle one
I don't
looks
know,
like
the
a
hair's all
K-pop
fucked up.
member.
The hair's
ugly.
Well,
Men should not do bangs like that. That just
No.
doesn't work.
but that's just,
But
you
if
just
you
got out of the
push
shower.
bangs
Cover the-
back,
here,
you
Felicity, cover the hair up. Like go like that. Hold.
Yeah.
That's a cute white boy.
Yeah.
You know, just push the bangs back. Like.
All right.
Yeah, you just-
Next.
Yeah.
That's young Andrew Wilson on the left.
I was like, who is that?
What is on the right?
Wait, on the right? Yeah, he's Asian all of a
How
sudden.
did he get younger Asian?
It's the age.
He's like
puts a hooded eye. You
Asian.
know?
Asian, like really
Asian there.
attractive.
Wait, what?
He looks attractive as an Asian.
As an
girl.
Asian woman?
Asian. Asian.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know how they got there, but Andrew
left
would
one's
love that one. All right, next.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, bro. They,
What? I don't think AI is doing the right thing. With,
Look,
maybe it's getting confused with the beard.
Second homegirl with a little bit of filler, super cute.
I like the left
Yeah,
one. The
yeah.
left one's
On the
good.
you know
left,
what?
on the
Honestly, though,
That's what
tell
I'm
me,
saying.
guys, tell me what you think about this. So the one on the right, so the transition from my beard to there.
Yeah.
Like, I got one of those. Like that's a model. You know how models can be looking kind of like aliens and shit.
Yes.
Not like
I see
not
what
like
you're
a Victoria's Secret model, but like one of those
Like a runway
Yeah.
model.
No, like that makes a lot of money.
Does that like checkout, I guess?
Yes.
Does that parse, I guess?
Yes.
I don't know.
Like you have the features where it's like, oh, okay, wait, hold on.
I gotta see the walk.
But then all of a sudden, no, you take that girl takes a photo and you're like, oh my god.
If she's
Yeah.
tall.
Like you can't, like she's hot but ugly at the same time.
Model.
Yeah.
Like you don't know,
Different, very different looking.
like alien looking chick.
Yeah.
I see, like that's what the runway model.
They look
I don't
for
know.
like unique features.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
a-
something you can't find anywhere
That's a
else.
unique looking chick.
You're
right there.
unique.
You
You
all right,
are
Christopher
unique.
Murphy, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, send it through, brother. Send me a DM. Thank you, brother.
Nice.
All right, we have this coming. Hold up.
Ang says Raw donated $69.
Appreciate you, man.
Do you
Thank
think
you.
transgender women or men, fully intact, should be allowed in women's locker/dressing rooms? Do you think it's fair to ask biological women to open space, knowing some have been SID?
Wait, do you think it's fair to ask biological women?
Quick response on this, if you can.
Knowing some have been.
I think this is for you, Moon. If you,
As far as the locker rooms, I'm gonna say yeah. I mean, because for me, like, what does it matter if they're changing clothes next to you? Like, everyone changing clothes next to you isn't trying to have sex with you. You know what I mean? Like, let them change clothes and shower next to you. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be in a relationship with them.
Yeah. I don't think someone who's changing genders is really trying to jump your bones. I don't know.
Yeah. And either way, like it's if someone wants to essay someone in a locker room, they're gonna do it whether or not. They're
Same
just gonna
gender,
go
different
in
gender,
there.
all
They're just
genders.
gonna go there
Yeah.
and do it.
Yeah.
Moon, in your notes here, or well, in the questionnaire, you agree with the following statement: women are just as physically strong as men. Can you just clarify? You think?
Some, definitely, I wouldn't say myself, but yeah,
Sure.
some women
Okay.
definitely, or
But
more.
If in general, would you agree that men are physically stronger than women?
I would say that men have the biological makeup to be stronger than us, but if a man doesn't work out and a woman does, she's gonna be stronger. Y'all are set up to be stronger. Yes, of course, that's
Yeah, I agree.
undeniable.
I agree with you that there are women who are stronger than some men.
Yep.
Perhaps many men even. But if we, generally speaking, men are physically stronger than women, generally.
Most men.
Do you disagree? You seem a little, I can't tell.
No.
Oh, you were just kind of, maybe it's just how you.
It's the champagne.
Oh, it's of course, the champagne. What do they call champagne in
Chinese?
China? In Chinese, yeah.
香槟
Zhongbin?
Yeah.
Zhongbin?
香槟
Champagne? Champagne?
冰
Like Sean.
Bean?
Yeah,
Pin.
champagne.
Pin.
Champagne.
Champagne.
Yeah.
Champagne.
Do they make champagne in
Champagne.
sparkling wine, I guess? Yeah, well, why would they not? What the fuck?
Right. Champagne.
I feel like we should talk about dating in China.
Oh.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Any?
All the dates that I had were like marriage oriented.
It's very. Do people hook up in China?
To get sex?
Yeah, like just they
Yeah.
go to a party. They like I'm assuming there's nightclubs. You go to a nightclub in China, in wherever, and people just.
Yeah, some people do that, but such behavior is not considered decent. Like you wouldn't want all your classmates or your friends to know that, unless
I
you are
see.
all the same kind of people.
I see. Okay, and well, I feel like there's people definitely got to hook up in China.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a lot of people in China. What is it like? It's
a lot of kids.
1.4 billion. They're having sex in China.
They have
Let
hookup
me tell you.
culture.
They're having sex.
But
okay.
like people have to get married first.
Yeah. And let's see here. Do you want to get married or have kids?
Yeah.
You do want kids?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you have? I forgot to ask. Do you have a preference for when it comes to like? Would you date? Because you said you dated another Chinese international student when you were in Germany, and an Indian guy. You have not dated a white person or black person?
No.
Or Latino person?
No.
Like Mexican or?
Not yet. No.
Would you, or do you prefer to date Asian men?
I think I can date Latinos, but like I dance salsa and bachata now, like and like I
Okay.
know a lot of Latinos and Latinas, like
Right.
like I have a little bit issue with like their punctualities, and some people just don't respond to my messages at all. I mean,
Okay.
it's just like
Yeah.
certain people.
And then, like, would you date a white guy,
Yeah.
black guy?
I don't know. I think my parents would cry. Like literally, my grandma was crying when she heard that I was dating an Indian guy and we wanted to live outside China. Like she was in her 90s. And
Can I ask you a question? Are people pretty racist in China?
I think people are not aware of like this issue because there are not enough foreigners. Like people like who haven't been to the big cities have not seen any foreigner in their whole life. So people don't know whether they are actually racist or not. But I would say like because I dated this Indian guy, so I like would notice a lot of comments in the internet. They were pretty like racist, especially against like brown people or black people.
Got it. Okay. Moving on to the questionnaire. We probably won't do all of these, but we'll just do a few more. Shannon, you did a squiggly line. People of color can't be racist towards white people.
I don't think the word should
To which
be,
you agree.
I put the squiggly because I think the wording, I don't think that they can be racist, but I think that they can
Prejudice.
have... Yeah, they can be prejudiced.
And then, Gabby, you also circled that people of color can't be racist towards white people.
Nope.
What's your position there?
It's the same thing. You can be prejudiced, but not racist.
Okay. Can you explain it to me? Why is that?
Racism, it's more systematic when you really think about it, because we had the civil rights movement for a reason. We were, well, I can't say we because I'm mixed. I mean, I don't know.
Are you like 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50. But it was,
Dad's black or mom's black?
Dad's black.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a more or less of a thing that black people had to fight for the rights as well as other people of colors. And to this day, there's still ways that they're being oppressed. And the prison system is a way of that. It really shows. Black people get incarcerated at higher rates. And when you're in prison, you work for like 5 cents.
Wait, one question on that. So you said related to the prison thing. So you're saying there's a disproportionality comparing whites to blacks in the prisons. Like black people are more likely to be convicted of crimes.
Yes.
Incarcerated. And you think, would you say that's because of racism?
Not inherently, no, because everyone commits crimes, but a part of it kind of is. The whole prison system, like the working, initially when it was started, it was just a way to incarcerate black people and have them do more slave work. And it was mainly in the South. Yeah.
Yeah, historically, yes. There's an
still
incentive
to this day,
there.
there's still like.
But they
a
still
lot of
work.
problems.
They still work in prison for like peanut wages, and
Yeah,
sometimes they
but
get
it's still-
they get
I-
time off. But
It's iffy, but it's more or less like racism is the systematic oppression, not just the hate of their skin color.
okay, but question for you. So you're pointing towards there's a discrepancy in convictions and incarceration between whites and blacks. But what if I told you that discrepancy is orders of magnitude greater comparing men to women? So, and you're pointing towards, the discrepancy between white and black, that's due to racism, right? Well, then surely following your own logic, you would have to say that the discrepancy between men and women in the prison system must be due to sexism.
No, and that's the different thing. Black men are most of the time prosecuted because of their skin color and sent, like they get charges against them. But there's other ways black women face racism, specifically.
Well, white men are more incarcerated than black women.
That's what I'm getting to. It's different a little bit for the genders within the black community, but the thing is with black women, it's also they're less likely to get proper treatment in hospitals and things like that. There's a
Yeah, but let's stick to the prison thing.
well, okay.
Can you explain that?
Can you reiterate?
Well, so my question to you was, you're pointing towards the discrepancy between whites and blacks in prison as evidence of racism. And I'm telling you that there's an even greater discrepancy between men and women in prison. So that too should then be evidence that would be due to sexism, following your own logic?
No, because that's a whole different thing.
How is it different?
That's a gender breakdown, not a race breakdown.
But if you're saying a discrepancy exists, right?
Between the races, yes.
Between the races, and you're saying this discrepancy exists because racism. So you'd have to acknowledge that there is a discrepancy between men in the prison system and women in the prison system. There's far more men. That discrepancy is far greater between men and women than it is between black and white. So this must be due to sexism, right?
I'd say more or less because most men commit more violent crimes and things like that. There's a higher percentage of men committing violent crimes.
You sure you want to make this argument?
Yes and no, but
Okay.
you're probably going to be right.
Hold on, but if I were to present to you evidence that if there were statistics that showed that black people committed more crimes, would that then explain away your claims that it's due to racism for the discrepancy between white and black?
Depends on the crime. I know it's not my question, but I think it depends on the crime.
A little bit, yeah, but I can't really defend that because honestly, I did some research on this, but not as much as I probably should have, which is kind of crappy. But I'd say that's more or less because of the just higher incarceration rate, and also because of other things within the black community itself, like gang violence and things like that. So I mean, yes and no. I don't.
I do think that there might be some sexism in there for sure. I mean, we allow men to push down their emotions and they go bigger, right? Women are doing more small crime and small things. You get the slap on the wrist. So there's definitely both cases. You have sexism and racism going on for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at sentencing disparities, right? So there's some statistics that indicate, and I'd actually have to do more research to say something definitive. That there's a sentencing disparity. So the length of the sentence, the prison sentence, between whites and black, there's disparity there.
Yeah.
But the disparity, again, not just the incarceration rate, but the disparity in terms of sentence length, incarceration length, is again, the disparity between men and women dwarfs the disparity between white and black. Yeah. And so oftentimes, for example, I mean, look, I could give you anecdotes. You guys could probably give me anecdotes in return. Or well, perhaps it's not anecdotes, but I mean, and I think this happened in Ventura, Felicity. So I don't know if you kind of live in that, you live further down south. There was this woman who was smoking marijuana with her boyfriend or like casual hookup or situationship. And she had like marijuana-induced psychosis. Yeah. And then she stabbed him to death and also stabbed her dog. Oh. He died. She got let off with probation.
No.
And community service.
Wow.
I would find it very unlikely if a man murdered a woman. Yeah. Even if it was marijuana-induced psychosis, whatever that is, stabbed her to death, that he would get off. Yeah. He would not see the inside of a prison cell.
Unless he's got a lot of money, like a whole boatload.
Even then.
Yeah, and he's fleeing the country.
Stabbed her dog.
Oh, yeah. But I think that's two separate things, like the sexism thing that's going on, where it's like, yeah, I agree. Like, it's like, and I think a lot of us do, where women can get away with certain things that men can't. And then, but then the disparity of race, of course, is a separate.
Can I ask for some clarification? Because isn't the question white people can't experience racism? So if something
we can bring it back to that.
I'm just a little confused. I'm asking because obviously it's not really like my question or my fight, right? But I'm just wondering, so if somebody were to do a crime, because you're talking about prison system, against someone because they were white, is that not racism? I hope I don't sound ignorant. I'm really just trying to clarify.
That was a good question.
It is a good question. And in that sense, I'd say, yeah, I guess. Probably, yeah, that would be a form of racism.
It's just the bigger picture is systematic. I'd say more prejudice, I guess, because it's based in just hate and a dislike for that, I guess.
For that race, though,
yes,
right?
for the race.
Maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe I feel like maybe I don't understand what
it's okay.
the word
What-
racist definitionally means. I don't know.
But so, are there any instances where a black person can be racist towards a white person?
You're asking me?
Oh, I thought you were squiggly on this.
Oh.
Because you said it was prejudice, right?
Yeah, just the word.
Yeah, but I'm asking racist.
I agree with, what was your name again?
Gabby.
Gabby.
Damn. How could you forget my homegirl's name?
I apologize. It's me and my memory.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I would just say I agree with you that it's like racism is systemic and like white people don't face the same type of systemic racism. So other races can be prejudiced towards white people, but it's not the same exact racism.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some counter arguments here. I think you could argue that affirmative action is systemically racist against white people.
Why? Women got so many benefits out of affirmative action. We benefited. White women?
Well, there's gender-based affirmative action, race-based affirmative action. So you would argue if perhaps otherwise more merit-based white candidates were overlooked because of their race. You actually see this happening a lot with Asian students in particular. So there's a big scandal with these Ivy League schools, Harvard, for example. So as an Asian person, you had to score way higher than white people, Latino people, and black people to be able to get in. So that was like a sort of, and Asian people are minorities, but they're not the right kind of minority in the sense of, well, they're discriminated against in a different sort of way.
Definitely still discrimination.
It is still discrimination, but with Harvard, basically they were like, these Asian people are way too smart, and we're letting too many of them in.
Wow.
That would be a racist against Asian people, just in a sort of different way.
Absolutely.
But it's also just unfair. I think the best people should get the acceptance into the university.
Yes.
And when you overlook the best people, the smartest people, and we got to do the inclusion thing.
Yeah, no one's really doing that. Yeah, I get what you mean, though. Yeah, and it should be the best candidate. I think a study just came out that showed, and they did across the board, they did all fake, applications or whatever, but a study over several years. And I'm not debating anything. I'm just sharing the information. But they did white and black candidates, all fake applications, and they did four groups. White that had no criminal record, white that had criminal record, black that had no criminal record, and black that, you know what I'm talking about? And then black with criminal record. And what they showed is that a white person with a criminal record was getting more job opportunities than a black person with no criminal record. So I get that we shouldn't do a crazy thing where it's like you should just get people in because of, no one's really doing that though. But I think that, here's something I can share. I didn't realize that I had a bias. I had a bias in me. And I was coaching.
You don't like black people? What?
No, not that kind of bias.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, not that kind of bias. I meant I go towards or move towards or select things that look like me. And I didn't know that I was out doing that. Years ago, I was working underneath a boss of mine, and she was having me do the articles.
Yeah.
And so she's Latin. I was doing the articles, and I was selecting photos for the articles, doing it for months, thought I'm doing a great job. And she sat me down, and she was like, hey, let's look this over. She goes, look at the articles I posted and published, and look at the articles that you posted and published. Do you see any difference? I looked at them. I was like, no, they look good. I think I'm doing a good job. And she goes, look again. And I'm looking, and I can't see it. And she goes, Natalie, on mine, I have Asian, black, white. I have all different ethnicities and races. She's like, you only keep putting in white people. And I was like, oh. So that's,
So going back to the original thing here, people of color can't be racist towards white people. It's just when it comes to the definition of racism, you've changed the definition to be prejudice plus power, basically, right? Is that your definition? And you've changed the definition to suit you. so that often, well, not actually accusing you guys of this, but they've changed it so that your racism or your sexism can't be labeled as such. But I think that, look, ultimately, I think people should be judged as individuals, not as part of some group identity. But one question to you: let's say there's a company, and the CEO is black, the board of directors are black, and they refuse to hire a white janitor. Would that be racism?
Why are they refusing to hire? Just because of the race?
Because he's white. But I'll let you answer. Go ahead.
Those circumstances, based in power, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you feel hesitant to just be like, yeah, that would be racist?
It is racist.
Oh, okay, all right. And would you agree? Would you agree with that if a black CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company refused to hire a white janitor? Would that be racism?
It's solely just based off of his race, and yeah, probably.
Okay.
We might call it
Fair enough.
But yeah.
But there's a but. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
The broader thing for me is just mainly the systematic issues within racism itself. It doesn't it benefits the white people more than it does people of color. So that's my main issue, and that's why I see racism the way I do.
Okay.
I also just don't think me personally, because I'm half white, I don't think I can be racist to white people. So it's just like.
You can't be racist to your own race.
I can't be racist to my own race.
Can't you though?
No.
Couldn't you?
I mean,
wait, but hold on. Wait. Let me give you an example. Someone who's fully black refuses to hire black people because they have negative opinions about black people. Wouldn't that be I think that would be racist.
Internalized racism.
That's internalized racism.
Well, it'd still be
but
racism.
I mean, I'm not racist, so it's just like there's nothing I do that would be considered racist. I don't really know.
Or you wouldn't do racist things because you're not a racist, I guess.
Wait, this is gonna sound really bad, but I have autism, so I have to ask it.
Are you actually?
Huh?
Never mind.
Are you? Do you have autism? Are you trying to bond over this or something?
No, I'm not autistic. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So, can you... don't do it now. I'm just asking, are you allowed to say the N-word? Don't say it. I'm just saying, are you...
There's so much debate about it that I don't even know at this point because people say I'm white passing. I don't know. I don't know. I get told I look white passing. I get told I don't look inherently white, but I don't look just black either. I look mixed.
Yeah,
the thing is because we're mixed, we don't align with just one race. We're both. And the thing is, they expect us to align with one more than the other. And it's also just you're not fitting into the groups themselves. Like, it's hard to bond with a just white group. And then sometimes it's hard to bond with just a black group. And it also comes down to, my family as well. I am not close with either side. I only have a few people I'm close with. And that's just because of my parents. But it's just the matter of fact that I don't fit in anywhere. And it's just you're within your own thing. And some people say I can say it. Other people
But have you
say
said
I
it
can't.
and has somebody gotten
Mad
upset?
at me for saying it?
Because
No,
I can tell, you look like you're half white, half black.
Yeah.
It's not that, so I don't know.
I don't know. And it's just also that mixed people don't really face the exact same racism as as fully black people do. So that's another issue within itself. There's just a ton of things. But I have had a few people be just one or two really be serious about me saying it. And it was literally just me lip syncing a freaking TikTok. I have some in my comments be like, "You're not black." I'm like, okay, thank you. But I do have people just try to be funny saying it. I'm not gonna really point out who in my life did this, but there's a white girl and she was saying N-word around me, and I was like, "You can't say that." And she was like, "Why can I say it? You're half white."
Wait,
it's just.
If I called you my Caucasian, would you be offended by that?
It'd just be funny. I mean, I'm
Like if I dapped you up.
my Caucasian.
My
No, I would
Caucasian.
just laugh. I'd be
Okay.
like, my white, I don't know, my cracker. I don't know. I would say
Okay, avoid the word if you can, but it's fine. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Don't worry, you didn't know. It's not a big deal.
But, I mean, no, I'm still Caucasian. I mean,
Rock
I'm still
and roll.
white. I'm still black. I mean,
I guess I set
There's,
that
like,
one up a
no.
little bit. Charlie Johnson, did anyone here choose to be the race and gender we are, or did we all just get put here and now have to deal with our own choices in this life? My father always said, no one chose to be the way they are. We're born. I say, judge people by the content of their character. That's beautiful.
Oh my God, Charlie. I love you.
Johnson.
Charlie. He ate. No notes.
Oh, Christopher Murphy, there's a vast generational difference regarding the race topic. Being raised colorblind used to be a virtue.
Oh.
Now we have to kiss the ass of those who look differently from white people.
Well, that went to the other.
Thank you, Christopher Murphy, for your message. I'm going to let these two chats come through. We got... oh boy. Well, it is the roast session, so fuck it. Why not? We got to let a couple roasts go through.
Based Thor donated $69.
Sorry.
Brian, you need to give credits to your whatever chairs for putting up with the heavy amounts of weights, dump trucks, and stank
He's talking
bunnies
about me.
coochies
He's talking
over
about
all
me.
these years.
Well, I need to
Do you
lose this weight.
disinfect those poor chairs?
Do we disinfect the... We clean them after the show, usually.
What kind of incel comment is that?
Nah, it's fine.
Base Thor, you're such an incel. That's what she
Curtis
said.
_Leon donated $69. I firmly don't believe you can change their race or gender,
Species.
but maybe your species. Brian seems to be transitioning from human to a beached whale.
Yeah, you know.
damn, they really get down.
Look, guys, I've gained a bit of weight. It's in the... I'm going to lose it, though. It's coming off. It's coming off. I've been saying this for years, but it's in the work in progress.
What do you do to lose weight?
What do I do to lose weight?
Eat more burritos.
You had to think. You don't do
No,
nothing.
wait. What do you? Do you look great? I'm confused.
Well, somebody said
yeah.
you didn't, so.
You were, and you lost weight too, didn't you say? You lost like a lot of weight.
I lost a bit of it, but I put that shit back on. It's a work in progress, though.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress. All right. Okay, let's do a couple more here then. Let's see. We have... Oh, we did need to do... Okay, a woman's past should not matter. We did talk about body count a little earlier. Moon, you agree a woman's past should not matter. Gabby, you agree a woman's past should not matter. And remind me, the pronunciation, when you?
When you.
When you?
Yeah.
Did I do it right or no?
Kind of.
A woman's past should not matter. This is kind of related to body count. Why do you say that?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that objectifying women? Like, if you consider that, like, if she had sex with different people.
I don't know if it's objectifying, but here, what's your answer?
Why her past doesn't matter?
Yeah. Why should a woman's past should not matter?
Really, it depends on whether or not she's, I guess, changed from what she used to do. It's also down to what that person is looking for. If it matters to you, then it matters to you. But inherently to me, it doesn't matter. And I don't think it really should matter in the long run, because what you do in the past, you can't really make up for it, you know? Like what you did like 10 years ago, and you bring it up, and then someone's like, oh, I don't like you because of that. What does that matter? It's a decade ago, you know? So I think inherently it's kind of like just a stupid way of thinking.
Is this question just
Oh, go ahead.
just regarding body count, or just like a woman's past in general?
It could be taken either way.
Yeah.
Well, because I know
went
that we already
general.
had like the body count conversation.
Yeah.
So
I'm
just
not taking
curious.
that as body
Yeah.
count.
I mean, it could apply to other things, but typically we're just talking about body count. Wait, you do ASMR, right? The rest of the oh my god!
Oh, did you see my hidden ASMR channel? Not a
No,
lot
but
of
in the notes, or I think in your bio, you do
yeah,
ASMR.
okay.
The rest of the show, you have to do ASMR. So
No.
you don't like it?
for
Okay.
free? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
And then Moon, you sit not like the weird kind.
It
A
all
woman's past should
context-
not matter. Why is that, Moon?
I mean, I'll just use myself for an example. If we're talking like, maybe body count and even maybe like criminal history, like you wouldn't look at me and know I've been in jail twice. you wouldn't look at me and maybe, guess my body count. Like, I can say that I have a pretty high body count. But,
Okay.
like, with that being said, like, I'm not a criminal. I've never even really committed a crime. That's part of my past. It's not who I am now.
Sure.
And, like, yeah, I'm a loyal person, even though I have a high body count. That's
Okay.
just-
Got it. So here, actually, I want to ask. You know what? We'll do the body count question. We're gonna go you, Felicity, then you. Okay. So what's your body count?
2.
Felicity. Sorry, what?
2.
2.
27.
20. Do you want to do the breakdown between men and women?
Sure. I would say 10, maybe, with the men.
10 guys.
10 guys, and that would be what, 17 female?
Women.
Yeah.
What about you?
Last time I was on, I said I didn't answer because
And
I'm
this
in a
time
relationship.
you're answering, right?
No, same answer. I have a boyfriend, and he.
Do you want to do range?
He's my range.
Okay.
At least one.
At least one.
Okay. What about you?
1.
That's bullshit. but okay.
Wait, men and women are separate?
Yeah, separate them, please.
I would have to say probably under 25. I haven't counted, but that's my guesstimation. Some of them were couples. So.
You've like threesomes?
Bodies, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. What about you?
I think I'd better not say it if I still want to get married.
That is. That is not true.
Not at all. We just.
Not at all. Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do.
He's got no way.
So we're now engaged. Put it on. So now you don't have to worry. Like we're engaged. You can just share that.
That was so clutch. That was great.
Do you want to tell us a range? How about that?
Less than 10.
Okay. So 9.
No.
All right. Well, I'll say this to that. Where is it? Hold on. Wait. What the?
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Come on,
Maybe.
give us a range.
I have honestly no idea.
Did you lose count?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I never counted, so I couldn't lose it. I never counted. But
Oh my
yeah,
God,
wait, what we got for me on this one? What do you got? Is there a noise?
Do you want to? Is it above 100?
Men or women?
Give us the breakdown.
I honestly wouldn't even know the breakdown. But yeah, there's a
Total
total
above 100.
above 100.
Is it above 100?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I said
Oh, okay.
above 100.
Above 200?
Oh,
Maybe.
no. Sure. I was like, look, Charlie Sheen was a good aim. I was drunk
Is that
for
the
like
guy?
17 years.
you
No,
were-
it wasn't
wait.
Charlie Sheen.
Wait, you were drunk for 17 years?
Yes, I was drunk for like 17 years.
Every day? Did you drink
It was a
like,
lot.
almost every day?
Yeah, it started to get to that.
Okay. And good times.
Yeah, yeah.
Above, was it above 300?
This is Sparta!
If I get that noise for saying above 300, sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, here's another one.
It's over 9,000!
Oh my gosh.
There it is. All right.
Oh my God. Thank you for making that fun. That was lovely.
That was good. That was good. Okay. So, but it's actually over. It's over 300.
Yes, it's over 300 if you're pushing that button.
Nope. No
Damn
buttons.
it, I messed it up. I messed it up.
Zero buttons. Zero buttons. No
I
buttons.
really like that button.
Llama. Well, it includes me in the roast, so fuck it. 3 pigs in the same room.
Huh? What does that mean?
I think it's referencing my weight. Because I need to lose some weight. Thank you for the super chat. You guys are going ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. Did we do the one from Curtis Leone? He said, I firmly don't believe you can change your race or gender, but maybe your species.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he called me a beached whale.
He did.
Oh my God.
He did.
Thank you, Curtis. Appreciate it. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't bother me. Thick skin, I guess. Okay. Wait, where? Oh, body count. Okay, we did. Boom. Boom. All right. I think there's just 2 more things, maybe. All right. So, Shannon,
Yes.
you say women are oppressed in the USA. Or actually, hold on. We're going to do men are more privileged in society than women. You agree. Moon, you agree. Gabby, you agree. When you? Did I say right? When you?
She's gonna say no.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
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 Too much.
Did I do it?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your, do you go, that's your Chinese name, right? But do you go by like Sally or something? You know how like a lot of Chinese students, they'll do like, oh, my name's Sally.
I'm in the linguistics department, so I taught everybody how to pronounce my Chinese name. But like people,
I like that.
I can't learn. I will say I'm Cassie.
Cassie. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. That's
her alter ego.
You guys always pick the worst like names though. Like it's always like maybe it would have made sense like in the 80s or 70s, but you guys got to get, you know, like do like a Crystal or something. I've never heard like a Chinese person who's using like an American name. It's never like anything new.
Like modern.
It's never like Crystal or like
Brittany.
Shaniqua.
Yeah.
Or like
Dakota.
Tanika or some shit. Never Tanika. You should start.
Or sounding like a Petey Pablo song.
Yeah, or like Becky or something.
Oh, that would be great.
Becca, fucking. What about, Crystal or Sapphire or
Monique
or Chastity, or what's like a stripper name?
Destiny.
What? No, there's
Candy.
What's like the go-to stripper name for a woman?
Isn't that it?
Crystal.
I think it's Crystal. I think it's Crystal. All right. Well, anyways, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I feel like anyone watching now has that list, so that's good.
So, Shannon, men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that?
It's just how it's been for most of our society, and it hasn't really changed that much. I mean, it's slowly changing over time, but it hasn't really flipped that script in our society.
What's like? Give me just one example of men
having privilege.
Yeah.
I mean, men don't face as much like essay as women do, and they have just more opportunities to in the business world usually advance in their careers.
Do they?
Typically, yes.
I mean, also, it's not clear to me if, like, when it comes to, like, when I think of privilege, I tend to think of something. How can I best put this? When I think of privilege, like, it's something that's granted, right? Like, I'm trying to think if there would be a. Like, so for example, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime. Is it a privilege that women have that they're less likely to be victims of violent crime as compared to men? Would you say that's a female privilege?
I mean, I think that women do face a lot of violent crime in our society as well. So I think it's just violent crime is the issue, not as much as a privilege for women because women still have to deal with it.
Right, but men also are essayed, so...
Yeah. But it's different because it's like for women, part of the assaulting is because they're women. They're women.
So just to be clear, when bad things happen to women, it's because they're women, and when bad things happen to men,
I would say more specifically when it comes to SA, it's a way for men to basically like control and have dominance over women, usually without their consent. So it is something that because you're a woman, you're more subjugated to than if you're a man, you have the privilege of usually not being.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to really go down. I don't want to go down a deep rabbit hole of like the essay topic. I was always confused though, and look, perhaps it's the case. Maybe there's studies on it. I'd be curious to see them. This idea that it's about power, like maybe it is, but to me, the thing that would make the most sense is it's like just a piece of shit who's horny and wants to have sex.
But like what gets them going, like what makes them horny? I think it's like the thrill of the power that they have over that other person, right? It's psychological a bit than just the like physical.
Yeah, there could be like maybe they get off to like, well, what if it's not about power? They get off to harming somebody.
That is a power
But is that-
dynamic,
is the
though,
okay, maybe
because
it's
you're
power
causing harm to someone. They're weaker than you in that instance.
Yeah.
But in any case, you mentioned when I said that men are more likely to be victims of violent crime, you said, well, but so are women also are victims of violent crime, but they're not as likely to be victims of violent crime as men are.
Wait, is SA not violent crime? Sorry.
It's a component. Well, yeah, I would say it's.
Yeah, it falls
You know
under
what I
the
mean?
umbrella.
It sounds like it's not counted in that for some reason. Like SA isn't considered the violent crime, but the different violent
No,
crime.
they counted in the statistics, and
They did?
overall, my understanding is overall, including all violent crimes, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
Interesting. So yeah, the numbers that I saw were the other way, but I'd love to see that. Yeah.
It's pretty well established. You can look at crime statistics.
Yeah, but that's why I wasn't
Men
sure
are
if
more
SA
likely
was
to
in
be
there.
Victims of violent crime, and
Or if they put that under DV.
The other thing, though,
Yeah.
is the definition of grape, for example.
Yeah.
In certain jurisdictions, like men can't be victims of grape.
That's awful.
Like,
That's terrible. Yeah.
if a woman grapes a man, you might not believe that that's actually possible.
No, it's
No,
possible.
it's definitely
Yeah.
But the actual definition of it, they don't consider a woman forcing herself onto a man. They wouldn't
Yeah.
consider that
Why?
grape.
Do you know why
That's
they
terrible.
don't?
Well, I think it's just the specific definition. It's like there's like a penetrative component to the crime. So I suppose like a man could grape under that specific jurisdiction. A man could grape another man. But even some of the definitions include the term like vagina, for example.
Yeah.
So,
maybe that just
it
needs to be
varies
updated.
based on jurisdiction, but it skews the data a little bit. But I don't want to linger too long on that topic just because it's kind of it's kind of a buzzkill. But men are more privileged in society than. Well, I'm moving on to Moon. Why is that, Moon?
Oh, definitely like in careers.
Careers, okay.
Even like with health. I mean, we talked about the fact that women have periods. I mean, I know guys get prostate cancer and other things too, but even just having the genitalia of a woman, we get ovarian cancer, cervical cancer, like just all kinds of benefits sometimes, to being a man that we women just don't have,
Okay. What about you?
I'm not too sure about like wage gaps and things like that.
Doesn't exist, but.
So yeah, I don't know anything about it. I think it's more like for me socially, I guess, like just social aspects benefit men more than women, as well as just like general hate towards them, and also the fact that there's like the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which is like kind of crappy, and then there's just other things that are just very oppressive.
Okay, there's a lot there. I won't be able to make counter arguments for all. Well, I could make counter arguments for all of them, but for the sake of time, I can't. It's not clear to me, at least with the abortion argument that you made, that has anything to do with men being more privileged, because males have no reproductive rights whatsoever. If the woman wants to get the abortion, the man can't say anything about it. If the woman decides to keep the child, the man can't do anything about it. So, I mean, men have zero reproductive rights.
Yeah, and I think that, it's unfair. And I think that's why it needs to be, like, when it comes to abortion, it needs to be a, like, lengthy discussion between you and your partner where you guys really weigh the pros and cons and things like that.
But you would agree that even if there was a lengthy conversation and the woman was leaning towards get the abortion and the man was leaning towards keep the child, there's nothing that the man could actually do to force her to keep the child. If she wanted the abortion, she can go get
Minus
the
the
abortion.
laws.
Assuming she's in a state where abortion is legal.
Yeah, that part.
Right.
Oh, you're right.
What about you? Why are men more privileged in society than women?
Why are you talking about why?
Or how?
Like how?
How,
okay.
rather, yeah,
Like
my bad.
in China, employers will still ask about your marriage status, like at interviews. And like when I graduated from my bachelor, some of the boys from my class, they didn't have good grades at all, but they got really good jobs just because, like, for English major, if you're a boy, like, they will just take you because all the others were girls, but they want boys.
I'm not really particularly well versed when it comes to like feminism in China or the gender specifics in China. I am aware that there are certain sexist practices in China. For example, I believe with the one-child policy, there seemed to have been some preference towards male boy babies, but I'm just not well versed enough in the Chinese gender politics or whatever to really be able to address that adequately. But I'll just say this, though.
What do you got?
I'll just say this. I'll just throw out my favorite argument on this. All of women's collective grievances just fall completely flat in the face of a singular sole male grievance, and that's war. And you can look at that as military conscription. I would even consider it within the purview of the men who volunteer. But forced military conscription, I would argue, and there's the suffering that men have exclusively faced in wartime and in war cannot be understated. I would argue that if we're looking at amount of suffering or amount of grievance, I don't think you can look at anything and tell me there's a singular female or even in totality of you put together all of women's grievances and they fall flat in the face of war and forced conscription.
Wouldn't that be, though, you guys are fighting other guys or fighting because, I don't know, some dictator is doing some crazy stuff overseas? So, I mean, you're fighting other men, right?
And women didn't tell you to do, like, that system was set up by men. We didn't set up
stop
the draft.
fighting.
Right.
So
do
a couple
away
things.
with it if
hurting
you don't
each
like
other.
it.
So just to be clear,
Stop killing each other.
Throughout history, there have been queens.
Yeah.
Currently, there are heads of state that are female that are involved in, to some degree, military conflicts.
Yeah.
Let me revise that a little bit. There are countries with female heads of state that are involved by proxy with certain wars and anyways. But queens, for example, they actually did a study. They looked at kings versus queens, and they actually found that queens were more likely to go to war than kings.
Was that because people were going after them because they were female, or was that studied at all? I'm just curious,
I don't know the specifics.
You know what I mean?
I don't know the specifics of it, but my understanding of the study is that these monarchs, these queens, they were more likely to go to I don't know if it was start a war. I'll have to further look into that, but I believe they were more likely to start a war than kings.
Yeah, I'm curious on it because I'm wondering if it is that they're like, oh, there's a female head, let's go after her. We can grab her land, and then she's having to defend. But no, there was. What's the name of that one queen in Bloody Mary? Yeah, she had a lot.
But I don't know, you made a point of but it's men who are sending the men to war.
Yeah.
So, why would that matter? Men are not this hive mind collective.
And neither are women, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, though.
But you're saying our collective grievances don't amount to the war thing. And I mean, maybe so, but I guess how does that?
Well, so when I'm talking about collective grievances, the difference here is, so you're talking about something else. You're saying, well, you're asking whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That doesn't really relate to my statement as it relates to grievance comparison. So
you're saying y'all should be able to cry more than us because you have to go to war? Is that what it is?
I'm not saying men have to cry more. I'm saying if, for example, we're looking at things through the lens of oppression or hurt or damage or suffering or privilege or lack thereof, then this specific thing, I think, is worse and has caused more suffering in the specific gender, men in this case, than all of women's collective grievances. So you add all the up, we couldn't vote for a period of time, and we couldn't, women couldn't vote, the claims about SA, the claims about gender gap, the claims of whatever it is, add them all together, not as bad as all the men who have died or been forced to go to war?
I think
So
it's
can I
all
add
of
on
it.
to that though? That
Sure.
okay, obviously dying is the worst situation, especially in war. However, think about the women who collectively lost their husbands to war. They're grieving. Obviously, dying is the worst situation, but grieving that death, having to raise the children, and then having all of that collective stuff that you kind of just downplayed a bit. There's a lot of layers to
I
a
think you're
woman's
downplaying-
grieving. No, I'm saying
I
that
think you're
obviously
downplaying
dying
the war
is.
thing, but okay.
But who's left to take care of when the men die? It's
Okay.
like the women who they've left behind, and obviously like dying, like I've said, is the worst situation in war. However, life does continue to go on after death, and who's there to have to
Oh, I see what you're saying. Go ahead.
deal with the ramifications? It's the women who you already admitted have been through these traumatic situations, and I'm not downplaying men's part in war is
sure.
obviously completely traumatic. We see that. It's just different types of trauma. Like women have to carry with them the trauma of having a husband who's
Okay.
died in war as well.
Yeah, so is your position that, I mean, you didn't indicate it here, do you think women are the primary victims of war?
No, because dying
But-
is obviously...
Okay, so you're saying men are the primary victims of war, and I don't disagree with you
Oh,
that...
I also wanted to just kind of recap in saying that I don't think that it should really be taken as a issue of the sexes or genders. I think it should be taken that we collectively as men and women are actually basically fighting against like the 1%, the people who are in power, who are causing wars to actually happen. Like we were saying, kings and queens. We're turning it into a gender argument, but like we just said, both sexes, genders, whatever we want to call it, suffer immensely from war. So
Men
to be
suffer
like,
more.
Sure.
okay.
But they're still
Are
suffering.
you disputing that?
I mean, death is the ultimate suffering, so I'm not going to say that that's not true. However, women have to carry on life after death, and that is a terrible process of grieving. And then having to take care of children that are still alive who actively don't have a parent in the home anymore. So it's terrible all around.
Yeah. It's all
So yes, so I'll engage there. So I think where I would begin with this is that you would also have to acknowledge that men have male relatives too. So that would be further, not just female suffering when men die, but also male suffering when men die, whether it's fathers, brothers, friends, or sons.
And I agree
So
that
there's-
those men usually have to step in and kind of take care of the children of in the community.
My next point would be, though, is that while I'll agree with you that men aren't the exclusive sufferers when it comes to war, yeah, women also suffer, children suffer, boys and girls suffer when it comes to war. War, everybody suffers, right? But I think it's going to be a hard sell to tell me that when we're looking at something that's gender specific, in this case, every single country in the world, I think except for maybe there might be some small one I'm not aware of, or Israel, where forced military conscription is exclusively male. In all the other countries, absent maybe one or two. In any case, it doesn't matter because of all the major countries, only men are subject to forced military conscription. Do you have something? Or?
Yeah, actually, recently there's a bill imposed. Certain states, you do have to sign up for, women do have to sign up for drafts. There's
erroneous.
That's
erroneous.
It's not true.
It is. It's opt-in or it's.
Women can volunteer to join the military, but there's no. First off, it wouldn't be at the state level that this would be done. The selective service system is a federal system, so it would be done at the federal level. So there's this idea that on this individual state level, some of the women can be drafted. It's just not true. And there's no bill. I can't. Maybe there's some dumb bill that's been introduced in a state legislature. I can't imagine it's enforceable. I don't even believe that that's true. But it would be at the federal level.
Oh no.
See, I think it's more of a class
we could
war situation than it is the
honestly,
actual
look it
like
up.
gender war that we want to make it into, because like we just said, men are suffering immensely from going to war. Women are suffering immensely from not having their husbands around in the home to care for the children. Everyone's suffering, and I think it's collectively because like usually the people suffering the most are the lower class, because those are the ones who are getting drafted or deciding to go into the army.
Okay, so I want to finish making my point here.
Okay.
So I'm trying to recall exactly what. Oh, okay. You were saying, well, the wives and the mothers and the daughters, they all suffer, right, when men die in war. What would you think if I made the following argument? That in rebuttal to the pain that women experience when they're essayed, I said, well, their brothers and their fathers and their boyfriends and their husbands suffer when women, and I'm using that to redirect and misdirect from your claim about the suffering it causes women when they're essayed, and I say, yeah, but let's think about the men in their lives. You would find that objectionable, I'm sure.
Well, they're the ones doing the essaying usually.
The brothers and the boyfriends
No,
and
but
the fathers
men in
and-
general. So it does hurt the people
What?
in the women's lives, the men in the women's lives who are getting essayed. It does hurt them because it hurts their reputation, and also like they could say something to other men to try to help prevent these things.
I don't feel like you're actually contending with my argument, so I'll give you a different example. When women go through pregnancy, it's really hard for the husbands. And
husbands have a part in making a child, so it should be hard for the husbands as well, but it's harder.
Well, I don't think it should be, but...
yeah, if your wife or the person who you are having a baby with is suffering, then like we were talking about way at the beginning of this conversation, you should have empathy for your partner. So if your partner is having a hard time, you then also would be having a hard time as well. Not as hard.
If I said because of the frustrations or whatever that men experience during women's pregnancy, and I used it to try to dismiss your point about the suffering that women experience or the pain that women experience or the discomfort that women experience when it comes to pregnancy and childbirth, you would find this laughable.
I mean, to a certain degree, because it's like physically happening to the woman, where it's like more of a mental strain for a man or like financial strain.
But you can't genuinely tell me that you would say that the discomfort and pain that women experience during pregnancy and childbirth is anywhere near comparable to the supposed frustration or pain, mental pain that the man might feel. Because it could be, seeing your wife giving birth and she's in physical pain, that could be distressing to a man, but you would never say that that's anywhere near approaching the woman who's actually going through the childbirth. You'd never say that it's anywhere approaching the level of pain or suffering she's going through.
That's true.
Okay. So I think we're going to have to agree that the suffering that men experience in war is dwarfs the look. Just to be clear, if you lose, if you're a woman and you lose a son, or you lose a husband, or whatever it is, you lose a male figure in your life in war, that's terrible. That's going to be an awful experience. That you're going to be grieving. That's going to be awful. But the thing is that people can come back from grief. People come back from grief all the time. Parents die, grandparents die, and people get back to their life. When you're dead, you're dead. It's final. It's over. Your life's over.
Yeah. I'm saying in regards to comparing women and men's suffering, I would say obviously dying is the worst situation. However, it is final. However, the person who is grieving that, like I was saying, you have to raise potentially children alone now in a situation.
Sure.
So it's an ongoing suffering on top of the suffering we already previously talked about, where you were saying like women couldn't vote, women didn't have as many rights. Like, it's adding trauma. I know that's a buzzword.
Well, adding trauma, what do you mean?
Like
if the husband dies in war?
Yeah, that's traumatic.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that it's going to be really bad if your significant other dies or your brother dies or whatever it is.
But if you're trying to compare the suffering between men and women, women's after that point, like you die, you're done. Women, it's ongoing suffering.
You're forgetting one important thing, though, is that the suffering men experience in war is not strictly related to death.
That's true. There is the PTSD of it.
There's PTSD. There's the actual, like, in the shit. You know, like if you look at historical wars, for example, and if we're allowed to say that women's historical grievances are, you know, if you bring up women often, or feminists often bring up women not being able to vote. Okay. So I'm going to bring up World War I, World War II. These were absolutely brutal wars, trench warfare, totally catastrophic. What they witnessed, what they experienced, absolutely terrible. They came back with just either debilitating physical injuries if they didn't die, or just mentally completely thrashed and destroyed. You know, shell shock, war fatigue, or there's a different term for it with fatigue, PTSD as it's now called.
I completely understand, and I think that if instead of having conversations about which gender is suffering more, we can collectively agree we're all suffering under this system. And so why don't we band together and say, hey, we're all collectively suffering here as a lower class people, and it's really the people above us in like the top 1% who are causing these wars to happen, who are profiting off of us and this collective trauma.
Wait, I have a response to this.
Okay.
Do you think there should be a revolution?
I'm not exactly sure what should happen, to be honest.
Are you in terms of your political leanings, would you consider yourself like a communist or socialist?
I would say I lean more towards socialism. However, I don't really have like this utopian concept personally. Sure. I'm not exactly sure what the right answer is moving forward.
So, but you think you're saying the people who don't have the means of production should band together and overthrow the bourgeoisie?
I'm not exactly sure if an overthrowing is exactly what needs to happen. I don't know if it could even happen.
But clarify, you said the lower and middle class should band together.
Yeah.
And do what? Do what?
I think that instead of having conversations where we're saying women suffer more, no, men suffer more, we should collectively say we as lower class people are all suffering together, and we should definitely try to implement some change. I don't know if it's an entire revolution. I don't think that is potentially even possible with just how life is nowadays. However, I do think that having conversations together instead of trying to play trauma dump Olympics is going to be the answer. Like, we're all collectively suffering when it comes to things like war, and war is typically something that the upper class uses towards the lower class to keep them in place and to cause suffering, like we just said.
But I mean, you're talking about, okay, so I mean, to what end do you want the lower and middle class to band together? I'm assuming it would be like revolutionary. If we look historically at revolutions, you look at the communist revolution in the USSR, Russia, what became the USSR. Did they not have a military? Did they not send men to war? In fact, my understanding, if you look at the communist revolution, World War II, they lost a fuck ton of men. A fuck ton of men died in World War II who were part of the Red Army, the Soviet Army.
I don't have an ultimate answer of a utopia here. I just think my theory is that instead of making it where we're competing against who's suffering more, we should have a collective mindset that we're all suffering under this system.
But hold on. Isn't that feminism? Women suffer more. Women are disadvantaged as compared to men. So you're trying to disregard my arguments as to male suffering and say, well, we shouldn't play these games of oppression Olympics. But this is a game that feminism started, right? So you're going to have to completely dismiss feminism, and you're going to have to say feminism's bullshit, feminism sucks, women's rights advocacy, like all that, you have to dismiss all that and say it's bullshit, because that's exactly what feminism is. Comparing men to women, saying, here's how women have it worse compared to men.
They have had it in regards to their rights and abilities worse than men until very recently.
I disagree. I think men have had it worse, not just men have it worse today and historically.
I mean, depends on the man and the situation. I don't think that's generalizing that. I'm not sure.
Sure,
if anyone else wants to say
feminism.
There were men who were homeless in the 1910s, and there were women who were like living incredible, they were part of the upper class, and they were living great lives.
Weren't there also women who are also on the streets?
Well, actually, I mean, when it comes to homelessness, men are much more likely to be homeless, but both in modern day and historically. But she was trying to make the point, well, it depends on the person, and it's like, well, we can look back historically or modern day, we can find evidence of women who have it worse than a particular man, and we can look at a particular man who has it worse than a particular woman.
Yeah.
It's not really
I don't
helpful.
think women are saying that we have had it worse than men.
That's
We're just
feminism.
Saying
Feminism
I
just
think
means
we've
equal
had it
rights.
bad.
You're talking about ultra feminism.
Not worse.
Feminism just means equal rights for men and women, and then ultra feminism is what you're describing.
Feminism has always been a grievance movement related to women have it worse. That's
Maybe
it.
in your...
I don't know anyone who's saying that we have worse or that it's
they were
just
saying
not good. It's not who's worse.
We want to vote. That was it. It was like feminism. Hey, we want to vote. How about that? And then we're like, hey, you also suffer. Why don't we do something about it? What's the solution?
Okay, but so hold on. So you said feminism is an equality movement, right?
Men and women deserve for equal rights is the definition
Does
of it.
that include gender roles?
What do you mean by gender roles?
Well, I mean, there's been a big push by feminists to dismantle and destroy gender roles, especially traditional gender roles as it relates to women. But I want to...
Ultra feminism. There's different levels. We even learned that in psychology a long time ago. There's actually like different levels of feminism. And then you have people that are like extremely egregious.
Look, it's mainstream feminism. Mainstream feminism is about destroying traditional gender roles for women. Mainstream feminism is about grievances. Mainstream feminism puts forward this, I think, dubious patriarchy theory, and it paints men as the oppressors and women as the oppressed. This isn't like fringe radical feminism.
No,
mainline feminism is patriarchy theory, women's grievances, and men oppressors, women oppressed. That's basic patriarchy theory. You're going to learn at like any college in a feminist studies program.
I wish that we didn't label it though, because back in the day,
that's how it is.
we decided to start labeling it that, and then going, okay, mainstream feminism, and then what happened was it was like, crap. There goes the labels on that, just like overdoing it with narcissism and trauma. And now when you actually have what the real word actually means, you don't get to use it anymore, because the moment I say feminism, everyone's going to have a trigger.
I mean, it's always been bad.
No,
it's always been bad. And I'll explain.
Males.
Well, here's
No. I think that women coming to the table and going, hey, we want to come to the table for you too. I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think
y'all should go to war. I have 2 sons.
Yeah.
I would go to war before I send any of my boys to fight. But that's not we suffer more versus that's like
men suffer so much.
Y'all, we want it to be.
We would just rather.
It's systematic sexism towards men. You're absolutely right.
Who's doing it though? Not us.
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter. So look,
I think none of us are disagreeing
but it's men.
with
But it's
you.
men who
Y'all
do
go to
it.
war.
I'll tell you. Look, men as a group didn't create male-only selective service. Men don't maintain it. Like I, as a man, have no more say in how selective service is run than does a woman.
So we as women are trying to say that we feel for you and we don't want that to happen to you as men.
And we want a seat at the table to vote against it.
Yeah, we want to be able to vote.
But here's where I'm going to get you guys. So here's where I'm going to get you guys. And there's a couple there are a couple things I want to say.
Sure.
Okay.
But really quick, before I address the draft thing, you were saying how feminism has never been about equality, and I can prove it. So women got the right to vote in 1920.
Yes.
Right before that, just a few years before that, was the most catastrophic, brutal worldwide war that has ever occurred. World War I, right?
Yeah.
I forget the exact numbers. I think it's 10 million, 20 million deaths or casualties. Casualties would include injuries and so forth. Completely brutal. Just look, if you guys want to have a glimpse of the understanding of how brutal World War I is, go watch, you could also read the book, All Quiet on the Western Front. I think it's on Netflix, All Quiet on the Western Front. Totally brutal. I think most people don't. No offense to you guys. Do you guys, have you seen, even a historical fictional war movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot.
War is
and I coach
brutal
war
in
vets.
ways you can, and those movies don't even capture 1% of the brutality and suffering men have experienced.
Yeah.
But World War
At
I
the hands of other
happened
men.
a few years before women's suffrage in 1920. Why is it the case that women were able to secure the right to vote without any corresponding responsibility? Men have duties. Women don't.
What kind of duties are you talking about? Were we trying to? Did we want those duties?
So a lot of women didn't want to get the right to vote because they were worried if they did get the right to
That
vote,
they would go off
to because they were fighting for equality, they would be treated as equals to men, meaning they would be subject to forced military conscription, right?
It's something that's coming up as you're talking, though, is interesting because it feels like when it was feminism, and don't get me wrong, it really was from the beginning, there was a delineation between feminism and ultra-feminism. I do remember that from 20 years ago. It does feel like there's this kind of counterpoint here going on that it's like, so a lot of us are coming to the table and go, yeah, you guys shouldn't be suffering, and you shouldn't be suffering at the hands of other men. You shouldn't be suffering at the hands of women. We are coming to the table. It's like, yes, two things coexist. We're trying to make it a causality and a thing instead of it doing two separate things. Yes, women, right to vote, doing certain things, and at the same time, men suffering is terrible. And I have friends that have been going in hard on trying to get more money to the VA and more work for men and more, all kinds of things, because it does affect our entire community. It affects everyone. Obviously, we've said that in different ways. Sure, on the war thing, whatever, but not whatever, but you know what I mean. It affects, you guys come home, there's a lot of PTSD, the women takes it too, there's PTSD in the home, the child gets PTSD, all kinds of things. What's the solution?
Well, I'll address that in just a moment. I just want to make it clear, though. Feminism has never been about equality, and I'll prove it. So, 1914, 1918, World War I. 1920, women get the right to vote, but they also don't have any, like I said, corresponding responsibility as it relates to forced military conscription. They're exempt from having to register with Selective Service, and they're exempt from the draft, right?
And then women fought to do that.
Mind you, it's been a century, right? We've had a century of feminism. I don't hear women, I don't hear feminists advocating for let's equalize the draft. I don't hear that.
You do. Yeah.
No, but let me just.
You have it in Israel.
Stop. I'd like to finish my point.
Keep going.
My point. And so it's never been about equality. Just to be clear, feminism is a woman at the most charitable I'll be is a women's advocacy movement. I think there's a lot of misandry in the movement. I think
I can see that.
I agree.
It's man-hating. I think it's man-hating. Patriarchy theory, total conspiracy theory. It paints men as predators. It paints women as perpetual victims. Men are the oppressors. Women are the oppressed. Feminism's never been about equality. But if I'm going to be as charitable as I can be, feminism is a woman's advocacy movement. And there's nothing wrong with women's advocacy. But to try to parade that as some sort of equality movement, if you're advocating for women, great. What does that have to do with equality? Absolutely nothing. And I'll continue to prove it once more. So as related to the draft, again, it's 2025. Women have had over a century to equalize this, not equalized. Feminism, women have plenty of political capital. Most elections are dictated by women, except for this most recent one. Women make up the majority of the voter base. If you guys wanted to, you could, with your political capital as women, could get this passed. But it's just not politically tenable because women enjoy their privilege of not being subject to military conscription. I think it's, I certainly don't think it's a privilege that men are the exclusive, I'll just say victims of forced military conscription.
You're talking about a couple things though in there too. You're also adding in power. Sorry, continue.
Well, just a few more things here on this. There's other examples too where, look, outside of giving the examples, I'll just say this. If conceivably equality, a form of equality, would not stand to benefit a woman, but it would be equality, like we would agree that there could be a form of equality that could be to the detriment of women, feminism will not fight or advocate for said equality if it conceivably comes, like I said, to the detriment of women. And this is exactly how the feminism movement is not an equality movement.
I think that there's 50-50 in that, and I agree with that. I think that's why I said, I was like, there's a part in there that we're also starting to talk on now, which is privilege and power. Because now all of a sudden, when you've been at the bottom, so to speak, or you look at yourself as the bottom, when you view yourself as the oppressed, sometimes what happens is if you don't heal from that mindset, you start to get power or you start to get that privilege, and suddenly you don't really want to have that taken away, or you don't want the full part of it. So women with each other, we have our own communication. We have our own, like, you know, you said it, we talked about it earlier. Women shame other women. Women are still like, we're still working on, for instance, when I tell women that I'm a coach for men, they're like, oh, good, they need it. And immediately I'm like, no, we do too. And it's just ridiculous because if you don't heal, regardless of who hurt you, you're just going to wind up giving that pain to someone else or continuing to take it on. So there's a lot to be said that it's like, yeah, we hear you. We know there's a lot of women who would love that right to be able to go and into war and do that. And some countries have that. And that's what they wanted. So we're looking at, like, you know, the Karens of the world too. We still have to battle. And other women have to battle that shit.
You had something?
Yeah, that's why I think now this is more of a class issue than it is a gender issue, because women can fight in war and actively choose to participate because of the benefits that going into the service gets them, because they're usually lower class people.
Yeah, they can. Yeah. I agree with you that women can volunteer to.
So it's like it didn't fully like equal out, obviously, because women haven't been able to for so long until more recently, but women still actively do go into the service.
Yeah,
well, voluntarily, but even if you look at the
But is it voluntarily though if you're somewhat forced into it because of your class?
Hold on. Nobody's forced to join the military.
You're not forced, but there is a pressure when you are of lower class.
No, look, because there's an incentive.
Yes.
Sure,
there's
an incentive, but there's also an incentive to get a job at McDonald's.
There is?
Yeah. There's more incentive, though, when it comes to the military because they prey on the lower class.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking to recruiters now, and they are telling me the same thing. Like, for me being like a single mom and student, it made sense for me to enlist because, I mean, that's housing, that's school, that's health, that's dental. Yeah. My kids are covered.
Those are all selling points.
Those are all selling points. And so if you're already at a lower class status and you're already struggling, you're already disparaged, you're already those things, somebody offering you pretty much a set future for the rest of your life to sign up for it, it's gonna look pretty good. I mean, like, it does. That's why you have people enlisting every day, women and men.
I do.
We have women in our family that have enlisted a lot too. Yeah.
I'm going to address really quick just the draft thing, right? And I think this will maybe change your mind. So you guys all said, well, maybe we should just war is so bad. There should never be war.
Oh, we wish, but that's fucking utopia. It doesn't exist.
You know, it's, and there should never be crime, and nobody should ever have any cancer or injuries.
Are we talking about Norway?
I'm sure we can all agree.
Are we describing Norway and Switzerland?
We can all agree that, how the world should be, but if we're looking at how the world is, right, war is going to be a reality. Yeah. Like, there's no escaping it, and even if as a country, you're like, well, I don't want to have an army. You do so at your own peril, because if you do get invaded, you've just lost your sovereign nation. And so the point I would make is this, and I think I'll perhaps change your mind on the draft. Look, I don't think the draft is good, but I think it's one of those, there's a specific term for this, not a necessity, but a
Necessary evil?
sort of a necessary evil. Which I will acknowledge, men are the victims of, and it's awful, and it shouldn't happen, but it does. But I'll explain it like this. Here's the scenario. Should I use China? Okay, we'll use. All right, here we live in the United States, right? Uh-huh. We live in the United States, and China. We know China's going to invade our country. It's hypothetical.
Definitely not.
I know.
We're not invading any country.
No, I know. I'm just fine. I'll change it to
Russia.
No, I'm gonna pick. Let's do Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Kazakhstan becomes a superpower somehow. I don't know. Or we just become like really shitty. I don't know. Yeah. And this country, though, they're going to invade us. Mm-hmm. And this country is evil. And we know and they invaded another country near them. And we know what happened to that country. This is what happened to that country. They killed all the men, and then they took all the women as war brides.
That's happened, yeah.
And I mean, historically, yes, this has happened.
That's happened.
And they essay all the women.
Yep.
And we know that this country, when they do invade us, in say a year, they're planning the invasion, we find out. In a year, they're going to invade us. If we don't draft men to fight for the country, they're going to kill all the men anyways, and then they're going to essay all the women. Mm-hmm. Under these circumstances, are you as women, here's the entailment. If you don't, let's say, and you all get to vote on if there should be a draft that happens. If you don't vote to draft the men to go to war, there's not going to be enough of a military force to repel the enemy. There's just not, you have to force the men to fight because the volunteer force isn't strong enough to repel the enemy.
Question.
If you don't, you're going to get essayed and all the men are going to die.
Yeah.
Do you vote to draft the men?
Question.
Sure.
Are in this scenario, or what do you believe? And I'm just curious.
Well,
do you think
guys
that
gotta
women
answer the question before I give my position? But.
No, but I meant so for this, would it be that women can also be drafted? Are we voting in that women get drafted as well too?
No, just the men.
Really?
Yeah. It's
but
just
then
the men.
why? But do you think that women should also be a part of that draft? I mean, they have it in other countries.
Well, in my specific example, it's just the men, and I mean that's how most military conscription works around the world. It's just the men who are subject to it.
It sounds like we're losing either way, draft or no draft. In this scenario?
In the scenario, I'll just go ahead and say in the scenario, if you do draft the men, you do win.
Okay, that was my thing.
I mean, I could change the scenario where it's like, well, for sure if you don't draft the men, you're going to lose. But if you do draft the men, it's even 50-50. We can change it to that.
So would the women in here reenact the draft if war was imminent with some country?
Would you vote to draft the men?
I would say yes.
Yeah. Everybody's suffering, so I'd say yeah.
You have to pick the...
Even if that takes away men's free will. Because you would...
being drafted.
Well, you would be sending men who don't want to go and fight. So you're taking away their free will and agency.
But all of their wives and mothers and all those people would get essayed if we decided not to.
And they'd probably all die because we have no military force.
They would die anyway. So I guess we would have
death or death.
I don't know.
Right. Either way is death. I would say no, just because I wouldn't send my son.
Yeah.
If it seems imminent, I wouldn't send my sons over there just to prevent me from or some other woman from getting essayed. I would say no. Like we're all fighting or we're all dying. That's all.
Yeah. Honestly, I would push and I would keep advocating for if that's the case, then I think women need to be in the draft on that that one too. We all need to be. World War II, we had it where women went to the workplace and started doing that's not the same, but there means that we can do something. If that's the 40s and we can sit there and push for like, hey, this is eminent, which means that if it's eminent, then we're going to have a serious conversation on, well, if that's the case, then women need to be in the table on the draft, and that would be the push.
The opposing nation isn't going to have a conversation. They're ready to go.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. And then it's like, you can do that quickly. You can do an executive order where you go, hey, women are now in this draft order. Because he said it's a year away. They found out that it's a year. So
I guess I'm
pushing. I'm pushing for.
Here's what we're gonna do just to get this wrapped up. We'll do a brief roast session. Whatever. $30 TTS. Then we're gonna wrap. So if you want, you guys have like 5-10 minutes to get a roast in. Then we got to get this wrapped up because it's super late already. Okay, we have these are. Oh my God, Christopher, California, and Christopher. I'm really sorry for the delay on these. I
Christopher
apologize.
Murphy donated $69. Body count over 300 and you're giving advice to people. Close your legs and your mouth.
You first.
All right, Christopher, sorry for the delay
great.
on that one.
Nicely done.
California donated $69. Dear Brian, we are reaching out in regards to a report of you operating a dump truck without a proper license. Take necessary actions or ICE will deport you. Taylor Drift learn how to drive also.
Shit. It's been a minute since I heard Taylor Drift. Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Christopher Murphy donated
Thank you,
$70. I'll let these ladies in on a little secret. Most men live a life of pain and tolerance. You enjoy your peace while we take the blows to maintain that life for you. Call your father.
Oh, there's this great quote. Is it from Winston Churchill? People sleep peaceably in their beds at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf.
Have you ever met an Italian woman?
Apparently it's attributed to somebody else, I guess.
Oh, I've heard that quote though. It's a good quote.
All right, guys, if you want, get them in. $30 TTS. $30
Roast.
TTS. We'll let it go for about 5-10 minutes. One or two last things from the questionnaire here. Women are oppressed in the USA. Shannon, you agree? Moon, you agree? Let's see, anyone else? Gabby, you agree? Just really quick, how are women oppressed in the USA? I know we talked about privilege, but how are they oppressed?
I would just say it's baked into our society. Like, women still don't seem to have the same level of seriousness when it comes to the workplace. Like, women aren't taken as seriously, and just in general, socially, like, women aren't taken as seriously as men.
Okay. All right. What about you, Moon? How are women oppressed?
No offense, but I would even say, like, just the fact, like, this podcast in general, we are having to defend basically who we are, what we believe in, and some of the stuff that we didn't even have any control over, such as, like, the draft and stuff. I get war. I think it's horrible. I think all of that's just disgraceful. But, like, to me, nothing compares to childbirth. And the day that a man can pull another human out of his body, then we'll talk. War is war, but none of that has any balance towards childbirth, you ask me.
Voluntary childbirth.
Not all childbirth is voluntary.
What percentage of childbirth is
I have no
voluntary?
idea, but not all childbirth is voluntary. And childbirth lasts 9 months. Some women die. It's a horrible thing, and no man can do it. And then when y'all sit here and you say, but aren't we stronger than you? Then go to war. Why are you crying about it like that? Why is it this big thing? You just said y'all are stronger. You want women with low body counts. You want us to be at home. You want us to be that model woman that's beautiful and soft and submissive, but you don't want to go, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have us and then, no. If this just
I believe we should not
silly.
send men to war at all, and we should just send the women.
I think we all.
That'd be sick.
I want to send Gabby to war.
She'd do it. She'd be lethal.
Wait, what'd you say?
I want to send you to war.
I actually was thinking about enlisting
with the proper
training because
Right?
college sucked.
I think women will make
if I don't
great
go back,
soldiers.
I gotta address that first point you made though. Childbirth is worse than, like, the brutality of war.
I would say because the amount that most women are going to have to go through childbirth. I mean, sure, some volunteer to give birth. Most women want children, men want children, but we are the only sex that has to go through 9 months of usually uncomfortable living and then painful birth or surgery.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I'm not going to dispute that pregnancy and childbirth is painful or discomforting, or
like war is painful
or suffering or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to make a compelling argument that childbirth can be nearly as bad as war.
No, I'm saying for me personally, it's like she said too. I think there are things and suffering on both sides. And most women today, I think especially the ones sitting here, we don't want any of us to suffer. We don't want y'all to go to war. We don't, like, I get your argument, but I think my question behind the whole men going to war thing was like, what's your point? Like, we get it. We see it. We don't like it. What is your point behind it? Like, oh, we also deserve a blankie because we suffer too. We knew that.
Like,
we
what
knew
do
that
you
before
want
you
women
said
to do
that.
about
I'll explain. No. Yeah, I'll explain.
Because we want to do something about it.
No, I'll explain. So feminism has always been about a comparison. Women have it worse to men. But I just reject this categorically, both modern day and historically. So this idea that, like, the point I'm trying to make by bringing up warfare is that it's clearly ignored as a gender-based grievance, but it clearly is a gender-based grievance if you look at the distribution of men who are soldiers, and not just that, but even if you do a comparison between male soldiers and female soldiers, men are almost exclusively the frontline soldiers, exclusively the ones that are injured, exclusively the ones that are frontline combat that are getting killed.
Yep.
Or PTSD, or all of these things. Women often, even when they are in the military, they're not on the front lines. They're not going to raid Osama bin Laden's thing. They're not SEAL Team 6 or whatever, all that stuff. Women are typically in administration roles. They're in support roles. Men are overwhelming, like even in that scenario where women are in the military. So this comparison, feminism's always been about a comparison. And I'm saying, actually, now that you're playing the comparison game between men and women, I'm going to play it too. And I'm going to say that if we're looking at the totality of circumstances, and there's a bunch of, by the way, besides war, men are more likely to be homeless. Men are less likely to go to college. Men are more likely to unalive themselves. Men are more likely to be incarcerated. Men are more likely to be
not ask for help.
Victim of violent crime. There's plenty of things that I can tell you besides just the war argument where men are disproportionately impacted with negative life outcomes. It's interesting to me. I think part of feminism is the apex fallacy. You look at the top 1% or 10% of men, and you attribute that lived experience, oh, that's how all men must experience life. But the reality is, here's my argument, is that while it might be the case that there's more male CEOs, and there's more men who are rich, and there's more men who occupy boardrooms, and there's more men who occupy positions of power, I'm not going to argue any of that. I'm not going to dispute any of that. I'm going to go ahead and agree and grant it. However, I think a greater proportion of women enjoy what I would call the middle, the comfortable middle. And then, though, if we're looking at this like a pyramid, sure, let's just go ahead and put men on top. And then in the middle, where it's like, you're living like your life's good, your life's okay. You're not a superstar CEO, or you're not, you don't have power or whatever, although we can have conversations of the soft power that women do have. But at the very bottom of this pyramid, you see almost exclusively men. The most dangerous jobs, the dirtiest jobs, the most negative life outcomes are disproportionately men. So yeah, maybe it's true that you don't get the C, or what's it called, the corner window office at your company. It's not even clear to me if like being a wage slave for some company is like this big win. But the worst negative life outcomes, it's almost always men.
So it's like you were saying that feminism is like women's advocacy. So we're all
men.
And also like trying to help men as well, just trying to make things better for majority of people. And so women are coming together and we're having conversations and we're explaining these grievances and we're usually voting things in to make this change. Whereas it sounds like men just want to maybe just complain about the tasks they have to do in society. And I get your grievances, but like, what do you want us to do now that we're listening to them?
I don't want women to demonize men. I don't want women to view all men as predators. I want men.
Yeah.
I want women.
I feel like that's a conversation you should have with your fellow man as well.
What? But hold on, feminism's always like, we want men to acknowledge our grievances.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you want equality on that. You want to also be acknowledged in your grievances, which is great. Yeah. This is good.
But I don't like, once you open up this game of grievance, then we have to, I think it's completely fair for men to be like, wait, hold on. You're saying that just by virtue of me being a man, I'm so privileged and my life must be so easy because I'm a man. But the reality is it's just not true whatsoever. Yeah. And this idea, it's kind of this, it is sexist to just say, well, men are privileged. Men just have privilege. In comparison to what? In totality of what? Like
I think it's a privilege to not have a period every month.
I think it's a privilege that the majority of women in this country don't have their genitals mutilated upon birth.
And I think we can both have our grievances, but at the end of the day, are you voting to make that change happen? Because like we can't vote to change having periods, but you could potentially talk to your fellow brethren about the situation, but instead you're like complaining to us, and it's like, what do you want us to? We hear you and we have empathy for you, just like we want you to have empathy for us. But at the end of the day, like you have to talk to your fellow man about that situation,
or us too.
I could actually
because we can vote. This conversation is actually what helps us a lot, because when we hear that you guys we're like, wait a minute, like it blew my mind when I'm realizing that I had been programmed to believe that men didn't have feelings and emotions. I had to do a lot of work to realize that it was like, oh, I need to be more mindful of what I'm telling someone, especially with a partner and in a relationship. Like you do have thoughts and emotions and feelings and grievances and pain and trauma and and I watch that. I've seen women destroy men and emasculate and all that. So it's like, wait a minute, women do have some work to do. Now that we're at the table, there should be some solution. We can keep going with the he said, she said, you do this, I did that. But it is more like, hey, there are grievances. What's the solution? Men asking for help more too.
I don't identify as misandrist. I have empathy and care for men in my life. I have a relationship with my boyfriend and it's very close, and I understand his own grievances when it comes to being a man in our society. I do, however, have friends who are feminists who are misandrists, so I understand what you're saying, where
why would you be friends with a misandrist?
Well, she has certain opinions, but her overall, she's a kind human being.
Oh,
she just has differences of opinion.
My friend's racist, but and like hates this group.
Well, like you probably have friends who are like extreme conservatives. You don't have the same exact viewpoints as them all the time. But you're still friends with them.
Does she like identify as a misandrist?
I don't think.
I think just some of her takes maybe go a little too far.
I wouldn't say that like mainstream conservatives are sexist or racist, really, but
it depends on which people in the group.
I think most mainstream conservatives have pretty reasonable takes on gender stuff, and yeah.
But like once you, because like on both sides of the spectrum politically, you can go too far on either way. So it's like you probably have friends who have opinions that are too far, but you're still friends with them even though you don't agree.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, sure. I'm definitely friends with people who have positions that I don't agree with. I don't think I don't know if I would be particularly inclined to be buddy with somebody who was like demonstrably like viciously racist or something like that, or like hated, like if somebody hated women blanketly,
like a misogynist, or do you not believe in that term?
Well, I think the term misogyny gets thrown around a whole bunch.
It does.
Where it doesn't necessarily apply. But if somebody just blanket hated women, I'm against that. I don't think you should
I think if they,
blanketly just hate women.
I think if they like hate them
Thank you for
because
that.
of their experiences, then I'm just like, oh, that's just a really like traumatized, unfortunate event type person.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like taking it out on that specific gender.
Sure.
And I feel like that's a similar conversation we're having where it's like you as men feel like unheard. You don't feel like you have the same. I mean, do you feel like as a man you don't have the same opportunities as women? Like you do feel oppressed? Is
Well,
that the sense that you're getting from men nowadays?
The oppressed word is a difficult one, but are you saying that in relation to opportunities? Yeah, affirmative action. Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, granted, I'm not in the like professional corporate world, so I can't speak to that. I'm self-employed. However, what I can tell you is I've had hundreds of men, and there's been journalism on this topic. There's been investigation on this topic. You look at what's going on in Hollywood. I have a lot of friends, male friends, white male friends in the entertainment industry in Hollywood, and yeah, there's been massive amounts of affirmative action in the entertainment industry and in Hollywood where they're like, we only want to hire, and I don't know if it was the Oscars or the they're like, look, in order for your film to qualify for
I know
this
there's
thing,
incentives for diversity.
you need to have 40% or 50% of this demographic. You need some transgender people. You need some black dwarf lesbians. You need whatever it is. And it's just, there's absolutely affirmative action that's hurting men and hurting white people and specifically hurting white men.
I mean, if they want to band together to start creating laws and get them passed, and like they have every right to do that.
Sorry, what?
Don't they have the rights to make laws and get things changed? If that is such a cross to bear, then like go ahead, because that's what women had to do, right?
No, but hold on. I'm literally addressing your argument. You asked me, are men or white people or white men losing out on specific opportunities? And if affirmative,
and you're saying yeah.
If corporations, either through their own internal policies or there's like social pressure or whatever it is through DEI policies or affirmative action is like, you can't hire white men, that would seem to indicate to me that yes, white men are not being given opportunities.
I mean, the same thing could be said for women in the past and for people of color. So it's like the reason that these things have changed is because there's laws that have like started to create that change because people are voting them in. So if it's such an issue for you guys, then like why not do the same thing? Vote it in.
Because we can't go backwards. And I mean, I hate to say it.
It's not even.
But if if there's enough of them who are upset and they want to vote it in, then like you have every right to, right?
Oh, wait. So, well, hold on. But just to be clear, so if you would be fine with a company only wanting, and this is their internal company policy, only wanting to hire white men?
Personally, I don't approve of that messaging, but if they're able to get it voted in, like if it's hurting such a large group of people and they all collectively decided that they want this law to now be put in to be more inclusive towards them, then they have every right to do that, right?
Well, California, this was on the ballot a couple years ago, and I think it failed actually, but they were trying to essentially get rid of, I forget the specific terminology, maybe somebody in the chat knows. It was on the California ballot. They were trying to undo somebody in the chat maybe help, but basically they're trying to make it so that you could discriminate in hiring practices. But the discrimination that they wanted to do was discrimination towards hiring minorities and women, and discriminating in terms of being able to not hire men or white men.
Wait, huh? Did everyone get discriminated on that one?
What do you mean?
Sorry, it sounded like you said discriminated minorities and white men.
Huh?
I got a little confused. It sounded like you said
discriminated against.
No.
Who's getting discriminated against?
There's positive discrimination. So discriminating towards, I want to hire black people, that would be discrimination in their favor, right?
I thought discrimination just always meant that you are against.
Well, it depends on the phrasing, but yeah, you would, in other words, you would be discriminating against white people or white men or men.
And it didn't pass. Great.
I believe, I don't recall the outcome of it, but my understanding is it did not pass.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I understand the overcorrection of things, and now we're at the table going, all right, there's an overcorrection and there's a lot of people screaming. How do we do it where there's more of a meritocracy while also helping out identifying confirmation bias or what's the familiarity bias? How do you account for that? What's the solution? How do you, yeah.
Sure. Hold on. Moon, you said women are oppressed in the USA. How are women oppressed?
Oh,
Didn't you already?
I think I did, but
Yeah.
kind of just goes back to like what she said. I mean, childbirth, periods.
Oh, maybe you did. By the way, guys, $30 TTS. I'm going to let them come through here in just a moment. And you also said women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Can you explain that?
Equal rights.
Yeah.
I mean,
let me ask you this: what right does a man have that a woman doesn't?
You're gonna scoff at this, but like the right to not have a child in some states, especially if you get pregnant and you do not want to carry that child.
Okay, so abortion rights.
Yeah, your reproductive right. We don't have, and I think you said something earlier, I can't remember what it was, when we were talking about like promiscuity, and you were like, well, basically my point is one man can get.
But let's talk about rights. Rights.
I mean, this goes back to those reproductive rights. Like one man can get 1,000 women pregnant, but a woman can only get pregnant one time a year. Like, so a woman being promiscuous still does not equate to the social damage of a promiscuous man. If you're looking at their ability to just procreate endlessly, I mean, you could knock up as many times as you can, produce
But
semen.
each of those individual women would have to, I assume, be promiscuous in order to be knocked up by one guy.
No, to be knocked up by one guy, how would she be promiscuous?
Well, logically, it could be the case that this one guy has managed to get, in a short period of time, 7 virgin women pregnant. I find this kind of unlikely, but...
Why would they need to be virgins?
No, I'm not saying I'm saying it's possible, and this would point to... although some people would make the argument that a virgin woman just getting knocked up, they might consider that promiscuity, but given the low body count, I don't know if I would necessarily categorize it as promiscuity, but probably if one guy is getting 7 different women pregnant, I think that would also point to his promiscuity. It would also point to their promiscuity.
So if a girl hadn't had a relationship in 3 years or a month and she meets you and gets pregnant, she's promiscuous.
Yes, I'm agreeing that in this scenario, the 7 women that this one man, he's getting them all pregnant, they could all be virgins. I think it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, I think that's it is too. So then why does the value of promiscuity for women, why is it so high when we can't go out and get other people pregnant?
Is there, besides the abortion thing and that thing, is there anything else in terms of rights?
I'm gonna just stick with those.
Rights that men have that women don't? Okay. And then finally, this is the final thing, then the chats, then we're out. Gabby, you said women are oppressed in the USA. How?
Actually, I want to change my stance on that. No, I thought about it. No one benefits from society these days. No one does. Everyone's a victim.
There we go.
The rich people are the only people benefiting from anything.
I fuck with that.
All right, sweet. So, guys, we're going to do the roast. $30
Nice
TTS.
job.
If you want to get it in, get it in. All right.
Reap what you so donated $30.
Thank you, man.
This is why women can't be dating coaches. The dating coach chose bear over man and doesn't know the difference between a biological male and female. Choose another occupation.
California Prop 18 or 16.
These are great.
All right. We have professional victim. Oh boy, they're roasting me.
Professional victim donated $30. Brian, if you want to lose weight, join the army.
Yep.
Just
I
got
should
back
probably do
from
that.
basic training and lost 30 pounds. The only incentive for women to join the military is citizenship and money.
Thank you, man.
PB 133 donated $30. Half black too. They gave me half a N card. They didn't give you the half N card.
Ah, man. I got the full one because of my dad.
Ang says Raw donated $29.99.
Thank you, Ang.
Nothing any of you has said is oppression, which is defined as prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. I had twins vaginally and the pain was like cramp sex 10, and my epidural failed 3 times.
Oh.
Christopher Murphy donated $30. I'm
Thank you,
over
Chris.
it tonight. I hope my Donna can get
Good night,
Crowden
man.
on the show one day. That would be awesome.
That'd be nice. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate it, man. We got a few more coming through. Get them in if you guys want. Final
Liz
call, final call.
EB95 donated $30. On note to the childbirth versus war. As a nurse for 8 years, we all have different pain thresholds. Some women go through childbirth like a breeze, some women don't. We also forget the pain and want more. Based Thor donated
Good point,
$30. How you gonna call me the incel?
Uh-oh. Thank you,
Have you looked
Based
at
Thor.
yourself in the mirror?
Every
I bet
day.
you can't wait till June cause that's your only month to shine. Too bad ICE can't deport whatever you identify also. Lululu donated $30. Feminism wants to erase the shit that women have to take, but the point Brian is making is that men have to take shit no matter what. Men can't opt out of the shit they have to take. Stop complaining.
No one's complaining.
No one's complaining.
Thank you,
The men
Lulu.
are
And then we have
complaining.
Carl
Yes.
Chiders.
Carl Childers donated $30. You were talking about Prop 16
this
earlier.
up.
That was what was
Private chat.
defeated. Also, childbirth ain't shit
F11.
compared to rounds coming down range killing your friends and brothers.
Yeah, I'll just pull this up really quickly just because it came into the conversation earlier. And all right, it was a 2020 California Prop 16. It was a failed California ballot proposition that appeared on the November 3rd, 2020 general election ballot, asking California voters to amend the Constitution of California to repeal Prop 209 from 1996. Proposition 209 amended the state constitution to prohibit government institutions from considering race, sex, or ethnicity, specifically in the areas of public employment, public contracting, and public education. Therefore, Proposition 209 banned the use of race and gender-based affirmative action in California's public sector and public university admissions. Scroll down. And then that was just right there. So it was pretty close. So yes, they wanted to, they voted in favor of it. No. So it's a little confusing because they basically said, originally they're like, you can't consider race. So like if the person's black, this is back in 1996, if the person's black, you can't use that against them. Or if they're a woman, you can't use that against them. You can't discriminate on the basis of their race or sex. But then with Prop 16, what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, no, we do want to be able to hire people based on their race or sex. But this typically dealt with minority groups. So we said it's basically they wanted affirmative action. Does that make sense?
It looked like they wanted to repeal affirmative action.
No, so
I got you. Yeah.
affirmative action was essentially disallowed.
Oh.
But they wanted to employ affirmative action. But this meant they wanted to allow for discrimination. So the previous law said discrimination is illegal, but they wanted to allow discrimination.
Yeah.
But in a way that they view discrimination as positive.
Sure, right. I got you. I see what you're saying with it. Yeah. And that happens all the time, especially in California. You have all those props and everything. People get really confused on them because it's tricky language.
Sure. All right, this is the final one. It looks like Mar, go home.
Mar
Well put.
donated $30.
Great final chat.
Go home.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. Okay, guys, if you enjoyed the stream, like the video, please. Also, drop on your way out, if you guys can check, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Check a Prime. Guys, it's been 2 hours. Oh my God, Lizzie, 2 hours ago. It's been 2 hours since a Prime sub. I think it's bugged, boys. Check if you can drop a Prime sub. Check if you can drop a Prime sub over there. See if you have one available. All right, guys, like the video. Also, join the Discord. Also, get yourself some Big Labia Matter merch, shop.whatever.com. We've got some great stuff there. All right, guys, thank you so much. It was a very long stream. Thank you to the panel. This was a long stream, so you guys are all dope. I think it was a really good panel. It was a lot of fun. This was a fun show. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys being here. And we'll end it with GG.
Well played.
Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We couldn't do the show without you guys. We're viewer supported. We don't get sponsorships. Half our stuff gets demonetized, age restricted, all this stuff. My Twitter's all messed up. I'm demonetized on TikTok. Facebook's demonetized me.
Damn.
I don't even think I'm monetized on Instagram. I don't really. Anyways, whatever. So we rely on audience support, and I'm incredibly grateful for the amount of support generally, but especially tonight. You guys absolutely killed it. You guys are legends. Thank you. Okay.
Nice.
Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. We're going to be live tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't believe I debate tomorrow. Fuck. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have a debate tomorrow, then the show on Tuesday. Andrew Wilson in the building. We will be live again Sunday with another dating talk, 5 p.m. Pacific. 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hope you guys have a good night, and we will see you guys next time. Good night, guys. 07s in the chat.